The Lord's Empire Chapter 938 to Chapter 1022. The three of them looked at each other and made up their minds. The three worlds, heavens and earth, trembled as they gathered world energy and sent it into their bodies, causing shocking auras to burst out from their bodies. Everyone in the three worlds looked up at the changes in the heavens and earth with serious expressions. Even though they did not know what was going on, this was definitely something that would shake the world. After all, world energy was gathering, which was enough to show what was going on. The ones who were the most terrified were the spirit light world. It was not just the world protector but also the various legatees who had obtained world energy. Their might was enough to shake the heavens, and now, the three world protectors also exploded out with world energy, causing even godly spirits to feel fear. Everyone in the spirit light world felt as if their souls were being battered by an ocean. Their bodies continuously trembled, and there was only terror in their hearts. No matter how ferocious the beasts in the spirit light world were, they could only crawl on the ground and whimper. The people who had wanted to steal the primogenitor statue had already run far away, and they looked behind them. That place was completely covered by haze, and it was quickly spreading, bringing with it an incredibly terrifying aura of destruction. From time to time, bolts of lightning would descend and wild gales would wreak havoc. Trees would be uprooted and boulders would be carried into the sky, creating a tragic scene. Terrifying ripples continuously spread out, and sensing these ripples, everyone looked at each other. This was a world-destroying battle. There's a god. As the world protector of the spirit light world, Cayman was undoubtedly the most powerful person here. After all, this was his territory, and he could use even more world energy. He stood in the sky, giving off a boundless divine light. He was like a true god, and with a loud roar, countless strands of spirit chi madly gathered, forming a massive vortex in an instant, giving off a powerful sense of suppression. Jiaofu was completely suppressed by the other 8 people. Just as he broke free from the corpse puppet's countless bandages, Cayman attacked. Countless rays of golden light shot out from the center of the vortex, and a golden pillar covered with divine runes gave off immense power as it blasted down from the sky. Jiaofu was unable to dodge at all and was hit by the pillar of divine runes. Even though he had released a protective barrier in time, the pillar of divine runes contained terrifying power and smashed down towards the ground. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the divine rune pillar smashed into the ground like a meteor. A formless energy field instantly spread out, causing the ground in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers to collapse. The shockwaves turned into wild gales that spread out, and dust filled the air. The pillar of divine runes turned into countless motes of light and dissipated, and Jiaofu lay at the center of the crater, covered with blood. Even with the 6 paths demon images and Qin royal seal's full power, he would not be a match against the 9 of them. Because Great Qin's situation was quite tense, Jiaofu had not brought the 8 aquatic beast kings. However, in front of the world's energy, they were not very effective, and the most important thing was that Jiaofu could not use the world's energy yet. It was not that Jiaofu did not want to use it but that he could not. After all, the world's consciousness had to give him world energy, and if it did not give him world energy, Jiaofu would not be able to use it. Back at the human world, Jiaofu was the human world's world protector and the person that the human world's consciousness valued the most. Now that Jiaofu was in such danger, the first thing it did was to send world energy into Jiaofu's body to prevent Jiaofu from being killed by the other world protectors. However, even ordinary people would be able to sense world energy, let alone legatee CG. At that moment, CG sensed that the human world's consciousness was incredibly anxious and wanted to send world energy into Jiaofu's body. CG immediately understood that Emperor Qin's life was in danger, or else the world's consciousness would not be so anxious. CG happily explained this matter, and Su Yan and the other strategists smiled. They immediately suggested for CG to ally with the other legatees, as well as the legatees of the various kingdoms and dynasty legatees, to use their own fate to disrupt the world's consciousness. Even though they did not know what danger Emperor Qin was facing, if they tried to stop the world's consciousness, even if Emperor Qin did not die, he would be heavily injured. It would be best if they used someone else to kill Emperor Qin. This news quickly spread, and the various legatees agreed. After all, the greatest threat to the human world was Qin, and if Emperor Qin did not die, who would? If he died, they would have a chance. Moreover, this would not require a single soldier or effort, and it would only consume a bit of Emperor fate. Out of the 8 legatees in the human world, apart from Tina Pendragon, Jeffrey, and Masanori Hano, who did not participate, the other 5 legatees all participated. The 5 of them were also legatees and were favored by the world. They had the ability to use the world's source energy, and with them interfering, as well as the dynasty legatees and dynasty legatees, the world's consciousness became quite chaotic. With CG in the lead, everyone exploded out with their fate, causing fate dragons to fly into the sky and give off powerful auras. This scene was quite grand, and it was not very terrifying, but it would definitely deal a fatal blow to Zhao Fu. After all, the world's consciousness was a collective consciousness, and as people with great fate and with the 5 legatees leading them, they could cause the world's consciousness to become chaotic. With them interfering, the world's consciousness fell into chaos, and the world's energy could not enter Zhao Fu's body. As such, Zhao Fu could not use his world's energy. Looking at the spirit light world, Zhao Fu was covered with blood, and his sword gave off a massive wave of deathly aura as it swept towards the 9 legatees. Even if he handed over the primogenitor statue, they would not let off Zhao Fu. After all, they had a greater goal, which was to kill Zhao Fu. Swish, an arrow gave off a sharp aura as it whistled towards Zhao Fu, giving off shocking sounds. It left a deep gash on the ground, and Zhao Fu raised his sword, knocking the arrow away as he retreated a few steps. With Zhao Fu's current strength, it was not easy for him to last so long in front of the 9 legatees. He was mainly relying on the 6 Paths Demon Image's power and the Marquis King Seal's power. Sky Tiger. As Zhao Fu blocked the arrow, the white-haired young man closed in and slashed out with terrifying power with his saber. A ferocious azure tiger appeared and gave off a shocking aura as it charged at Zhao Fu. Bang, bang. Bang, Zhao Fu's body was sent flying thousands of meters by the azure tiger, and he smashed through many boulders before finally stopping. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. This person was most likely a world protector, but he did not have any world energy. Could it be that his world had abandoned him? However, this was a good thing for them. It was because he did not have world energy that they had been able to defeat him so easily. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to determine the victor. Seeing Zhao Fu on the ground and his aura incredibly weak, everyone did not hesitate because this was their best opportunity to kill him. Xiao was the first to act because she wanted the primogenitor statue. That thing was a great weapon against the spirit light race, and the corpse pall world was right next to the spirit light world. As such, she had to obtain the primogenitor statue, and even if she could not obtain it, she had to destroy it. After all, the statue was incredibly important to the spirit light race. Strands of bandages stretched out from the void. The front section of the bandages was stretched taut, and like metal, they spun into a long and thin drill. Xiao pushed out with her hand, and the countless drills formed from bandages shot out incredibly quickly, reaching Zhao Fu's body in an instant. If Zhao Fu was pierced by so many bandages, his body would become like a hornet's nest, and he would die without a doubt. Zhao Fu was barely able to stand up, and facing the countless incoming bandages, Zhao Fu gathered his last bit of strength and vigorously slashed out, causing a grey crescent to shatter all of the bandages. Cayman coldly laughed and sent terrifying power into his spear. The spear gave off a large amount of spear light and seemed to be made of light. At the same time, the aura it gave off was incredibly terrifying, and it could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Boom! The instant that Zhao Fu used his last bit of strength to block Shi Zhao's attack, Cayman threw out his spear with all of his strength. The sky seemed to explode as a massive explosion sounded out. The spear gave off shocking power and was unstoppable. It instantly pierced through Zhao Fu's chest and nailed Zhao Fu to a mountain in the distance. Zhao Fu's head and arms powerlessly hung down, and blood dyed the mountain. The death disaster sword fell to the side, and his aura was gone, he was most likely dead. And, now that Zhao Fu was dead, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Now that he was dead, there would be no more surprises. After all, what could a dead person do? Xiao rushed towards Zhao Fu's corpse because she had always wanted the primogenitor statue. That thing was incredibly important to the spirit light race, and she had to obtain it no matter what. However, the spirit light people sensed Shi Zhao's goal and immediately attacked. The white-haired young man also rushed towards Zhao Fu's corpse. It was evident that he also wanted the primogenitor statue. Emochi had promised that as long as he could kill Zhao Fu, he would not want the primogenitor statue. He was very trustworthy and did not try to steal it, but he did not want the spirit light people to obtain it. After all, the dark demon world was right next to it, and there had been a massive battle before. If they obtained it, the dark demon world would definitely suffer. Now, the spirit light race definitely had an advantage. They had a world protector and 5 legatees. The 5 legatees did not have the qualifications to participate in this battle, but with the world's energy, they still wanted to fight for it. Emochi immediately blocked the 3 spirit light people by himself, causing the 3 of them to feel furious. They immediately attacked without hesitation. The other 2 legatees looked at the white-haired young man in front of them and suddenly attacked. They wanted to use sneak attacks to force the white-haired young man back before taking the primogenitor statue. Otherwise, they would not be able to win against the white-haired young man. After all, the white-haired young man was the world protector, so the difference in strength was quite great. At the very front, Xianxia and Cayman started to fight. Xianxia wanted to grab the primogenitor statue and run, but Cayman suddenly punched out, sending a formless and terrifying fist towards Xianxia. Xianxia had no choice but to stop, and she slashed at the fist, splitting it in half. Cayman caught up and raised his hand, causing a large amount of golden light to gather, forming over 1,000 golden spears that gave off sharp spear auras as they aimed at Xianxia. Xianxia seriously waved her finger, causing gray-white bandages to stretch out from the air. Bang, 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 Cayman continuously shot out spears. And Xianxia continuously shot out bandages. The 2 of them intensely clashed in the air, resulting in massive sounds. The power of the collisions turned into wild gales that swept out in all directions. After fighting for a while, Cayman still held a great advantage. After all, the spirit light world was his home ground, and he could use most of the world's energy. Before, everyone had been working together to kill Zhao Fu, but now that Zhao Fu had died, they started to fight amongst themselves for their own interests. I know what you're worried about. I can promise and even swear that I won't invade the corpse pall world. There's no need to fight with me over the primogenitor statue, right? Cayman said to Xianxia after sensing that the battle would not end in a short period of time. Xianxia coldly harumphed, only the strong held the right to speak. After the spirit light people obtained the primogenitor statue and became incredibly powerful, they would be able to destroy the corpse pall world. After all, they had the strength to destroy the corpse pall world. Promises and oaths were not binding at all, and if Cayman did not keep his promise, Xianxia would not be able to do anything. As such, Xianxia did not trust Cayman at all. I can also promise that I'll only keep the primogenitor statue and definitely won't use it. How about this? Shouldn't you give the primogenitor statue to me? Xianxia coldly laughed as she asked. Cayman did not reply and directly attacked. The primogenitor statue had the power to suppress their race, and if it fell into someone else's hands, their spirit light race would be finished. As such, even the world's consciousness wanted it to remain in the spirit light world. Bang, 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 Cayman raised his hand and tens of thousands of orbs of light gave off intense light that covered the surrounding thousands of kilometers. They contained powerful holy light power, and ordinary undead would immediately die under this light. Cayman waved his hand, and the countless orbs of light shot towards Xianxia, wanting to use this move to suppress her. This move was indeed very harmful to Xianxia, as the corpse pall race was also a death race, so they were countered by holy light. Swish, 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 countless bandages shot out, forming a ring around Xianxia. Xiao's body was also covered, forming a massive ball of cloth that defended her. The orbs of light slammed against the bandages, causing them to gradually dissipate. In the end, they were unable to stop the orbs of light, and Xianxia was sent flying back and coughed up a mouthful of grey blood. Cayman did not continue to act, as obtaining the primogenitor statue was more important. However, at that moment, the white-haired young man slashed away the 2 legatees blocking him and rushed towards Zhao Fu. He arrived before Zhao Fu's corpse before Cayman, and the white-haired young man smiled as he stretched out his hand towards Zhao Fu. Immediately, the white-haired young man's smile froze and his body became icy cold, as if he could not move at all. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he felt an extreme sense of danger. One had to know that he had world energy supporting him, yet he still felt this sort of terrifying feeling. Suddenly, the heavens and earth darkened as an extremely terrifying aura spread out from the sky. It was as if a heavenly river was pouring into the mortal world, instantly inundating the entire world. The spirit light world fell silent, and there was no sound at all. They looked up at the sky in terror, and all of them felt their bodies freeze. Their bodies felt incredibly cold, and they felt as if their hearts had been tightly gripped by a pair of large hands. They felt as if they were going to die, and they felt quite pained. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and there was not a trace of light at all. It was not just the sky, but even the ground seemed to have been devoured by a demonic mouth. It was completely dark, and even if there was something in front of them, they would not be able to see it clearly. The entire world had become a world of darkness. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the sky was torn apart, and countless traces of blood-red light shot out from the cracks. The terrifying aura reached its peak, and a massive blood-red star giving off an incredibly powerful might slowly descended. A murderous, evil, and calamitous aura swept through the world like thunder, causing everyone to sink into terror. Cayman and the others looked terrified as they looked up at the sky, not understanding what was going on. However, facing this star, they also felt a sense of terror. At that moment, boom, another shocking explosion sounded out as the sky was once again torn apart. Boundless golden light shined down on the mortal world, and an aura that seemed as if the heavens and earth would submit descended from the sky. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out as a cold and eerie aura caused countless people's souls to tremble, and a boundless underworld intent suppressed the surroundings. A golden star and a gray star giving off shocking might, as well as boundless emperor's aura and underworld intent, simultaneously descended from the sky. The three stars gave off intense light, and the formless aura caused the entire spirit light world to feel quite oppressive. It was as if it was difficult to breathe, and a sense of despair and terror welled up within everyone's hearts. In the distance, countless people stared at the three stars in the sky. They were like three stars of destruction, standing tall in the void. They had no idea what was going on and why such a terrifying scene had appeared. They felt as if the world was about to be destroyed. Cayman and the others suddenly understood why the world's consciousness wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Looking at those two terrifying stars, they all knew why. They had sensed the terrifying auras from those two stars when they had descended. What they didn't expect was that Zhao Fu actually had three natal stars, and that blood-colored star was equally terrifying. It was the first time they knew the truth. Wait. Isn't that Prince Qin dead? Why would such a change occur? Could it be? When Carmen and the others thought of this, they were shocked. They all turned to look at Zhao Fu. They saw that Zhao Fu, who seemed to be dead, was moving again. He slowly raised his head, and his terrifying eyes became even more terrifying. The white of his eyes turned completely black, and his pupils turned blood-red, like two blood-red gems. His eyes were completely lifeless and did not contain a trace of emotion. There was only a sense of annihilation. The white-haired young man, who was closest to Zhao Fu, felt as if he had fallen into icy water, and a bone-chilling coldness flowed out of his heart. The white-haired young man looked incredibly shocked, but he did not do anything. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the white-haired young man was hit by a formless energy and flew back thousands of meters, crashing into a large mountain. The white-haired young man coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face was incredibly pale. If it wasn't for the world's energy protecting him, he would have died. This shocking change caused everyone present to feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao Fu, who was pinned to the mountain, once again moved. He gripped the silver spear in his chest and pulled it out of his body. At that moment, those terrifying eyes turned towards Cayman, causing his hairs to stand on end. He felt as if he was being stared at by a peerlessly ferocious beast, and an incredibly dangerous aura flowed out of his heart. He immediately unleashed a golden barrier with divine runes to defend. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu threw out his silver spear. The silver spear was like a bolt of silver lightning that instantly pierced through Cayman's body, nailing him to the ground 1,000 meters away. His barrier, which was strengthened by his world's energy, was unable to protect him at all. Cayman's chest was also pierced, and he was nailed to the ground. A large crater appeared in the ground, but Cayman was not dead. His aura was quite weak, and blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, making him look incredibly wretched. Those terrifying blood-red eyes did not contain a trace of emotion as they once again turned towards Xianxia. Xianxia felt a chill in her heart, and she did not hesitate to turn and run. However, in the next moment, she felt a shocking aura appear beside her. Xiaoxiao's expression fell, and bandages shot out, forming a defensive barrier in front of her. However, in the next moment, a sharp claw giving off destructive power instantly tore apart the barrier, causing countless bandages to scatter. A sharp claw giving off terrifying power grabbed towards Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted, and a rune appeared on her forehead. The sharp claw pierced through Xiaoxiao's chest like a bolt of lightning, but in the next moment, Xiaoxiao's body turned into countless traces of black matter and disappeared. Her body suddenly appeared hundreds of meters away, and in that moment, Xiaoxiao only had a single thought, which was to run. She did not even care about the primogenitor statue, as she would definitely be killed if she stayed. Even with the world's energy, it was useless. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her, and Xiaoxiao looked incredibly shocked. Zhao Fu, who had been a few hundred meters away, instantly appeared in front of Xiaoxiao and grabbed her head. Xiaoxiao felt as if she had been grabbed by an iron claw, and before she could do anything, she was smashed towards the ground. Boom! Xiaoxiao's body was like a heavy object falling from the sky, heavily smashing into the ground. A 1,000-meter-wide crater appeared, and dust billowed into the air. No one knew if Xiaoxiao was dead or alive. Arg! Arg! Two pained cries sounded out as the two legatees, who had been restraining the white-haired young man, were torn apart by Zhao Fu, causing blood and broken pieces to fall to the ground. Only Emochi and the three legatees were left, and they stared at this scene in shock. The three legatees chose to run for their lives, while Emochi stopped because he could not escape. Those terrifying eyes had already locked onto him. Emochi gripped his sword with both hands and stared at Zhao Fu. He felt incredibly nervous, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would completely lose control. His power was so terrifying that not even the world's energy was enough. Zhao Fu's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Emochi in just a second. Emochi exploded out with a terrifying aura, and massive amounts of demonic energy entered his demon sword, causing it to give off a shocking sword light as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. The terrifying sword light seemed to be able to tear apart the sky. Bang! Facing such a terrifying attack, Zhao Fu just waved his hand and a massive wave of energy sent Emochi's sword flying, causing Emochi to feel quite startled. However, Zhao Fu spun and kicked Emochi flying back. Emochi crashed to the ground, his ribs shattered. Now, only Zhao Fu stood in the air, giving off a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to harm the heavens and earth. Everyone else was either dead or lying on the ground. Their auras were quite weak, and they looked heavily injured. However, Zhao Fu did not plan on letting them off. Shing, 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 sword hums sounded out as countless blood-red motes of light gathered in front of Zhao Fu, forming countless blood-red swords of light. They gave off a massive sword aura that seemed to be able to slash apart the heavens, and a massive sword chi storm spread out. Just as it seemed that Kamen and the others were going to die, the situation changed. Boom! From the east, an incredibly massive aura appeared in the sky, giving off heaven-shaking power. It was a massive golden lion that gave off an intense golden light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. It was like a golden sun. Boom! An unimaginably terrifying power exploded out from the west, causing the heavens and earth to become berserk. Bolts of black lightning flashed in the sky, creating a terrifying scene. A massive lightning beast covered with scales and looking like a qilin appeared within the boundless lightning. Boom! From the south, a massive might suddenly descended, causing everyone to feel terror. Time and space seemed to be locked down, and a massive blue eyeball appeared. Its gaze was incredibly terrifying and seemed to be able to cause the heavens and earth to collapse. Boom! A final explosion sounded out from the north as the sky was covered by violet light. A human-headed bird-bodied monster appeared. It had the head of a woman and the body of a crane. It was covered with violet feathers and gave off an incredibly powerful aura. At that moment, the spirit light world's four guardian beasts received orders from the world's consciousness and gave off terrifying auras as they descended. Just their auras could make godly spirits tremble in fear. The four guardian beasts descended at the same time, completely disrupting the weather. Everyone in the spirit light world looked at the ripples in the distance in shock. This power was simply too terrifying, and they felt like ants that were about to die. The four guardian beasts gave off heaven-shaking auras as they stood in the sky, each taking up their own world. They were like supreme godly spirits looking down on Zhao Fu, easily deciding whether Zhao Fu lived or died. They indeed had great power, as they were existences that protected worlds. You've awakened 3 terrifying stars with your extraordinary body. You should not have come here, nor should you have fought for the primogenitor statue of the spirit light world. Now, you will die here. The golden lion looked at Zhao Fu with its golden eyes and gave off a loud and clear voice that shook the surroundings. Its voice contained a trace of pity and coldness. For such a person to appear in a low-grade world, it's incredibly rare. It's a pity that he doesn't belong to our spirit light world, or else our spirit light world would welcome a new age and reach the peak. This person must die, he can't be allowed to live. The cheetah-like lightning beast looked at Zhao Fu with its black eyes and gave off the coarse voice of a young man. It was filled with killing intent and seemed determined to kill Zhao Fu. This person came from the neighboring second world. If such a person is allowed to live, our spirit light world will be destroyed by him sooner or later, and our powerful spirit light race will be enslaved by him. As such, this person must die, and his soul must be destroyed. The massive eye in the south gave off a ferocious and eerie gaze as it looked at Zhao Fu. Even though it did not have a mouth, it still gave off a sharp voice. Let's not waste any more words. This person has an incredibly pure sovereign bloodline, so quickly kill him. It's fine if we don't leave his soul behind to prevent any future troubles. Once this sort of person loses control, they'll become incredibly pure and innocent, but we must leave his corpse behind. That's an incredibly rare treasure, and if the 4 of us devour his corpse, we'll become even more powerful. The humanoid bird-bodied monster in the north had a female head and licked its lips. It was incredibly impatient with Zhao Fu's corpse, and its voice was filled with viciousness and cruelty. After speaking, the bird-bodied monster gave a piercing laugh and ignored the other 3 guardian beasts. It flapped its wings, bringing with it a gust of wind as it flew towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast like a primordial beast, and its terrifying aura was incredibly shocking and unstoppable. Now, Zhao Fu's eyes were empty, and his consciousness was completely lost. He had completely lost control of his power, and facing the 4 powerful guardian beasts, not only did he not feel any fear, but he even gave a crazed and twisted smile. Facing the strange bird's ferocious attack, Zhao Fu directly rushed towards it. The Chaos Imperial star in the sky gave off a blood-red light, and the blood-red sword that he had used to kill Carmen and the others instantly became dozens of times brighter. The sky was filled with blood-red swords of light, and they gave off a heaven-piercing aura as they shot towards the strange bird along with Zhao Fu. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the 2 powerful forces collided with each other, resulting in a huge explosion. Gales and sword lights shot out in all directions. The terrifying shockwave produced by the collision instantly razed everything within a radius of 10,000 miles to the ground. Not a single blade of grass was left, not a single life was left. Arg! A pained cry sounded out from the strange bird. Its massive body was sent flying by Zhao Fu, and its body was covered with wounds from the sword. Countless traces of violet blood flowed out of the wounds, making it look quite wretched. The other 3 guardian beasts had never thought that the strange bird would lose in a head-on clash, and they did not hesitate. The golden lion was the first to act, giving a heaven-shaking roar as it opened its mouth and spat out a massive golden beam of light that seemed to be able to destroy all things. Space trembled because of this beam of light, and it shot towards Zhao Fu. Ha ha ha, Zhao Fu madly laughed as a wave of demonic intent flowed out from the depths of his soul. It was the fused demon god's nature. Boundless demonic chi flowed out from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's aura reached its peak, causing space to twist. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and countless traces of demonic chi condensed into a demonic sword. He then turned into a black ray of light and shot towards the golden beam of light. Boom! Demon Sun! Zhao Fu roared as he raised his demon sword, and his eyes gave off an intense blood-red light. Looking at the massive golden lion in front of him, the smile on his face became even more twisted. A wave of demonic chi rushed into the sky and all of the demonic chi madly gathered, forming a sun that gave off a demonic light. It gave off a heaven-shaking demonic might and seemed to cause the world to tremble in fear. At the same time, Zhao Fu's sword slashed down. The golden lion's expression fell, and it tried to dodge, but a black sword light that seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens sent the golden lion flying back tens of thousands of meters before heavily crashing to the ground. A large crater was smashed open in the ground, and the ground continuously trembled as leaves fell. A long gash appeared on its chest, from which large amounts of golden blood flowed out. The golden lion looked incredibly pained, and this injury was not light at all. Roar! Seeing that its two guardian beasts were not a match for Zhao Fu, the thunder beast furiously roared and its body exploded out with countless bolts of black lightning. The entire sky seemed to explode, and it gave off a world-destroying aura as it ferociously rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not even look back as he stretched out a hand towards the charging thunder beast. The celestial emperor star in the sky exploded out with a powerful emperor's aura, and boundless golden light covered the world. Zhao Fu's left eye's 5 pupils quickly spun. Clang, 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 the sound of chains could be heard throughout the heavens and earth as golden chains shot out from the sky, the ground, and the surroundings. It was impossible to tell how many there were, perhaps millions or even tens of millions. The thunder beast was given a big fright, and it tried to dodge the countless golden chains. However, there were simply too many of them, and its body was simply too big. It was unable to dodge at all, and its body was bound up by the countless golden chains. Following this, the countless golden chains were bound up. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the countless golden chains binding the thunder beast tightened. Roar! The lightning beast felt as if its bones were about to break. It let out a pained and furious roar and released even more black lightning as it struggled madly. On the other side of Zhao Fu, the massive blue eye coldly stared at Zhao Fu. Its pupils constricted and a massive blue aura flame burst forth, which continuously condensed into a massive cyclops. Roar! The cyclops giant gave off a terrifying aura and roared towards the sky, causing the sky to crack. Following this, the cyclops giant leapt into the air and clenched its fists as it descended towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at the giant falling from the sky with his terrifying eyes. He cruelly smiled, and the grey moon-like star in the sky gave off boundless ghostly chi. The 6 blood-red dots in Zhao Fu's right eye started to spin. Suddenly, 6 massive grey orbs appeared beside the falling cyclops giant. These orbs were condensed from ghostly chi and gave off an incredibly cold and eerie aura, making people feel quite dangerous. Facing the 6 grey orbs that suddenly appeared beside it, the cyclops felt quite startled. However, it sensed the danger and its expression fell. Just as it was about to dodge, the 6 grey orbs suddenly exploded, sending out a destructive explosion. From a distance, it looked as if a massive grey orb of light had appeared in the sky, following which a shockwave rippled out. Countless mountains were shaved off, countless trees were uprooted, and massive boulders were blasted apart by this power. After the shockwave rippled out, the cyclops giant collapsed, and the blue flames disappeared, leaving behind the scarred blue eyeball. How can this person be so powerful? Even the 4 of us aren't a match for him. What should we do? The strange bird asked loudly with an unsightly expression. The 4 of them were the guardian beasts of the spirit light world, yet they had been defeated one after another. Their strength was truly terrifying. No wonder the world's consciousness wanted to kill him. Leaving such a person alive would bring about endless trouble in the future. The 4 guardian beasts now understood. The spirit light world is our territory, and everything here is related to us. We can also use the spirit light world's power to the greatest extent, so we can only use that move. We'll use the entire spirit light world as a formation, all living things as a line, and the 4 of us as the center of the formation to forcefully suppress this person, the golden lion roared. After suffering from Zhao Fu's attack, he clearly understood how powerful Zhao Fu was. If they did not do this, they definitely would not be a match for this person, and the spirit light world might even be destroyed by him. The other 3 guardian beasts did not hesitate and followed the golden lion's method. After all, they had suffered greatly at Zhao Fu's hands. Woo! Divine Gold Lion, in the name of the spirit light world's guardian beast, all living things in the spirit light world listen to my commands. Woo! Dark Lightning Divine Beast, in the name of the spirit light world's guardian beast, all living things in the spirit light world listen to my commands. Woo! The heavenly sage eyes, in the name of the spirit light world's guardian beasts, commands all living things in the spirit light world. Woo! The mystic purple devil bird, in the name of the spirit light world's guardian beasts, commands all living things in the spirit light world. The four guardian beasts raised their heads to the sky and roared, shaking the heavens. This time, they exploded out with their full power. Ferocious aura flames flowed out of their bodies, and an even more shocking power flowed out of their bodies. The dark lightning divine beast, which had been bound by Xiao Fu, broke free from the countless chains, and the four guardian beasts rushed into the sky. A terrifying aura flame surrounded Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu instinctively sensed the danger, and just as he was about to act, a massive rainbow-colored ring of light formed around the four guardian beasts, and Xiao Fu, who was at the center, felt a powerful force locking him down. However, this energy was not very strong, and Xiao Fu vigorously struggled. If he had some time, he would have been able to break free. However, the four guardian beasts evidently did not give Xiao Fu such an opportunity. After the ring of light formed, a massive formless energy instantly spread throughout the entire world. Whether it was the mountains, rivers, grass, or trees, they all resonated with each other, giving off traces of aura and linking together. A massive heaven and earth magic formation gradually appeared. It was a shocking formation formed by the entire spirit light world. Heaven and earth spirits and the power of all creatures madly gathered at the center of the formation, and Xiao Fu immediately felt a massive power locking him down. This power was more than 100 times stronger than before, making it so that he could not move at all. This power was incredibly powerful. Seeing that Xiao Fu was bound and could not move at all, the four guardian beasts smiled and felt much more at ease. Should we seal him in the depths of the spirit light world, or should we use the magic formation to kill him? The golden lion asked the other three guardian beasts. Of course we should kill him. How could we dare to keep such a person alive? If we seal him now and break the seal in the future, what will we do? He's simply too much of a threat, the lightning beast replied, filled with killing intent. The other two guardian beasts nodded. They definitely could not let Xiao Fu live. Boom, the four guardian beasts made their decision to kill Xiao Fu. They activated the magic formation, and a wave of energy blasted towards Xiao Fu at the center of the formation. Pooh! Xiao Fu coughed up a mouthful of gray-black blood, and his clothes were reduced to dust, revealing Xiao Fu's true appearance, as well as his slender upper body. Looking at Xiao Fu's appearance, the four guardian beasts felt quite surprised. They had never thought that Xiao Fu would be so young and handsome. That noble and domineering emperor's aura was quite enchanting, but this did not change the four guardian beasts' decision to kill Xiao Fu. They continued to activate the heaven and earth magic formation. The heaven and earth gave off a mighty power as it slowly spun. At the center of the formation, Xiao Fu felt as if he was being grinded by a massive millstone, and it was incredibly painful. Gray-black blood leaked out of Xiao Fu's upper body. Arg! Xiao Fu held in pain as more and more blood flowed out of his body. Under the power of the heaven and earth formation, Xiao Fu's bones started to twist and fall out of place, making him look quite wretched. The four guardian beasts did not feel any pity and instead looked delighted. The lightning beast called out, "We're just a step away from killing him, let's activate the heaven and earth formation." Boom, the four guardian beasts exploded out with terrifying power, activating the heaven and earth formation. Affected by this power, the slowly spinning heaven and earth formation quickly spun, and all of the power in the world ferociously gathered before once again blasting towards Xiao Fu. Arg! A mournful howl tore through the sky and shook the surroundings. Xiao Fu's body was locked in the air by the formation, and he roared in pain. He felt as if his body and soul were being grinded apart, and this pain stabbed into the depths of Xiao Fu's heart like a sharp knife. At that moment, something seemed to shatter as the three massive stars in the sky exploded out with a heaven-toppling aura. Countless rays of light exploded out, destroying all things, causing the weather to change and clouds to become chaotic as all creatures felt terror. Boom, three pillars of light shot out from the three stars and simultaneously landed on Xiao Fu's body. The four guardian beasts had never thought that this attack would not be able to kill Xiao Fu, and they once again exploded out with terrifying power as they desperately activated the heaven and earth formation, vowing to kill Xiao Fu. The massive heaven and earth formation quickly spun, and it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. An even more ferocious power blasted towards Zhao Fu like an ocean. Arg! Within the pillar of light, Zhao Fu raised his head to the sky and howled even more painfully as black blood continuously flowed out of his eyes. In that moment, Zhao Fu's pupils seemed to split open from the center. The heavens and earth suddenly fell silent as if everything in the world had been locked down by some sort of power. The four guardian beasts were horrified to find that they were unable to activate the heaven and earth formation, and what made them even more terrified was that they could sense an unavoidable danger descending. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a terrifying world-destroying power spread out with Zhao Fu at the center. In just an instant, the heavens and earth started to collapse. Space and time became chaotic, and laws were shattered. Everything was destroyed and all life was extinguished. The ground continuously trembled and countless cracks appeared in the sky. A berserk gale blew and lightning flashed, causing the heavens and earth to darken. Countless creatures instinctively wanted to run for their lives, but they found that there was nowhere to run. They could only howl in terror and despair, looking incredibly pitiful. At this moment, the source energy of all things in the world gathered in one place, and all of the Feybright players were forced to retreat. The boundless spirit light source energy continuously gathered, forming a hazy person. This person's appearance was indistinguishable, and it was impossible to tell if he was male or female, old or young. He gave off an incredibly powerful might and an aura that could cause all creatures to kneel. He was as powerful as a world. This was the manifestation of the world's consciousness, and the hazy person was the spirit light world's consciousness. It would only appear when the world was in danger, and now, Zhao Fu's power that could destroy everything forced the world's consciousness to personally descend. Seeing Zhao Fu continuously howl within the pillar of light and the scene of the heavens and earth collapsing, the world's consciousness did not hesitate to act. Boom, boom. Boom, shocking explosions continuously sounded throughout the entire world as a terrifying battle erupted, causing the heavens and earth to fall into darkness. Many players who had left the Heaven Awaken world looked incredibly terrified. Even though they had left the Heaven Awaken world, that feeling of terror and despair still lingered in their hearts, causing their bodies to feel a chill. A few days later, they were finally able to enter the Heaven Awaken world. The spirit light world was in quite a wretched state. Countless trees had been destroyed and rocks were everywhere, and there was still a terrifying aura lingering on the ground. Some people could not help but look towards the center of the battle, and the scene was incredibly shocking and terrifying. The sky was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, and 1,000 or so regions had been turned into scorched earth. There were traces of black aura, and there were no signs of life. Some places had collapsed into deep chasms, some had cracked open into canyons, and some had lava flowing out. It was a scene of doomsday. It could be imagined just how terrifying that battle had been. It had destroyed everything, and no one had been able to survive, dying like ants in despair. Luckily, the spirit light world had won in the end, or else the consequences would have been quite severe. However, that person had been able to fight against the spirit light world's consciousness. Just what kind of existence was he? Following this, Legatee Qin's name resounded throughout the entire spirit light world. It was the first time everyone had heard of this name, and they felt a chill towards his power. His power evidently surpassed anything that the spirit light people knew. Even though he had been forced back by the world's consciousness, he had heavily injured the four guardian beasts. As the world protector, Cayman had run away quickly, or else he would have long since died. However, he was also heavily injured, and the other world protectors were the same. Most importantly, that person caused countless creatures in the thousands of regions to die. It was impossible to count just how many people there were, and countless cries of despair could be heard in that region. The most important person in this battle had already returned to Qin, and this was mainly because of the Golden Dragon. Without it, Zhao Fu's consciousness would have completely fallen, and he would have stayed there to fight to the death with the spirit light world's consciousness. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu was covered with wounds and his aura was quite weak. He was on the verge of death. Luckily, he had already given the revival pill to the Imperial Physician Pavilion, and Zhao Fu ordered people to use the revival pill, causing Zhao Fu's injuries to quickly recover. Moreover, the Emperor Phoenix statue sent a large amount of Phoenix Qi into Zhao Fu's body, causing its recovery effects to be quite powerful. It was only slightly weaker than the revival pill. Finally, with the flower fairy's healing, Zhao Fu regained consciousness in just a few days, and his aura was quite weak. Now, Zhao Fu had returned to his original appearance, and his eyes had also returned to their original state. His cracked eyes had also closed. Zhao Fu could not remember what had happened, because when his body had been pinned to the cliff, Zhao Fu's consciousness had been dragged into boundless darkness. His body had been completely controlled by his bloodline, and that state was dominated by the death race's bloodline. That was why Zhao Fu had lost all of his life force. After all, the death race was a creature of the undead, and Zhao Fu's death race bloodline was undoubtedly one of the top-tier bloodlines within the death race. Because he was dominated by the death race's bloodline, his 3 fate stars sensed immense danger and broke free from Zhao Fu's control, exploding out with immense power. The demon god's nature that had fused into his soul started to affect his body, causing this power to become pure destructive power. Now, Zhao Fu leaned against the bed and ate some medicinal pills as he listened to the golden dragon describe what had happened. The final state, in which all of Zhao Fu's eyes had cracked open, was because Zhao Fu had broken through the life restriction and entered the Daoi state. All living creatures had life restrictions. For example, it determined a person's lifespan, the innate attributes of different races, and how good or bad one's innate talent was. These were all life restrictions, because it determined how long one could live and how long one's lifespan was. It determined what innate talent one had. Even though these things could be changed through external forces, such as eating medicinal pills that increased one's lifespan or spirit medicines that increased one's talent, these were only changes and could not be broken through. Now that Zhao Fu had completely broken through the life restriction, his future evolution would no longer be restricted. He could become a god or a demon, and he might not even be able to maintain his human form and become a monster. After all, once the life restriction was broken, everything would lose its restrictions, and the direction of his evolution would be completely unknown. There was also the Daoi state. The Daoi gave him the power that was closest to the Dao after breaking through the life restriction. It gave him the power to see through the source of all matter, and all illusions were useless against the Daoi. The Daoi was given after breaking through the life restriction, so this state was called the Daoi state. This time, Zhao Fu had never thought that such a thing would happen. What made Zhao Fu the most angry was that he could not use the world's energy and had been completely suppressed by the 9 of them. Otherwise, with the world's energy, even if Zhao Fu could not defeat the 9 of them, he would be able to escape. The reason why he could not use the world's consciousness had been reported to Zhao Fu by Flower Moon's people, and they had even made a list of people. It could be said that he had been heavily injured because of the people on the list. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, he had to kill these people in the future, and he would not accept even if they surrendered. The primogenitor statue was an incredibly important item to the spirit light race, and it was incredibly powerful, surpassing what people could imagine. It indeed had the ability to help the spirit light race reach glory, and it was the greatest help to them. This showed just how important it was. The primogenitor statue was a supreme treasure that had been nurtured by the spirit light world, and it was formed by the primogenitor of the spirit light race. It was said that the primogenitor of the spirit light race could create all things in the world, and it was on the same level as the god of creation. For example, China had legends of Pango splitting the heavens and earth, and the West had legends of God creating the human world. The primogenitor was in existence on the same level as them, which showed just how powerful the primogenitor was. However, compared to China's legends, the primogenitor of the spirit light world truly existed. His body had been turned into a statue, and it had become a supreme treasure of the spirit light race. The first effect was that it could greatly increase the spirit light race's power. This was bloodline power, which meant that the primogenitor statue could increase one's bloodline power and innate attributes, making one's overall power more powerful. Most importantly, the primogenitor statue did not have any restrictions, which meant that it did not increase the power of a few 100 million or even billions of people but the power of the entire spirit light race. In other words, this statue could increase the power of an entire world, which was something very rare. Moreover, the increase in power was very great, allowing the spirit light race's innate attributes to reach stage 0 to 9. In other words, even if they did not do anything, they would be at stage 0 to 9 from birth, and they would not have to bitterly cultivate like others. As such, the primogenitor statue was incredibly important to the spirit light race. With it, the spirit light race's power would surpass that of the previous world. Apart from the first ability, there was also a second ability, which was to forcefully gather heaven and earth spirit chi. It did not gather its own world spirit chi but forcefully absorb other world spirit chi into its own world. This way, the spirit light world spirit chi would become more and more abundant, and their cultivation speed would become faster and faster. However, the surrounding spirit chi would become scarcer and scarcer, and their cultivation speed would become slower and slower. There was also a third ability. Because the primogenitor statue controlled creation power, its power was naturally quite terrifying. The third ability was that it had a primogenitor domain, and spirit light people who cultivated within it could comprehend high-grade power. The fourth ability was the primogenitor statue's terrifying power. Even though the spirit light world's primogenitor had died and become a statue, it was still more powerful than the 8 aquatic beast kings combined. If it unleashed all of its power, it would be a world-destroying war machine. With these 4 abilities, if the spirit light race obtained them, they would definitely walk towards glory, making others feel incredibly envious of them. However, the primogenitor statue could only be used by the spirit light race. In other words, even though Zhao Fu had obtained the primogenitor statue, he could not use it, which made him feel quite pained. The only thing he could use was to suppress the spirit light race. The primogenitor statue was the manifestation of the spirit light race's primogenitor, and it was incredibly important to the spirit light race. Its attributes could give the spirit light race many benefits, but in the hands of others, it could also be used to suppress the spirit light race. For example, Zhao Fu had obtained a reversal talisman that could change an attribute to the opposite attribute. If he changed the primogenitor statue's attributes, it would become a killing weapon that countered the spirit light race. It was an unavoidable suppression, as it came from the bloodline. If Zhao Fu changed the primogenitor statue's attributes and released it on the battlefield, all of the spirit light people's power would be reduced by 60%. In other words, he would have stage 1 strength, but when facing the primogenitor statue, his power would be reduced by 60%, and he would only have stage 0 to 4 strength. A stage 0 to 4 soldier would be able to easily kill 10 or so stage 1 soldiers, and killing dozens of stage 1 soldiers would not be a problem. If their power was reduced by so much, how great would their advantage be? Qin could fight 40 to 50 of them by himself, and if he sent out 1 billion soldiers, they would need 40 to 50 billion soldiers to defend. With the primogenitor statue, it would be quite easy to deal with the spirit light race. As such, the world's consciousness did not want this item to fall into the hands of others, as it countered the spirit light race too much. With this item, it would be incredibly easy for Qin to destroy the spirit light world in the future. Moreover, the primogenitor statue could not be used by others and could only be used to suppress the spirit light race. However, Qin had the heaven and earth refining formation, so perhaps he could refine it and add the 4 attributes to Qin. That way, Qin would be able to replace the spirit light race and reach glory. This idea was quite tempting and even exciting, as the 4 attributes were quite powerful. The golden dragon was quite knowledgeable about this, and Zhao Fu immediately asked him what he should do. It was evident that ordinary refining methods would not work. The golden dragon did not hide anything and explained everything to Zhao Fu in detail. After listening, Zhao Fu found that even though he could refine the primogenitor statue, it was incredibly difficult, much more difficult than refining a nation armament. This was because a nation armament was a condensation of fate, and fate could change and fuse. For example, if a nation devoured another nation to form a new nation, the fate would fuse together. If a nation split into 2 nations, they would become 2 different fates. As such, by using another nation's fate and Qin's fate, one could refine another nation's nation armament for Qin's use. However, the primogenitor statue was different, as the core of the primogenitor statue was the bloodline. Zhao Fu did not have the spirit light race's bloodline, so he naturally could not use it. The golden dragon's method was to change the bloodline and fuse Qin's bloodline into it. This process was incredibly difficult, as the primogenitor statue contained the primogenitor bloodline. If he wanted to replace it, he would have to gather all of Qin's bloodlines and fuse them into a new bloodline. Only then would it be able to replace the primogenitor bloodline. Moreover, this method had many uncertainties. Perhaps the primogenitor statue would be damaged, lose its stats, or become even more powerful. The most important thing was time. Qin had 5 billion or so people, so it would take 600 years to completely refine the primogenitor statue. This was because the primogenitor statue had been nourished by the primogenitor bloodline for thousands of years, and it could not be changed in a short period of time. There was a way to speed up this process, which was to gather more people. With more people, they would be able to gather more bloodlines, and the bloodline would become more powerful. That way, the speed at which the primogenitor statue could replace the primogenitor bloodline would be faster. Otherwise, if they waited 600 years, Xiaofu did not know if he would be able to live that long, so he could only leave it to his descendants. Xiaofu first ordered people to dig a massive, rectangular blood pond that was at least 100,000 meters long. This was because the primogenitor statue was 100,000 meters tall, and it was 10 times larger than the aquatic beast king. After digging the blood pond, it was time to collect all of Qin Kingdom's bloodlines, regardless of race or status. Because there were so many people, this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. During this period of time, Xiaofu took the primogenitor statue to the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation. What Xiaofu needed to do was leave a blood law seal on the primogenitor statue. This was to use Xiaofu's blood to carve a blood law seal on the primogenitor statue. The countless bloodlines in Qin Kingdom would use Xiaofu's bloodline as the core, forming a new bloodline. The primogenitor statue would be replaced by this bloodline, and Xiaofu would naturally be able to control the primogenitor statue. Moreover, the benefit of carving a blood law seal was that he could directly release the primogenitor statue into the blood pond. As long as he poured out some blood every day, the blood pond would not decrease, and the blood law seal would be able to refine the primogenitor statue. That way, he would not have to keep using up the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation, as there were many things that the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation needed to do. Xiaofu placed the palm-sized primogenitor statue on the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation and activated it. An intense light spread out as a formless energy covered the primogenitor statue in the air. Xiaofu cut open his palm and forced out the purest essence blood in his body. Xiaofu's blood became blood red with a trace of gold, and under Xiaofu's control, it flew towards the magic formation. As the blood entered the magic formation, it turned into a blood-red mist and fused into the magic formation. The Heaven and Earth Refining Formation on the altar started to spin and give off boundless blood-red light. The primogenitor statue in the air was covered by a blood-red light, and the blood-red light started to seep into the statue. The primogenitor statue gradually gave off a blood-red light, and a blood-red magic formation similar to the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation appeared on the primogenitor statue's forehead. With the appearance of this blood-red magic design, the Heaven and Earth magic design slowly stopped operating. The matter of drawing the blood magic seal was finally completed. Now, all that was left was to wait. A few days later, the massive blood pool was dug up and the blood was poured into it. Xiaofu returned the primogenitor statue to its original size and placed it in the blood pool, completing the refining of the primogenitor statue. Right now, the most important thing was to obtain more people so that they could refine the primogenitors faster. Xiaofu did not want to wait 600 years. 15 days had passed in the real world, meaning that the real world would be devoured in 15 days. During this time, Xiaofu continued to order Qin's soldiers to clean up the area and build the Great Wall. Originally, Xiaofu did not want to attack the other areas, because the situation in the north had not stabilized and the defensive measures had not been completed. Attacking the other areas would be unwise, but now, the situation had changed. Within a hidden room, Xiaofu sat on a chair while a man with a Japanese accent knelt below him. He was very respectful and humble, and he told Xiaofu about some things. Xiaofu listened attentively and thought to himself. By now, Qin was clearing out the region and stabilizing the situation in the north. The other areas of the Midland continent were also building defensive measures, and in order to defend themselves, no one underestimated Qin at all. There were 4 defensive measures in total. The first was an isolation formation, which was a void zone that was 10 regions wide. Without using any other methods, it would take an army at least a year to travel through. The second was a spatial restriction formation, which prevented anything that could fly from appearing in the sky. The various countries had invested a lot in this area, and even tens of thousands of city lords would not be able to break through the spatial restriction formation in order to prevent Qin from attacking them. The third was an underground formation. After learning their lesson from last time, the various factions had also taken precautions to prevent Qin from digging tunnels and silently entering their territory. The fourth was the Great Wall, where the final battle would take place. They had also set up countless restrictions here, as well as defensive measures. If the first three defensive measures failed, they would have to fight with Qin in the final battle, and victory would be decided in that battle. The defenses in the sky, on the ground, underground, and at the Great Wall were incredibly comprehensive, and they gave off an indestructible aura that could deal with Qin's ferocious attacks. However, this time, they were going to lose because of the will of the people. This was the purpose of this meeting. The person who spoke was a Japanese ambassador, who represented 70% of the top-tier factions in Japan. They were willing to submit to Qin and secretly open a path for Qin to unify the eastern side of the Midland continent. Why are you doing this? What do you want? Zhao Fu sat on a chair and asked in a dignified voice. Everything had a purpose, and 70% of the top-tier factions in Japan were willing to submit to Qin. This was not a small matter, and they were not stupid, they definitely had their own motives. The ambassador knelt on the ground and lowered his head as he replied respectfully and sincerely, Your Majesty Qin, no one can stop you from unifying the world. Now, no one can stop you from unifying the world, and the world will be yours sooner or later. We're willing to submit to Great Qin because we're forsaking the darkness for the light, and we're doing this out of consideration for Japan's commoners. We're looking for a wise ruler, and under your leadership, the commoners will be able to live in peace and happiness. Hearing this ambassador's words, Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. Before, those people had said that Qin was evil and belonged to the dark side, and they had said that he was cruel, cold-blooded, and licentious. Now, they were saying that he had abandoned the dark side for the light, and he had become a wise ruler who was loved and respected by the people. However, Zhao Fu also understood the Japanese people's characters. Because of the lack of resources, the concept of survival of the fittest was deeply implanted in their minds. They treated those who were weaker than them as ferocious and perverted people, and those who were stronger than them were loyal dogs who liked to submit to the strong. Now that the real world was about to be destroyed, they understood that no matter how good their defenses were, they would not be able to stop Qin, so they came to pledge their loyalty. Their request was very simple, they wanted their families and legacies to be preserved. In the future, the Japanese people would become Qin's people and enjoy the same treatment as ordinary people, and they hoped that they would not become untouchables. Back then, the four countries had fiercely resisted, and because Zhao Fu had lost many people, he had angrily classified all of the players in the four countries as untouchables, and they had to work for Qin in order to become stronger. He had never thought that it would still be effective, and they could even threaten people to surrender. This matter was quite important, and Zhao Fu did not easily believe him. He only truly believed him after making sure that the information was accurate. With their betrayal, Qin would be able to take over the entire East, which was incredibly beneficial. As such, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed to the Japanese people's request. To the east of China, there were 6 countries: North Korea, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Although there were many countries, none of them were very strong. They were all relatively weak and had almost no resistance. The closest country to Qin was Indonesia, with 250 regions and 50 million people. Malaysia had 200 regions and 40 million people. Country F had 350 regions and 80 million people, Japan had 300 regions and 100 million people, Korea had 200 regions and 40 million people, and North Korea had 150 regions and 30 million people. In total, the 6 countries had 1,450 regions and 340 million people. Out of the 6 countries, there were only 4 nation armaments, and each of them came from one of the 4 countries. In Nepal, with the development of primitive social productivity, the development of transportation and trade in the South Sea, the increase of Indians coming and going to the archipelago, and the introduction of Indian culture, the earliest slave state, Yetiao, appeared in the second half of the 2nd century BC. Yetiao was located at the border of the Eastern Han Dynasty, where Indonesia is today. In the 6th year of Yongjian of the Eastern Han Dynasty, 131 AD, an envoy was sent to China to establish friendly relations. Malaysia. Bogni was the most prosperous country in Malaysia. In the 13th century, Bogni had 14 states. The capital had 10,000 people. At this time, it had entered a slave society, and the class difference was obvious. The economy was mainly agriculture. It produced camphor. The people boiled the sea for salt and brewed camphor for wine. In the 14th century, the people of Bogni worshipped Buddha. The central government appointed a minister to manage the country's finances and taxes. At the end of the 14th century, it belonged to Malacca. At the beginning of the 15th century, it belonged to the Malacca Kingdom. At the same time, it started to assimilate. Soon, it regained its independence and established a sultanate. At the beginning of the 16th century, the fifth sultan, Bolkiah, was in power. Other than most of Kalimantan, some islands in the south of the Philippines also belonged to Bogni. Historians called this period the Golden Age of Brunei's history. At the end of the 16th century, due to internal strife in the royal family, the Western colonists took the opportunity to invade. In 1888, it became a protectorate of the Eagle Kingdom. Country F, Barangay Union. The second group of Malaysians came to the archipelago by boat, called barangay by the locals. The settlement they established was called barangay. Barangay was the basic social organization of ancient Country F. Each barangay consisted of 30 to 100 households with varying numbers of people. The leader was called Datu or Rahu. Barangay society consisted of three basic classes: nobles, freemen, and slaves. Due to the needs of production and war, the barangays gradually formed the Barangay Confederacy, which was the earliest form of slavery. Re Nation was a special country because it had only had one country in its history. It had never established any other countries. It had always implemented a monarchical system. Although the regime had been overthrown many times and power had fallen into the hands of others, the monarch had always existed and had never been abolished. Ever since the first heavenly emperor, Shenwu Heavenly Emperor, ascended the throne in 660 BC and continued to this day, it could be said to be a miracle. Its nation armament was quite unique as well. Not only did it look like a nation armament, it also looked like a fated kin's divine armament. It was something that was in between the two, and it was a combination. In other words, it had many of them: the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the Yasukani no Magatama, and the Yada no Kata mirror. The four countries all had their own nation armaments. Finally, South Korea and North Korea had been one country in history, but they had split into two in recent times. This was because their regions were small and did not have much fate, and after splitting, they were unable to condense a nation armament. There were 1,450 regions and 340 million players in total, and in Zhao Fu's eyes, they were not even worth mentioning. In the face of death and entering the heaven-awakened world, they would all kneel and submit to Qin. It was the same for the four countries before, as it was better to live than to die. This time, Zhao Fu's main target was the system factions. There were 1,450 regions, 4,500 city lords, and 450 million soldiers. However, not all of their soldiers were gathered together, and there were some city lords who remained neutral. Zhao Fu's plan was to take down the 6 countries as quickly as possible before attacking China from behind and destroying the 2,000 regions to the east of China as quickly as possible. The eastern factions had 2,000 regions, and there were 6,000 or so city lords and 600 million Stage 1 soldiers. However, they were scattered in different places, and some chose to defend against Qin with the players while others chose not to participate. As such, they were not truly united. If they took down the eastern side, Qin would be able to unify the eastern and northern sides. That way, there would be no one left to fear. The eastern side of the Midland continent had 3,450 regions in total, and to devour so many regions at once, Zhao Fu's appetite would be incredibly big. Zhao Fu first gathered his subordinates to discuss this matter. If they succeeded, Qin would only be halfway to unifying the Midland continent, and the other half would be completed very quickly. After unifying the Midland continent, Qin would start to make a move on the other continents. The eastern side's factions could finally relax after setting up 4 layers of defenses. They had completely locked down the sky, ground, and underground, and no matter how powerful Great Qin was, it would not be able to break through their defenses. They were quite confident in this. This was because Qin had lost to this method twice before, but the second time was by digging tunnels. Now that they had set up defenses underground and in the sky, it was almost impossible for Qin to find a way to break through. What they needed to do now was to send people to stand guard here, as they could not have so many people staying here all the time. As long as they notified them when Qin attacked, they would have enough time to rush over. Moreover, everyone knew that Qin was clearing out regions and building the Great Wall. The situation in the north had not stabilized yet, so it was almost impossible for him to suddenly attack. It was currently the end of summer, and a bright moon gave off pure moonlight, illuminating the dark blue night sky. There were also a few stars around it. "Brother, do you think we can stop Qin? Qin's rise is simply too fast, and the real world is about to be destroyed. If we die, we'll really die, and we don't know what to do in the future." A few people stood on the Great Wall, and one of them felt quite worried as he said to the person next to him. He felt quite lost and helpless about the future. The bearded man smiled as he replied, "Of course we can stop him. Do you think that we'll be destroyed by Qin? We're an alliance of 6 countries. Last time, Qin was lucky to dig tunnels, but now we've completely set up defenses. It's impossible for Qin to break through, I'm quite confident in that. However, we can't control the future, so we can only take things one step at a time. However, I definitely won't submit to Qin, he's not a good person, and he's a Chinese kingdom." Hearing this, the person who had asked the question nodded and said, "Qin is indeed not a good person, and I heard that he made people peasants. He's incredibly despicable. Now, our defenses are like a firm fortress, and we don't have to fear Qin. Our kingdoms are also actively cooperating with other continents, and I believe that we have the power to stop Qin." At that moment, another person said, "I don't know how Qin developed so quickly. That Qin's legatee seems to have cheated and instantly unified the northern side of the Midland continent. He's incredibly dangerous, and only by uniting together can we stop him. It would be great if we had the strength to destroy Qin now." Another person could not help but laugh as he said, "If we had the strength to attack Qin's palace, we would be able to take all the treasures and beauties that Qin's legatee has collected. If we brought back any one of them, we would feel that our lives were worth it." Hearing his words, everyone else started to laugh. Within the darkness, a group of Japanese players led Great Qin's 15,000 or so city lords and stealthily passed through the 4 defensive lines. Because Japan had put in a lot of effort into the 4 defensive lines, they had left behind secret passages that Great Qin could use to silently pass through. After entering, 100 or so Japanese players were already waiting. They were the leaders of top-tier factions in Japan, and seeing Zhao Fu, they all knelt with their heads almost touching the ground. They were incredibly respectful and called out in unison, "We greet your majesty." The Japanese players could be praised for this. The other factions that had been conquered by Qin had never been so respectful. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "You may rise." The Japanese players all got up, and a white-haired elder gave a flattering smile as he said, "It's our honor to be able to see you, your majesty. No matter what your majesty wants us to do, we will be loyal to your majesty to the death." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "When Qin attacks, you can attack the other countries. If you can make contributions, we will greatly reward you." The elder and the others all smiled and bowed in gratitude, looking like slaves. Following this, Qin also started to act. They first attacked the 6 countries, but they still had not noticed that Qin had already entered. Qin could use a sneak attack to destroy the 6 countries and break through their defenses, allowing a large number of Qin's armies to enter. Following this, they would attack the eastern side of China from the rear. Even though the eastern side of China still had some defenses, they were the same ones that had been set up to defend against the eastern side of China. Now that their attention was focused on Great Qin, all of their defenses were focused on defending against Great Qin, and they had no ability to defend against the eastern side. Now that they had reached an agreement with the other countries to resist Qin, they would not set up defenses here, making things easier for Qin. The 6 countries had 1,450 regions in total, so they had 4,500 or so city lords. Qin had 15,000 or so city lords, as well as 8 aquatic beast kings. Moreover, Zhao Fu had not sent out his full army yet, and he had left many people to defend against attacks from the other sides. The system factions were the greatest obstacle, so Zhao Fu ordered the 15,000 city lords to spread out and go to the side of the system factions. They would then wait for an opportunity to attack together. Of the 4 countries' nation armaments, Zhao Mo and Elise could deal with 2, while Bai Qi and the others could deal with 1, while Zhao Fu could choose 1. The 8 aquatic beast kings were massive and suited for causing chaos, making it easier for Qin to take down the 6 countries. Deep into the night, everything fell into a deep slumber. A miserable cry resounded through the night sky, and then flames soared into the sky. Screams and cries pierced the ears as countless people fled for their lives or did their best to resist. The 6 nations fell into chaos. Qin's attacking the 6 countries. This news spread out, shaking the entire world. Countless people were woken up from their sleep, and after hearing about this, their expressions fell. They had never thought that Qin would suddenly attack at such a time. Moreover, he was not attacking one by one but the 6 countries at the same time. Qin Zhao's people's expressions were quite unsightly, and they could not understand why such a comprehensive defense was useless against Qin. However, if it really was useless, then attacking the Midland continent would be more appropriate, as Qin's legatee hated them the most. Following this, they heard that when Great Qin attacked the other 6 countries, a large portion of Japan's forces did not resist and instead helped Great Qin attack the other countries. They were simply taking the side of the evildoer. Japan's abnormal actions allowed Qin Zhao's people to understand what was going on. It was not that the 4 defensive lines were useless but that a traitor had appeared. Now that they realized Qin's goal, they immediately cried out in terror, "Hurry and defend the eastern side." Countless factions found out what Qin's goal was, and the entire eastern side of China fell into panic. Countless factions quickly gathered towards the eastern side. The 8 aquatic beast kings rampaged through the 6 countries' territories, once again unrestrainedly destroying and slaughtering those who were terrified. The 4 defensive lines had already been destroyed, and Qin's army used countless teleportation channels to quickly arrive within the 6 countries' territories. They then rode their armored cavalry and charged in all directions, starting to attack. Qin Zhao's sudden attack dealt a heavy blow to the 6 countries' system factions. Under the attack of Qin's 15,000 or so city lords, 1,500 of the 4,500 or so city lords died, and the rest were forced to submit under Qin Zhao's ferocious might. Now, even the countless player factions were in chaos and were unable to put up any effective resistance. They did not have enough strength either. Elsewhere, Zhao Mo turned into a 100-meter-tall demon sovereign king, and his claws gave off ferocious demonic qi as he killed Ji Tiagua's legatee. His nation armament and city lord seal powerlessly fell to the ground. Roar! A pained and unwilling dragon's roar sounded throughout the eastern side of the Midland continent. A massive violet dragon struggled in pain and gradually collapsed, turning into countless traces of violet qi before disappearing. Following this, a system announcement sounded out in the minds of the Indonesian players: all of Indonesia's territory had been conquered by Qin. Indonesia had perished, and all of its fate had been absorbed by Qin. Now, all of the Indonesian players fell into despair. Their minds were completely blank, and they did not know what to do. If Indonesia was destroyed, what could they do? It was evident that they could not stop Great Qin. Were they going to die at Great Qin's hands? At this time, a voice sounded like the sound of nature, like a ray of light in the endless darkness, comforting their fragile and afraid souls. His Majesty, the King of Qin, has ordered that those who surrender to Qin now can directly become his people. If you follow him to attack Huaxia, Qin will not turn you into your real bodies. You just need to attack Huaxia desperately. After the real world is destroyed, you will be rewarded according to your contributions. In the future, you will all be meritorious people. Qin himself had mastered the method of turning a large number of real bodies. Now they could either choose to surrender or to die. There must be a small number of people who chose to die. When they heard that they would not be pariahs and would be given preferential treatment for meritorious deeds, they did not hesitate much, because they had no other choice. I join Qin and am willing to serve Qin. One person shouted, and the others also responded. They did not seem to resist Qin at all. Now they had already regarded themselves as Qin's people. Zhao Fu wanted to deal with the attack on the east of Huaxia. They learned that Qin was attacking the 6 countries, and countless forces were coming to the east. If they gathered too many people and formed a strong direction, Qin's plan to attack the east of Huaxia would fail. Therefore, they temporarily changed their plan and used the 6 countries to attack Huaxia together. This relationship was a little strange. The 6 countries were originally foreign countries, but they attacked Huaxia under Qin's order, while Qin belonged to Huaxia. Now only the Ur nation had not been destroyed, but most of its people had surrendered and followed others to attack Huaxia. The 6 countries gathered into 6 teams and fiercely attacked the east of Huaxia, as if they did not care about their lives. Because Qin would reward them according to their contributions, they would not really die at this time. It was the best time to take this opportunity to make meritorious deeds for Qin. If they wanted to make meritorious deeds in the future, they would really have to risk their lives. The forces in the east of Huaxia had not gathered many people at all. They did not expect that the countries that had just been defeated by Qin would all surrender so cowardly and listen to Qin's order to attack Huaxia. When the 2 sides were fighting, the Huaxia side angrily scolded the 6 countries for being spineless and the most shameless and despicable. Just a moment ago, they had been cooperating with each other and acted as if they were brothers. Now, they were attacking the Huaxia side desperately. They were acting as executioners for Qin and slaughtering people for Qin. Now that the 6 countries had surrendered to Qin, they would definitely speak for Qin. They retorted loudly and forcefully, "We are loyal to a wise ruler. Qin's prince is the rightful ruler, and Qin is blessed by the heavens. He will unify the Middle-earth continent in the end. We are also following the will of the heavens. Now we will suppress you rebels and get rid of you scourges for Qin." Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, but the 6 nations had a great advantage in terms of numbers. This was because they were close by and could directly launch an attack, while the defending factions were only from the eastern side of China. The other factions had not yet arrived. Secondly, the defensive measures were not complete, so they were unable to form a powerful defense. The third point was their will to fight. Their kingdoms had already been destroyed, so they had no other choice but to serve Great Qin. If they could make great contributions without dying, they would not have to worry in the future. However, how could the Chinese side have the will to fight to the death? The last emperor of Japan was not willing to submit to Qin, and he was personally killed by Zhao Fu. Japan's 3 divine weapons, the Kusanagi no Magatama, and the Yada no Kagami mirror, had fallen into Zhao Fu's hands. The reason why Japan had not been destroyed yet was because there was still a faction that had not been destroyed. This faction was called the Knight of 100 Ghosts, and it was the faction that Masanori Hanno had established. Zhao Fu gave off a terrifying aura as he stood above the Devil City. As the legatee, Masanori Hanno definitely had great power. Zhao Fu was the world protector, and she was the legatee. Both of them could use the human world's power, and they were the protectors of the world. However, in the current situation, they could not use the world's power. Masanori Hanno stood in the sky and looked at Zhao Fu with a complicated gaze. Behind her stood 3 people giving off massive amounts of devil chi. The first had 2 horns and carried a jug of wine on his back. He was incredibly handsome, and he was Shitanduji. The second wore armor and had crow wings. He had a long nose and a savage expression, and he was Daitengu. The third was an incredibly enchanting beauty with 9 tails, and she was Tamamonome. These 3 devils were the 3 most famous devils in Japan, and they were the 3 most powerful devils. There were all sorts of legends about them, and they were led by Shitanduji. Looking at Masanori Hanno, Zhao Fu's attitude became much better because he had a good impression of her. He said softly, "Masanori Hanno, you're not a match for me. Japan has basically submitted, so you don't have to persist anymore. If you're willing to submit to Qin, I'll give you preferential treatment in the future." Masanori Hanno felt quite complicated because Japan had already perished and would never exist again. She was one of the last remaining factions in Japan, so she had many feelings for Japan. Masanori Hanno could not bear to let it perish like this. However, the 3 great devils behind her were quite open-minded. Not only had Japan perished, but all other countries might perish in the future. Qin's rise was unstoppable, so they decided to persuade Masanori Hanno to submit to Qin. She had a good relationship with Qin's legatee and had never opposed him before. Moreover, she was a legatee, so she would be able to obtain a high position in Qin. This was the best choice. Masanori Hano was quite shaken, but under the persuasion of her 3 closest great devils, she finally nodded and agreed. After the last faction submitted, Japan perished, and the 6 countries perished. The eastern coastline was unified, and the next step was to attack the eastern side of China. Originally, the 6 armies had ferociously attacked China, and the defending Chinese factions could only defend for a while. Even though various factions continuously rushed to the east, Qin's factions also rushed to the east at an even faster speed. However, when Qin and the 6 armies met up, they broke through the defenses of the eastern side of China in one fell swoop. They gave off an incredibly powerful aura, and they were unstoppable. The eastern side of China could only continuously retreat. In the end, the various factions desperately resisted, and some of the traps they had set up beforehand were barely able to stop Qin in the Wendan region. By now, 3/4 of the eastern side of China had been conquered by Qin. Adding on the 6 countries, 90% of the eastern side of the Midland continent had been conquered. Now, Great Qin's army and city lords were suppressing the surrounding areas, stabilizing the situation and defending against attacks from the various sides. Zhao started to take inventory of their gains. They had obtained 6,500 great cities and 1,500 cities. Most of the great cities came from the 6 countries, and almost all of the cities came from the 6 countries. When Qin had ordered the 6 countries to attack China, the Chinese side had been utterly defeated, and they had almost reached the central region. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin's people had predicted that they would not be able to defend the eastern side, so they had set up a defensive zone nearby. Otherwise, Qin Zhao might have been able to conquer the central region and reach the western side of the Midland continent. The current situation was quite ironic. It could be said that the Chinese side had killed their own people, and they had even used foreign powers to harm the Chinese side. However, the Chinese side had cooperated with the other countries, while Qin had forced them to submit. The Chinese side had been utterly defeated, and many factions had to relocate. As such, Qin's gains in the eastern side of China were quite small, and he had conquered most of the regions, which were 3,100 in total. There were 6,500 great cities and 1,500 cities, which gave Qin 3.5 billion people and 500 million Stage 1 soldiers. Now, Qin's population had reached 8.5 billion people and 900 million soldiers. There were 820 million Stage 1 soldiers, 10 million Stage 2 soldiers, 1.8 million Stage 3 soldiers, and 60,000 Stage 4 soldiers. Qin Zhao controlled 6,820 regions, 1 marquis city, 3 barony cities, 6 capital cities, 15070 great cities, and 4,421 cities. Qin's strength had greatly increased, and his main focus was to digest these people and regions. He could not do anything to the outside world, as they had taken too many people. They had taken more than 1/3 of Qin's population, and if they rebelled, it would be difficult to deal with them. There was also the problem of regions. Before, Qin still had 1,000 or so regions to clear out, and now he had to clear out 3,000 regions. This was not a simple matter, and adding on the construction of the Great Wall, it would take at least a year to complete. In order to stabilize the people's morale, Zhao first rewarded the players and indigenous residents. This time, the performance of the 6 countries was very good, especially the people of Ri Nation. They were very fierce when attacking Huaxia, and they even shouted the slogan Mighty Qin, which made Zhao feel very strange. But now the 6 kingdoms had become a thing of the past. They were also the people of Qin, and Zhao did not demote them to untouchables. They could receive the normal treatment of the people of Qin, which made them feel relieved. In order to celebrate this victory, Qin also held a banquet to reward everyone. Compared to Qin's jubilation, the various forces in the central continent looked gloomy. They looked at the people around them suspiciously. After the battle with the Ri Nation, the forces that originally had their own thoughts became even more distrustful of each other. If there were more traitors like Ri, once Qin attacked again, they would really fall apart. Now, Qin had almost occupied the east and was entrenched in the north. It could be said that half of the Middle-earth had been conquered by Qin. As such, their resistance had been greatly reduced. As such, they could only discuss how to prevent such a thing from happening again, and the people who had plotted against Qin also helped them. There was also the person who had led the invasions, the person who had led the 21 countries in invading China. Great Qin had already punished him, and the key figures had all been killed. His family had also been destroyed, and his family could only struggle at death's door. Now, there were 20 or so women kneeling in front of Zhao Fu. They were from these families, and 2 of them were the most outstanding. One of them was Pu Xiaohai, the person who had led the Goryeo invasion. She had said that Huaxiao's culture had been stolen from Goryeo people. Now, she, her mother, and her sister were all kneeling on the ground like pitiful little beasts. There was another person who was much more dignified and virtuous. She was from Ri Nation and wore a red kimono. She had jet black hair and knelt on the ground, holding a sword. She was Oda Kamaya's older sister, Oda Kana. Oda Kamaya had been quite famous in the early days as the descendant of Oda Nobunaga, but he had been surpassed by others, such as Masanori Hanno and the emperor. As the person who had led the Japanese invasion of China, Zhao Fu had not treated him well, and he had never thought about submitting to Qin. After Qin had forced his way into the city, Oda Kamaya had used the Muramasa demon blade that gave off a blood-red light to commit suicide. The Muramasa demon blade was the blade that Oda Kana was holding. Even though it was in its scabbard, it gave off an evil aura. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and the Muramasa demon blade appeared in Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu pulled out the blade, and a massive evil aura spread out. The blade gave off a cold light, causing people's hairs to stand on end. This blade gave off an evil aura, and it was a saint armament. It had most likely killed many people. Zhao Fu was not very interested in this blade, but seeing that Zhao Xia seemed quite interested in it, Zhao Fu decided to give it to him. Zhao Xia had the potential to become a higher being, and Zhao Fu would do everything he could to nurture him. Before, Zhao Xia had obtained an assassin legacy and used a dagger, which was suitable for assassination. Now that he had given the Muramasa demon blade to Zhao Fu, he would be able to face off against others. After taking care of everything, Zhao Fu came before Oda Kana. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this woman, and he picked her up. Oda Kana's face became red, and she understood what was going to happen next. However, for the Oda family, she had to properly serve this man. Oda Kana lightly hugged Zhao Fu and pressed her head against Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu hugged her and some other women as they walked into the refining pavilion. After some indescribable things, Zhao Fu put on his clothes with Oda Kana's help. After coming outside, Zhao Fu could not help but sigh. It seems that Japanese women are the best at serving men. At the same time, Zhao Fu took out the 4 nation armaments and prepared to refine 3 of them into Qin City's nation armaments. As for the 3 Japanese divine armaments, Zhao Fu had asked the Golden Dragon about them, and the Golden Dragon had said that they were quite special. Some were like ordinary weapons, some were like nation armaments, and some were like clan armaments. If he refined them into ordinary nation armaments, they would not be able to be used to their full potential and would destroy their original value. Under the Golden Dragon's suggestion, Zhao Fu planned to nurture the 3 Japanese divine armaments into the most powerful weapons of slaughter. This was not for Zhao Fu himself but for the primogenitor statue. After all, the 3 Japanese divine armaments' attributes were quite similar to the primogenitor statue, so he could give them to it to use. As for the abilities after nurturing them, the Golden Dragon had already explained to Zhao Fu that they would be the most powerful killing weapon, and their effects would be heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. Even godly spirits would fear them. However, in order to display its effects, he had to at least completely refine the primogenitor statue. This was because the 3 divine artifacts had already fused with the primogenitor statue, and the 3 divine artifacts would be reborn with him. Moreover, he needed the primogenitor statue to be able to use them. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a great desolate-era cauldron once again condensed in the sky. The 3 nation armaments were refined by a formless flame within it, and all of their auras and marks disappeared before being wiped away. Great Qin's fate fused into them, causing them to go through changes. Indonesia's nation armament was a circular shield made of bronze. There were pictures of ancient Indonesia battles engraved on it, and Qin's fate caused the bronze shield's killing and conquering aura to become even more intense. Malaysia's nation armament was a small boat that looked quite ordinary but gave off a powerful aura. There were black dragon inscriptions on the boat, and its aura became more noble. Finally, Country F's nation armament was a spear. After Qin's fate fused into it, the spear became jet black and gave off a heavy and mysterious aura. After refining these three nation armaments, Zhaofu placed them next to Qin's city heart. Qin now had 10 or so nation armaments. Following this, Zhaofu went to the Blood Lake and fused the three nation armaments into the primogenitor statue's chest. The process was naturally quite smooth. After taking care of this, Qin did not have much else to do. He just had to clear out regions, build a great wall, and digest the captured people. On the third day, another shocking event happened. Perhaps because of Zhaofu, the spirit light world's real world was destroyed ahead of time, and all of the spirit light creatures entered it. Because the real world was about to be destroyed, Zhaofu felt quite curious about this. As such, he carefully gathered information about the spirit light race so that he could know some things ahead of time. Before, the spirit light race had not received any system announcements about the world being destroyed, but after that battle, they suddenly received a system announcement. Moreover, there were only 7 days left before the world was destroyed. It seemed that the effects of that battle had been quite great. The spirit light world was the world that would be destroyed the fastest, which was quite disadvantageous. Fortunately, it was not like the human world, where an opening had been opened in the heaven domain boundary, so other worlds would not invade. If one side died, they would truly die, but the other side wouldn't. The side that would truly die would definitely be at a disadvantage. If they died, then so be it. The more they fought, the smaller their numbers would be. On the other hand, the other side had an undying body. At most, their battle prowess would be slightly weakened. It was a pity that there was the dark demon world between the human world and the spirit light world, or else Zhaofu would have been able to invade the spirit light world with the advantage of not dying. The spirit light world had already entered a defensive state and had constructed a large number of defenses at the boundary of the world. This was because their world had already been destroyed, and once the heaven domain boundary disappeared, the previous world and other worlds would invade. They definitely would not be able to do so without defenses. They felt immense hatred towards Great Qin's legatee, who had caused their world to be destroyed ahead of time. Moreover, all of the spirit light world's creatures would enter the heaven awakened world, regardless of whether they were intelligent or not. Wild beasts, insects, fish, and all sorts of birds would enter, but no one knew the specifics. Qin continued to divide the various alliances. Before, when Qin occupied one side, many people had wavered. Now that Qin occupied half of the Midland continent, they had an even greater advantage. At the same time, because Qin was about to unify the Midland continent, the other continents did not just help. After Qin unified the Midland continent, their continents would be in danger, so they allied even more closely and attacked Qin a few times. What Zhaofu did not expect was that a second kingdom had appeared in the human world. It was June 14th, and a dragon's roar sounded throughout the human world. The weather suddenly changed as the heaven and earth fate started to roil. The western sky was covered by a layer of golden light, and it was filled with a holy king's aura. It caused tens of thousands of people to submit. Even though Zhaofu was in China, he could clearly sense this power. Golden snowflakes floated in the sky, creating a majestic and beautiful scene. Establishing a kingdom was an incredibly important matter for the entire human world, and it could cause the heavens and earth to go through changes. In a certain place in the western continent, countless people knelt on the ground as golden light shined down from the sky. A golden western dragon gave off a massive aura as it spiraled in the sky. On the heaven prayer platform, there was a confident and beautiful woman wearing a silver knight's dress and holding a golden sword, creating a dignified and holy scene. The person who had established the kingdom was Tina Pendragon, and the kingdom was called the Great British Empire. It had 320 regions and was a level 3 barony kingdom. Everyone in the human world knew Tina Pendragon's name, and she was hailed as the most legendary woman in the human world. No one could compare to her, and all women paled in comparison to her. Firstly, she was born into an incredibly noble family, and she was the descendant of the greatest Western legend, King Arthur. From the very beginning, she had been respected by the Western factions, and her self-confidence, righteousness, and bravery made countless people infatuated. Next was her power. She was definitely one of the most powerful people in the human world. She was the leader of the 8 legatees, and her status was only below that of the world protector. From this, it could be seen just how powerful she was. Finally, there was her peerlessly beautiful looks. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they would all fall in love with her. Compared to Qin Han, who used violence to control violence and kill to stop killing, he used soldiers to conquer the world. He was like a ferocious and invincible army, and he was incredibly ferocious. Tina Pendragon subdued people with virtue, treated them with kindness, and ruled them with benevolence. In the end, she would conquer them with force. She walked the path of benevolence and sainthood, while Qin walked the path of tyranny. Both paths had their pros and cons. Of course, the path of benevolence did not develop as quickly as the path of tyranny. However, the path of tyranny had many enemies, while the path of benevolence attracted many talented people to join. Tina Pendragon used this method, and most people submitted to her willingly. She rarely started battles, and those who submitted to her were all very loyal. They were not like Qin Han, who fought battles every day without a moment's rest. If anyone was dissatisfied, she would use force to conquer them. Countless people had expected that she would be able to establish a kingdom, as she was simply too popular in the Western continent. She was loved and respected by almost everyone, not just players but indigenous residents and system main cities as well. This was the biggest reason why she had been able to establish a kingdom. However, it was too late for anyone to establish a kingdom, as Qin City was about to unify the Midland continent. Even if they established a kingdom, did they have the strength to resist it? After hearing about this, Zhao Fu was not too surprised. Right now, the most important thing was to unify the Midland continent, and only after unifying the Midland continent would they make a move against the other continents. Taking down the Western continent now would be quite troublesome. However, Zhao Fu did not care too much about a small barony kingdom, as it had the confidence of a marquisate kingdom. Apart from Tina Pendragon, the Pharaoh Kingdom's legatee would also establish a kingdom soon. After all, the southern continent corresponded to Africa in the real world, and there were very few dynasty legatees there. Moreover, it was a primitive tribal society, and the Pharaoh Kingdom had many advantages there. On July 5, almost everyone in the real world returned to the real world, and no one stayed in the Heaven Awakened world. This was the last day of the real world's destruction. As the sun rose, the darkness faded, revealing a blue sky and white clouds. The sparrows on the branches happily chirped, and Zhao Fu woke up early and ate some breakfast. Now that it was the last day, and the real world was about to be destroyed, Zhao Fu could not help but feel a bit melancholic. After all, he had lived on Earth for 20 or so years, and this place contained countless memories. Some were painful, some were happy, some were the most difficult, and some were the happiest. Now that it was about to be destroyed, Zhao Fu could not help but feel these emotions. It was not just Zhao Fu, everyone else felt the same way. The older they were, the more reluctant they felt. China had been born here for 5,000 years, and it had contained China's history and culture. Now, it was time for everything to come to an end, and humans would begin a new era, record new history, and create a new world. The Ying family was filled with joy, and everyone could not help but feel excited. Today was the day that they could enter Qin, ending the awkward situation of not being able to enter Qin despite being part of the Qin royal family. From now on, the Ying family would be the true royal family of Qin. Qin had swept through the Heaven Awakened world and was incredibly powerful. Almost no one could stop him, and the Ying family did not have to pay any price. At first, they had looked down on Qin's legatee because he was an outsider. He only had a bit of the Ying family bloodline. He was not even a branch family. The Ying family had their legatee because he was a member of the Qin's legatee. This humiliation was often mocked by other factions, and they said some nasty things, such as how the Ying family had no one left and that the legatee had been obtained by a bastard. It was simply too laughable that the Ying family was one of China's 5 great families. Not only did others mock him, but the Ying family also hated this humiliation. They wanted to get rid of him and cut him into pieces to vent their hatred. However, what the Ying family and countless people had never expected was that Qin had relied on that bastard to walk to the peak of the world without anyone's help. His performance had shocked the world time and time again. Now, not only did he have to help Qin recover, but he also had to unify China, the Midland continent, and the human world. Who in the world could do this? Before, Tina Pendragon was the most legendary woman in the human world. In front of her, anyone would pale in comparison, and no one could compare to her. Now, there was someone who could compare to her and even completely surpassed her. From a nameless person, his name had resounded throughout China, the human world, and several worlds. Prince Qin had started his own legend. Now, he had established a huge empire, a fierce name that intimidated the world, and a never-ending mystery. He was the leader of the human world, and all the major events in the world were related to him. Everything revolved around him, and his experiences were enough to write a legend. Let alone Tina Pendragon, even the human world would pale in comparison to him. No one knew how much potential he had, and no one knew how far he could go. The only thing they knew was that he would surpass their imagination. If there was a selection of the greatest figures of the new century, the first place would definitely be Prince Qin. No one would be able to surpass him in the future. Now, the Ying family only rejoiced and had no other emotions. They rejoiced that Qin's legatee had found the best master, that their ancestors had chosen the most suitable person, and that the outsider was Prince Qin. Now, it was true that no one in the Ying family could compare to him. Who in the world could compare to him? Even if this person was not Prince Qin's legatee, his future would still be extraordinary. It could be said that it wasn't a matter of whether the Ying family thought highly of Great Qin's legatee or not, but whether or not the Ying family could enter Great Qin's legatee's eyes. Right now, the Ying family could only desperately curry favor with Great Qin's legatee, and they would do anything Great Qin's legatee gave them. They just wanted Prince Qin to like the Ying family and not despise the Ying family. Here, an important figure was Zhao Fu, the acting head of the Ying family and the spokesperson of Prince Qin. To be honest, the heads of the Ying family and the leaders of the Ying family also looked down on Zhao Fu, because Zhao Fu was also an outsider with a low status and no outstanding ability. There were many people like him in the Ying family, but Prince Qin chose him to be the spokesperson. He wondered what kind of luck Zhao Fu had to be able to catch Great Qin's legatee's eye. Now, he was an important minister of Great Qin, and he was one of Great Qin's legatee's favorites. In the beginning, the heads of the Ying family and the leaders of the Ying family treated Zhao Fu well. However, because of Prince Qin's legatee, they looked down on Zhao Fu, just like other people. However, with Zhao Fu's current achievements, they changed their minds. Now, their identities were reversed. Zhao Fu had a high status, while Zhao Fu looked down on them. How could they dare to look down on Zhao Fu? Now, they could only try their best to curry favor with Zhao Fu. At the same time, they rejoiced that Zhao Fu had been chosen by Great Qin's legatee as his representative. If it wasn't for him, the Ying family might not have any connection with Great Qin's legatee, and if that happened, Great Qin's legatee would have refused to acknowledge them or even destroyed them. Because of Zhao Fu, the distance between them and Prince Qin was shortened, and he was also recognized by Prince Qin. Now, they could even become the head of Qin's legatee. Without Zhao Fu, it was almost impossible for them to have such a thing. Today, the Ying family's family leaders had come to find Zhao Fu and warmly smiled as they talked to Zhao Fu about entering Qin. Zhao Fu told them not to worry and that as long as they entered the heaven-awakened world, there would be people to receive them. After hearing this, the family leaders smiled and left, and they excitedly waited for the final moment to arrive. Now that Zhao Fu had nothing to do, he waited for the real world to be destroyed. At that moment, Yingxi came to find Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu felt quite surprised because he had not seen her in a long time. It seemed that ever since he had become the proxy family leader, he had not seen her very often. Zhao Fu, is Qingyang all right? Yingxi looked quite haggard and slightly frowned as she came to Zhao Fu and asked worriedly. Hearing this, Zhao Fu could not help but think of how she and Wu Zetian would often lie on the bed, and he smiled as he replied, "She's fine." "Has that lecherous Emperor Qin not touched her?" Yingxi asked Zhao Fu in disbelief. After all, how could any woman who entered Qin be fine? Just based on the number of women, there were countless. After all, that lecherous and licentious Emperor Qin would take all of the beauties from every kingdom he conquered. Zhao Fu did not know how to reply because Zhao Fu had long since touched Wu Qingyang, and he was the lecherous and licentious Emperor Qin. Seeing that Zhao Fu did not know how to reply, Yingxi thought that Emperor Qin had done something to Wu Qingyang, and she felt quite angry as she glared at Zhao Fu and said, Zhao Fu, how could you be like this? Qingyang has always chosen you as her man and has slept with you before, how could you give your woman to Emperor Qin? Zhao Fu really didn't know how to answer. He was Prince Qin, and there was no such thing as giving his woman to someone else. How could he tell Yingxi that he was Prince Qin? Now it was the last moment of the real world, but Zhao Fu still wanted to wait until the real world was destroyed. Qin would understand when they entered the real world. It's not what you think. I'm taking care of Qingyang. She's doing well. You'll understand when you enter the Qin state. Zhao Fu could only explain it this way. Hearing this, Yingxi's expression became better. She lowered her head and asked in a small voice, what's your legatee like? Are they really cruel, bloodthirsty, and licentious? Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Looking at her, he couldn't help but think about how the Ying family wanted to send Yingxi to Qin City as his concubine. It seemed that she wasn't very willing, but seeing that she had helped him before, Zhao Fu decided to send Yingxi to Qin City. Don't worry. I'll definitely persuade the legatee to give up on this. Yingxi looked up at Zhao Fu in delight. She had been worried about this for a long time. She didn't want to be locked up in the Qin palace every day and be played by the rumored ferocious legatee. Even though she was also a member of the Ying family, it was difficult for her to accept such an outcome. However, Yingxi thought about what the leader of the Ying family had said. No matter what, she had to think about the Ying family and her parents and relatives. This time, it wasn't just her but 6 pure-blooded women from the Ying family as concubines. Only then would the legatee and the Ying family be connected, and the Ying family's status in the Qin state could be preserved. Thinking about this, the smile on Yingxi's face faded as she shook her head and said, thank you, but there's no need. I just wanted to ask if the legatee of Qin is as terrifying as the rumors say and how he treats women. Zhao Fu didn't quite understand, but how could he speak ill of him? As such, he shamelessly said, the legatee is actually a very good person, and the rumors are all false. He's very kind and friendly, especially to the people of the Qin palace. As such, he's deeply loved by the people of the Qin state. At the same time, he doesn't have a bad temper and is never arrogant. He's always been humble, discussing with his ministers, and, after speaking for an hour, Yingxi looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously. According to Zhao Fu, the legatee of Qin state was a man that countless women were infatuated with. This was because the legatee of Qin state that Zhao Fu spoke of was not only incredibly handsome, but he also had an outstanding temperament. He was very kind and treated others with respect, and most importantly, he was very gentle to women. Countless women were infatuated with him. It could be said that Zhao Fu was incredibly shameless and had said all sorts of good things about himself, making him seem like the best man in the world. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to continue, Yingxi could not help but say, all right, stop praising your legatee. In actuality, it would be great if he was half as good as you. I really envy Qingyang for finding the person she likes and being able to be with him. Even though Yingxi interrupted Zhao Fu and did not believe Zhao Fu's words, her mood became much better and she was not as depressed as before. Looking at her, Zhao Fu could not help but say, really, don't force yourself. If you're not willing, I'll definitely persuade the legatee not to agree. You don't have to worry about the Ying family, because the legatee has never thought about destroying the Ying family and has always been the royal family of Qin state. I can guarantee this with my life. Really? Yingxi was incredibly moved. Hearing that Zhao Fu was willing to help her, she could not help but feel incredibly moved, and tears danced in her eyes. Right now, everyone was trying to force her to become the legatee's concubine, and she felt incredibly helpless. Zhao Fu nodded seriously because he was the legatee of Qin state, so he could definitely do it. Thank you so much. I never thought that you would be so important to the legatee of Qin state that you could even persuade him. I've underestimated you in the past, and I apologize for my arrogance. Now, I realize that the biggest mistake I've made was giving you to Qingyang. Yingxi said to Zhao Fu from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, let bygones be bygones. Back then, I relied on your protection to survive until now, or else I would have long since been killed by the Li family. Yingxi smiled and nodded, and the two of them chatted for a while before Yingxi happily left. Following this, Zhao Fu turned on his computer for the last time. By now, the internet was down, but there were messages from a few days ago. The class president had sent him an address in the Heaven Awakened world, telling him to find him if things weren't going well. Zhao Fu was incredibly warm-hearted. The class president Jingdong's faction was in the southern part of the Midland continent, and Zhao Fu wondered what he would do after Qin state unified the Midland continent. He could not send any messages, so Zhao Fu could only laugh. There was also Wang Yu, who he had helped before, who was his deskmate from high school. She had borrowed money from the group and sent a message to Zhao Fu, saying that her luck had been quite good recently and she had obtained 3 gold coins. She wanted to return the money to Zhao Fu and asked Zhao Fu for his address. Soon, it was noon, and no one knew exactly when the world would be destroyed. Jing Yuqin had prepared a table full of food and called Zhao Fu to eat. This was the first time that Zhao Fu had eaten 2 meals in a row in the real world since the Heaven Awakened world had opened. Zhao Fu did not hold back, as Jing Yuqin's food was quite to his liking. Jing Yuqin sat by the side and smiled as she picked food for Zhao Fu. Her aura had become more and more mature, and her face was ruddy and her eyes were incredibly seductive. Looking at her like this, Zhao Fu almost wanted to eat her up. Ever since he had gone to university, he had always fantasized about doing certain things with her. Facing Zhao Fu's invasive gaze, Jing Yuqin's face became red and she lowered her head, feeling quite expectant. Her body had been enduring the 6 desires demonic chi for such a long time, and she had to rely on herself every day and night. Images of her doing it with Zhao Fu appeared in her mind. Before, she did not have much confidence because she was not young anymore, and she was afraid that Zhao Fu would not be interested in her. However, when she saw Zhao Fu do it with Zhang Hongmei, who was a few years older than her, she found that Zhao Fu was even more powerful than usual, making it so that Zhang Hongmei could only come once every few days. She also found out about Zhao Fu's special preferences. The atmosphere was quite ambiguous, and Zhao Fu smiled. Just as he was about to do something, the heavens and earth started to change, and clouds started to swirl. The entire ground started to tremble, and Zhao Fu understood that the final moment had arrived, so he walked out of the villa. Countless rainbow-colored lights descended from the sky, and a boundless aura rushed out, causing people's souls to tremble. Everyone in the world came outside and looked at this dreamlike scene. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out in the sky, and that aura swept through the world like a wild gale. In front of that massive aura, everyone felt incredibly small and powerless. The image of another world gradually appeared in the sky. There were towering trees, majestic mountains, lakes that were as big as oceans, and all sorts of ferocious beasts. Rainbow-colored lights and dense spirit chi filled the air, making it seem like a primordial world. This illusory world gave off an ancient and powerful aura. This was the Heaven Awakened world. After the Heaven Awakened world appeared, an unimaginably powerful attractive force appeared. This attractive force was not only corporeal but illusory, and it felt as if even souls were going to be sucked away. The entire human world continued to collapse, and the ground violently trembled as countless cracks appeared. Lava flowed out of the cracks, and flames rushed into the sky as smoke and dust filled the air. Apocalyptic bolts of lightning continuously blasted the ground, making it seem like the end of the world. However, at that moment, all living creatures in the world were sucked into the illusory world by an invisible suction force. It was not just humans, but other living creatures as well. Zhao Fu was also sucked into that massive wave of energy, and he felt dizzy before he found himself in the Heaven Awakened world. His body gave off a rainbow light, and at the same time, a system announcement sounded out in his mind that his body in the real world had fused with his body in the Heaven Awakened world. All of the humans fused with their bodies in the Heaven Awakened world, and countless other living creatures submitted. For example, countless fish were released into the water by a formless energy, countless wild beasts were released into the forests, and countless birds were allowed to fly in the sky. Now, it could be said that not only had the human world entered the Heaven Awakened world, but other living creatures had also been brought into the Heaven Awakened world. The real world was most likely going to be destroyed, the ground there would collapse and the surface would be covered with lava. There would be smoke and dust everywhere, and it would be impossible for any living creatures to survive. The blue star would become a dead star that gave off fiery light. In actuality, Earth had not truly been destroyed because it still existed. Perhaps after billions of years of development, life would appear again, and perhaps humans would appear again. Perhaps the heaven-awakened world would descend again. After thinking for a while, Li Si came up and reported, "Your Majesty, the Ying family has entered the Qin city. The Ying family's people have already entered the great Qin Empire, and I've already made arrangements for them." Hearing this, Zhao Fu calmly nodded. Following this, the Ying family's family leaders and hundreds of important figures from the Ying family suppressed their excitement because they were about to meet the person they dreamed of meeting, Legacy Qin. He was the person the Ying family respected the most, and he was the pride of the Qin family. Now, they were waiting outside the palace for Legacy Qin's summons, and they could not help but guess what kind of person Legacy Qin was. Some said that he was incredibly handsome and could cause all women in the world to fall for him, while others said that he was incredibly dignified and domineering, or else he would not have been able to create such a ferocious Qin. Others said that Legacy Qin was the most charismatic person. Now that they were about to meet great Qin's Legacy, the man who had ascended to the top of the human world, everyone had their own guesses. Even the calm and experienced family leaders couldn't help but wonder what great Qin's Legacy was like. Yingxi did not think too much about it because with Zhao Fu's assurance, she did not have to worry. No matter what Legacy Qin was like, she did not want to care too much about him. From the rumors, he was definitely not a good person. Instead, Yingxi wanted to see Zhao Fu and Wu Qingyang more. After all, they had relied on Zhao Fu this time, and Yingxi felt incredibly grateful towards him. Only with him by her side would she be able to relax. As for Wu Qingyang, she was the person closest to her. Summon all members of the Ying family, enter the palace. A loud cry sounded out, and the Ying family's people became nervous. They obediently lowered their heads to avoid angering that terrifying Legacy Qin as they followed the guards into the palace. After walking into the palace, the Ying family's people knelt down and cried out in unison, "We greet your Majesty, may your Majesty live for 10,000 years. You may rise." A familiar voice sounded out in their ears, causing them to feel quite startled. Why was Zhao Fu's voice here? Only a sovereign king could say such a thing, and now that Legacy Qin had said such a thing, they used this opportunity to look at the person sitting on the throne. What they saw made them feel as if they were going to have a heart attack. The family leader's legs became weak, and they almost knelt to the ground. Was the person sitting on the throne really Zhao Fu? Was Zhao Fu really Legacy Qin? The Ying family's people looked incredibly shocked as they stared at Zhao Fu. They had never thought that Zhao Fu was Legacy Qin. That incredibly mysterious and ferocious Legacy, who they could not find no matter how hard they tried, had actually been in the Ying family from the very beginning. Are you surprised that we are Legacy Qin? Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he sat on the throne. They had never thought that Zhao Fu was Qin's Legacy. In the beginning, they had looked down on Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu had a lowly background. Thinking about it now, they felt quite afraid. If they had done anything to Zhao Fu back then, the entire Ying family might have been wiped out by him, as he was the person with the highest authority in Qin. At the same time, they felt incredibly regretful. Why hadn't they known that Zhao Fu was Qin's Legacy? That way, they would have been able to curry favor with him. Everyone cursed themselves for being so stupid. They had missed such a good opportunity and had foolishly treated Zhao Fu as a spokesperson. He was the Legacy of Qin's Legacy that they had dreamed of. Now, the Ying family's people could only hope that Zhao Fu wouldn't mind what they had done in the past. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Thinking about that, everyone broke out in cold sweat and felt terrified. Their bodies slightly trembled, and they begged Zhao Fu to forgive them. The person who was the most shocked was Yingxi, as she was the first to come into contact with Zhao Fu. Back then, Zhao Fu had been an unremarkable minor figure in her eyes, but Zhao Fu's performance time and time again had caused her to feel incredibly shocked. His status had already surpassed hers. However, she had never thought that Zhao Fu's status would be so terrifying. With her status, she couldn't even compare to a hair of his, as Zhao Fu had already become the most prestigious person in the world. Now, Yingxi didn't even dare to look at Zhao Fu because the Zhao Fu in her mind was completely different from the current Zhao Fu. This made her feel fear and lowly, and the only thing that made her feel fortunate was that her relationship with him wasn't that bad. However, Yingxi suddenly remembered what she had said to Zhao Fu before the world had been destroyed. She had spoken badly about him to his face, and Yingxi's face became pale. She cursed herself for being too stupid to say such things to his face. She was definitely doomed. At the same time, Yingxi completely understood why Wu Qingyang had chosen to enter the Qin state. It was because the man she had chosen had always been the emperor of the Qin state. If she did not enter the Qin state, who else would enter the Qin state? He was truly blind. With his heaven-defying luck, he had actually managed to find Prince Qin. Unfortunately, because he was blind, he had not been able to see Zhao Fu's true value and had even given him to Wu Qingyang. Now, Yingxi felt incredibly regretful. Before, when Wu Qingyang had said that Zhao Fu would have extraordinary achievements in the future, she hadn't believed it. After all, Zhao Fu didn't seem like much, and how could she have known that he was the emperor of the Qin state? Extraordinary achievements? Now, he was even more godly. If she had known that Zhao Fu was the emperor of the Qin state, perhaps he would have had great power in the Qin state. However, that was impossible now, and there was no way for her to start over. All of you, rise. In the beginning, we didn't want to return to the Ying family, nor did we want to accept the Ying family as the Qin state's royal clan. However, we are still a member of the Ying family, and when we were acting as the clan leader, you all performed quite well, so we can acknowledge your identities. Zhao Fu, who was sitting on his throne, looked at the Ying family members kneeling on the ground in fear as he spoke in a dignified voice. This caused the Ying family members to let out a sigh of relief, and their sadness turned into joy. They felt incredibly grateful towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu gave them some rewards before concluding the meeting. After the meeting concluded, Wu Qingyang, who had been waiting by the side, walked out. Yingxi looked at Wu Qingyang and could not help but feel a lump in her throat. She leapt into Wu Qingyang's embrace and started to cry. She was happy to see Wu Qingyang, but she also felt remorseful and guilty. What is it, little she? Did that bad person bully you? Wu Qingyang raised her head and glared at Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu looked incredibly innocent because he hadn't done anything. Yingxi shook her head and explained, Zhao Fu didn't bully me, I was just scared by his identity. Also, I'm so happy to see you. So that's what it was. I never thought that that fellow was actually Emperor Qin, and I was quite shocked. However, he's not as terrifying as the rumors say, and he's quite nice to people, Wu Qingyang said as she lightly laughed. Zhao Fu saw that they were good sisters and did not disturb them. After all, the real world had just been destroyed, and there were many things for Zhao Fu to take care of. Following this, Zhao Fu's uncle's family heard about this, and they looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu was the supreme, savage, and ruthless Emperor Qin. Was this the same Zhao Fu that they knew? Was this the same Zhao Fu who was their relative? Now, they truly did not dare to believe this. After all, this Zhao Fu was far too different from the Emperor Qin from the rumors. If it wasn't for the fact that the entire Ying family knew about this, they would have thought that this was fake. They then thought about what had happened before. They had almost been chased out of the Ying family by Zhao Fu, and if it wasn't for their maternal grandparents pleading for them. Thinking about what they had done to Zhao Fu in the past, their faces became incredibly pale, and they felt incredibly regretful. They hated themselves for being so stupid and offending him in the past. In the future, they would not have any hope at all. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu's cousin's face became incredibly pale. He remembered how he had cursed Zhao Fu back then, saying that he was nothing and that he was just a dog in front of Emperor Qin who had been lucky enough to be favored by a good master. Zhao Fu's cousin had never thought that Zhao Fu was Emperor Qin. How could this be? How could he be the supreme Emperor Qin? He did not dare to believe this news, and at the same time, he felt a lingering fear. He was most likely the only person who had dared to curse at Emperor Qin like this and not die. After all, anyone who dared to curse at Emperor Qin like this would definitely be cut into thousands of pieces and executed. Zhao Fu's cousin sighed and shook his head. Now, he hoped that Zhao Fu would not kill them. That would be enough, and he could let go of Xingjiao's matter. After all, it was her own choice. Zhao Fu's uncle and auntie knelt in front of the two elders and cried, begging them to bring them into the Qin imperial palace to see Zhao Fu and apologize to him. As long as they could vent their anger, they would do anything, and they asked the two elders to think about their two grandsons. Now that they knew that Zhao Fu was Great Qin's legatee, he would be able to casually take over a few cities. If that happened, their family would not have to worry for the rest of their lives, and they would be high and mighty city lords. Originally, it was only Zhao Fu's grandparents who did not want to go. However, after Zhao Fu's uncle and auntie continuously cried and begged, they decided to go to Zhao Fu and beg for mercy. However, they could not even enter the Qin imperial palace, and they were given a medium-sized courtyard. A manager coldly harumphed, "From now on, you will live here. His Majesty has already done everything he could. If you continue to look for His Majesty, he will definitely expel you from Qin." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's uncle and his family's faces paled. As for Great Qin's legatee, who had been hiding his identity this entire time, no one knew his true identity. Great Qin's legatee's true identity had always been an unsolved mystery in the human world, and now that this secret had been revealed, it was easy to imagine the commotion it caused. No one would have thought that the lucky person chosen by Prince Qin, Zhao Fu, was actually Prince Qin. All of this was because Zhao Fu was too mediocre and ordinary. He was just an ordinary, minor figure. Even though Zhao Fu had become Great Qin's legatee's representative and everyone knew about him, everyone understood that he was just Great Qin's legatee's puppet. How could they look up to such a person? They did not care much about such a person. Now, not only were the legatees and the rulers of kingdoms shocked by this news, such as CG, Tina Pendragon, Akhenaten, Jeffrey, and many others. None of them had thought that Great Qin's legatee, who was incredibly ferocious and bloodthirsty, would have been such an ordinary minor figure. Perhaps if such a minor figure had appeared in front of them, they wouldn't have even looked at him. At the same time, many people felt admiration for an ordinary person without any faction or resources. He had built up such a grand and powerful Qin empire by himself. Some people felt quite regretful. They had never thought that Prince Qin, who the Ying family had not been able to find, had been hiding in the Ying family this entire time. If they had known this, they would have allied together to destroy the Ying family. That way, they would have been able to kill Prince Qin as well. Once Prince Qin died, the Qin Empire would naturally collapse, and their threat would be gone. They would not have ended up like this. It was a pity that there was no medicine for regret in the world. Now, apart from regret, they could only sigh. The Qin Empire had taken over half of the continent, and their future was filled with darkness without any light or hope. After the large factions found out about Zhao Fu's true identity, they at most felt shocked and regretful. However, there was one faction that reacted the most, and everyone looked incredibly shocked. They could not believe this was true, and that faction was the great Tang's family. When the Li family's old patriarch found out that the illegitimate child was Prince Qin, he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow and his mind went blank. He then coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked as if he had aged 10 or so years. His eyes became empty, and he became listless. Lixia was Zhao Fu's father, and his expression was incredibly unsightly. He had never thought that a woman he had casually played with would give birth to such a terrifying figure. That despicable bastard child was Prince Qin. Li Baiqing was also incredibly shocked, and he had never thought that the minor figure he had looked down on, the person he had never thought highly of, and the person who did not deserve to be his big brother, was actually the famous Prince Qin of the human world. The entire Li family was shrouded in a haze, and everyone's faces were deathly pale. Their hearts were filled with fear and despair, and their bodies trembled. If there was a faction that Prince Qin wanted to destroy the most, the Li family would definitely be ranked first. After all, for everything that the Li family had done to Zhao Fu would definitely take revenge 10 times over. Originally, Lixia had abandoned Zhao Fu and his mother because of Zhao Fu's mother. He did not want to get involved in this matter, and he just wanted to live a good life. However, the Li family's old patriarch had directly ordered Zhao Fu to be killed, showing no mercy at all. Moreover, after the first assassination had failed, he had tried to assassinate Zhao Fu a second time. This hatred could not be reconciled, and Zhao Fu would take revenge for both the new and the old. All of the Li family's people would die. The Li family would also be destroyed, and even Great Tang would disappear at his hands. After receiving emergency treatment, the Li family's old patriarch's face recovered a bit of color, but it was still quite unsightly. He gathered everyone to discuss this matter. Now, as the Li family's illegitimate child, he had become Prince Qin. This person, who the Li family had looked down on and viewed as a laughingstock and someone who could be killed at any time, had actually achieved so much. He felt a bone-deep hatred towards the Li family. If this matter was not dealt with properly, not only would all of the Li family's people die, but they would also die miserably. After all, the Li family's people he hated the most were the Li family's people. No matter how powerful his enemies were, they could not give Zhao Fu more hatred than the Li family. After everyone gathered together, the Li family's old patriarch sighed and said, "What should we do now? Are we just going to watch as Great Tang is destroyed by this illegitimate child?" An old woman looked at the Li family's old patriarch and said somewhat reproachfully, "Back then, I told you to control your son, and you said that men should be more dissolute. You said that as your son, he should be like this. If you had controlled him properly, this wouldn't have happened. Also, back then, I also told you to take in that mother and son. With the Li family's wealth, taking in those two people would only be a drop in the bucket, yet you said that you couldn't keep them. That would be a humiliation to your family. Now that that child has such power, if he could work for the Li family, just think about how wonderful that would be. At that time, it wouldn't be Qin sweeping across the world, but Great Tang unifying the world. It would be the Great Tang that would make people fear it. Without him, how could Qin have such terrifying power? It was you who gave such a shocking person to the Ying family, and I don't know how lucky the Ying family was to obtain such a world-shaking person." Hearing this, the Li family's old patriarch felt incredibly regretful. If he had taken in the mother and son back then, Great Tang would have been in a completely different situation. It really might have been Great Tang unifying the world, not Qin. His most promising grandson, the most outstanding person in the Li family, had become dim in front of this person. If he had been able to come out, things would not have turned out like this. However, there was no turning back now, and the Li family's old patriarch felt quite resentful. If he had been a bit more ruthless and killed the mother and son from the start, this would not have happened, and the Li family would not have faced such a calamity. Sitting next to him, Li Baiqing felt quite uncomfortable because reality had proven that he could not compare to Zhao Fu. His half-brother, Prince Qin, had always made him feel fear, and he knew that he would never be able to surpass Prince Qin in his lifetime. He couldn't even compare to a single finger of Prince Qin. When he thought of that, Li Baiqing's expression became quite unsightly. Sitting next to him was an extremely beautiful, seductive, and noble woman. She stretched out her hand and held Li Baiqing's cold hand as she gave him a gentle smile and comforted him, saying, "Baiqing, I believe that you're the most outstanding person in the world. I don't like Great Qin's legatee, I only like you, that's why I chose you." Facing his lover's consolation, Li Baiqing felt a warmth in his heart and forced a smile as he said, "I'll work hard and won't lose to him." Next to him, a beautiful and gentle-looking woman could not help but cry. She was Lijia's wife, Xianxia, and she came from a large family. She felt quite guilty and said, if she could accept that mother and son, this wouldn't have happened. If she hadn't married Lija, perhaps that Qin's legatee would have been Great Tang's legatee. Lija was Zhao Fu's father, and seeing his wife cry out of guilt, his heart ached. He truly loved this wife, and even though they were dissolute, he had always treated Zhang Shuyun as his only wife, and no one could replace her. Lija held Zhang Shuyun in his arms and comforted her in a warm voice, "Honey, it's not because of you. Even without you, I wouldn't have fallen for that bitch. How could that bitch compare to you?" Zhang Shuyun's eyes were completely red, and her heart was filled with sweetness as she lightly hugged Lija. Seeing the two of them acting so intimately, the Li family's old master immediately scolded loudly, "Why do I have such a stupid son like you? What time is it now, and you're still only thinking about women? Do you want to watch that unfilial son of yours destroy the entire Li family?" Facing the Li family's old patriarchs yelling, Zhang Shuyun let go of Lija and lowered her head. Lija said somewhat angrily, "How could I have thought that bastard would have such accomplishments? If I had killed him long ago, I'll go to Qin's legatee and have him come to the Li family to kowtow and apologize. I'm his father, and if that bastard dares to disobey me, I'll kill him on the spot." Hearing such stupid words, the Li family's old patriarch was so angry that his face turned red as he roared, "If that unfilial son can kill you and let the Li family off, I definitely won't hesitate to send you to him. Get the hell out of here right now." Lija also cried out in dissatisfaction, "I'm his father, and he's my son. I can do whatever I want him to do. Does he dare to kill me? Even if I gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Now that he dares to treat the Li family like this, I'll go and break his legs myself. With that, Xianxia really stood up and stormed out of the room in anger. The Li family's old patriarch pointed at Xianxia, so angry that he couldn't speak. How could there be such an idiot? How could he have given birth to two imperial princes? One was the great Tang's legatee, and the other was Qin's legatee. Li Baiqing sighed at his father and ordered people to stop him. Great Qin's legatee was famous for being ruthless and cold-blooded, and even though Li Baiqing's father was his own father, with how much hatred he had for him, it was possible that he really would kill his father. Even if Xianxia went, nothing would change. His death would be in vain, and it might even deepen the conflict between him and the Li clan. What should I do now? Back then, he hadn't known that he was Qin's imperial prince, but now that he knew, he had to do something. Otherwise, if this continued, Qin had already conquered half of the continent, and it seemed that he would lose the other half as well. Everyone understood this, so they all looked at the Li family's old patriarch. After all, he was the master of the family and everything was up to him. Facing everyone's gazes, the Li family's old patriarch could only sigh and say in an aged voice, "Right now, we can only do everything we can to express our apologies and acknowledge his mother's position in the Li family. We will also officially list Xiao Fu as a descendant of the Li family, hoping that this will ease the relationship between them." Also, the Li family's old patriarch paused and looked at Xianxia as he said, "The most important thing is you have to express your regret. Only then will it be possible to ease the relationship between them." However, Xianxia retorted discontentedly, "I won't acknowledge that unfilial son, nor will I accept that woman. I didn't do anything wrong." Hearing this, the Li family's old patriarch looked at Xianxia coldly, causing Xianxia to feel a chill run down his spine. He was familiar with his father, and he knew that the Li family's old patriarch was going to do this to him. Following this, the entire world was sent into an uproar. No one had thought that legatee Qin and the Li family would have such a relationship. They also felt sorry for the Li family, they had given such a shocking person to someone else. If they had kept legatee Qin in the Li family, he would have definitely become the legatee of Great Tang, and Great Tang might have unified the world. It was a pity that fate made fools of people. More importantly, the Li family had not killed legatee Qin in the end. With legatee Qin's immense power, the entire Li family would have suffered. Now, almost everyone who was smart understood that it was best not to have any contact with the Li family, or else they would not even know how they died. At most, they only had ordinary enmity with Qin, but they had great enmity with the Li family. Immediately, all of the factions treated Great Tang coldly, which made the Li family feel very embarrassed. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They could only hope that the relationship between legatee Qin and them would improve. Not only would they receive better treatment, but they might also not be destroyed, and they might even be able to establish Great Tang with Qin's help. After all, legatee Qin was a member of the Li family, and he still had the Li family's royal bloodline. This was something that could not be changed. Xiao Fu sat in the main hall expressionlessly. The atmosphere was quite oppressive, and no one dared to breathe loudly. There were more than 20 people kneeling in front of the main hall. One of them was a messenger sent by Great Tang, and the other 20 were top beauties chosen by Great Tang. The Great Tang messenger knelt on the ground and said nervously, "Your Majesty Qin, this is a small gift from the Li family. The Li family's old patriarch, your father, and your little brother have each sent a letter to your Majesty, expressing their remorse and apology. Your father has also written a letter in blood, hoping to obtain your Majesty's forgiveness." These words caused the temperature in the main hall to plummet. This was a taboo topic in Xiao Fu's heart, and no one dared to mention it. Even Li Si, who had obtained all of Xiao Fu's information, did not dare to say a single word, as even he could be heavily punished. Under this formless emperor's aura, the Great Tang messenger's body felt cold, and he could not help but tremble. However, he gritted his teeth and endured, as he had come with the resolve to die. The main hall was deathly silent, and no one made a sound. Xiao Fu coldly looked at the Great Tang messenger, not saying anything for a long time. Hearing how resolute Xiao Fu was, the Great Tang ambassador thought of his goal and mustered up his courage as he raised his head and yelled, "Your Majesty, they are your family, this is a blood relationship that you cannot change. Also, the Li family knows its wrongs and hopes that you can forgive them. As long as you are willing to forgive the Li family, we will do anything. We have no relationship with the Li family at all. I told you to take these things and scram, did you not hear me? Do you really want we to kill you? Zhao Fu said furiously, giving off a wave of killing intent. All of the ministers felt a chill and understood that their majesty was truly angry. They could not help but feel nervous because they understood Zhao Fu's personality. If he was truly angry, he would do anything. At that moment, a pair of guards hurried in and grabbed the Great Tang ambassador. The Great Tang ambassador struggled as he yelled, "Your Majesty, regardless of whether you admit it or not, you are still a descendant of the Li family. Could it be that you would kill your ancestors, your brothers, and your father? You are the emperor of the Great Qin, are you not afraid of being laughed at by the world?" Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out, and before the Great Tang ambassador could finish speaking, a massive formless energy caused his head to explode. Blood and brains splattered everywhere, splattering all of the people around him, causing everyone to feel terror. Zhao Fu sat on the throne with a furious look on his face as he walked out of the palace with his hands behind his back. The guards took back all of the things that the Li family had sent, and they did not want any treasures or women, including the Great Tang ambassador's corpse. Because Zhao Fu had left, the ministers felt quite nervous and fearful, and they could only disperse. Li Si hurriedly found Wu Qingyang and Nu Lu and said, "Imperial concubines, His Majesty is truly angry this time. This is the first time this lowly official has seen His Majesty like this, and it might have something to do with His Majesty's past. Imperial concubines are His Majesty's most beloved people, so please help His Majesty. Right now, His Majesty cannot let such a small matter affect his health." Hearing this, Wu Qingyang and Nu Lu felt quite startled, and they understood that it was rare for Zhao Fu to be so angry. Nu Lu looked quite worried, she did not know what Zhao Fu had gone through since he was young. Wu Qingyang nodded in understanding. Ever since she had come into contact with Zhao Fu, she had investigated Zhao Fu and knew that Zhao Fu's past wasn't very pleasant. Wu Qingyang smiled and said a few words in Nu Lu's ear, causing Nu Lu's face to become red. She looked at Wu Qingyang and said, "Qingyang, is this really okay?" Wu Qingyang lightly harumphed and said confidently, "He'll definitely be able to do it. That guy has a bit of an Oedipus complex, and when he was young, he and his mother depended on each other. However, his mother passed away early, so he was left all alone. It's only now that he's developed such a special hobby. Nu Lu, as Nuwa's descendant, you have the aura of a mother of the world, and no one can compare to you. As such, you'll definitely be able to do it. Also, don't you feel that every day, that fellow puts in more effort into you than I do? I'm so angry." Hearing this, Nu Lu's face became red as she embarrassedly nodded. She then changed into a set of extremely seductive clothes. However, they could not find Zhao Fu in the palace, and they found that Zhao Fu had long since left for the southern continent. There was news that the fish-scale world might rebel, and the situation was quite urgent. As such, Zhao Fu had immediately gone there. It had only been a few days since the human world had entered the heaven-awakened world, and the neighboring fish-scale world had definitely discovered such a big thing. After all, there was a massive rift between the two worlds, and a large-scale invasion was something that could be done. Now that the human world had all entered the heaven-awakened world with their real bodies, they would die a true death. However, the fish-scale world had not done so yet, so they would not die a true death. If they started to fight, the human world would be at a great disadvantage. Zhao Fu did not care about the human world's stability or the southern continent's safety. Rather, this could threaten Qin, so Zhao Fu had to personally go and make sure. Following this, the Li family's gifts and women were all rejected by Qin, causing the Ying family's expressions to become quite unsightly. In order to mediate, the Li family had put in a lot of effort. Even though Qin had all sorts of treasures and wealth, the Li family had also given him some. They knew that he liked beautiful women, so they had picked 20 or so of the most beautiful women in Great Tang. What was important was the letters that the three of them had written. They had been written after much thought and were filled with regret and apology. Their tone was incredibly humble, and their words were incredibly sincere. The most special thing was Lijia's blood letter. It had been written in Lijia's blood, but Lijia had refused no matter what. He had said that he would not suffer such humiliation to beg a bastard child, and it was Zhao Fu who had begged him. Only if Zhao Fu knelt in front of him would he be willing to acknowledge Zhao Fu. The old man of the Li family was so angry that he ordered his men to hold Lijia down. Then, he let out some of Lijia's blood and asked someone to write a letter for him. Then, he sent it to Qin to show his sincerity. Because blood had bloodline aura, it could be easily sensed. Therefore, Lijia's blood had to be used. Otherwise, other people's blood could be used as a substitute. After doing all this, the Li family had really put in a lot of effort and sincerity, hoping that the relationship between the Li family and Zhao Fu could be eased. Of course, this was based on the fact that Qin was too powerful, and the Li family was no match for him. If Zhao Fu was weak and they were very powerful, they would definitely choose to kill him. The assassination of Zhao Fu was a good proof. However, facing their efforts and sincerity, Zhao Fu could not care less and had even killed Great Tang's ambassador. His attitude was so resolute that the Li family's people felt a chill in their hearts, and they understood that there was no room for reconciliation. What should they do now? Now that Qin was so powerful, even if so many people joined hands, they would not be a match for him. They could only stall for a while. In the end, all of Great Tang's factions would be destroyed, and the Li family would not be able to resist. After thinking for a long time, the old man of the Li family could only continue to express goodwill. He first ordered people to collect all of Prince Qin's likes and dislikes. Then, he locked Lijia up and told him to reflect on his actions. He guessed that Zhao Fu hated him the most. If he knelt in front of Zhao Fu and cried and begged him, there might be a chance for things to turn around. Facing the old man of the Li family's decision, Lijia naturally did not agree. Li Baiqing could not stand it and tried to persuade him, but the old man's attitude was very firm. After all, the legacy of Great Tang was the most important. Now, if the legacy of Great Tang was not destroyed, the old man of the Li family would probably kill Lijia. After all, the legacy of his ancestors could not be in his hands. Zhao Fu teleported to the southern continent and went to the massive rift before entering the fish scale world. The fish scale world was currently mobilizing a large number of soldiers, and the sounds of battle could be heard. There was an aura of war everywhere, and it seemed as if they were about to invade. Even though the southern continent was an enemy of Qin, its destruction was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, if they could get rid of it, the pressure on Qin would be greatly reduced. However, would the fish scale world stop after attacking the southern continent? That was not very likely, so they would invade the entire human world. When that time came, Qin would not just be facing a continent but an entire world, and the pressure would be even greater. Zhao Fu wanted to stop the fish scale world's invasion, and now was the best time. After all, after the fish scale world conquered the southern continent, it would be incredibly difficult to chase them out. Even though Qin's faction was powerful, it was not powerful enough to fight against an entire world. If they fought and the fish scale world had the advantage of not dying, the human world would be at a great disadvantage. Because of their true bodies, players' battle intent was not as strong as before. The situation was quite difficult to resolve because Zhao Fu was not as strong as he wanted to be. It would be quite difficult for Zhao Fu to fight against an entire world by himself, so could he continue to ally with others to defend the human world? That would not do either. After all, Zhao Fu did not want to ally with those people. They had just been enemies, but if he did not ally with them, they would be too weak. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. After thinking about it for a while, he could not think of any good ideas. Could it be that he had to ally with them for the sake of mutual benefits? Thinking about that, Zhao Fu could not help but sigh. He decided to first obtain accurate information. In the fish scale world, Zhao Fu had used the system faction that he had nurtured from before to set up a rough intelligence network. Even though he could not obtain some secret information, it was not a problem for him to obtain some basic information. This invasion was led by many player factions, as even an idiot would understand that this was the best time to attack. There was already enmity between the two worlds, and it was impossible for them to survive. If they did not take advantage of the fact that they would not die to destroy the human world, they would definitely regret it. The fish scale world now had 18 billion or so players, which was more than double the number of players in the past. Even though it was impossible for all of them to move out, there were at least 10 billion or so players. Even though Qin now had 8 billion or so people and 800 million soldiers, Zhao could not use all of them to deal with the fish-scale people. The price was too great, and Qin still had many enemies, so he could not focus all of his forces on just one. Moreover, some fish-scale system factions would also participate, so it was impossible to estimate the exact number of battles. Thinking about it, Qin's power was quite weak in front of an entire world. However, Zhao did not like allying with those people. After all, Akhenaten and some other people had participated in destroying Great Qin, so how could they ally with him? Zhao simply could not repay evil with good. However, even if the fish-scale people attacked, the one who was most worried was not Zhao but the entire southern continent. If it was not for the fact that they also threatened Qin, Zhao could not be bothered to do anything. Zhao decided to put this matter aside for now. There was no need for him to take the initiative to do anything. Perhaps after the southern continent was conquered, those people would ask him to work with them instead of him going to find them. After making this decision, Zhao put this matter aside and went to the system faction that the Darkwada continent controlled. This place was developing quite well, and system factions continuously joined. Now, there were 2,800 cities, 2,400 city lords controlled by brain bugs, and 400 city lords who were not. Moreover, because they had been clearing out regions and constructing the Great Wall, they had only cleared out half of the regions, which were 300 or so regions. The population had greatly increased, and there were now 2 billion people and 300 million soldiers. With such a powerful faction, it was naturally the largest faction in the Darkwada continent. As such, it was viewed with enmity by countless player factions and some system factions. Compared to the crisis in the southern continent, Zhao was more worried about the Darkwada continent's situation. This was because the faction was developing too quickly, and others wanted to ally together to attack the faction that Zhao had nurtured. It was not good for a faction to be too powerful. This forced Zhao to change his plans and slow down his expansion, and he showed a friendly attitude. It was not that Zhao was afraid of them but that he had too many things to do. Now, this faction had 2,800 cities, and they only took up 20% of the Darkwada continent. Zhao would only deal with them after he became stronger or had time. Perhaps it was because they were going to invade the human world, but they were not very focused. Seeing how friendly Zhao was, they stopped their expansion and temporarily stopped attacking Zhao faction. They were quite surprised because they had just wanted to ally together to deal with Zhao faction. Before they had done anything, Zhao faction had acted in such a tactful manner. Now that they knew they had made a mistake and stopped expanding, they would not be able to attack. If they did not pose a greater threat, they would have fewer people to ally with. Whether or not they would be able to destroy Zhao faction was not certain, as everyone only cared about what was good for them. After taking care of these matters, Zhao returned to Qin City. He was not in a hurry to act, and he would wait for others to beg Qin City for help. Perhaps Qin City would use some method to deal with the fish-scale people by himself. He first had to discuss with his subordinates. This time, he did not receive any news from Yuxian. Ever since the last battle, Yuxian had returned to where he was to recover from his injuries, and there had been no news from him. He had not participated in this invasion either, and Zhao had no idea why. Based on the constitution of a world protector's body, his injuries should have healed by now. After all, Mo Qi, who had also been injured, had long since appeared, and he had fought with Zhao over the primogenitor statue. That time, Zhao had activated 3 Emperor Stars, and his injuries had been even more severe. He had almost been on the verge of death, and his injuries would be very difficult to recover from. After all, he had been corroded by 3 Emperor Stars' power, and it would take even longer for him to recover than before. As such, Zhao was not worried at all about the dark demon world. Right now, he was only worried about Yuxian. If the others were easy to deal with, Yuxian would be the biggest problem. Facing the fish-scale world's invasion, Qin City had to prepare for 2 things. One was to take the initiative to attack, and the other was to construct powerful defenses. Of course, Zhao was not the only one who had sensed the fish-scale world's invasion. Others had also sensed it, and one of them was the most powerful and prestigious person in the southern continent, Akhenaten. If the fish-scale world invaded now, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the human world. After all, when both sides' strength was about the same, the other side would not truly die, while the human side would definitely die. This was not a fair battle, and it was a battle that the human side would definitely lose. Moreover, now that they would truly die, most players were incredibly cowardly and did not dare to directly enter the battlefield. As such, they could not count on them to be of much use. Perhaps they had some things that could allow people to bring their bodies into the real world, but they could not bring a large number of their bodies into the real world. As such, they were even more panicked than Qin, and if they continued to fight, they would not have much of a chance of winning. Since the other side was invading, Akhenaten could not stop them by himself, so he naturally had to ally with others. Last time, when the rift had opened, all of the legatees had gathered together to discuss how to deal with the fish-scale world. Everyone had contributed, and with their combined strength, they had been able to repel the fish-scale world. However, this time, they did not know what the situation would be like. The relationship between the two sides had long since fallen apart, and there was not much to be said. Right now, the legatees were split into three factions. The evil side, Zhaofu, was on the righteous side, CG, Akhenaten, Oleg, Babylon, and Ramus were on the neutral side, and Tina Pendragon, Jeffrey, and Masanori Hanno were on the neutral side. All of this was because of Zhaofu. Qin was too great of a threat, causing the relationship between the two sides to fall apart. Now that Akhenaten's news had spread, everyone in the world knew that the fish-scale world was going to invade again. He thickened his face and sent a letter to all of the legatees, including Zhaofu. Even though the fish-scale world had invaded the southern continent first, the fish-scale world was destroying the human world. The entire world was the fish-scale world's enemy, and the entire human world was in danger. Even if the southern continent was the first to suffer, other places would not have it easy either. Akhenaten didn't believe that they wouldn't come, because he wasn't the only one in danger. If they couldn't hold on, everyone would die together. Just a few days ago, all of the humans had transformed into their true bodies, and the situation had been quite chaotic. Now, something had happened, and everyone's expressions were quite grim. Last time, when they had defended against the invasion, hundreds of millions of people had died. Back then, they did not have to die true deaths, but this was no laughing matter. If they did not go, the world might be destroyed by the fish-scale world, and they might all die. However, if they went, they might also die. After all, this was a battle between worlds, and corpses would be strewn everywhere. The number of deaths was simply uncountable, and they might be one of them. Ordinary people felt terrified and helpless, and they could only wait and see what the higher-ups would do. Last time, it was under their leadership that they had been able to stop the fish-scale people's attack. More accurately speaking, they had defeated the fish-scale people, causing 3 billion fish-scale people to die. At the same time, the various legatees also received letters from Akhenaten. Within an exquisite, white palace, Tina Pendragon sat at her desk and looked at the contents of the letter with a serious expression. As the second person to establish a kingdom, Tina Pendragon understood how powerful a kingdom was. She was the second most powerful kingdom in the human world. A world invasion was something that no one could avoid, as it would destroy an entire world. Luckily, they had the Poison Islands and the Rift as strongholds, but once they lost their effectiveness and the southern continent was conquered, the human world would be in danger. After conquering the southern continent, the fish-scale world would be able to provide them with an endless supply of soldiers. It would be incredibly difficult to chase them out, and more importantly, they would attack other continents. Gather the army. Tina Pendragon gave the order in a pleasant voice, and the 12 armored knights around her obeyed. They walked out with austere expressions and gathered the army. Tina Pendragon definitely had to go this time because she understood that only by allying together would they be able to resist the fish-scale people's invasion. Over at Jeffrey looked at the letter with a serious expression. The fish-scale world was serious this time, and their invasion might be many times stronger than before. If they could not defend, the human world might fall at the hands of the fish-scale people. Holy Sun! What should we do? A white-robed woman with linen hair and a pure and beautiful aura asked Jeffrey. Jeffrey nodded and said, "We definitely have to go. This is not just a matter for the southern continent but the entire human world. No one can avoid this, and our northern continent is facing the even more terrifying demon race. Once the heavenly domain boundary disappears, we'll need reinforcements from other continents. Jeffrey also gave the order to gather the army and convince the other factions to go as well to defend against the fish-scale people's invasion. After reading the contents of the letter, Ramus from the Eastern Archipelago felt quite hesitant, but he still decided to go. He also brought some soldiers and convinced the other factions to go as well, as the fish-scale people would be under great pressure this time. It was not just the legatees from the eastern, western, and western regions who responded as well. Under the immense pressure from the fish-scale people, they could only come, or else they would be destroyed by the fish-scale people. Most people's morale was rather low. Apart from a few elite troops who still maintained fearless, resolute, and stern expressions, the rest of the people's faces were pale and dejected, expressing their fear of the impending invasion. Finally, there was the central continent. As the central continent, it was quite big and had more fate. The factions there were also more powerful, and it had given birth to monsters like Qin. Babylon, CG, Masanori Hanno, Oleg, and Zhao Fu all belonged to the central continent. Masanori Hanno was one of the legatees, but she was now one of Qin's people, so she naturally did not receive the letter. The other three people looked about the same when they received the letter, and they all looked towards Qin's direction. The situation in the central continent was incredibly tense, and it was not something they could call the shots. Almost all of the factions had allied together to resist Qin, and they were just barely able to resist. If they withdrew their forces and Qin attacked, the remaining people would not be able to stop Qin Zhao at all. When that time came, Qin would unify the central continent. Since Zhao Fu did not say anything, they naturally did not dare to either, as they could all be destroyed by Qin. By now, Zhao Fu decided not to go to the southern continent to defend against the fish-scale people because he had a better plan. If those people could defend against the fish-scale people, it would be because of their strength, and if they could not, it would be because of their lives. As such, Zhao Fu decided not to participate in this alliance. After making this decision, Zhao Fu ordered Qin's generals to make preparations. Of course, he did not say anything to the outside world. At that moment, the various factions gathered at the southern continent. They politely and humbly greeted each other before starting to discuss this matter. However, what they did not expect was that not a single person from the Midland continent had come. This caused everyone's expressions to become quite unsightly. After all, the factions in the Midland continent were much more powerful than ordinary continents, and there were many of them. They would be of great help in defending against the fish-scale people's invasion, yet not a single person had come. How could they feel good about this? Even the most important person in this battle, Qin's legatee, had not come. For a world war like this to not have a world protector come, this was quite inexcusable. At the end of the last battle, Zhao Fu had been incredibly useful, refining a massive amount of poison and killing 3 billion or so fish-scale people. No one could replace his contributions, and he was undoubtedly the greatest contributor to the last battle. However, this time, the fish-scale people had ferociously invaded, and Great Qin's legatee, an important figure, had not come. This caused countless people's expressions to become incredibly unsightly, and their hearts sank to rock bottom. They felt that they had already lost this battle before it had even been fought. If even the most powerful person in the Midland continent did not come, how could anyone else in the Midland continent come because of the threat of Qin's legatee? Seeing that Zhao Fu was not willing to come, not only did Jeffrey, Akhenaten, and the other legatees' expressions become quite grim, but even the confident and courageous Tina Pendragon, who had established a kingdom and was the second most powerful person in the world, felt quite uneasy. This was because Qin's legatee's role on the battlefield was irreplaceable. Even if he did not do anything, just tying down the other side's world protector would be quite useful. Fighting a war was not a game, and Tina Pendragon was not an idiot. She deeply understood how important Qin's legatee was. What do we do now? Even Emperor Qin isn't coming, how are we supposed to defend against the fish-scale people's invasion? Someone cried out in panic. Yeah. How can we defend against so many fish-scale people? I don't believe we'll just die for nothing. How about we surrender and submit to the fish-scale world? Another person cried out in fear. I also feel that we won't be able to hold on. Even Prince Qin, the strongest expert in the human world, isn't here. I really don't have any confidence, someone said with a trembling voice. Hearing that Crown Prince Qin wouldn't be coming, the scene became noisy, and screams of fear rang out. Although Crown Prince Qin was the most terrifying person in the human world and countless people were afraid of him, in the current situation, having him deal with the enemy undoubtedly gave them a lot of confidence. Seeing that such a thing had happened just because Crown Prince Qin wasn't coming, everyone's morale was at rock bottom. Akhenaten felt quite uncomfortable, but he understood what Zhao Fu wanted. He did not want to work together with them anymore, as they had tried to kill him many times already. It was just that they had not succeeded, and now that they had fallen out with each other, there was no longer any face to speak of. Following this, the various factions in the Midland continent sent over a letter, saying that they wanted to come and help defend against the Fishscale people's invasion. However, Crown Prince Qin was too selfish and was not willing to come, making it impossible for them to come as well. Now, they did not dare to take a step out of the Midland continent, as Qin could attack them at any moment. As such, they could only apologize. The person who sent the letter did not show it to anyone but instead yelled it out, seeming righteous and hot-blooded, but unable to do anything. Moreover, he talked about the enmity between them, beautifying their vile actions against Zhao Fu and making Zhao Fu's cruelty and selfishness look bad. This perfectly set the tone, and people immediately started to curse. That Crown Prince Qin really doesn't know what's good for him. Can't he just let go of his personal enmity in front of a powerful enemy? Can't he just stay outside? This kind of person is disgusting. I'm going to die from anger. That Crown Prince Qin is too selfish and only thinks about himself. He doesn't care about anyone else's life or death. How could our human world have such a world protector? We're all blind. That's right. Can't that Crown Prince Qin be a bit more magnanimous? The human world is facing such a great crisis, and he only cares about himself. Not only is he not coming to help, but he's even dragging others along. This kind of person is worse than an animal. To be honest, I can't help but say this. Great Qin's legatee should give up on his personal grievances and put the human race first. He needs to live up to his identity and not be a despicable and vile person. Almost everyone stood on CG's side. CG's vicious plan had once again succeeded, which was to vilify Crown Prince Qin. In the future, the more people who did not submit to him, the more intense the resistance would be. Those who won the hearts of the people would win the world. This was to make Crown Prince Qin lose the hearts of the people. This was because no matter what they did to Qin, others would completely forget that they were doing what was right and righteous. Moreover, this was under the circumstances that they did not have to use a single soldier. Back then, Zhao Fu had been the greatest contributor to stopping the fish-scale world, but what had happened in the end? He had been attacked by countless city lords, and there were even two world protectors who had almost killed Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu really did not have any sense of righteousness, how could he have gone to stop the fish-scale world's invasion? Back then, he had selflessly told them the information he had obtained from the dark demon world and fish-scale world. Now, Zhao Fu was being called a selfish person. Moreover, it was clear that if they had Qin's crown prince, their battle strength would greatly increase. He would be their greatest support, and the pressure on them from stopping the fish-scale world would be greatly reduced. However, by saying this, they had completely cut off the possibility of Zhao Fu coming. If they went to beg Zhao Fu, it might be possible for Zhao Fu to come back. However, if they insulted Zhao Fu like this, would he come? Alright, everyone calm down. Since the Midland Continent's people are not willing to come, our main task is to defend against the fish-scale world's invasion, Akhenaten said as he looked at the scene becoming more and more rowdy. Only then did everyone calm down. Thinking about how they still had to face the fish-scale world, their expressions became quite grim, and the scene once again fell silent. Only then did everyone calm down. Thinking about how they still had to face the fish-scale world, their expressions became quite grim, and the scene once again fell silent. Looking at these people, Akhenaten could not help but sigh. He did not have much confidence in relying on these people to defend against the fish-scale world's invasion. Over at the other legatees, they were the main force. This was especially so for Tina Pendragon, who had already established a kingdom. That was the human world's second kingdom, and it had the power of a true kingdom. It was not something that ordinary factions could resist. What should we do now? We have the massive poison island as our defense, which gives us a massive advantage. However, since the fish scale world dared to invade, they definitely have a plan, Akhenaten said as he looked at everyone. However, they did not have any good ideas, so they could only choose to defend in case anything unexpected happened. They did not know what the fish scale world was going to do. The people present were the elites and strategists of the 4 continents, and they started to make preparations to destroy the poison island and release the poison water. The poison island was now hundreds of regions wide, and the player factions had brought 2 billion people. The southern continent system faction also had 2 billion soldiers, and all of them were stage 1 soldiers. Moreover, 20,000 or so city lords had also moved out. They had no other choice. If it wasn't for the fact that they might all die together or that they could deal with the fish scale world on their own, they would not have worked together with the players. 1 week later, under the deep blue sky, there were a few clouds, and the weather was clear and sunny. 4 billion people were stationed on the poison island, which was hundreds of regions wide, forming a grand defensive line. The fish scale world's various factions were also making preparations as they slowly advanced towards the poison island. The 2 armies officially clashed, and the armies gave off boundless auras as they faced off against each other, causing the surroundings to feel quite oppressive. Under the pressure of the 2 armies, the fish and water monsters in the surroundings had long since escaped. The 2 city lords stood in the sky. Because Akhenaten was the most powerful faction in the southern continent and the legatee of the most powerful dynasty, he was temporarily in charge. At that moment, Akhenaten called out as courteously as he could, "Fish scale people, our human world has no intentions of invading your fish scale world. You live in the water, while we live on land. If we go underwater, we won't be able to survive. You can rest assured. You don't like living on land either. There's really no need for this war. Both sides will suffer great losses, so we can sign a peace treaty to maintain the peace between the 2 worlds. In fact, we can even work together at times because our common enemy should be the previous world." The fish scale world had 8 billion people, which was twice as many as the human world. Moreover, almost all of them were players, so if they died, they would not truly die. However, if the human side died, they would truly die. Akhenaten did not want to fight this battle, as it was incredibly disadvantageous and would not bring him any benefits. If there was a way to reconcile, that would be for the best. The fish scale players looked at the human world's people mockingly. Now that they had such a great advantage, regardless of whether the human side was a threat or not, destroying them would be the best thing to do, and they would not have to worry about anything in the future. Moreover, they would not truly die, so they could attack as they pleased. However, the other side could not. This was a battle that they would definitely win, so of course they had to fight. Even though they did not like living on land, conquering the human world would bring massive benefits, such as turning countless cities into fish-scale cities. With the power of 2 worlds, why would they be afraid of the previous world? You humans are so weak. Your Emperor Qin didn't come, so let's see how you're going to defend against us. If you submit to our fish-scale world, we can guarantee that you'll all become high-grade slaves." One of the legatees said mockingly. Akhenaten felt quite angry. He had spoken so courteously to the other side, yet they were so condescending. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. When he thought of that, Akhenaten did not hesitate and gave the order to attack. Whoosh, 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 wooden barrels were tossed out, and they exploded as they landed in the water. Countless foul-smelling venom spread out, dyeing the surface of the water green. This was a poison that the human world had prepared, and not only was it incredibly poisonous, but it could also seep through one's skin. This poison could also quickly spread, and if it was tossed into the fish scale players, it would be able to kill a large number of them. This was a sudden sneak attack, and it would most likely be quite effective. However, something disappointing happened. Not a single person within the green water was harmed. The fish scale players were quite startled by the human side's sudden attack, but after seeing that it was a poison attack, they could not help but loudly laugh. Last time, they had been defeated by this attack and had paid a massive price. This time, they had specially defended against this attack. Not only did they have poison prevention pearls, but they also had body protection pearls, which prevented the poison from invading their bodies. They also had detoxification pills, which they had long since consumed, which could get rid of the poison in their bodies. These 3 layers of defenses showed how much importance the fish scale people placed on this, and they definitely would not lose to poison again. That was why they did not fear the poison island. The fish scale people did not hesitate to give the order to attack, and the fish scale people charged towards the poison island. It was like a massive flood, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it crashed towards the human world. Even though they had failed, the human side was not too disappointed. They had guessed that the fish scale people had come prepared, and the first attack was just a test. Even though the fish scale people had the advantage, the human side had a great advantage. First, they were fighting on land, which made the fish scale people's battle power much weaker. Moreover, the various types of soldiers were not as effective on land, such as the 3 cavalrymen. Whoosh! 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 Countless wooden barrels were once again tossed out and exploded. The fish scale people thought that it was venom, but what they saw caused their expressions to fall. The barrels were actually filled with white powder, which gave off a bone-chilling coldness as it instantly spread out. The surface of the water froze in an instant, and the people around him were frozen before they could even react. The first probing attack had caused the fish scale people's side to become careless. This wave of attacks caused large chunks of ice to appear on the surface of the ocean, and the people sealed within the ice were frozen. The icy chi entered their bodies, and it was almost impossible for them to survive. This attack had cost the lives of 400 to 500 million fish scale people. The fish scale people were infuriated, and they prepared to attack the island ahead of time. A row of people walked out, holding spears made of coral. These spears were dark black, and there were blue gems embedded into the spearheads. They gave off a faint blue light and gave off a powerful water tribute energy. These people gripped their spears and vigorously threw them out. The countless spears brought with them terrifying power as they drew arcs in the air and whistled as they landed on the ice island. Bang, 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 loud explosions rang out as the spear seemed to cause great damage to the ice. When the spear landed on the ice suddenly exploded. The ice continued to crack and collapse, and large holes that were over 100 meters wide appeared. The blue gems embedded into the spears gave off an intense light, causing the ice within the hole to automatically turn into water and form pools of ice. It could be said that this was the exact opposite of how humans attacked. Humans turned water into ice, while the fish scale people turned ice into water. The blue gems embedded into the spears could turn ice into water, as water was the fish scale people's home ground. That was where they could unleash their full power. They had wanted to get closer so that they could not only turn ice into water, but they could also attack the humans and heavily injure them. It was a pity that the humans had attacked first. However, the fish scale people had been quite effective this time. They had turned more than half of the ice into water, and with another wave of attacks, they would be able to reach the bottom of the human defensive wall. In fact, they might even be able to destroy the defensive wall. The city lords of both sides started to fight in the sky, unable to interfere with the battle below. The fish scale city lords only had a bit more city lords than the humans, as only a small portion of the system faction was participating. In terms of city lords, the humans would not lose by much. Looking at the ice that had turned into water, the humans' expressions became quite grim. They understood how dangerous this attack was, so they ordered the people to reinforce the ice under the defensive wall and use restrictions to protect it. As the humans fortified their defenses, the fish scale people once again threw out spears, turning the remaining ice into water. Now, the area 5 meters away from the defensive walls was completely covered in water, and the advantage that the humans had on land was gone. The ice crystal powder had also been used up after the first wave of attacks. Otherwise, they could have used the ice crystal powder to freeze the water again. Kill! The fish scale people excitedly roared as they rushed towards the defensive walls. Their auras were incredibly majestic, and they were like a tsunami that smashed at everything. At that moment, the humans reacted and once again threw out wooden barrels, causing them to fly towards the fish scale people. The fish scale people once again thought that it was ice powder, so they raised their bows and shot arrows at the fish scale people. Puff puff puff, many of the barrels that were thrown were pierced by the arrows, but it was at this moment that a large amount of black liquid flew out and splashed into the water. This black substance did not merge with the water, but floated on the surface of the water. Swish, 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 countless flaming arrows landed on the water, causing massive flames to rise hundreds of meters into the air. The searing heat waves blasted out in all directions, and many fish scale people were devoured by the flames, causing them to howl before being burned to death. The black liquid was naturally kerosene, and the massive flames formed a wall of flames, forcing the charging fish scale people to stop. This sea of flames had burned at least 300 to 400 million fish scale people to death. The fish scale people were once again infuriated, and a large number of fish scale people wearing magic robes and holding magic formations appeared. Those who wore such equipment were generally mages. These fish scale mages raised their magic staffs and chanted strange incantations, causing the magic formations to give off a brilliant blue light. The water seemed to be drawn towards them, forming a 1,000-meter-tall wave that gave off a destructive aura. Seeing this wave, the humans were greatly startled and hurriedly tried to think of a way to deal with it. Boom! However, they were not given any time. The 1,000-meter-tall wave gave off a terrifying aura as it rushed towards the defensive wall before crashing down, directly inundating the wall of fire that was hundreds of meters tall. Countless waves slammed against the defensive wall with immense force. In fact, some parts of the defensive wall had already been submerged. The defensive wall had countless restrictions on it, making it incredibly tough. However, it still violently trembled and started to crack. Some places were quite low, and the people standing on them were swept off the defensive wall by the seawater. It was impossible to tell how many people had died or been injured. However, it was incredibly difficult for the mages to create such a massive wave, and their faces were incredibly pale. Seeing this, the fish scale people once again ordered the fishman mages to cast a tsunami. Even though the fishman mages' faces were pale, they could still cast another wave. As such, they once again raised their magic staffs and chanted. Rays of blue light spread out as seawater madly gathered towards the sky. On the human side, 5 corps wearing silver armor and giving off ferocious auras quickly gathered at 5 points on the defensive wall. Great corps! They roared as countless traces of silver-white aura gathered at the center of the corps, forming an orb of light that gave off a silver-white light. A powerful aura burst forth, and the other humans also exploded out with their cultivation power. Just as everyone exploded out with their cultivation power, it was as if it was being absorbed by a formless energy. It was the 5 orbs of light that absorbed their cultivation power, and the orbs of light that were dozens of meters wide expanded to 1,000 meters wide. Boom! The 1,000-meter-tall wave gave off destructive power as it smashed towards the defensive wall. The 5 corps simultaneously roared as the 5 massive orbs of light shot out and collided with the wave, resulting in a shocking explosion. The massive wave exploded out, causing seawater to fly everywhere before falling back down like a torrential rain. A ferocious shockwave blasted out, and both sides were thrown into chaos by the shockwave. However, the fish scale people were the first to react, and they roared as they charged over. Because the distance between the two sides had decreased, they quickly reached the defensive wall. The human side immediately panicked, and the archers drew their bows and shot arrows at the incoming fish scale people. Chi, chi, chi. With this fearless charge, they quickly reached the defensive walls. The fish scale archers also arrived, shooting arrows at the humans. Countless arrows whistled through the air, and casualties immediately appeared on the defensive walls. Kill! Because the fish scale people had the advantage in numbers, they roared and started to climb up the defensive walls. The humans continuously counterattacked, using all sorts of attacks against the fish scale people. The battle between the two sides was incredibly intense, and the sound of fighting continuously sounded out. The stench of blood spread out, and there were corpses everywhere. Weapons were scattered everywhere, making it seem like hell on earth. This was the cruelty of war. By now, some fish scale people had already climbed up the defensive walls and started to fight with the humans. Seeing that the fish scale people had already reached the defensive walls, the humans felt incredibly terrified. Their morale had not been very high to begin with, and now, it plummeted even more. As their morale fell, their attacks also weakened. Even more fish scale people took this opportunity to climb up the defensive walls and savagely charge at the human soldiers. By now, it was clear that the humans were losing, and Akhenaten did not hesitate to give the order to retreat to the vicinity of the rift. After receiving this order, the humans naturally let out a sigh of relief and quickly retreated. They used teleportation channels that they had long since constructed to retreat to the vicinity of the rift, while the fish-scale people ferociously chased after them. Some of the humans who were fast enough naturally reached the vicinity of the rift, while those who were too slow were killed by the fish-scale people. Just like that, 600 million people died. There were players and indigenous residents, and their deaths were true deaths. The human city lords also started to retreat. Because teleportation channels could only be used by the fish-scale people, the fish-scale people could not use them. As such, they could only stop and construct a large number of teleportation channels to the vicinity of the rift. The area around the rift was where the human world and fish-scale world were connected. This could be said to be the human world's final line of defense, and there was a long defensive line. The humans once again defended here, while the fish-scale people dared to attack here. This time, the two sides did not face off against each other, and the fish-scale people ferociously rushed towards the rift. They gave off powerful auras and were unstoppable like a flood. Seeing how weak the humans were and how they were about to be defeated, the fish-scale legatees did not feel too worried, and they arrogantly laughed as they said, "You humans are all shameless wretches. I told you to hurry up and submit, and we could make you high-class slaves. Why did we have to use force to conquer you?" The big man with fangs also wildly laughed as he said to Tina Pendragon, "Beauty, hurry and submit to me. Tonight, I'll let you have a taste of a big stick, you'll fall in love with it. This is something that you humans can't do." Ha ha ha, yes. You humans are a lowly race, and your world isn't as big as ours, so you're destined to be conquered by us. We're your masters. One of the fish-scale elders also laughed. True King's sword. No one replied to them, and Tina Pendragon looked at the big man with fangs in front of her. She was now truly furious. Just then, she had been hiding her power and had not used her full strength. The golden dragon seal within Tina Pendragon's body gave off a blinding golden light. Tina Pendragon raised her sword, and a golden light shot into the sky. A massive storm of sword chi spread out as Tina Pendragon slashed out with her full strength. A terrifying golden sword light slashed towards the big man with fangs. The big man with fangs had never thought that Tina Pendragon would be so powerful. By the time he reacted, it was already too late, and he was sent flying by the massive golden sword light. He crashed into the ice thousands of meters away, smashing open a large crater. His body was covered with blood, and many of his bones had been broken. His body gave off a faint blue light, which was the fish-scale world's world energy. In other words, that attack just then had been enough to kill the big man with fangs. It was only because of the world energy that the big man had been able to survive. As a legatee, this was her advantage. Seeing the power that Tina Pendragon had released after breaking through, the other legatees felt quite shocked. They understood that she was now a true king. Akhenaten did not try to hide anything and loudly laughed as he said, "Your fish-scale people asked for this, so don't blame me." This caused the fish-scale people to feel that something was off. However, seeing that their army was about to break through the human world's defenses, they did not notice anything off. At that moment, a shocking explosion sounded out. A white pillar of cold air rushed into the sky, and the cold air formed an icy mist that covered the entire sky. A bone-chilling cold air spread out, but the ice that it covered all began to crack and collapse, as if there was some kind of power that was sucking away the cold air from the ice. The fish-scale people's expressions fell, and they ordered their people to gather together and release all of their power to defend. At that moment, the pillar of icy chi spread out incredibly quickly, sweeping through everything. It was unstoppable, and it was as if the entire world was going to be frozen. This pillar of icy chi came from the island of ice. From the beginning, there had been a massive magic formation on the island of ice, and in order to use it to deal with the fish-scale people, they had made a lot of considerations. The magic formation's purpose was to instantly turn the island of ice into poisonous water and spread it throughout the fish-scale world. However, they had changed the magic formation's purpose to gather countless traces of icy chi. The island of ice covered hundreds of regions, and the icy chi was incredibly terrifying. The countless fish-scale people understood how terrifying the icy chi was, so they gathered together and formed a massive barrier. They had made some preparations. However, that icy chi was simply too terrifying, and as it swept past, the barrier was frozen. The fish scale people's bodies were frozen, and their lives instantly disappeared. This attack instantly killed 2 billion or so fish scale people. Of the 7 billion or so fish scale people, only 5 billion remained, while the humans still had 4 billion. The humans had only lost 600 million humans, while the fish scale people had lost 3 billion. However, the 3 billion fish scale people who died would not truly die, but the humans who died would truly die. Logically speaking, this was not worth it. Akhenaten understood this and said loudly, "We humans aren't easy to bully. This isn't our full strength, and we'll be even more powerful in the future. I think we should sit down and have a good talk. Let's focus on peace and not start a war." Talk about peace? Seeing so many fish scale people die, the legatee at the front looked at Akhenaten hatefully, but he suddenly laughed and said, "You humans have lost this time." Boom! A massive crack stretched out on the horizon, following which transparent rocks giving off rainbow-colored light fell from the sky and landed in the water, creating countless splashes. A crack that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide appeared. This was the second crack, and the humans had never thought that the fish scale people would have such a trump card. Almost 90% of their forces were gathered here, and they did not have the strength to defend at all. Once they charged into the southern continent, the scene would be unimaginable. The humans' expressions fell as they thought of the consequences. They had fallen for a trap, and they had never thought that the fish scale people would have two teams. The first team was in charge of attracting the humans' attention, while the second team was the true killing move. Over at the horizon, a little boy with a golden dragon tail was holding a rainbow-colored shard as he happily smiled in front of a young man. "Big bro, look, I've obtained this again." That young man was Xianxia. This was something that could destroy the human world in one fell swoop, so how could he not participate? At that moment, he clearly understood the threat that the human world posed to him. Wrong, he understood the threat that Great Qin posed. If they did not get rid of Qin, the fish-scale world would be destroyed at Qin's hands one day. The little boy was his little brother, and for some reason, he had obtained the ability to break through the heavenly domain boundary. Last time, he had accidentally broken through the heavenly domain boundary. This ability was naturally incredibly powerful, and according to what Zhao Fu knew, no one had been able to do such a thing yet. However, there was also a flaw, and that was that the crack was not something he could control. In other words, the little boy could break something in the heavenly domain spirit formation, but he did not know where the crack would be. However, there was a way to deal with this. If they destroyed the heavenly domain boundary in the south, there would definitely be cracks in the heavenly domain boundary. As long as they were far away from the first crack, their plan would succeed. His team had 4 billion soldiers, and 70% of them were players and 30% were indigenous residents. There were also many city lords. Looking at the crack, Xianxia waved his hand, and all of the fish-scale people excitedly roared. They gave off terrifying sounds as they ferociously flooded into the human world. The human world's calamity had officially begun. "Hurry and retreat. Go back to the human world and stop that group." Akhenaten yelled out in terror. If this group of fish-scale people charged into the southern continent, with the current situation, the southern continent would definitely be swept through by the fish-scale people. The southern continent would fall, and it would be over for them. If their home was destroyed, there was no point in staying here. However, it was not quite possible for them to retreat and stop the other team. Firstly, they were quite far away, and secondly, there were nearly 5 billion fish-scale people here. How could they let the humans leave? Kill. As long as we can stall this group of humans, we will be victorious. At that time, everyone will have a share of the loot. A legatee loudly laughed as he led the way and rushed out. The other fish-scale people were incredibly excited and ferociously rushed towards the human world. Facing this massive wave of fish-scale people, the humans were unable to retreat in time. Waves of arrows flew into the sky and drew arcs in the air before descending like a torrential rain. The humans could only stop and defend. The fish-scale people took this opportunity to attack the defensive walls and start to fight with the humans. The human side started to retreat because the other group of fish-scale people had already entered the human world. This greatly reduced their morale, and their battle strength greatly decreased. Seeing the fish scale people climbing up the city walls, they felt quite afraid. It was evident how strong they were. Seeing the fish scale person jump up, a person looked terrified and nervously gripped his weapon, his body trembling. Seeing this, the fish scale person wildly laughed and ferociously attacked that person, splitting him in half in just a few strikes. Another fish scale person gave a sharp laugh and used a spear to pierce through a human's chest. Another tall fish scale person swung his axe and savagely hacked at the humans, killing them one by one. Blood sprayed everywhere, causing the fish scale people to feel even more excited. In their eyes, humans were just prey and were not worthy of being their enemies. Humans were simply too weak, not just in terms of mental strength but also in terms of battle power. In a clash between a peaceful world and a world where the strong preyed on the weak, the fish scale people were clearly superior, while humans were lowly slaves. Arg! Facing the fish scale people's condescending mockery, a human furiously took out a large saber and hacked a fish scale person to the ground. However, a few fish scale people quickly surrounded him and dismembered that human's body in just a few strikes. Following this, the blood-red fish scale people brandished their weapons and savagely laughed as they rushed at the humans and started to kill them. On the other side, the fish scale people who had charged into the human world also started to massacre. Indeed, it was a massacre, as they did not have many soldiers left in the cities. The ordinary residents did not have much strength at all. Seeing the fish scale people arrive, they closed the city gates and vigorously defended the cities. However, facing the 4 billion fish scale soldiers, they were unable to resist at all. The fish scale people easily charged into the cities and killed any humans they saw. A fish scale person rushed in and looked at an elderly man. He wanted to run, but because of his old body, he was not very fast. After running a few steps, the fish scale person savagely laughed and swung his saber, chopping off the elderly man's legs. The elderly man fell to the ground and howled in pain. The fish scale person loudly laughed and chopped off the elderly man's head. Another fish scale person swung his hammer at a group of escaping people, smashing them with all his might. Pained cries continuously sounded out, and a man said that he wanted to surrender in fear. However, the fish scale person smashed his head into a pulp. Another fish scale person rushed into a room because he had heard the sound of a child crying. After rushing in, he saw a woman hugging a 3-year-old child who was crying in fear. Looking at the voluptuous woman, the fish scale person lewdly laughed and went up to snatch the crying child before killing him in annoyance. The woman cried as she leapt at the fish scale person, scratching at his face. However, this did not deal much damage, and the fish scale person savagely laughed as he hugged the woman and pressed her to the ground. He tore off her clothes and started to rape her. A fish scale person took a fancy to a person's golden accessory and rushed up, chopping off that person's arm. The fish scale person ignored that person's cries of pain and picked up the severed arm, took off the golden ring, and then slashed out, killing that person. There was blood everywhere, as well as countless mangled corpses. There were women who had been raped and killed, and there were children lying in pools of blood. The scene was incredibly cruel and bloody, and it was as terrifying as hell on earth. Because the soldiers and city lords were not present, after the fish scale people attacked, the city hall's energy barrier automatically activated, automatically protecting the city. A system main city's energy barrier could defend against the attacks of 10 or so city lords and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. However, if it was attacked by dozens of city lords or millions of soldiers, it would be quite easy to break through. Once the energy barrier was broken, the city would be conquered. On the other side of the battlefield, a human city lord was fighting with a fish-scale city lord. After a city was conquered, the city lord's seal's power naturally disappeared. Without the city lord's seal's power, he was killed by a fish-scale city lord in a single blow. After the city lords died, the system main city soldiers' morale plummeted, and they no longer had the will to fight. Now that their city lords were dead, their families and friends were being slaughtered. The human side's defeat was irreversible, and as the city lords died, the system main city army was heavily injured, and their strength greatly decreased. This was not only because of the city lords' deaths but also because of the various stats that the city lords gave them. The fish-scale people seized this opportunity to attack even more ferociously. The human side was naturally even worse off, and it was almost a one-sided defeat. By now, no one had given any orders, and some people had already started to run. Once someone ran, the others would ignore them and focus on running for their lives. This caused the human army to completely collapse, and the fish scale people continued to madly chase after the human army. On the other side, the 4 billion fish scale people gave off a ferocious and unstoppable aura as they swept through thousands of regions in the southern continent. Everywhere they went, there was not a single person left alive, and everything of value was taken away. The things that could not be taken away were directly destroyed and burned, leaving nothing for the humans. This caused countless people to feel incredibly furious. The most tragic thing was that there were at least 1 billion residents who were madly slaughtered by the fish scale people. With so many people dying, the sky seemed to be dyed blood red, and a sense of sorrow spread out from the southern continent. In the end, Akhenaten and the others were able to retreat, but they had suffered heavy losses. Only 1.2 billion people were able to retreat, and when they had retreated to the rift, they had only had 3.4 billion people left. That meant that another 2 billion people had died. The fish scale people had originally had 5 billion people, but they had only lost 300 million people, and these people would not die true deaths. In actuality, if the 2 billion people who had died fought to the death, they would have been able to kill at least 1 billion fish scale people. It was a pity that the human side's rear had been broken through, so they were destined to lose this battle. If they could not retreat and stayed here, the entire southern continent would be slaughtered. Even if they stayed here, it would be meaningless because their rear had already been breached. If they stayed here, they would be besieged and killed sooner or later. Moreover, because the fish scale people outnumbered them and did not fear death, they had to retreat. No matter how many losses they suffered, it was better than being completely wiped out. Moreover, the fish scale people had more people than them and were not afraid of death, so they had to retreat. No matter how many losses they suffered, it was better than being completely wiped out. Moreover, because their city lords had been destroyed, the human side's morale and strength had fallen. After hearing about this, everyone's expressions fell, and they looked quite terrified. The southern continent could not resist at all, and it was only a matter of time before it fell. By now, the entire human world was in danger, as the fish scale people had successfully invaded. Once they conquered the southern continent, they would attack the other continents. By now, the southern continent was completely defenseless, and it was only a matter of time before it completely fell. By now, all of humanity was in danger, as the fish scale people had already successfully invaded. After conquering the southern continent, they would attack the other continents. What should we do? Who knows what to do? Everyone in the world felt quite panicked. It was already too late to go to the southern continent, and even if they went, they would not be able to change anything. The fish scale people had already attacked, and if they did not make any preparations, they would definitely fail. The various factions that had gone to the southern continent to defend against the fish scale people had already retreated to their own continents. The ones who were in the worst situation were the southern continent's people. This was their foundation, and they could only move to other continents. The two groups of fish scale people had already met up, and there were still around 8 billion of them. Because they had already conquered the southern continent, the fish scale people who heard about this swarmed over. The human world's southern continent was about to be conquered, and now was the time to split the spoils. Many fish scale people who had not wanted to come before saw that there were massive benefits and there was not much danger, so they did not hesitate to come. Even the system factions that had not wanted to participate in this had never thought that they would be able to invade the human world so easily. Now that they had come, they were quite happy. An even larger group of fish scale people started to invade the human world. Yu Xian did not refuse these people, as it would be quite difficult for them to conquer the human world with 8 billion or so people. However, if they gathered the entire fish scale world's power to invade the human world, it would be much easier. In just a week's time, the southern continent was practically swept through without any obstructions. Almost 90% of the region had been occupied. The southern continent's countless factions had already moved to the eastern, western, and central continents. Even the southern continent's most powerful king, Akhenaten, was no exception. After all, if he stayed, he would definitely die. Now, the number of fish-scale people gathered in the southern continent was simply incalculable. The various continents were quite welcoming of the southern continent's countless factions relocating. After all, with the threat of the fish-scale world's invasion, having more power meant more protection. If it was under normal circumstances, other factions definitely would not be welcomed. Most people in the southern continent chose to go to the eastern, western, and northern continents. The situation in the central continent was rather tense, and many people did not want to go there. Most of the factions chose the western continent because the western continent was the human world's rear. The northern continent was facing the dark demon world, the southern continent was facing the fish-scale world, and the eastern continent was facing the previous world. The western continent did not face any other world. This was undoubtedly the safest place for humans right now, so more people chose this place. In actuality, there were 1,500 or 600 city lords in the Midland continent who had joined CG's alliance. CG's side naturally welcomed them, but not a single person chose to join Qin. After all, Qin's scheme had caused Qin to lose popularity. Even though Qin had a powerful advantage, they were still unwilling to come. On one hand, they hated Qin and felt disdain towards Qin's despicable faction. On the other hand, they had already offended Qin, so they did not dare to choose Qin. Some people even pushed this failure onto Qin. If Qin had helped, things would not have turned out like this, and the condemnation towards Qin became even more intense. Countless factions in the southern continent migrated, and most of them were player factions or system cities. They managed to survive, but the villages in the wilderness were not so lucky. These villages were the fish-scale world's second target. They directly rushed into those villages and took whatever they could as long as it was of some value. Those who resisted were killed, and those who did not resist were made into slaves to see if anyone would buy them. Now that the southern continent was about to be conquered by them, they did not have to rush. They slowly took everything in the southern continent, whether it was resources or people, and brought them all back to the fish-scale world. However, humans could not breathe underwater, so those who bought slaves had to buy items that could allow them to breathe underwater. The fish-scale world cities not only had water-repellent abilities, but they also had gravity, making it so that people could not swim like in other places. As such, they could only walk. If they could solve the problem of humans breathing, they would be able to survive in the fish-scale world. Breathing equipment was also quite cheap, so the fish-scale world slave market quickly became popular. A few of the largest slave markets appeared next to the rift. Humans' hands were tied up, and there was a rope around their necks. Some were locked together in wooden cages, looking like livestock. Normally, there were only young men and women, as the elderly and children did not have any value as slaves. As such, they were immediately killed. Almost all of these people did not have any clothes on them, as this allowed customers to see what was being sold. If they wanted something, they could directly pay for it, and they could do whatever they wanted with it. The people who were brought here all had empty eyes and numb expressions. They looked like walking corpses, as they felt despair in their hearts. A fish-scale person could not bear to see these humans walking so slowly, and he ferociously lashed out with his whip. As the whip struck their bodies, they immediately became red and swollen, and the pain caused them to feel fear, causing them to speed up. Old Luo. You've caught so many humans today, a fish-scale person laughed as he looked at the fish-scale people whipping the humans. The fish-scale person holding the whip had a ferocious look on his face, and he laughed as he replied, I was just lucky and found a group of refugees. Both of them were familiar with each other, so they chatted as usual. It was almost like a normal market, and what was being sold here were also goods, just humans. All of this was quite normal, and none of the fish-scale people were surprised. Even the 100 or so human women being raped by fish-scale people did not have much of a reaction, as if this was an incredibly normal thing to do. This was the true face of the heaven-awakened world, the strong could decide everything. Normally, this was the fate of a world that was conquered by others, and Zhao Fu had long since seen this outside of the legacy land. The various continents all started to build defensive structures, as after the fish-scale world devoured the southern continent, they would naturally make a move against them. It could be said that all of the humans had hurriedly gathered to hold a meeting. Now that the human world really might be destroyed, those who did not want to help were forced to join. They did not want to die, and they knew from the reports that the fate of becoming fish scale people's slaves was a fate worse than death. This time, the various factions that were plotting against Qin also arrived. Even though they did not bring many people, all of their leaders had come, such as Cg, Oleg, Babylon, Lu Yi, and others. The scene immediately fell silent, and no one said anything. Everything the elder said was the truth, and they could not refute it. The elder coldly harumphed, "Also, who do you think you can blame for this situation? Do you dare to say that you didn't participate in destroying Great Qin every time? This is especially so last time. Didn't China ally with so many factions to attack Great Qin? You even invited 2 world protectors, and now one of them has brought people to invade the human world. What do you have to say now?" The Chinese side's expressions became quite grim, but they could not rebut this. Even though the others were quite dissatisfied, they did not say anything. The scene fell silent, and a few people stepped out to mediate, saying, "Everyone, the most important thing right now is how to defend against the fish scale world's invasion. Even though Prince Qin did not come, we still need to face this matter. Now, almost all of the human world's top-tier factions have gathered here, so of course they are powerful. In actuality, we have the power to fight against the fish scale world, but we lack confidence. As long as we are united, I'm sure no one will be able to defeat us humans. Also, regarding Qin, if a terrifying faction like Qin can join us, we will naturally have more confidence. Qin has been hiding all sorts of methods, and there is no need to mention how powerful he is. Perhaps we can think of a way to rope him in. This is a matter that concerns all of humanity. Can Qin defend against an entire world? That is completely impossible. If we are destroyed by the fish scale world, Qin will also be destroyed. Qin's people will understand such a simple principle. Now, it was time for some people to show their attitude, such as admitting their mistakes and apologizing to him, giving Prince Qin a way out of this embarrassing situation. In that case, Prince Qin would naturally join them. After all, it was impossible for them to die together. Hearing this, most people nodded. Those words made sense. Seeing this, Tina Pendragon and Jeffrey slightly relaxed. Right now, the most important thing was to rationally discuss how to deal with the fish scale world and not fight amongst themselves and push the blame onto others. They wanted to personally go to Qin because the feeling that Zhao Fu gave them was that he was not a bad person or an unreasonable person, so they should be able to convince him to come. Thinking to there, Tina Pendragon and Jeffrey chatted for a while and prepared to leave together to meet Qin Kingdom's legatee Qin. At that moment, a person rushed in with a piece of paper and said loudly, "The fish scale world's world protector gave us a letter saying that as long as we remain neutral and have them destroy Qin's faction, the human factions will not be destroyed. If we ally with them to kill Qin's legatee, the fish scale world will no longer invade the human world." Immediately, there were also many people who looked quite delighted and asked happily, "Will killing Great Qin's legatee really stop them from invading the human world? What guarantee do they have?" Some people breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I knew it. It must be Qin who caused trouble and caused the human world to suffer. Since it was Qin who caused trouble, Qin will deal with it alone." Another person said happily, "That scared me to death. So the fish scale world's true target was Qin. Now, we don't have to beg him, people like him deserve to be destroyed. What's with the act?" The silent scene once again became lively, but only a small portion of people were talking. Most people sank into their thoughts, because if they could borrow the fish scale world to destroy Qin, that would be a good thing. However, the crux of the matter was that the fish scale world could not guarantee that they would not act against them. Even though they did not trust Qin's legatee, he was still a human, while the other side was from another race. Everyone knew what the fish scale people had done, so they did not trust the fish scale world at all. As such, they were quite opposed to the fish scale world. Looking at the people happily chatting and thinking that the crisis had been averted, some people could not help but curse, "Idiots. Right now, Qin is the only thing the fish scale world fears. If he's destroyed, what will the fish scale world have to worry about when they destroy us in the future?" However, some people were unconvinced and said, "That world protector can guarantee that if there's anything that can restrict them, we can trust them. After all, neither of them are good people, so let them fight each other." That's right, why shouldn't we trust the fish scale people just this once? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just that you're too narrow-minded and only care about humans. What do you mean they're not of the same race? Don't we humans kill each other all the time? When you kill people, who doesn't hold back? Anyway, I feel that the fish scale people can be trusted. Hearing that person say this, some people agreed, but most people could not help but sigh. It seemed that the human race really could not be saved. No matter what, I will stand on Qin's side and the human side. I definitely won't work with the fish scale people. Tina Pendragon gave off a powerful aura as she spoke for the first time. Her gaze was resolute, and no one could change her mind. In actuality, Tina Pendragon had not said much because with her personality, she did not want to participate in these things. However, this time, she could not help but express her stand. As such, she did not say much and turned to leave. Hearing the human world's second-ranked king speak, many people relaxed and made their decision. However, there were still some people who clamored, "It's not that I'm saying you're stupid, but when the fish scale world destroys you, you deserve it. Don't blame anyone for not doing such an obvious good thing." Now, the human world was split into two groups. 30% supported allying with the fish scale people to destroy Qin and protect the human world. The other 70% opposed allying with the fish scale people because the fish scale people did not even treat them as humans and only treated them as slaves. It was not that they were biased towards Qin, but that the fish scale people were even more despicable than Qin. Neither side could convince the other. The 30% of people were determined to work with the fish scale people, while the other 30% felt that the remaining 70% were idiots. As long as they signed a contract with the fish scale people, they would be able to protect the human world in some way. Moreover, even if the fish scale world destroyed the human world, they would still be able to help the fish scale people destroy Qin. This would be a great contribution, and they would at least be able to live in the upper echelons of the fish scale world. The slaves would only be ordinary people. Right now, the fish scale world's people could not truly die, and they were more powerful than humans. If this went on, the humans would most likely lose. The fish scale world lacked people, and if they could submit to them, they would naturally receive great benefits. Moreover, since they wanted slaves, they naturally needed people to manage them. The upper-class people were naturally the most suitable, and no matter how they thought about it, they were the best choice for the humans. The remaining 70% of people could tell what those people were trying to do, and there was no point in continuing to argue. After all, they had already submitted to the fish scale world, so there was no point in arguing with them anymore. During this meeting, everyone looked quite displeased. The problem had not been resolved at all, and it had instead become even more complicated. Everyone wanted to leave. Suddenly, another person hurriedly ran in, looking quite shocked as he cried out, "Qin took 500 million soldiers to attack the southern continent." What? Countless people were sent into an uproar. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. Not only did the fish scale world not directly attack Qin, but Qin had actually taken 500 million soldiers to attack the fish scale world. Is Qin crazy? After all, the southern continent has already been conquered by the fish scale world, and there are countless fish scale people there. Even though 500 million soldiers looks like a lot, they'll be insta-killed by the fish scale people. After hearing this, everyone felt incredibly shocked. They could not understand why Qin would do such a stupid thing. 500 million soldiers wanting to defend against an entire world? It was not just them who did not believe it, who would believe such a thing. After all, even if Qin's entire army defended, they definitely would not be a match for the fish scale world. Now that they had taken the initiative to attack, it was simply a joke. Tina Pendragon, who had been preparing to leave, could not help but look shocked when she heard about this. What great Qin had done was simply too shocking. Jeffrey slightly calmed down. Since Qin was willing to act, this meant that he did not intend to just stand by and watch. He was still willing to help the human world, but for 500 million people to fight against an entire world, he could not help but feel worried. Now, only a small area at the northern end of the southern continent had not been conquered, and Qin had quickly conquered that area. It was not difficult at all, as almost everyone had escaped. After hearing that Qin had taken 500 million soldiers to defend against the entire fish scale world, countless fish scale people immediately laughed. Is that Legatee Qin stupid? Does he really think he's invincible? If he wants to die, don't blame him. After hearing about this, Yu Xian felt quite surprised. He had never thought that Great Qin would take the initiative to attack. However, Yu Xian could not help but become serious because with his understanding of Great Qin's legatee, he was not an idiot. After hearing about this, the fish-scale people swarmed towards the northern end of the southern continent and easily surrounded Great Qin. Surprisingly, there were no surprises at all. There were at least 10 billion people surrounding Great Qin, making it so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A group of ferocious-looking fish-scale people looked at Qin's soldiers condescendingly. One of the legatees looked at Zhao Fu and loudly mocked, "You're quite smart, legatee Qin. You took the initiative to run over and swear loyalty to your grandpa. Otherwise, what else could you have done?" Another person also wildly laughed as he said, "I heard that Qin has countless treasures and beauties. Why aren't you offering them up for us to play with? If we're happy, perhaps we'll spare your Qin, ha 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 ha." A white-haired elder coldly harumphed, "You poisoned billions of our fish-scale people back then, and now you've suffered the same fate. I won't spare Qin, this debt of blood must be paid in blood. I'll kill Qin and not leave a single one alive." Now, there were over 10 billion people gathered here, and there were even more people coming. There were already countless city lords here, and this gave them immense confidence. It was like a majestic mountain looking down on a small beast. After all, 500 million soldiers were simply too weak in front of them, and they could be easily destroyed without any chance of retaliating. Yu Xian did not reveal himself and instead secretly observed. Qin's side was quite strange. They only had cavalrymen riding on tall black god horses. They were lined up in groups and wore black armor. They carried 3 different colored spears on their backs, and they all had resolute expressions on their faces. They gave off an austere aura, causing the air to seem to freeze. Even though they were surrounded by fish-scale people, they did not feel any fear. There were no archers or infantrymen, and the 500 million soldiers were all cavalrymen. On Qin's side, only Zhao Fu stood in the sky, wearing a black cloak. Facing the countless gazes and mocking voices, he did not show any weakness at all. He only gave a trace of a cold smile. Rumble, all of Qin's soldiers received their orders and gripped the white spears on their backs as they got on their warhorses and shot out like lightning. Their footsteps were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Seeing that Qin still dared to take the initiative to attack, the fish-scale people disdainfully laughed and rushed up. However, at that moment, countless of Qin's cavalrymen vigorously threw their spears into the sky. The white spears turned into rays of white light as they shot into the sky, giving off shocking sounds. This surprised the fish-scale people, and they found that the spears were not attacking them. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as the white spears stabbed into the air and did not fall to the ground. White magic formations instantly spread out with the spears at the center. These white magic formations covered the sky, and each one was 100 meters wide. They were filled with complicated runes and gave off a faint white light, making it seem like a wondrous scene in the sky. However, the countless fish-scale people did not realize that something was wrong and continued onwards. However, the people at the front suddenly yelled, "What's going on? I can't breathe anymore." The people at the front all fell to the ground, their faces turning purple as they painfully struggled on the ground and gasped for breath. They looked like fish that had run out of oxygen and desperately tried to breathe in. The countless fish-scale people behind them looked incredibly shocked and stopped, not daring to take another step forward. Qin's cavalrymen once again took out white spears from their spatial rings and gave off terrifying auras as they flooded forwards. Boom, boom. Boom, the spears gave off terrifying power as they shot into the sky like bolts of lightning. Following this, white magic formations suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Arg! The countless city lords naturally guessed that it was because of those magic formations, so they tried to deal with them. However, as soon as they entered, they powerlessly fell from the sky, smashing open craters. They then started to struggle on the ground like the other fish-scale people. This caused the countless city lords' expressions to turn pale, and they immediately thought of ways to avoid the magic formations and use ranged attacks to destroy them. However, before they could do anything, white spears containing terrifying force shot towards them. What shocked them was that even if they destroyed the spears, the white magic formations would immediately reappear. In that moment, it was as if all the oxygen within their bodies had been sucked away, and the city lords in the sky fell like rain, struggling on the ground in pain. This scene caused all of the fish scale people to feel incredibly shocked. Even the city lords could not resist at all. Just what kind of power did that white magic formation have? What was going on? None of the fish scale people knew what was going on. Qin's cavalrymen flooded towards the fish scale people. At that moment, the countless Qin's cavalrymen no longer used their white spears. Instead, they took out the crystal spears on their backs and threw them at the countless fish scale people. This time, the targets were not the fish scale people. The crystal spears gave off sharp auras as they landed on the ground, causing blood-red magic formations to appear and a formless energy to spread out in all directions. Arg! What's going on? My body's in the true world, a terrified cry sounded out, causing countless people to feel incredibly shocked. They didn't need to truly die. That was their greatest trump card, and it allowed them to be completely fearless. However, if they were to transform into their true bodies and face true death, they definitely wouldn't be fearless. After all, there was no one who didn't fear death. However, this ability to not die had been destroyed so easily. Thinking about the people struggling on the ground, if they stayed here, they would die a true death. It was not just the countless fish scale people who were afraid, the countless fish scale city lords also looked terrified and started to run. Yu Xian, who had been hiding in the surroundings, could not help but reveal himself. He had also entered the range of the white magic formations because there was some sort of energy sucking away the oxygen within his body. Yu Xian did his best to defend, but there were too many white magic formations, and the suction force was too strong. This caused Yu Xian's expression to change. Xiao. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as a white ray of light containing terrifying power shot towards Yu Xian. Yu Xian waved his hand, and an invisible force shattered the white beam of light. The spear turned into countless motes of light and dissipated, and a white magic array appeared. A powerful suction force erupted, and Yu Xian's oxygen was sucked away. Yu Xian immediately retreated. It was not only because his oxygen had been sucked away, but also because he felt a strong sense of danger. It was Zhao Fu. Boom, a wave of demonic qi rushed into the sky, and all of the demonic qi in the heavens and earth madly gathered, forming a sun in the sky that gave off a demonic light. It gave off a boundless demonic intent, causing all creatures to feel a trace of coldness and fear. Zhao Fu directly used his full strength, and his body gave off terrifying demonic qi as he raised the sky demon sword and ferociously slashed out. A terrifying black sword light seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens as it slashed towards Yu Xian. Yu Xian's expression fell, and he did not hide his strength. He took out a golden harpoon and vigorously stabbed it towards Zhao Fu. A massive wave of power came from the harpoon, and a golden ray of light containing immense power shot out, dyeing the entire world golden. Boom, the golden ray of light and black sword light collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. Light and sword qi shot everywhere, forming a massive gale that spread out. However, the golden ray of light was still unable to defeat the black sword light and was split in two. The golden ray of light turned into motes of light and dissipated, while the black sword light sent Yu Xian flying back. Qi. Yu Xian flew back 10 or so meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression quite unsightly. After not seeing Zhao Fu for so long, he found that Zhao Fu's power was many times greater than before. How could Zhao Fu have such power? What he did not know was that when Zhao Fu was on the brink of death, the power from his 3 emperor stars would be even more terrifying, and he would be able to instantly kill Yu Xian. In that state, even guardian beasts would not be a match for Zhao Fu, and only if the world's consciousness personally descended would it be able to repel Zhao Fu. It could be seen just how terrifying Zhao Fu had been back then. However, this state could only last until the moment of death, and it was not something that Zhao Fu could control but something that he had lost control of. "Big brother, are you all right?" The little boy came over. Seeing that his ferocious big brother had been injured, he ran over and asked in concern. Yu Xian inwardly sighed. He understood that with his current strength, he was not a match for Zhao Fu at all. If he stayed here, he would most likely be killed by Zhao Fu. When that time came, his little brother would definitely be killed by Zhao Fu. Clang, 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 countless chains containing terrifying power shot out from the air, and their target was not Yu Xian but the boy next to him. Zhao Fu had long since obtained information from the people he had planted in the fish-scale world that this boy had the ability to break through the heaven domain boundary. As such, he could not be allowed to live, so Zhao Fu did not show any mercy and directly attacked the boy. Yu Xian felt furious and roared as he vigorously swung his harpoon, causing countless golden sword-like fish to fly out and attack the chains. Clang, 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 the sounds of metal colliding could be heard as the chains madly danced in the air, and the golden swordfish flew about chaotically. Sparks flew everywhere as they blasted out in all directions, giving off shocking auras. At that moment, Yu Xian did not hesitate to pick up his little brother and turn into a ray of light as he shot over the horizon and disappeared. He was not a match for Zhao Fu, and he could not break through that strange white magic formation. Qin had come prepared, and he had been waiting for them to conquer the southern continent before destroying them. This time, Yu Xian was powerless, and he could only sullenly run. Now that the world protector had fled, how could the terrified people still dare to stay here? They all scattered in an uproar. The situation was completely different from before. Before, the fish-scale people had been ferociously looking at Great Qin as if they wanted to devour Great Qin, but now, there was only terror in their eyes, and they continuously retreated like a bunch of loose sand. Kill! Qin's cavalry gave off a massive aura, shaking the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers as they ferociously chased after the fleeing fish-scale people. How could ordinary people outrun horses? What's more, most of the horses that the Qin cavalry were riding were black god horses that had divine power. The countless fish-scale people panicked and tried to use teleportation channels to leave this terrifying place. However, at that moment, Qin's cavalry took out the last wooden spear on their backs and threw it out. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless wooden spears flew out, instantly drawing arcs in the air. Their target was not the fish-scale people but the ground. The wooden spears ferociously stabbed into the ground, piercing 1 meter into the ground. Isolation magic formations appeared, locking down the surrounding space, and the teleportation channels naturally could not be used. In actuality, isolation magic formations were quite easy to set up. Even without Qin's method, as long as there were enough people, it would be enough. For example, if there were 70,000 or 80,000 people who understood magic formations, they would be able to set up an isolation magic formation in a short period of time, completely locking down an entire region. The surroundings were completely locked down, and countless teleportation magic formations were no longer usable. The fish-scale people became even more terrified. Is Qin going to kill them all? Hurry and run! Since the teleportation magic formations could not be used, they could only use their legs to run. Only by running could they survive, or else if they stayed here, they would die for real. The countless Qin cavalry were like tigers among a flock of sheep, chasing down and killing the terrified fish-scale people. The fish-scale people could only helplessly run in fear, and they were no longer as ferocious as before. Zhao Fu looked at the escaping Yu Xian and did not chase after him, as he felt that he would not be able to catch up. Right now, what Zhao Fu cared about the most was the current situation, and he could not allow anything unexpected to happen. As such, Zhao Fu decided to stay and control the battlefield. As the countless fish-scale people ran, many of the fish-scale people who did not know what was happening looked at the countless fish-scale people running for their lives, feeling quite confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the fish-scale people have already destroyed Qin's cavalry? Why were they the ones running away instead? Moreover, Qin had only sent 500 million people, while they had countless people. It was almost impossible for them to lose. However, the reality was that the fish-scale people were running, and their faces were filled with fear and panic. Just what was going on? They hurriedly stopped one of them and asked, "Big brother, what's going on? Weren't we the fish-scale people going to destroy Qin? Are we going to take all of their treasures and women to take revenge for Great Qin poisoning us back then?" The fish-scale person who had been stopped said in terror, "What's there to destroy now? Qin's sending people into their true bodies, and he's using some sort of strange method to slaughter fish-scale people. I heard that billions of people have died, they've really died." Hearing this person's words, the other fish-scale people hurrying over looked incredibly shocked. Why did so many people die? Is this true? Don't we have so many city lords and world protector inheritors? Why are they so useless? The fish scale person said in fear that Qin's imperial prince is too powerful, and we world protectors were unable to retaliate at all. Those city lords were even worse off, they didn't even have a chance to attack before dying. Qin has sealed off this region and is trying to kill all fish scale people. Qin hasn't even reached here yet, so you should hurry up and run. If you stay here, you'll only die. Hearing this, the people who had hurried over thought of an incredibly bloody scene, and they felt terror in their hearts as their bodies trembled. No wonder so many people were running in terror. Now that they knew, they did not hesitate to join the fleeing group. This news quickly spread, and all of the fish scale people were terrified. They packed up their things and quickly ran back to the fish scale world, not daring to stay in the human world for even a moment. That was simply too terrifying. After returning to the fish scale world, a piece of news that terrified all of the fish scale people spread was that billions of people had really disappeared. It was easy to imagine what had happened. There were billions of people, yet they died just like that, wiped out like ants. There wasn't even the slightest bit of commotion. It was just too shocking. Forget about seeing it with their own eyes, just hearing about so many people dying was enough to make one scared. The fish scale race only had 18 billion people, and now that so many of them had died, they felt as if they were going to be wiped out. Qin's cavalry swept through the southern continent with an unstoppable momentum, and there was no resistance at all. Because almost all of the fish scale people had retreated, there was naturally no resistance from Qin's cavalry. In the end, Qin's cavalry stopped near the rift and did not step into the fish scale world. This allowed the fish scale people, who had been in despair, to finally let out a sigh of relief. If Qin had attacked the fish scale world with such unstoppable momentum, their entire fish scale race might have been massacred by Qin. Right now, no one could stop Qin at all. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The various factions in the fish scale world gathered together in terror and urgently discussed how to deal with Qin. They definitely could not allow Qin to take a single step into the fish scale world, or else the entire fish scale world would perish. Just what was going on with that Qin? How could he control those two things? The fish scale world had successfully invaded the human world and conquered the southern continent. This was definitely a massive scheme that Qin had set up, waiting for the fish scale people to fall for it. They had been too arrogant and thought that the human world did not have the power to retaliate, which was why they had suffered such a terrifying outcome. Even though Qin had stopped at the rift, that was because Qin's cavalry could not enter the water. They were definitely preparing to invade the fish scale world. Thinking about how Qin had massacred the fish scale people in the southern continent, no one wanted this to happen in the fish scale world. However, how could they stop Qin? The various factions felt incredibly worried because they did not know what methods Qin was using, so they did not know what to do. Under the threat of Qin being wiped out, it was the first time the fish scale people had felt fear. It was the fear of the world being destroyed. Many people knelt on the ground in fear, praying that Qin would not invade the fish scale world. They prayed that things would be resolved quickly, prayed that they would survive, and prayed that such a dangerous thing would not happen again. Qin's 500 million cavalry swept through the southern continent and chased the ferocious and arrogant fish scale people back to the fish scale world. The human world's crisis has been resolved, and the human world has once again welcomed peace. After hearing about this, everyone looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Qin would be able to fight against the entire fish scale world by himself, and he had even chased the fish scale people out of the human world. Just how had Qin done this? Following this, more detailed information arrived, causing them to feel even more shocked. Qin had completely slaughtered the fish scale people in the southern continent, slaughtering billions of fish scale people, causing the entire fish scale race to feel terrified. Qin's power was simply too terrifying, and no one felt that there was any need to do anything. If there was any danger, just Qin would be enough, and they did not have to worry at all. This was a great moment for everyone. Back then, the fish scale people had been incredibly arrogant and had said that they could easily destroy the human world. They had even called humans a lowly race and wanted to make humans slaves. Now, they knew fear. After hearing about this, some people could not help but cheer, and everyone else looked incredibly delighted. The 30% of people who had wanted to work together with the fish scale people all had stiff smiles on their faces. Thinking about it, they felt quite scared. Just then, they had foolishly wanted to destroy Qin, and thinking about how childish and laughable that had been. If they had participated back then, they would have ended up like the fish scale people, like sheep being hunted by Qin. Qin is mighty. With Qin, we humans will not have to worry about danger in the future. Qin is truly a blessing to the human race. Some people shamelessly cheered on Qin's name because they remembered what they had said before. Now, they had to take back what they had said, or else if Qin came looking for them, they would all be doomed, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone understood what these people were thinking, and they felt a trace of disdain, but they did not say anything. Tina Pendragon and Jeffrey came back to their senses. They had never thought that Qin would be able to do it. Creating a legend of resisting an entire world by himself was something that was almost impossible, but Qin had done it. Thinking about how terrified they had been when the fish-scale world had invaded, they had felt incredibly panicked. However, they did not have to do anything now, and such a great danger had been easily dealt with by Qin. Tina Pendragon lightly sighed, and even with her bright and confident personality, she could not help but feel quite sad. In the human world, there was almost no one who could convince her, and Zhao Fu was the only person who she felt inferior to. Back at the southern continent, Zhao Fu stood in the sky and looked at the fish-scale people kneeling on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. His plan had gone quite smoothly this time, and he had successfully captured 4 billion fish-scale people. They were capturing them, not killing them. After all, the white magic formation could only suck away their oxygen, making it so that they could not kill the fish-scale people. Moreover, this white magic formation could only be used on the aqua race, as it could suppress all aqua race. It was also ineffective on other races, as the white magic formation was developed based on the aqua race's body structure. Moreover, it could only be used on land, which was a big weakness. If the fish-scale people entered water, the white magic formation would lose its effect, as water countered the white magic formation. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would not have had to wait for the fish-scale people to attack. He could have directly destroyed the fish-scale world and destroyed the human world before sweeping through the other worlds. He would not have had to wait until the end to act. Back when Zhao Fu had come out from the Heaven Spirit Steel, he had decided not to participate in the defense because he had found this method. He had used his supreme level account. Because of the weakness of the white magic formation, Zhao Fu could only wait for a suitable opportunity to act. The fish-scale people attacking the southern continent was exactly what Zhao Fu wanted to see. His goal was to deal a heavy blow to the fish-scale world and easily obtain the entire southern continent. In actuality, this white magic formation was a very outdated method of suppressing the aqua race. It had existed for a long time, and it was something that a talisman spirit world had developed to defend against the aqua race. As long as the aqua race stepped onto land, regardless of whether they had breathing equipment or not, the white magic formation would suck away oxygen. It was quite powerful, but if one could find its weakness, it would be quite easy to deal with it. Apart from jumping into the water, one could also refine a type of water oxygen pill. This kind of pill could not only provide oxygen, but it could also protect one's body and resist the suction from the white magic formation. Water oxygen pills could be found in the outside world, and they only cost a few copper coins. However, the fish-scale people did not know about this, and Zhao Fu did not know about this either. He had only obtained this information from the Heaven Spirit Steel, and it could be seen just how useful this information was. This was the reason why Zhao Fu had stopped advancing at the rift. After all, once the aqua race returned to the water, the white magic formation would lose its effect, and Qin would not be able to attack the fish-scale people. Now, it was time to deal with the 4 billion fish-scale people. These fish-scale people were all tied up with ropes and knelt on the ground in terror, their bodies trembling. There was no reason for them not to kneel, as they had all been killed. The piles of corpses by the side of the road were their corpses. Compared to humans, the fish-scale people were much more adaptable. Most of them chose to submit and humbly kneeled in front of Zhao Fu. Looking at this group of fish-scale people, Zhao Fu felt that it would be a great pity to kill them. Even though Qin had obtained the southern continent, it was essentially an empty shell. It only had a few regions, as there were not many people left. If he could take in these 4 billion fish-scale people, they would be of great help to Qin. Firstly, the fish-scale people's cultivation was not weak, and their battle intent was higher than that of ordinary players. This would greatly increase Qin's battle strength, and right now, Qin lacked people. The various ministers tried to persuade Zhao Fu to take in these fish scale people. Because there were clearly massive benefits, Zhao Fu decided to take in these fish scale people. However, Zhao Fu did not trust the fish scale people very much. Moreover, there were now 4 billion of them, which was almost half of Qin's population, so he had to be on guard against them. As such, he had to control them. At that moment, a certain item came in handy, which was the hidden evil pill that he had not used in a long time. Qin had obtained this pill a long time ago and had been greatly nurtured. Zhao Fu had used it to easily take down Orc City. Now, he could use the hidden evil pill to control them and prevent them from rebelling. That way, he would not have to worry about anything. Moreover, Zhao Fu was quite displeased with the fish scale people's actions in the southern continent. Even though Zhao Fu did not want to introduce slavery, he could use another method, which was to divide Qin's residents into different classes. The first class would be the ordinary residents of Qin, who would enjoy the basic rights that Qin had given them. The second class would be the untouchables, who were divided into different classes. Just like this, the lower one's rank was, the lower the treatment they would receive. If they wanted to raise their rank, they would have to work for Qin and do things that would be useful to Qin. Only then would they be able to truly become a commoner of Qin and not a peasant. None of the fish scale people objected to Zhao Fu's decision at all. Even though they would be level 2 peasants, it was better than being slaves. Thinking about the pitiful things that slaves had gone through, they felt incredibly grateful towards Zhao Fu. Out of the 4 billion fish scale people, Li Si picked out 1,500 or so top-tier beauties to become Zhao Fu's concubines and help the fish scale people's fate fuse into Qin more quickly. Zhao Fu was not very interested in fish scale women because they had fish scales on their bodies and felt quite strange to the touch. However, as long as it was beneficial to Qin, Zhao Fu did not refuse. After all, digesting 4 billion fish scale people was not an easy matter. After this, a quarter of the fish scale people had fallen here. This was no surprise to the fish scale world, and it was a heavy blow. The fish scale people's vitality was greatly damaged, and they no longer had the arrogance they had before. Now, there was the issue of city lords. Out of the 4 billion fish scale people, many of them were city lords, but some of their cities had been conquered while others had not. Many people believed that the fish scale people who had fallen to Qin had already died. Right now, the most important thing was to relocate the cities that had not been conquered. However, this was not easy, as these cities were scattered throughout the fish scale world. Moreover, the fish scale world was at its most tense, so it was impossible to sneak into the fish scale world and obtain cities. Just as Zhao Fu was thinking about what to do, a soldier came to report, "Your Majesty, the fish scale world has sent an ambassador, saying that they want to negotiate with Qin." Under the threat of Qin being wiped out, the fish scale people could not think of a way to stop Qin. As such, they could only take a step back and choose to negotiate. Right now, the most important thing was to ensure that the fish scale world was not destroyed. Everything else was secondary, as they did not want to die or become Qin's slaves. More importantly, even if they lowered their heads and begged for peace, Qin might not agree. As such, they had brought 5 billion gold coins, tens of thousands of chests of treasures, and 3,500 top-tier fish scale beauties. There were even some of the top-ranked women in the fish scale world to show their sincerity and hope that Qin would not attack the fish scale world. Zhao Fu sat on a chair while the fish scale emissary humbly knelt on the ground. He first praised Zhao Fu, saying that Zhao Fu's name was peerless and that he was a natural emperor. He then listed all sorts of gifts and asked Great Qin not to attack the fish scale world and for both sides to coexist peacefully. Zhao Fu had never thought that because of the white magic formation's flaws, Zhao Fu would not even plan to invade the fish scale world. Without the white magic formation, Qin would be completely destroyed if he entered the fish scale world. After all, Qin would not be able to compare to the fish scale people who lived in the water. Moreover, they were an entire world, while Zhao Fu was just a faction. Since they had come to him, Zhao Fu inwardly laughed. If he did not screw them over, who would he screw over? Even though Zhao Fu was inwardly delighted, Zhao Fu still looked quite gentle as he said, "We are not a bloodthirsty and barbaric person. Since the fish scale world is willing to admit its mistakes, we will forgive you this once. We will also accept the gifts. We will also tell you a piece of good news, your fish scale people did not die and have already submitted to Qin, becoming Qin's subjects. However, they have always lived in the fish scale world and are not used to living in the human world. As such, I hope that everyone in the fish scale world will see the Netherwater continent, which is closest to the human world, to Qin so that Qin's subjects can live there. Also, move their cities over. Also, now that the two worlds are at peace, you should return the humans that you captured. Only then will the two worlds be able to coexist peacefully. Of course, Qin can promise that he will not invade the fish scale world within 3 years and can sign a blood contract of the highest level as a guarantee of our friendship. Hearing that Zhao Fu would not attack the fish scale world, the fish scale ambassador was delighted. However, after hearing Zhao Fu's requests, especially for them to cede a continent, the ambassador's expression became quite unsightly. After all, the fish scale world only had 7 continents in total, and no one could decide who they belonged to. No one had unified the continents, yet Qin wanted a continent, which meant that he wanted 1/7 of the fish scale world's territory. The ambassador felt quite troubled and tried to persuade Zhao Fu, saying, "Your Majesty Qin, ceding a continent is a bit." Before the ambassador could finish, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and said, "There's no need to say anything else. We have already made a decision, and that is already the greatest concession we can make. Otherwise, we can only take it by force." Hearing Zhao Fu's threatening words, the fish scale people's faces became pale. They had come to beg for peace, and their goal was to prevent Qin from attacking the fish scale world so that the fish scale world would not be destroyed. After thinking about it, they decided that they could not take things too far, so they could only leave and return to the fish scale world. Naturally, they left the gifts with Qin. Zhao Fu directly put the money into the national treasury, and he gave out all sorts of treasures. As for the women, Zhao Fu gathered them together. There were the 1,500 people that Li Si had chosen and the 3,500 people that the fish scale people had given, for a total of 5,000 women. These women were all peerless beauties, and because they had been chosen from billions of people, there was no need to mention how beautiful they were. 3 of them had the most outstanding auras, one had a slim figure and a delicate face, and she gave off a valiant aura, one had a lowly's face and was a young girl, and she had developed quite well in all aspects, and one had a voluptuous figure and gave off a seductive aura. These 3 were the top beauties of the fish scale world, and Zhao Fu felt quite interested as he looked at them. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, the seductive woman gave a seductive smile and took off her clothes. The 2 other women's faces became red and they also took off their clothes, and the other women did the same. After all, they had been sent here to serve Zhao Fu in the name of saving the fish scale world. If they could obtain Zhao Fu's favor, they would naturally be able to say a few words to Zhao Fu, and perhaps they could save the fish scale world. As for whether or not he would be able to get a continent, Zhao Fu did not have much confidence, so he could only wait. At the same time, he made preparations for the fish scale world to retaliate. Zhao Fu did not have much confidence in this white magic formation. The fish scale emissary returned to the fish scale world and told everyone what Zhao Fu had said. After hearing that Zhao Fu had asked for a continent, everyone felt quite angry, as no one in the fish scale world had a continent yet. However, Qin had demanded an exorbitant price, asking for a continent without doing anything. That was 1/7 of their territory, and now, they had to give it to someone else. They felt incredibly furious and sullen that this person did not place them in his eyes at all. Those gifts, such as 5 billion gold coins, all sorts of treasures, and exquisite beauties, were things that they had worked hard to gather. Not only had they suffered such a great loss, but they also had to compensate them with money, treasures, and women. They felt incredibly angry. Qin's legatee accepted these gifts, but Qin's legatee was not satisfied at all. He still wanted those cities and captured humans, and he even wanted a continent. He was simply too greedy and intolerable. Prince Qin's legatee is going too far. It's one thing for us to give him so much money, treasures, and women, but he wants a continent? Why doesn't he just steal it? A fish scale person said furiously. However, someone quickly retorted, what's more, if he wants to steal it, what can you do about it? If it wasn't for the fact that we were afraid of him destroying the fish scale world, we wouldn't have to act so servile in front of Qin. We would have just directly attacked Qin and killed all of Qin's people. What do we do now? Are we really going to give him a continent? How can we do that? That's right, how can we give away a continent? It's not something we can decide. If we don't want to give away a continent, we'll have to think of a way to stop Qin's invasion. We can use gifts to stall for time, but Qin will still attack at any time. Does everyone want to die together? Why don't we fight with Qin and set up a lot of traps somewhere? At most, we will die together with Qin, and we won't have to suffer so much. Everyone in the hall was debating endlessly. If Zhao Fu had asked for less, they would have agreed to Zhao Fu's terms for their own safety. But now, Zhao Fu had asked for too much, causing their opinions to be divided. Some people wanted to negotiate peace, while others wanted to perish together. An elder in robes cleared his throat and coughed a few times. This elder was quite famous in the fish scale world, and hearing him cough, everyone fell silent and looked at him. The elder said, "I think we can agree to Prince Qin's request. The Netherwater continent is the closest continent to the human world, so it's naturally quite dangerous right now. People are continuously fleeing from there, and as long as we tell them that Qin will slaughter the Netherwater continent, there won't be anyone left. That way, we can give the Netherwater continent to Qin, and at the same time, it will make people feel even more enmity towards Qin so that we can counterattack in the future. Moreover, the Netherwater continent has 5,000 or so regions, and it's the smallest out of the 7 continents. In actuality, the losses won't be too great. Also, we received some useful information, which is that not all of the 4 billion or so people have died, and they have all submitted to Qin. However, do you believe that so many of us fish-scale people will completely submit to a human? That's not too likely, but we can make use of this to destroy Qin. Moreover, the Netherwater continent is being given to the fish-scale people to live in, so the ownership is still in our hands. Of course, the most important thing is time. As long as he signs a blood contract is one of the most high-level contracts in the Heaven Awakened world, and there is almost no way to break it. Moreover, the power of the contract will be passed down through the bloodline. If we agree to him, the fish-scale world will not be in any danger for 3 years, and we won't have to worry about any threats from Qin. With 3 years, do you think we can't find a way to deal with Qin? In the future, we'll make Qin pay us back 10 times over. After considering all of this, I think we can agree to his request. After all, the continent is still in our hands, and Qin is ours." Hearing the elder's words, everyone fell silent. That was all they could do, otherwise, how could they stop Qin? They could only give up a continent, or else the entire fish-scale world would be destroyed. They did not want to be destroyed like that. In the southern continent, Zhao Fu had never thought that they would directly agree. In actuality, because of the magic formation's flaws, Qin did not dare to attack the fish-scale world at all. If they were forced into a corner and were exposed, Qin would not be able to obtain anything. As such, Zhao Fu was prepared to bargain. Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh after obtaining a continent like this. The benefits were simply too great and unexpected. In actuality, Zhao Fu had long since made plans. The fish-scale world had 7 continents, and Qin now occupied 1. The second continent closest to it was the Darkwater continent, where Qin controlled the largest system faction, which was the faction controlled by the brain bug. In 3 years, this faction would most likely be able to unify the second continent. During this time, the human world would not be in danger from the fish-scale world, and Zhao Fu would use this time to unify the human world. When that time came, 2 of the fish-scale continents would belong to Qin, and the remaining 5 continents would not be able to resist Qin. That was why Zhao Fu was willing to sign the blood contract. 4 days later, it was time for the 2 sides to sign the blood contract, and the 2 sides officially met near the rift. The other side had hundreds of people, while Zhao Fu had brought 10 or so generals. Now that there was a magic formation here, the fish-scale people were afraid that Zhao Fu would take this opportunity to wipe them all out, so they were on their guard. When the 2 sides met, the fish-scale people smiled at Zhao Fu and courteously chatted with him for a bit. Zhao Fu responded with a few words before discussing the contents of the blood contract, as well as the various conditions. In the end, they came to an agreement. The people from both sides stood on one side and cut their palms. Blood flowed out of their wounds and shot into the sky, fusing together and forming an orb of blood that gave off an intense blood-red light. Blood-red words descended from the sky. These blood-red words were the contents of the contract, and after appearing, they once again fused together, turning into countless blood-red runes that shot into the bodies of the two sides, forming a contract. This time, the fish scale world had invaded the human world. In the end, they had ceded territory, paid compensation, offered beauties, and all sorts of treasures to Qin. Even though the fish scale people had felt quite humiliated, they had managed to protect the fish scale world. Because of the blood contract, the two worlds had entered a period of peace. First were the two continents, the southern continent and the netherwater continent. Both of them now belonged to Qin, and no faction could do such a thing. Before, even though Qin was powerful, he did not have the power to conquer an entire continent. Obtaining two continents in one go was a massive harvest, and ordinary factions would not be able to do such a thing even in their dreams. Apart from the two continents, there were also 4 billion fish-scale people, 1 billion humans who had been captured, and 7,000 or so cities. There were 1 billion people and 7,000 or so cities here, and it was possible that this was much more than that. However, from how the fish-scale people were acting, this was already the most they could do. As such, Zhao did not force them too much, as he had obtained all of this by scaring them. However, now that he had signed a blood contract, he did not have to worry about the fish-scale people's threat. Even if a few more cracks appeared in the heaven domain boundary, he would not have to worry. The southern continent now belonged to Qin, and if the fish-scale people invaded again, the main person to defend against them would be Qin. With Qin's current strength, it would be impossible to defend against an invasion, so that was why Zhao had taken the initiative to sign a blood contract. As for the 5 billion people and 7,000 or so city lords, Zhao did not plan to bring them back to Qin and instead put them in the two continents. This was because he needed factions to defend them, or else if he gathered them in the Midland continent, it would be easy for the Midland continent to fall. There were 1 billion people in the southern continent, and because it was Qin who had saved them from the fish-scale people and had experienced terrifying treatment, they were incredibly loyal to Qin. Zhao placed 1 billion people, 1 billion fish-scale people, and 2,000 cities. As for the remaining people and cities, Zhao placed them in the netherwater continent. The human side was Qin's territory, so it was fine for them to be a bit weaker. Even if there was any danger, Qin would be able to act in time. However, the Midland continent was much further away, so they naturally needed powerful factions to defend it. However, Zhao did not trust the fish-scale people. Letting the fish-scale people back into the fish-scale world was like letting a tiger back into the mountains. Even though they were controlled by the hidden evil pill, it was still quite likely that they would betray him. Zhao wanted to change their mindset and make them Qin's people instead of fish-scale people. In the future, when they fought against fish-scale people, they would side with Qin. Only then would Qin dare to use them. Zhao first had them learn Chinese and Great Qin's culture, slowly assimilating them. He also forbade them from interacting with other continents. After all, they were fish-scale people, and they would not side with Great Qin if they could talk to people from other continents. As such, he had to solidify their beliefs and make it so that they had no hope of returning to fish-scale's side. Only then would they truly be loyal. Zhao also gave special treatment to those who were truly loyal to Qin. That way, they would be able to set an example. It was not just human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm, it was the nature of all living creatures. There were also many other ways to do this. 3 years was not a short period of time, and it would be enough for them to truly serve Qin. When that time came, it would be easier for Qin to take down the fish-scale world. After all, Qin's abilities in water were not as good as the fish-scale people's. Now that the southern continent was empty, there were not many people or cities, so there was no need to clear it out. They could directly build a great wall and make this region Qin's territory. As for the netherwater continent, almost all of the factions had retreated, but there were still some small villages, so they still needed to be cleared out. There were not many of these villages left, so it would be quite easy to clear them out. Of course, he could not hand them all over to the fish-scale people, so Zhao planned to have Wang Jian lead 100 million soldiers to defend that region and set up a large number of restrictions in that region. With the blood contract, the hidden evil pill, and Wang Jian there would not be much to worry about in the fish-scale world. In the end, he just needed to properly develop the second continent, which was the Darkwater continent, and unify the entire continent. That would be perfect. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City. By now, many human factions had sent over congratulatory letters. Even though Qin City was not helping them, he had still dealt with the fish scale people's invasion. Zhao Fu threw all of these letters to Li Si. He was not interested in reading them, and he could guess some of their contents. They were all praises and praises. A while later, Li Si brought 20 letters over to Zhao Fu and said, "Your Majesty, these letters ask if you will return the southern continent that you have conquered to them. That was their territory in the first place, and they are willing to compensate Qin City if you can leave." Eh? Zhao Fu wondered if he had heard incorrectly. These people wanted him to return those regions to them? Were they stupid? Back when the fish scale world had invaded, they had abandoned the southern continent and moved to another continent, allowing the fish scale people to occupy it. Now, they had the nerve to say that it was their territory. Now that Qin City had taken it back, even though it was not too difficult, it was impossible for them to just hand it over. Moreover, how could Zhao Fu be interested in compensation? After all, what kind of compensation could compare to a continent? Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "If they want it, they can come and take it themselves. However, whether or not we give it to them is another matter. Also, if they choose to submit, those regions will be theirs, there is nothing to discuss. Qin City only has one principle, submit or perish." Hearing this, Li Si hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, the southern continent originally had 20,000 or so cities, and they moved to other continents. If they join the rebellion against Qin City in order to take over the southern continent, they will be a great threat to Qin City." Thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and said, "That's quite possible. 20,000 or so cities are a great threat to Qin City, and it won't be easy to deal with them. The methods used to deal with the fish scale people won't work against them." However, they did not dare to do anything right now, because Qin had just forced the fish scale people into retreat. They were not very clear on the methods used against the fish scale people, so they were definitely afraid that Qin would use those methods against them. Although it seemed like Qin's strength had increased, the situation had not stabilized yet. He had not digested those people and cities yet, and if they attacked, it would be quite difficult for Qin City to deal with them. It seemed that only by quickly digesting those people and making Qin City more powerful would he not have to fear them invading. These words immediately caused the southern continent's people to feel quite displeased. Facing Qin's condescending tone and resolute attitude, the southern continent's people really wanted to ally with China to destroy Qin. However, Qin was incredibly arrogant and had just repelled the fish scale world's invasion. He had single-handedly repelled an entire world, and he wanted that world to compensate them with money, treasures, and women. He even wanted them to cede an entire continent. They simply could not do such a thing, and they did not even dare to think about it. Now that Qin was so powerful, they were indeed quite afraid that Zhao Fu would act against them. As such, even though they were quite displeased and angry, they endured it. Everyone felt quite surprised that Qin had chosen to negotiate and did not directly charge in and destroy the fish scale world in one fell swoop. Even though the fish scale world had taken the initiative to negotiate, destroying the fish scale world would have been the best choice. Many people could not understand why Qin had done such a thing. Now that the people's safety was guaranteed, they did not think too much and only hoped that such a thing would not happen again. As Qin quickly cleared out regions, the entire human world fell into a state of peace, and everyone got along quite well. At first, many people praised Qin for chasing away the fish scale people, making it seem as if everyone was proud of Qin. However, this situation only lasted for a month. At first, the Chinese faction sent out a few groups of soldiers to try and attack Qin. Even though they were easily defeated by Qin, they found that Qin did not attack them, confirming their suspicions. That formless pressure instantly disappeared. During this month, the Chinese factions did not have an easy time, and they were constantly worried that Qin would attack them. After all, compared to the fish scale people, Qin wanted to destroy them more. The first reason was to unify the Midland continent, and the second was because of the hatred that had accumulated over the past few years. This was something that could not be reconciled, and one side would definitely be destroyed. However, after waiting for a month, they found that Qin only quickly cleared out regions and did not have any intentions of attacking them. This made them feel quite surprised, and they could not help but think about how Qin had not invaded the fish-scale world. This was quite suspicious, since Qin had such great power. Why did he not destroy the fish-scale people in one fell swoop? Why did he not just destroy them and unify the Midland continent? It wouldn't be a problem to use any method to unify the world. However, Great Qin had not done anything, which was quite suspicious. Before, they had not dared to do anything, but after a month, Great Qin had not done anything. As such, they could not help but test it out, and in the end, they confirmed their suspicions. Qin's methods against the fish-scale people definitely would not be effective against them, greatly reducing the pressure on them. Since Qin didn't have such terrible means, they naturally didn't have to be afraid of Qin. Some things that they didn't dare to say or express also couldn't help but surface, and some people raised doubts. Why didn't Qin destroy the fish-scale world? There are enemies and killed so many of our people. Why did Qin let them off? He has to give us an explanation, or else I won't accept this. That's right, Qin, why didn't you destroy the fish-scale world? Hurry up. And give us an explanation. The fish-scale world killed so many of our people, and there's so much hatred between us. Not only did you not take revenge, but you even spared them and took in the fish-scale people. Are you even worthy of being called a human? You're just a traitor. I also think that it's quite unreasonable. The fish-scale people lost money and land, and all of that went to you, Qin. Have you thought about the people who died fighting for the human race? The money should be given to their families and friends. Qin, don't be so selfish. I also don't like taking in the fish-scale people. They're our enemies, and they'll betray us sooner or later. This is especially so since they've been stained with our blood. I don't support Qin's actions at all. Some people were quite dissatisfied with how Qin had handled the fish-scale people, and they felt that Qin should not have done such a thing. They all asked for an explanation from Qin, hoping that Qin would correct his actions. At the same time, some people raised different questions about Qin's righteousness in expelling the fish-scale people. If Qin was so powerful, why didn't he act from the start, causing 2 billion or so people to die? Those people could be said to have died for nothing. If Qin had acted, would such a thing have happened? To think that you all said that Qin was so good, that he could shake the heavens, that he saved the world, and that he was the strongest protector of the human race. What a joke. Now that they thought about it, Qin was also an executioner of the human race. If they had acted earlier, those people would not have died, and the southern continent would not have been conquered. In fact, we can even speculate that the fish-scale world said that as long as they allied together to destroy Qin, they would not destroy the human world. This shows just how much hatred they had for Qin. It was definitely because Qin had offended the fish-scale people that he hid in the human world, causing the southern continent to suffer. This was Qin's scheme, and he was the mastermind behind all of this. His goal was to obtain the southern continent, but he had caused the deaths of so many people. It can be said that he has not done anything at all, and he has instead committed heinous crimes. Why can't all of the righteous people in the world ally together to punish Qin? If everyone allied together, would Qin still dare to do such a thing? Before, the various factions in the southern continent had hoped that Great Qin would leave their territory and not pursue the losses that Great Qin had caused to the southern continent, but Great Qin had to quickly return their territory. If Qin insists on doing things his own way and does not consider us, the true masters of the southern continent, and forcefully takes over our territory with such despicable methods, we will have no choice but to ally together and punish Qin. Right now, the southern continent's factions wanted to return to the southern continent because that was the place they were familiar with. It was the place where their legacies were passed down, and it was their true home. Another reason was that they were not welcomed by other places and did not like outsiders staying in their territory. They hoped that they would leave as soon as possible, or else they could only forcefully chase them away. This was completely different from before. In response to all of this, Qin did not give any reply. The various factions continued to condemn Qin, believing that Qin was a cancer in the human world. The southern continent's factions had been working together with the Chinese factions to punish Qin. On September 3, a clear day, the Chinese factions allied with the southern continent's factions to take back the southern continent, and Qin hurriedly moved out. Zhao Fu looked at the document in his hand with a cold gaze and threw it to the ground before walking out. Li Si respectfully followed behind Zhao Fu and asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" In actuality, even without this attack, after Qin finished clearing out the regions, he would definitely make a move against the Chinese factions. After all, by then, Qin's kingdom would be a level 10 Marquisate kingdom, and destroying the remaining Chinese factions would be no problem at all. Now, Qin's population was 14 billion, so he had 1.4 billion soldiers. This meant that Qin now had 14,000 minor general seals, 1,400 advanced general seals, 140 advanced general seals, and 14 marquis general seals. He also had 22,000 great cities and 4,521 cities. At the same time, he also had a large number of wyverns and corps sole commanders with city lord seals. Adding all of these together, it would be quite terrifying. However, because the situation had not stabilized yet, Zhao Fu did not want to act. After clearing out all of the regions, Qin's overall strength would rise by a few levels, and it would be much easier to take down the rest of China. However, after probing, the Chinese factions understood Qin's goal. They did not want Qin to consolidate his foundation and allow Qin to continue to develop. If that happened, they would all die. Now, they had to act. Otherwise, after Qin consolidated his foundation, they would not have any chance at all, and they would only be able to die. After coming to the city hall, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and picked up the imperial ruler's seal. Because the imperial ruler's seal had always belonged to Qin, it had been acknowledged by him, and it had been continuously nourished by Qin's fate. Now, it did not resist at all and could be directly refined. Refining the clan armament would be a heavy blow to all of China, and it would be a heavy blow to their bloodline. Now that Qin had obtained a clan armament, his bloodline power would become even more powerful. Before, Zhao Fu did not want to do this because refining the clan armament would greatly affect the entire Chinese race. However, considering that Qin was also part of the Chinese race and had the clan armament, Zhao Fu had not made a decision yet. Now, Zhao Fu did not show any mercy because China needed to be reunited. Out of the countless worlds, the human race was still quite weak. Now that the fish-scale people had invaded, it was possible that the dark demon people or the grassy people would invade in the future. As long as they had the strongest strength, they could be safe. Besides, Qin was originally a member of Huaxia. There was no need to talk about annihilation. It was just a grand unification. He gathered a dozen or so generals and came to the side of the heaven and earth refining formation. He began to draw upon the qi of heaven and earth to begin the great world refining. Boom! A loud rumbling sound rang out in all directions as a 10-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. The wind and clouds split apart, and the world lost its color. Countless amounts of heaven and earth's fate seemed to be drawn by something and frantically gathered towards this place. For a time, violent winds blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. At that moment, all of the Chinese people stopped what they were doing because a feeling of fear rose up from the bottom of their hearts. Their hairs stood on end, and they felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. What's going on? All of the Chinese people started to panic. They did not know what was going on, but some espers' faces became pale because they knew what was going on. This feeling of fear came from their bloodlines. For all of the Chinese people to feel this kind of fear, it was definitely something very important to the Chinese race. There was massive danger, and that item was undoubtedly China's clan armament. China's clan armament was in Qin's hands, and Qin was not in any danger right now, so why would the clan armament be in danger? There was only one possibility, which was that Qin wanted to do something to China's clan armament. Thinking about how Qin had taken India's clan armament for himself, countless people's expressions fell. Qin was going to betray his master and destroy his ancestors. No one had thought that Qin would do such a disgraceful thing, and they felt that he had gone mad. China's clan armament was the most important thing to the Chinese race, and yet he had dared to refine it and make it his own. This would greatly harm the Chinese race. Whether it was an individual or a country, all of China would lose a large amount of fate, and their bloodlines would be greatly damaged. This would cause the Chinese race's strength to fall by a few levels. Of course, this would not affect Qin at all, but for everyone else, it would greatly harm them. Almost all of the Chinese people were furious. After all, their most fundamental benefits had been greatly damaged, so who wouldn't be angry? The Chinese people all condemned Qin and attacked Qin's actions. They were so furious that they wanted to tear Qin to shreds, saying that Qin was selfish and that he was a disgusting faction, and that he did not deserve to be a Chinese person. Qin's actions caused everyone to explode with rage. If they could vote to destroy Qin, it would definitely be a unanimous vote. The 100 schools of thought's expressions were quite unsightly, as this would greatly affect them. However, the other party was Qin, a dynasty that was about to unify China. If they did something and Qin unified China, what would they do? They would be slaughtered, and the 100 schools of thought would be destroyed. The ones who were the most terrified were the various Chinese dynasty factions. If their clan armament was refined, their fate would greatly decrease, and their bloodline's power would also decrease. Their overall strength would be greatly weakened, and this was the time for war to erupt. We have to stop Qin at all costs. Thinking about the terrifying consequences, countless people's expressions became quite unsightly. They did not hesitate to stop Qin at all costs, as the clan armament was simply too important to China. How could they stop him? China's clan armament belonged to all of China, and it contained all of China's fate. Only all of China would be able to stop it. The various Chinese factions immediately gathered all of China's people to resist Qin and not let Qin have his way. If they did not want to live under Qin's tyranny, if they did not want to give up their wives and daughters, if they did not want China to disappear, they could only resist. Because of the fish-scale people's invasion, countless people had been quite displeased and angry towards Qin, and Qin's condescending attitude made them feel even more furious. Back then, not many people had gotten involved. After all, even though Great Qin was in the wrong, most people's safety had been well protected, so they did not want to criticize Great Qin. However, things were different now. Great Qin was harming their interests. How could they endure this? Because of the teleportation channels, news spread incredibly quickly. Under the call of the various Chinese factions, all of the Chinese people were united and vowed to defend against Great Qin's tyrannical actions. Over at Qin, the massive rainbow-colored pillar of light gave off a massive aura as it stood between the heavens and the earth. Countless traces of fate continuously gathered, forming a massive vortex that covered the entire sky. From afar, this place seemed to be covered by a layer of haze. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the sky, and the sense of crisis that all of China felt became even more intense. It was as if someone was about to fall off a cliff, and their bodies froze in fear as their blood started to feel cold. At that moment, traces of fate rose up from the ground and quickly gathered towards Qin. The vortex in the sky became larger and larger, and it slowly descended as if it was going to fall to the ground. A powerful pressure spread out in all directions, causing the surroundings to become incredibly stifling. The air seemed to have frozen, making everyone feel quite uncomfortable. It was as if all of China was covered by a thick layer of haze, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. It was as if the sky was going to collapse, and the people in the surrounding continents could not help but feel shocked. Last time, when refining India's clan armament, there had not been such terrifying abnormal signs. After all, this was China's clan armament, and now that the world's fate was centered around China, it was evident just how powerful China's clan armament was. It was not something that India's clan armament could compare to. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the imperial ruler's seal within the rainbow-colored pillar of light continuously trembled before exploding out with an incredibly powerful aura. This aura was filled with an ancient, heavy, and cultured aura, and it was the aura of pure China. The pillar of light gradually dissipated, and the imperial ruler's seal gave off boundless golden light in the sky. The fate in the sky and the fate on the ground turned into two streams, one flowing down from the sky and the other flowing up from the ground, and they both entered the imperial ruler's seal. The imperial ruler's seal absorbed a large amount of fate, and the surrounding fate started to liquefy before crystallizing and covering the imperial ruler's seal. It formed a crystal orb in the sky, and the orb continuously became larger. This was the most important step in refining the imperial ruler's seal, and the various factions in China started to act. Roar! Dragons' roars sounded out throughout the sky, and from the distance, one could see different colored pillars of light standing tall in the sky. There were also massive dragons in the sky, giving off heaven-shaking auras, and this scene was quite shocking. The various dynasty legatees, nation legatees, and other factions all exploded out with their legatee's fate, causing the heavens and earth to crack. They definitely could not allow Qin to refine the clan armament, or else they would all die. Under the leadership of the various forces, the common people shouted, "Qin is cruel and heartless and treats others like dogs. His crimes are monstrous. We will never submit to the tyrannical Qin." His voice was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating through every inch of Xianxia. Even though that was all, the imperial ruler's seal, which was at the core of the crystal ball, had been silent and motionless. However, sensing the Xianxia people's wills, it started to tremble. A golden flame burned, and 9 small golden dragons faintly appeared. Crack, a clear cracking sound rang out as a crack appeared on the crystal ball in the sky, causing Zhao Fu's expression to fall. He found that the imperial ruler's seal was resisting. Even though the imperial ruler's seal acknowledged Qin, it belonged to all of China. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and went to the sky, and a powerful aura exploded out as a black flame appeared around his body. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pressed against the crystal ball, and the fate that Zhao Fu had exploded out fused into the crystal ball. The imperial ruler's seal, which had been continuously trembling, sensed Zhao Fu's fate, and it once again stopped trembling. Its resistance gradually weakened, and the cracks on the crystal ball started to heal. This caused the various factions in China to feel quite startled, and they did not hesitate to explode out with all of their fates, activating the legatee's power. Roar! Countless dragons reared their heads back and roared, giving off unyielding wills as they rushed into the sky, causing even gods and ghosts to feel fear. The Chinese residents could feel their burning bloodlines cooling down, and they also roared, refusing to submit to Qin Hao and would rather die than submit. Traces of fate rose up from the Chinese residents' bodies and flew into the sky, fusing with the fate of the various dynasty legatees. They formed a will that reigned supreme over the heavens and earth, and it gave off a boundless aura as it flooded towards the crystal ball. Roar! Sensing this will, the imperial ruler's seal once again exploded out with a powerful aura. Boundless golden light shot out, causing cracks to appear on the crystal ball. The imperial ruler's seal had become a golden orb of light, and the 9 small golden dragons circled around it. At that moment, the heaven and earth refining formation gradually disappeared. This meant that the imperial ruler's seal had resisted Qin's heaven and earth refining, and the various factions in China had succeeded. Zhao Fu felt furious, and the Qin royal seal floated out of his body, giving off boundless black light. 9 black dragons appeared, and a boundless voice sounded out in the ears of the Qin's residents, "All residents of Qin, gather Qin's fate." The Qin's residents devoutly knelt down, and traces of fate fused into the Qin royal seal. A powerful aura spread out from the Qin royal seal, and Zhao Fu once again pressed down on the crystal ball, sending this power into the imperial ruler's seal. The imperial ruler's seal's resistance once again died down, and the various factions in China once again gave their all. The various dynasty legatees disregarded all costs to gather the heaven and earth fate to resist Qin's will, and the Chinese residents all roared. The Buddhist sect, Confucian school, and Mahist school also activated their formations, gathering the heaven and earth fate to fuse with the various factions' wills, forming an even more intense will that entered the imperial ruler's seal. Boom! The imperial ruler's seal once again exploded out with an even more intense golden light, and its aura became even more intense. The 9 small golden dragons roared at Zhao Fu, forcing Zhao Fu back a step. The crystal ball was now covered with cracks, and it was on the verge of collapsing. If the crystal ball completely shattered and dissipated, then the refinement would naturally fail. At that moment, the imperial ruler's seal's resistance was simply too intense, and the 9 small golden dragons roared threateningly at Zhao Fu. After all, the imperial ruler's seal was China's clan armament, and it stood on the side of China's factions and residents, not just Qin's faction. Bang! A sound sounded out as the cracked crystal ball completely shattered, and the abnormal signs caused by the heaven and earth refining formation gradually disappeared. Zhao Fu's expression was quite unsightly and his gaze was cold as he looked at the imperial ruler's seal in front of him. It had actually chosen to stand with the Chinese factions, and he felt incredibly furious. A wave of savagery and bloodlust flowed out of his body, and he did not show any mercy. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and the Qin imperial seal continuously trembled, giving off a massive aura. A massive aura flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body. It was 50 or so meters wide and 100 meters tall, and terrifying shockwaves blasted out like wild gales. Black lightning continuously blasted out, and it looked like a natural disaster had descended. The imperial ruler's seal was also covered by the black aura flame, but it gave off an intense golden light. 9 small golden dragons surrounded the imperial ruler's seal, making it so that the black aura flame could not enter at all. Roar! Roar, roar! 9 domineering dragons' roars sounded out, shaking the entire sky. The 9 black dragons around the Qin imperial seal became 1,000-meter-long dragons, and their gazes were savage as they surrounded the imperial ruler's seal. Boom! 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 3 massive stars giving off boundless auras slowly descended from the sky, shaking the entire world and causing the heavens and earth to dim. One was a blood-red star filled with blood and disaster, one was a golden star filled with the aura of an emperor, and one was a gray star filled with ghostly qi. 3 massive stars gave off different lights as they appeared in the sky. Their terrifying aura swept through the world like floodwaters, causing the entire world to feel the terror that they brought, and the world fell silent. However, the changes did not stop there. Explosions shook the surroundings as powerful auras exploded out. The first was the 12 bronze men, which gave off intense green light. The second was a stone staff, which gave off destructive power. The third, nation armaments appeared around Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's terrifying power to reach its peak. It was as if the heavens and earth would collapse, gods and Buddhas would retreat, and all creatures would feel terror. Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes were filled with rage as he stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. A formless energy grabbed onto the imperial ruler's seal, causing it to continuously tremble and give off a golden light as it resisted Zhao Fu, wanting to break free from Zhao Fu's grasp. If you resist one more time, I will blast you into pieces. A cold and ruthless voice sounded out, causing the imperial ruler's seal, which had been resisting Zhao Fu, to stop struggling and express a sense of terror. The 9 golden dragons also looked at Zhao Fu in terror and retreated to the side, because they felt that Zhao Fu really was going to destroy them. Boom! The heaven and earth refining formation was once again activated, and countless traces of fate madly gathered and entered the imperial ruler's seal. The fate started to liquefy before crystallizing, and a crystal ball once again enveloped the imperial ruler's seal. Under Zhao Fu's terrifying suppression, the imperial ruler's seal did not dare to move at all, and it allowed the countless traces of fate to enter it. Strange changes once again appeared in the sky, and that terrifying feeling once again appeared. The Chinese factions and commoners had been feeling incredibly excited, but now, their expressions slightly changed. However, they did not panic too much because the imperial ruler's seal was on their side. Boom! Boom! The various factions gathered their fate, and pillars of light shot into the sky as dragons giving off terrifying auras appeared, causing the clouds to swirl. We definitely won't submit to tyrannical Qin. We definitely won't submit to tyrannical Qin. We definitely won't submit to tyrannical Qin. The countless residents unleashed their power and shouted, sending their will to resist into the imperial ruler's seal. They wanted the imperial ruler's seal to resist Qin's refinement, and it would be best if it could escape Qin's control and return to their hands. Everyone had been filled with confidence because the imperial ruler's seal was on their side. They believed that they would succeed again, but they were disappointed. The imperial ruler's seal did not respond to their resistance, and instead, it gave off a feeling of terror. What's going on? Is the imperial ruler's seal afraid of terror? This caused the Chinese people's expressions to fall, and the factions did their best to draw on the heaven and earth fate. Countless residents continued to shout, trying to get the imperial ruler's seal to resist and draw on the heaven and earth fate to stop Great Qin from refining it. CG, Lu Yi, Ji Shenming, and the others did not hide their strength, as this was a matter of life and death. Dragons' roars continuously sounded out, and all of China's aura became incredibly chaotic. It was like muddy water, and the weather continuously changed. Sometimes, the sun would shine high in the sky. Sometimes, torrential rain would fall, and sometimes, thunder would roar. Countless wild beasts were hiding in panic under this terrifying phenomenon, their hearts filled with incomparable fear. Countless people from the other continents could sense the terrifying ripples coming from China, and they felt incredibly shocked. Qin and the Chinese factions were in the final battle. The winner would be the king, and the loser would be the bandit. After this battle, China would be unified, and only the Chinese people could cause such massive ripples. This time, the Chinese factions were disappointed. No matter how they shouted and gathered heaven and earth fate to resist, the imperial ruler's seal did not seem to resist at all, and it only felt terror. Now, the imperial ruler's seal's golden light had become much dimmer, and under Zhao Fu's cold and savage gaze, it did not dare to move at all. It was afraid that Zhao Fu would turn it into dust in the next moment, and even if it resisted, it would not be able to succeed under the suppression of countless powers. As a large amount of fate gathered, a 100-meter-wide crystal ball appeared in the sky, successfully entering the next step of refining and fusing into Qin's fate. Zhao Fu grabbed at the air, and countless traces of Qin's fate flowed over and fused into the crystal ball, causing the imperial ruler's seal to fearfully accept Qin's fate. Seeing this, Zhao Fu said coldly, "Today, you must become Qin's clan armament. Qin belongs to China, and you were created by Qin, so you shouldn't resist. Qin's potential is far greater than those people's." The imperial ruler's seal felt that it was powerless to resist, and it could only accept Zhao Fu's words. It gave up resisting and started to absorb Qin's fate. Immediately, the Chinese factions and commoners felt their bloodlines become cold, and their expressions became incredibly unsightly. In the end, they were unable to stop Qin from refining the imperial ruler's seal. As Qin's fate continuously flowed into it, the imperial ruler's seal started to go through changes. The other Chinese factions' auras gradually disappeared, and Qin's aura gradually covered the entire imperial ruler's seal. In the end, the imperial ruler's seal was refined by Qin. The outer layer of the crystal ball turned into dust and dissipated, revealing the imperial ruler's seal, which gave off an even more noble aura. Boundless golden light covered Qin, and anyone who belonged to Qin's subjects could feel their bloodlines heat up and become stronger. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed the imperial ruler's seal. The imperial ruler's seal was now Qin's clan armament, and its consciousness belonged to Qin. No one else in China could interfere with it, as it now only belonged to Qin and was Qin's clan armament. Now that the clan armament had been refined, it was time to launch a true attack. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed. Qin had long since sent reinforcements, and the southern continent only had 20,000 city lords. They did not have many soldiers, as most of their soldiers had died defending against the fish-scale people. As such, Zhao Fu only needed to send 20,000 more city lords and the remaining soldiers. With the two of them working together, it would be impossible to take back the southern continent with just the southern continent's forces. Now, what Zhao Fu needed to do was destroy the southern continent and the western continent, unifying China and the midland continent. Now that China's clan armament had been refined, all of the Chinese people's bloodlines had been heavily injured and were in a weakened state. Qin's main target was most likely China. His plan was to first attack the remaining regions in China before attacking the coastal countries in the south and west, finally conquering all of them. While Zhao Fu was refining the clan armament, Bai Qi and the other generals led an army of 1 billion soldiers to the boundary of the Midland continent's central region. The soldiers wore black armor and held weapons in their hands. They stood in rows in an orderly manner, looking straight ahead. Their expressions were solemn and their auras were majestic, shaking the heavens. Almost no one could resist such a powerful aura. Bai Qi, who was riding on a tall black god horse, stood at the front of the army. Sensing his bloodline becoming stronger, a trace of a smile appeared on his cold and handsome face as he said, "Where are the breaching camps?" 1000 people with powerful auras walked out and lowered their heads as they cupped their hands and said in unison, "This subordinate obeys." Boom! 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 Rays of light containing terrifying power shot out. These people were all city lords, and they rushed into the void zone. They stood in the air and observed the void zone before taking out rhombus-shaped crystals and throwing them out. Bang! 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 Heaven-shaking booms rang out as the crystals exploded. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, destroying countless trees and mountains. Rubble flew everywhere, and a cloud of dust filled the air. These crystals were the crystals of destruction that Qin had been accumulating for a long time. The 1,000 people were also array masters who were proficient in all kinds of arrays. Now they didn't need to slowly break them one by one. they could directly destroy them by force. Regardless of whether it was the restrictions in the sky or the restrictions on the ground, no matter how strong they were all destroyed, leaving nothing behind. The restrictive power in this region disappeared, and Bai Qi waved his hand, causing the massive army to advance in an orderly fashion. Their footsteps were like thunder, and their auras were shocking. Bang bang bang, the people at the front continued to violently destroy the restrictions, causing loud sounds to ring out. In actuality, in addition to the destruction crystals, Qin had also prepared many methods to break the restrictions, as he had been preparing to attack the south and the west. Qin's army gave off an ocean-like aura as they continuously surged forwards and reached the defensive walls that the Chinese side had set up. Because their clan armament had just been refined, their bloodlines had been heavily injured, and their faces were incredibly pale. Their auras were incredibly weak, and facing Qin's powerful aura, their faces were filled with terror. Their legs trembled, and their hearts were filled with terror. The Chinese side continuously hurried over. After all, the commotion from breaking through the void zones was incredibly great, and it was impossible for them not to know. Even though they were continuously rushing over, many people were retreating. Because their clan armaments had been refined, they were all in a weakened state and only had 50 to 60% of their normal strength. However, they understood that even if they were at their peak, they would not be a match for Qin. This time, the Chinese side was truly doomed. It was impossible to hide such a big piece of news, and the remaining Chinese side started to panic. The situation almost went out of control, and it became incredibly chaotic. Some people rushed to stop Qin, while others hurriedly tried to escape. Kill. Qin had already started his all-out attack, and the massive army ferociously flooded forwards, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Wyverns that were hundreds of meters long gave off dragon roars as they flapped their wings and madly flew towards the defensive walls. They spat out ferocious flames and icy blasts as they mercilessly slaughtered the people on the defensive walls. Giants that were nearly 100 meters tall swung their heavy weapons and smashed them towards the people on the defensive walls. The people were unable to resist at all and were smashed into meat paste, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere, creating a bloody scene. On the other side, countless spiders surged forwards like a flood. The tall walls didn't seem to obstruct them at all. Countless spiders climbed up the walls and started to ferociously attack people, biting them to death and devouring them. Their blade-like claws easily tore people apart. The defensive walls had almost completely fallen, and there were roughly 15,000 or so city lords hurrying over. Most of them were system city lords, but they were not very strong because they were also affected by the clan armament. However, it was not as severe as it was for players. Even though they had 15,000 or so city lords, Qin's side was not inferior to them. Seeing them arrive, city lords went up to greet them and started a ferocious battle. Bai Qi immediately ordered his army to gather their soldier auras and attack this place as quickly as possible. Roar! A massive wave of demonic qi shot into the sky as a roar sounded out. A massive demon king appeared, giving off evil demonic qi as it rushed towards the various city lords. Bang! A massive pillar of flame shot into the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. A woman made of flames appeared, and she brought with her countless flames as she rushed towards the countless city lords. Boom! An incredibly cold aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. A woman made of icy qi appeared, bringing with her a snowstorm as she rushed towards the countless city lords. The 23 legions moved out in full force, unleashing 23 gigantic behemoths. Their astonishing auras shook the entire battlefield, causing the weather to change. These creatures were formed from millions of soldiers, and if the city lords did not ally together, they would be instantly killed. Because Qin's side did not have fewer city lords than theirs, they were unable to ally together. As such, the 20 corps started to slaughter the city lords. China's city lords' side was not a match for Great Qin at all, as they were already in a weakened state. Moreover, they did not have an advantage in numbers either, and if they fought, they would not be able to defeat Great Qin. Seeing the surrounding city lords being killed one by one, and seeing that the defensive walls below had been taken over by Qin Feng, they could only choose to retreat. After all, their defeat was irreversible. As the city lords retreated, the soldiers on the defensive walls did not have much strength to resist, and they also retreated. The Chinese side quickly retreated, and not a single person dared to stay. After hearing about this, the expressions of those who were still rushing over fell, and they also joined the fleeing crowd. Qin had broken through the defensive walls at the center of the Midland continent and started to attack the Chinese side. What should we do if Qin attacks in? After hearing about this, the countless people who had been panicking became even more terrified. Before, they had only attacked, and they still had a trace of hope that they would be able to stop Qin. However, Qin's army had already broken through the defensive walls and attacked. Now, countless people only had one thought, which was to quickly escape. After all, the Midland continent was about to be ravaged by Qin's army, and based on what they had done before, they definitely would not have a good ending. The human world still had 3 continents, the Western continent, the Eastern archipelago, and the Northern continent. These 3 continents were the Chinese side's only options. They could only escape to one of them, or else they would have to stay and submit to Qin. Almost all of the Chinese side's leaders were heavily injured, and the price they had to pay for their actions was not low. They had tried to stop the clan armament, but the backlash they had received was even greater. They no longer had any strength to fight, so they could only run. Otherwise, if they fell into Qin's hands, they would definitely die. After all, the hatred between them could not be reconciled, and even if they surrendered, Qin would not accept it. By now, after Qin's massive army reached the center of the Midland continent, they split into 2 groups, one to the west and one to the south. They ferociously slaughtered their way through the Midland continent's regions, and they were unable to resist at all. All the forces in Xianxia could do was flee. They could no longer resist Qin. The teleportation formation was about to collapse. Countless people cried out in fear, wanting to escape from this place. The scene was chaotic, people squeezing against each other, all kinds of noises could be heard as they desperately ran for their lives. There was no longer the imposing manner from before. Qin ferociously killed his way to some of the slower ones. Looking at the fleeing people, he didn't hesitate to rush in on his black horse. He waved his large saber and killed the fleeing people. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams rang out. By now, the real world had been destroyed, and most people were no longer alone. They were families, and there were many people with children. In the face of these people, Qin showed no mercy. Cold weapons pierced into their bodies. Regardless of their screams and begging, he just rushed to the end. Along the way, countless corpses covered the ground. Regardless of gender, age, or gender, all of them had been turned into ice-cold corpses. Their faces still carried expressions of pain and despair. Fresh blood dyed the ground red, making it seem like hell on earth. Fire! Looking at the fleeing people in front of them, countless Qin's soldiers drew their bows and lined up in a row. Under the command of a general, they shot out arrows. The arrows flew out, piercing through the bodies of the fleeing people. Blood splattered everywhere, and some people directly died. Some people screamed in pain on the ground, while others continued to desperately run. Great Qin's soldiers continued to draw their bows and aimed at the people who were running in fear. They shot out arrows and killed this group of people. Great Qin's soldiers ignored the corpses on the ground and headed in another direction, continuing to hunt down the escaping Chinese players. Some people were incredibly terrified and knelt on the ground, shouting that they were willing to surrender. However, Qin's soldiers didn't hold back at all, and they continued to slash down with their sabers. A person from the school of Taoism watched as a Qin soldier rode on a horse and held a spear. He first pierced through a woman's body and dragged her corpse before stabbing towards her 6-year-old child. This person finally couldn't help but act. He appeared in front of the child in a flash and grabbed the spear, blocking the attack. This person from the school of Taoism was quite powerful, or else he wouldn't have been able to stop one of Qin's cavalrymen. Because of Autumn Wind, the school of Taoism was the person who had seen through Zhao Fu's identity in the real world. Because of him, the school of Taoism was acknowledged by Qin, so the school of Taoism did not attack Qin. Now, only 2 sects had been acknowledged by Qin, the school of Taoism and the school of Yin-Yang. The school of Yin-Yang was acknowledged by Shenru. The 2 of them had made great contributions to their sects. After his spear was grabbed, the Qin's cavalryman's expression fell. Even though he felt that this person from the school of Taoism was quite powerful, he didn't show any signs of weakness. He yelled, "These are all criminals who have angered His Majesty. If you dare to stop them, you're seeking death." Seeing this, a group of soldiers quickly surrounded the school of Taoism, a trace of killing intent in their eyes. The school of Taoism's expression was quite serious. Even though he could easily deal with the 10 or so soldiers in front of him, there were many more soldiers here. In the end, it would be difficult for him to escape death, and he might even implicate the school of Taoism. The school of Taoism bowed and said in a low voice, "I didn't mean to offend Qin, but Qin has been wantonly slaughtering everyone, regardless of their age or whether they're willing to surrender or not. Qin is simply too cruel and cold-blooded." We're following General Bai Qi's orders, everything else has nothing to do with us. "If you don't move aside, don't blame us for being merciless," one of the soldiers said threateningly as his gaze became cold. The school of Taoism's expression did not change as he looked at the Qin's soldiers surrounding him. He used his body to protect the terrified children, and the battle was about to erupt. "Let them go. Also, if anyone is willing to submit to Qin, you don't have to kill them. I will explain this to His Majesty." A beautiful voice sounded out in the sky. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman wearing violet clothes and a veil. "Yes. Lady Xian." Looking at the woman in the sky, the Qin soldiers obeyed before turning and charging in another direction. The school of Taoism let out a sigh of relief and looked at Xianru. He couldn't help but sigh in amazement at her beauty. If it wasn't for her, he would have died without a doubt, so the school of Taoism bowed towards Xianru. Xianru nodded in response before turning into a ray of light and flying away. Qin's soldiers continued to give off ferocious auras as they attacked the Chinese side. No one could stop them, and all of China was dragged into the battlefield. The Chinese side was powerless to stop them, and they could only escape to the other 3 continents. After hearing that the Chinese side had been defeated, the expressions of the southern and western countries became quite unsightly. Now that the Chinese side was finished, Qin's next target would definitely be them. However, how could they stop him? The Chinese side had already lost, and their combined strength was inferior to the Chinese side. What could they do? The various countries fell into panic, and some people chose to follow the Chinese side and escape to the other 3 continents. Some people did not want to leave, some planned to submit, and some planned to defend their country to the death. After refining the clan armament, Zhao Fu took the 8 aquatic beast kings and rushed to the central region. He had wanted to go on a killing spree and destroy the various Chinese factions to take his revenge. However, by the time Zhao Fu arrived, the Chinese side had already hurriedly escaped, and they had only relocated cities. Many residents and soldiers had been left behind. If they had not abandoned these cities, they would not have been able to escape so quickly. Zhao Fu had failed this time. In actuality, while the system city lords had gone to defend against Qin's invasion, his group had already started to run. This was because the people who had plotted against Qin Zhao understood that with the clan armament refined, they would definitely lose. They had no hope at all, and they did not even have the strength to fight anymore. As such, they could only run and preserve their foundations. As long as there was life, there would be hope. Now that there was no chance, the Chinese side was quite smart, so they immediately retreated. As for the ordinary people who had trusted them, they naturally did not care. After all, they could not even protect themselves, and they had abandoned some of their residents and soldiers. Who would have the time to care about these ordinary people? However, even if these ordinary people were all killed by Qin, they would not suffer any losses, so they did not even consider the ordinary people. The reason why China was so weak and unable to resist at all was because these top-tier factions had retreated, leaving behind a pile of loose sand. They were like a herd of sheep, and Qin was like a ferocious beast that rushed into the herd of sheep and devoured them. It could be said that the various factions' losses were average, and the ones who suffered the most were the ordinary people. They were mercilessly slaughtered, and their corpses were everywhere. All of China had become a land of corpses, and the scene was shocking. This order was personally given by Zhao Fu. Everything that had happened before had to be repaid with blood. Although they couldn't find the mastermind, they had to deal with the accomplices. In the end, all the regions of Huaxia were conquered by Qin, and the massacre of the Huaxia people gradually subsided. This was because many of the ministers had suggested that they not kill those who surrendered during the middle of the massacre. These people were doing this in order to preserve their lives. How could they have shouted before that they would rather die than surrender? Now, it was already good enough that they could keep their lives. After conquering Huaxia, Huaxia was unified for the first time in history. Then, Qin continued to attack the countries around Huaxia. Many of these people had already escaped to the other 3 continents, and some had stayed to fight to the death with Qin. Russia was the country where Oleg had been. Oleg had already escaped, but many people in Russia hadn't. This country was very warlike, and even when facing Qin's army, they weren't very afraid. Instead, they were very excited about fighting. Meng Tian, who was in charge of attacking Russia, couldn't help but praise them. They were really good at fighting. Following this, Great Qin started to invade Russia, giving off a ferocious aura as it charged into Russia like a bolt of lightning. Even though Russia was very warlike, and everyone wasn't afraid of fighting, Qin's power was too great. In an instant, Russia was completely conquered by Qin, and 90% of Russians were slaughtered. The Mongols formed 5 million cavalrymen on the grasslands, waiting for the arrival of Qin's army, and then launched a death charge. The 5 million cavalrymen galloped on the grasslands, bringing with them a huge and sharp aura. They charged forward like an unstoppable spear, and no one could stop them. This scene was very shocking. When the Mongols had invaded Huaxia, these cavalrymen had been the biggest headache for Huaxia, as they were very difficult to resist. However, now, they were facing Qin. Facing the Mongols' cavalry, Qin didn't use his cavalry to fight them head-on. Instead, he released a group of flying dragons. Countless horses neighed in fear under the dragon's might, and they all lost control. At that moment, countless flames and cold air sprayed out. The Ming Kingdom's cavalrymen were completely annihilated, and Great Qin warmly praised them for their resistance. They had almost completely slaughtered the Ming Kingdom. Because the Mongols had been annihilated, Kazakhstan was so scared that it surrendered, unable to resist at all. These 3 countries were in the south of the Huaxia continent. Looking to the west, Qin had to face more countries, mainly Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Mongolia, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Bangladesh. There were 8 countries in total. Even though there were many countries, most of them were quite weak. The only one that was quite tough was India, and Qin's army started to invade the 8 countries. Immediately, Mongolia, Thailand, and Indonesia, 3 of the smaller countries, surrendered. Following this, Qin attacked Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Mongolia, and conquered their regions, causing them to simultaneously perish. The final country was India. Qin had a great enmity with India because the Maurya dynasty had been destroyed by Qin. Moreover, Qin had stolen their women and refined their clan armament, so their enmity was incredibly deep. Qin's higher-ups took this quite seriously because India had a large population and was quite willing to resist. As such, most of the city lords gathered here, and they used city lords to viciously suppress India. Apart from this, there were also 10 corps that slaughtered within India's borders. India's population quickly fell, and only after Qin killed 60% of them did they feel fear and willingly submit to Qin. In the end, India perished. This was the largest battle that had happened in the Midland continent. Although it seemed quite short, it lasted for a week. In the end, all of the countries perished, and the Midland continent was unified for the first time. Now, the entire Midland continent belonged to Qin. Adding on the southern continent and the fish-scale world's netherwater continent, they occupied 3 continents, and ordinary factions could not rival them at all. The people who had fled to the other 3 continents quickly allied with the locals and formed a new defensive line against Qin. The 3 continents also reached an agreement, which was that they hoped that Qin would not start another war, or else they would start a war against Qin. Facing these words, Zhao ignored them. Right now, the most important thing was to collect the spoils of war. Now that the Midland continent had been unified, China had also been unified. Even though the Chinese factions had escaped to other continents, they were only remnants, and Qin would destroy them sooner or later. Qin was the only remaining kingdom in China, so it naturally became the ruler of China. Almost all of China's fate was gathered in Qin, and Zhao was now known as China's son of heaven. Moreover, the other kingdoms in the Midland continent had also been swept through by Great Qin. It could be said that Great Qin had swept through the world and unified the world. However, Zhao Fu's goal was not just that, his next goal was to unify the world. However, the most important thing right now was to digest these regions and factions. He had not digested the factions that he had devoured before, and now he had devoured so many of them. If he continued, he might explode. In the future, there would be no more wars in China, and there would be no more wars in the Midland continent. The world would be at peace, and the Midland continent would be at peace. Thinking about this, Zhao Fu felt quite pleased. Zhao Fu returned to Qin. The southern continent had successfully stopped the various factions from taking back the Midland continent, so they could only return. The local people did not chase them away, as they needed the southern continent's power to resist Qin. Most of China's factions had moved to different continents, but there were many factions that had stayed behind, such as the 100 schools of thought, the various sects, and even the ancient clans. They had officially acknowledged Great Qin as China's legitimate ruler, and everyone else was a traitor. At the same time, Qin continued to clear out the remaining Chinese factions, as well as the factions related to them, such as the Buddhist sect, Confucian school, and School of Moism. These three sects had been listed as forbidden by Qin, and anyone who was related to them would be severely punished. There was no great reason for this, as they were not evil sects. It was just that they had chosen the wrong side when it was time to take a side. Following this, it was time to tally up the spoils of war. There were 1,000 regions at the center of the Midland continent, where fate and spirit qi gathered. There were many resources there, and the quality of spirit medicines was also quite high. Then, there were the West and South, each with 2,000 regions, followed by Russia's 700 regions, Mongolia's 300 regions, Hasa's 350 regions, and then the 8 countries. India had the most regions, with the 8 countries having 1,400 regions. If added together, there would be a total of 7,750 regions. Next were the cities. Because more than half of the population had migrated away, Qin had only obtained 10,000 cities with a population of 4 billion, including both indigenous residents and players. Now, Qin's population had reached 18 billion people and 1.4 billion soldiers. There were 900 million Stage 1 soldiers, 13 million Stage 2 soldiers, 3 million Stage 3 soldiers, and 80,000 Stage 4 soldiers. They controlled 27,570 regions, and adding on the southern continent and netherwater continent, they had 1 marquise royal city, 3 barony cities, 6 capital cities, 25,000 great cities, 4,921 cities, 5,660 towns, and 189,489 villages. This was already quite monstrous, and almost no one was a match for Qin. However, most of the regions had not been digested, and only after digesting them would the power truly belong to Qin. In fact, it would become even more powerful. Now, they had to continue developing, clearing out regions, and building the Great Wall. Now, Zhao Fu had some free time, and looking at the people's loyalty, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Your Majesty, this is the information you've asked for. This is the information you need. This humble subject has finished gathering it. A civil official respectfully handed over a memorial. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and took the memorial. He opened it and smiled as he said, "Summon them here." Because China was at the center, many people had not been able to escape and had been intercepted by Qin. Even though they were of the same race, there was often great hatred between people of the same race. In the early stages, Zhao Fu had not been able to kill many Chinese people, so he had stopped in the later stages. There were still a bit more than 700 million Chinese ordinary people left in Great Qin, and it was time for them to meet up with their old friends. What? Qin's emperor, no, His Majesty wants to see us? When a group of people heard a soldier's order, one of them was so shocked that he could not speak clearly, and waves surged in his heart. They could not help but feel shocked. After all, the other party was the Emperor of Qin, the most powerful person in Qin. He was the Son of Heaven who had unified China and the Midland continent, and hundreds of millions of people had to kneel and look up to him. Now, the Emperor wanted to summon them in person, which was completely unexpected. After all, their identities were incredibly ordinary, and how could they have anything to do with the Emperor of Qin, who stood at the peak of power? They could not understand why the Emperor of Qin wanted to summon them, and they did not know if it was a blessing or a curse. However, they were still very afraid because the Emperor of Qin was rumored to be very violent and bloodthirsty. The massacre that had happened in Qin was still vivid in their minds. In their eyes, human life was like grass, which could be harvested at will. If there was a force that they were most afraid of, it must be Qin. Every time Qin started a massacre, the dead could form a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Would they be tortured to death if they were summoned today? The Emperor of Qin was so cruel and violent. If they said something wrong, they would definitely die. A young man said in fear, "Brother Bing, can I not go? I just want to be an ordinary person. I will surrender to Qin and will never betray him." The others also said that they were willing to surrender to Qin, but they hoped that they would not have to go, because they felt that it was too dangerous to be summoned, and they felt that a catastrophe was coming. Zheng Dong sighed. The people present were all his classmates and teachers. Thinking of how they had resisted Qin before, they knew that the odds were against them. However, Zheng Dong still stood up and said, "I am the leader of this force. I accept the punishment given by Qin. Please let the others go." Hearing this, the others were also very grateful. If Zheng Dong could take the blame, they might be fine, but Zheng Dong's fate might be somewhat tragic. As the crowd talked, some people argued that Zheng Dong should go alone, because he was the leader, and he should bear the burden together. Some people said that they should all go together. After all, they had sworn to share wealth and woe. They should bear everything together. After all, Zheng Dong had never treated them badly. Hearing this, the scene fell silent. Facing Qin City's soldiers' murderous words, they did not doubt Qin City's words at all. If they did not keep quiet, they would all die here. Seeing how submissive they were, the soldiers coldly harumphed and said, "Come with me to see Qin City. Remember, don't look or hear anything. If you anger Qin's majesty, even gods will not be able to protect you." Yes, 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 now, no one could refuse, so they could only answer. Then, they lowered their heads in fear and nervousness as they carefully followed behind the soldier. They first entered the royal city of Qin City before entering the palace. There were guards here who asked them why they were going in, and the soldiers took out a command medallion to explain. Everyone stood at the entrance and could not help but take a look. The tall and majestic walls, the jeweled pavilions, and the glazed tiles all made them feel incredibly shocked. Great Qin definitely did not lack money at all, and no matter where it was beautiful and luxurious without losing any of its foundations. Following this, they followed the soldiers into the palace, and soon, they heard the sounds of women laughing and laughing. Enchanting fragrances spread out, causing their hearts to race. They could not help but raise their heads and look out of the corner of their eyes. They saw a group of beautiful women sitting under a pavilion, talking and laughing. They were all incredibly beautiful, and when men saw them, their hearts would speed up and women would feel sad. No wonder people said that Qin City's palace was grand and majestic, filled with countless treasures and beautiful women. Only now did they understand what it was like. This was not an exaggeration, as Qin City was even more luxurious than the rumors said. All of the women there were top-tier beauties. "You're all here too?" A clear voice sounded out. They were quite familiar with this voice, and they could not help but look up. They saw 5 or 6 beautiful women stop and look at them curiously. The one who had spoken was their school's beauty, Xiaoxi. Apart from Xiaoxi, there was also Bai Yan, who they had not seen in a long time. She was the ex-girlfriend of the most handsome man in their class, and they had never thought that they would meet again. What shocked them even more were the other people next to them. The 4 of them were once famous celebrities in the real world. They had tens of millions of fans and tens of thousands of suitors. They rarely appeared on the same stage. Now, she was here looking at the 4 of them, and she seemed to be as close as sisters with Xiaoxi and Bai Yan, making them feel quite confused. What happened? If I remember correctly, they shouldn't have any connection. Looking at Xiaoxi, Zheng Dong felt quite happy and surprised and smiled as he said, I never thought that I'd see you here. It's been a long time." Xiaoxi replied with a chuckle, "I came to Qin with my mother a month earlier than you, but I'm not surprised to see you here." Hearing this, Zheng Dong and the others felt quite curious. How did Xiaoxi know that they had returned here? I'll bring them to see His Majesty. Xiaoxi said to the soldier who was leading the way when everyone was puzzled. The soldier obeyed. Yes. Imperial concubine, I'll have to trouble you then. Following this, the soldier left. Hearing how he addressed Xiaoxi, everyone understood why Xiaoxi was in the Qin palace. This was where Qin's legatee collected countless beauties, and only his imperial concubines could be here. Now that Xiaoxi was Qin's legatee's woman, many people felt quite sour, and Jingdong's expression became quite unsightly. It would be a lie if Jingdong said that he did not like this beautiful and generous woman who had helped him before. It was just that because of the difference in their statuses, he had not been able to express it. He had wanted to develop his faction and become powerful before expressing his love to her. It was a pity that his dreams had been shattered. In the face of Qin's unification, their factions were just like grains of sand in a river, unable to resist at all. Thinking to there, Jingdong could not help but feel quite bitter. Xiaoxi understood what they were thinking about, and her face became slightly red as she helplessly explained, His Majesty did not force me, I came here voluntarily. My mother and the person I love are too infatuated with him, so I could only come here. Jingdong felt even more shocked, he had never thought that Xiaoxi had someone she loved. However, these words were quite strange. He knew that Xiaoxi's mother was called Zhang Hongmei, but her mother and the person she loved had always been infatuated with Qin's legatee. Wait. First of all, Qin's legatee was a man, so those who were infatuated with him could only be women. Jingdong could not help but think of Xiaoxi's teacher, Dong Suzhen. Could it be that they had always been lovers and not best friends? Now that Jingdong understood everything, his expression became dim and he felt quite uncomfortable. Looking at Jingdong's expression, Xiaoxi smiled and comforted him, saying, Let's go. His Majesty will be quite happy to see you now. Hearing these words, everyone felt even more confused because it was as if they knew Qin's legatee. However, how could ordinary people like them have any connection with a top-tier figure like Qin's legatee? Jingdong could not help but ask, could it be that we know Qin's legatee? I'm the leader of a small faction, I don't remember having such an illustrious friend. Xiaoxi could not help but laugh and said mysteriously, Let's go. You'll know once we get there, His Majesty is most likely waiting for you. Everyone felt quite confused, and they followed Xiaoxi to a palace. They could not help but feel nervous because the person they were going to meet was Great Qin's legatee, the most powerful and terrifying king in the human world. Following this, they followed Xiaoxi into the palace. Xiaoxi bowed before smiling as she said, Your Majesty, I've helped you bring them here. Jingdong and the others followed Xiaoxi and bowed, lowering their heads. Even though Xiaoxi had said that Great Qin's legatee might recognize them, he was Great Qin's legatee, and if they were not careful, they might die. As such, they suppressed their curiosity. Long time no see. Jingdong's familiar voice sounded out from above. Zhang Yu, who was Zhao Fu's roommate at university, was quite shocked and looked up. Immediately, Zhang Yu felt as if his soul had been dealt a heavy blow, and he cried out as he took a step back and looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Everyone else, including Jingdong, looked up and saw the person above them, and their expressions were indescribably shocked. However, they had never thought that this Zhao Fu was related to the Zhao Fu they knew, as there were many people with the same name. They had never thought that the shy and introverted Zhao Fu was Qin's imperial prince because their personalities were completely different. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not speak much, and his presence was quite weak. If it wasn't for the fact that they had been in the same class for almost 2 years, these people most likely would not even know who Zhao Fu was. It could be said that they had never cared about Zhao Fu, so they naturally would not think that Zhao Fu was Qin's imperial prince. The ones who felt the most emotional were Jingdong and Zhang Yu, as they were more familiar with Zhao Fu. Jingdong bitterly laughed inwardly. Back then, he had always wanted Zhao Fu to come and help him, and he had even said that he would give him a small position. Now, how laughable. How could a Qin's imperial prince like a position from a small faction? What a joke. Zhang Yu's expression was also quite unsightly. Back then, he had thought that Zhao Fu was not doing well, and he had some understanding of Zhao Fu's personality. Even if he was not doing well, he would not rely on others and beg others. Back then, he had been trying to persuade Zhao Fu to go and help Xingdong. At the very least, he would be able to make a living. Who would have thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so terrifying? They could not even compare to a single hair on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu was now wearing a black dragon robe and gave off a dignified aura. He sat on a chair and smiled as he said, "What is it, squad leader?" Only then did Xingdong and the others react. Right now, Zhao Fu was the emperor of Qin, and his status was incredibly noble. Moreover, he was not someone commoners like them could look up to. They all lowered their heads, feeling quite complicated. "Your Majesty, you speak too highly of me. Right now, you are the emperor of Qin, so there is no need to be so courteous to us," Xingdong said as he bowed. Zhao Fu was startled and couldn't help but sigh. Now that their statuses were so different, Zhao Fu couldn't return to the past. As fellow students, they couldn't treat him the same way as before. Zhao Fu understood all of this. Without any change in his tone, Zhao Fu said, "Today, I have summoned you all. Firstly, we are classmates, and secondly, I want to reward you all for your previous kindness." When they heard this, Xingdong and the others could not help but sigh inwardly. Zhao Fu was no longer the Zhao Fu of the past. The shy and introverted Zhao Fu had vanished, and only the supreme crown prince Qin remained. No one dared to be disrespectful. They all stood there respectfully, not even daring to breathe. Zhao Fu gave out some rewards, mainly to Xingdong and Zhang Yu. Zhao Fu did not care too much about the others, and Zhao Fu then ordered people to prepare a banquet for them to stay and celebrate. Of course, they did not dare to refuse. Most of the people at the banquet were former students and teachers. Of course, only a majority of them had come, and the situation of a small portion was unknown. Perhaps they had already died, or perhaps they had followed others and escaped to the other 3 continents. Bai Yan ignored everyone else's gazes and leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace. Xiaoxi felt quite embarrassed, even though her relationship with Zhao Fu was quite close. No one had expected that Bai Yan had long since seduced Zhao Fu. Seeing her pouting in Zhao Fu's embrace, they felt quite envious and jealous. It seemed that Bai Yan and Zhao Fu had been together for a long time, much longer than they had. This meant that Bai Yan was more important than them, and the earlier she stayed by Zhao Fu's side, the more likely she would be favored by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was Qin's legatee, the ruler of the Midland continent. If anyone was favored by him, the benefits would be immense. Halfway through the banquet, a soldier once again reported the whereabouts of another person. This person was someone that Zhao Fu cared about, and he always remembered her. She had met Zhao Fu when he had first entered Holy Light City. Because Qin had unified the region, all of the factions had either been destroyed or moved away. The Jiang family had been helped by Zhao Fu. She was Jiang Rou. Back then, she had guessed Zhao Fu's identity and had said that if Zhao Fu was tired, he could come and find her. However, after she had left, there had been no news of her at all. Zhao Fu had tried to find her through Flower Moon, but he had only found the Jiang family and found that she had already left. It was only now that the Midland continent had been unified that Zhao Fu had received news of her. Back then, Zhao Fu had never thought that he would achieve what he had today. His goal had been to establish a kingdom for Qin and for Qin to become more powerful. It would be best if he could unify China and end the division. However, now that Qin had conquered 3 continents, its strength was terrifying, and it had completely surpassed Zhao Fu's expectations. In the past, Zhao Fu had thought that if he was tired of these things, he could live in seclusion with Jiang Rou in a remote valley and live a peaceful life. This was actually quite good, and this was what Zhao Fu had wanted the most back then. Now that he had heard about Jiang Rou, Zhao Fu was quite happy. He left the banquet and went through a teleportation channel to a secluded valley. There were verdant mountains, clear waters, lush vegetation, and the fragrance of flowers. The scenery was quite beautiful. There was already a small manor here, and there was a beautiful figure waiting in front of the gate. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Jiang Rou looked just like she had when they first met, and she gave a gentle smile. It had been many years since they had seen each other, and Jiang Rou's aura had become much more mature. She seemed stronger than before, and there was a trace of sunshine about her, making people like her even more. After coming before her, Zhao Fu did not know what to say and felt quite helpless. After all, Jiang Rou held quite a high position in Zhao Fu's heart, and seeing her again made Zhao Fu feel quite happy. There were very few things that could make Xiao Fu so happy. Jiang Rou covered her face and smiled, feeling quite happy. It had been a few years, but she still held such a high position in his heart. In actuality, the reason why Jiang Rou had not been willing to see Xiao Fu was because Qin's development had surpassed everyone's imagination. Xiao Fu controlled the fate of a kingdom and the lives of hundreds of millions of people, so it was impossible for him to live in seclusion with her. Now that the Midland continent had been unified, Qin's people had come here and found out that Xiao Fu had been looking for her this entire time. Jiang Rou felt quite surprised, and after thinking about it, she decided to meet Xiao Fu. After all, the world belonged to Qin, and she would hide wherever she could. Looking at Xiao Fu wearing the black dragon robe, both his appearance and aura seemed more dignified than before. Xiao Fu's changes over the past few years had been quite great, Jiang Rou thought to herself. Xiao Fu calmed down and said earnestly, "Jiang Rou, come back to Qin with me." A few hours later, Xiao Fu left in disappointment. Jiang Rou was already used to the rural life here, and she did not want to leave. Moreover, she said that if she got bored, she would wait for him here. After returning to Qin City, Xiao Fu placed his focus on development. He continued to clear out regions and construct the Great Wall. There would not be any battles for a long time, and now that they were separated by oceans, it would be quite difficult to attack the other 3 continents. They could make preparations and wait for the right opportunity to suddenly attack and unify the world. Another thing worth mentioning was that China's #1 sword, the clear sable sword, had entered the Heaven Awakened world when the real world had been destroyed. After Xiao Fu had continuously killed and evolved, the clear sable sword no longer had any benevolent aura and only had pure killing intent. Before, the clear sable sword gave off the feeling of a black eye that did not have any ill will or kindness, and it just calmly looked at one. Now, it gave off the feeling of a blood red eye that gave off dense killing intent. It stared at one, making one's hair stand on end. This sword had been taken into Xiao Fu's sword mark. As China's #1 sword, it had great potential. After taking care of matters in Qin City, Xiao Fu once again went outside the legacy land. The Heaven Domain boundary had disappeared, and once the Heaven Domain boundary disappeared, there would be nothing stopping Qin City. Qin City would have to face the entire Heaven Awakened world. As such, Xiao Fu took matters outside quite seriously. After all, after the Heaven Domain boundary disappeared, what would the human world do? After coming outside, Xiao Fu received some surprising news. Before, the grassy world had been clamoring to build a defensive barrier to stop the threat of the mysterious world below. Below them was naturally the human world. Back then, when the Celestial Emperor Star and Nether Emperor Star had descended, the terrifying shockwaves had made everyone feel threatened. Countless people had been worried about the threat of the mysterious world below. They were worried that it would not be them invading but the mysterious world below. As such, the grassy factions had held an emergency meeting and allied together to build a defensive barrier. However, after such a long time, there were different opinions within the grassy factions. Some people said that they were too concerned about the threat of the world below. After all, only awakening 2 terrifying stars meant that that person had great potential, but it did not mean that they were incredibly powerful. As such, they should not be too cowardly. The grassy people were not that weak. No matter how great a person's potential was, in front of true power, they would still be incredibly weak, and the grassy world had that kind of power. We have been in the Heaven Awakened world for so long and are not very strong compared to the surrounding worlds. However, dealing with a small character in a new world is quite simple. Everyone knows how powerful a new world is, so there is nothing to be afraid of. What we need to do now is to prepare to invade the world below, just like when the Lontong people invaded us. Let's take this opportunity to plunder people and develop the grassy world. As for that person who awakened a terrifying star, how can he resist us? At most, he will be the ruler of a small nation. It will be easy for us to deal with him. Xiao Fu said. World, we to the grassy to the world, to the continent to be, clan members, Hui Fu will be the world. After the world-destroying fluctuations set off by the 2 terrifying stars, most people recovered from the shock and thought things through. Thus, they were not as afraid as before. Naturally, they did not passively defend and chose to take the initiative to attack. Chen to say, and to Fu, some people still be, however, there, some other people and people to be, and had to be, Fu was Chen people time. The two sides could not agree, so they stopped building defenses. Zhao Fu was quite happy about this, as Qin's strength had already surpassed their imaginations. If they could unify the human world, it would be hard to say who would be the victor. Even though the grassy world had a time advantage, they were divided into different kingdoms, and Qin was a kingdom, so they had the advantage. If they did not see a barony kingdom but a dukedom kingdom that could strike fear into multiple worlds, just like the Devil Horn Empire, who knew what expressions they would have. It was even possible that they would unify 3 worlds, who knew if the grassy world would be scared. Before, Zhao Fu had been quite worried about the grassy world because he was worried that after the heaven domain boundary disappeared, the grassy people would invade the human world and wipe out the human world. Before, Qin would not have been able to resist at all and would have died. However, Qin had developed too quickly, and with its terrifying strength, Zhao Fu did not have to worry about the grassy people's threat at all. After all, they could no longer threaten Qin, and it was Qin that threatened them. There was another piece of news that made Zhao Fu feel quite nervous because 7 or 8 higher beings had passed by. So many higher beings had passed by, which was something that had never happened before. After all, higher beings would not come to a remote region like this, and there would not be so many of them. Everyone guessed that something shocking must have happened, which was why so many higher beings had come. The surrounding kingdoms were quite terrified. No matter what it was, anything that could attract higher beings to act was not something they could interfere with. Moreover, they could become collateral damage and be wiped out for no reason. Zhao Fu felt quite heavy and hoped that these higher beings had not come because of him. Otherwise, a single higher being would be able to wipe out Qin, and if 7 or 8 of them came, how would Qin survive? However, even though he hoped that it had nothing to do with him, Zhao Fu could faintly feel that it was related to him. Thinking to that, Zhao Fu sighed, and his good mood was gone. His goal was to collect the talisman stones that he had collected. "You lowly commoners, piss off." An arrogant voice sounded out from behind him, followed by a few howls and panicked cries. Before Zhao Fu could do anything, a whip ferociously lashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned and grabbed the whip, and he saw what was happening behind him. There was a group of big men riding on large horses on the road, savagely lashing at the people in front of them, telling them to piss off. They looked incredibly arrogant and domineering. There was a carriage behind them that was made of metal and looked quite exquisite. It gave off a faint light and looked like a treasure, and the horses that pulled the carriage gave off violet flames. They definitely were not ordinary beasts. "You're seeking death." Seeing that Zhao Fu was not dodging and was even resisting, the big man grabbed his whip and drew his saber. He rode over on his horse and slashed at Zhao Fu. Everyone cried out and retreated in all directions. Blood flew everywhere, and Zhao Fu was about to die. Seeing that Zhao Fu had killed that big man, everyone's expressions fell, and they immediately distanced themselves from Zhao Fu, afraid that Zhao Fu would have any relations with them. They all said, "This person is dead for sure. He actually dared to kill the Bear Mountain Kingdom's 3rd prince's subordinate. He'll probably have his entire family executed, and our kingdom won't be able to protect him." That's right, is that person stupid? Wouldn't it have been fine if he had just endured a beating, yet he dared to oppose them and kill their subordinate? It would be strange if he didn't die. Even our kingdom can't afford to offend the 3rd prince. AI, we can only endure this. The Bear Mountain Kingdom is one of the ancient stem domain's 20 royal kingdoms, and it's a true royal kingdom. It's not something that ordinary barony kingdoms like ours can compare to. If we offend them, all of the grassy people will suffer. Let's stay further away from that person and not do anything. After they kill that person, we'll just collect his corpse so that we don't offend the 3rd prince. Otherwise, even a dukedom kingdom would have to apologize, let alone our barony kingdoms. For such a major figure to come here, it'll be a disaster. I heard that the 3rd prince is the person that the emperor dotes on the most. Offending him is equivalent to offending the Bear Mountain Kingdom. I heard that the 3rd prince came to meet with those higher beings, hoping to become their student or disciple and head to the center of the heaven-awakened continent instead of staying in such a poor place. If the Bear Mountain Kingdom has the support of a higher being, who in the ancient stem domain would dare to offend them? I feel the same way. If the third prince becomes the disciple of a higher being, the Bear Mountain Kingdom will be too terrifying, and there will be a bloodbath in the ancient stem domain. Don't you know? It's not just them, 20 or so princes and princesses from the ancient stem domain's 20 royal kingdoms have come, hoping that a higher being will take them as a disciple. This is a massive opportunity, and ordinary people like us have no hope at all. Even if the princes and princesses of those royal kingdoms have pure royal bloodlines and exceptional talent, and they have the support of a royal kingdom, they might not even be interested in them, let alone us. There were many voices around him, and the content was different. Zhao Fu roughly understood the situation and understood that he was in big trouble. The Heaven Awakened world was incredibly vast, with each world being a region and 1,000 worlds being a domain. The Heaven Awakened world was split into many domains, and the domain that the grassy world was in was called the Ancient Stem Domain. The Ancient Stem Domain was at the boundary, and it was one of the weaker and poorer domains. The kingdoms here could not compare to the kingdoms at the center of the Ancient Stem Domain at all. It was a matter of foundation. It was no surprise that the people from the central world could dominate the desolate border regions. Thus, countless people from the desolate border regions tried their best to integrate into the central world. Only by doing so could they become an upper world and obtain the power to protect themselves instead of being casually destroyed. Under the pressure of the central world, the kingdoms of the border realms could only do as they pleased, but they were nothing to the central world. Higher beings were top-tier existences in the Heaven Awakened world, so the various kingdoms naturally wanted to form connections with them. The benefits were unimaginable, so they sent many outstanding princes and princesses here. A royal kingdom had at least 10 worlds, and they naturally looked down on ordinary barony kingdoms. As such, they viewed them as lowly commoners, and they could do as they pleased here without any worries. The grassy people did not dare to say anything either. Now, Zhao Fu completely understood what had happened, and he felt that there was no need to have enmity with a royal kingdom. In front of a royal kingdom, Qin was incredibly weak. At that moment, a group of big men saw that their people had been killed and rushed over on their horses. They were not weak at all, and their cultivation was at stage 5 or stage 6. There were a few stronger guards beside the carriage. Zhao Fu did not want to make trouble, so he turned into a ray of light and broke through the city's restrictions and flew over. You killed this prince's people and you want to run? What a joke. A man's voice sounded out from within the carriage, his tone cold and mocking, as if he did not place Zhao Fu in his eyes at all. Boom. A terrifying energy blasted out from the carriage, shaking the surroundings and about to hit Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression fell, and he took out the Death Disaster sword and slashed out, sending out a gray sword light. Bang! The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The terrifying shockwave blasted out like a wild gale, causing many houses in the surroundings to collapse. Zhao Fu flew back dozens of meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression becoming quite unsightly. Just then, he had used his Marquis Royal Seal's power, but he had not been a match for this person. This person's power definitely surpassed his. Knowing that he was not a match for this person, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and flew in the opposite direction, rationally choosing to run. Haha, cold laughter sounded out from within the carriage as an azure figure shot out and caught up to Zhao Fu in an instant. A palm containing the power of a mountain slapped Zhao Fu down from the sky. Zhao Fu was like a massive boulder falling from the sky, smashing into the ground. A shockwave spread out for 10,000 meters, causing the ground to collapse. Many houses in the surroundings collapsed, and some people were sent flying by the shockwave, resulting in many casualties. The city lord's face was pale as he led his people to watch from afar. He only ordered his people to retreat and did not dare to interfere, as this was the prince of a royal kingdom. After the dust settled, Zhao Fu wiped away the blood from his lips and coldly looked at the azure-clothed man in the sky. The azure-clothed man was tall and quite handsome, and he gave off a noble aura as well as a cold and arrogant aura. His aura was incredibly powerful and surpassed Zhao Fu's by many times. This was because he had a world seal within his body, which was something that could only be obtained after conquering a world. I'd advise you not to go too far. Zhao Fu felt quite furious as he said coldly to the azure-clothed man. Zhao Fu did not want to cause any trouble, so he chose to leave. However, the young man's actions caused flames of fury to burn within Zhao Fu's heart. Zhao Fu's temper was not very good and he would not take such humiliation. The azure-clothed man stood in the sky and looked at Zhao Fu condescendingly as he said mockingly, "If this prince goes too far, what can you do about it?" Boom. Just as he spoke, the azure-clothed man once again attacked. He turned into a ray of light and shot towards Zhao Fu, and he once again punched towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. Zhao Fu felt quite furious and understood that he was not a match for the Marquis King seal. He directly released the Six Paths Demon Image's power, causing a massive wave of ghostly chi to spread out. The eerie aura caused the surrounding temperature to fall by 10 or so degrees. Oh? So it's a little bug from the death race. Sensing the ghostly chi, the azure-clothed man stood above the hole and said condescendingly. Zhao Fu was wearing his cloak, so he had to keep his identity a secret. Facing the azure-cloaked man's provocation, Zhao Fu directly slashed out a massive sword light that seemed to be able to split a mountain. The azure-cloaked man's expression became serious as he drew a purple-red saber and vigorously slashed out, splitting Zhao Fu's sword light in half. The sword light turned into countless rays of sword light and spread out like a massive gale. Bug from the death race, today, this prince will show you the might of the devil race. Facing Zhao Fu's power, the azure-cloaked man coldly harumphed and once again attacked. He slashed out with his saber and thousands of azure-colored saber lights containing ferocious power flew out. Countless traces of saber chi flooded out, seeming to be able to cut through metal or stone. The entire sky seemed to be about to be torn apart, giving off shocking sounds. Zhao Fu's expression became serious and ghostly chi flooded out from his body, forming 6 gray orbs that were each 1 meter wide and giving off bone-chilling auras. As the countless saber lights shot over, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and the 6 gray orbs flew out. 6 terrifying explosions sounded out as a massive shockwave blasted out with ghostly chi, blasting away the incoming saber lights. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the azure-clothed man, causing the azure-clothed man's expression to slightly fall as he slashed out with his saber, giving off a blinding saber light. Shing, the sound of metal clashing could be heard as the saber and sword clashed, causing sword chi and saber light to fly everywhere and shatter everything in the surroundings. After blocking Zhao Fu's attack, the azure-clothed man coldly laughed, "You want to harm this prince with your puny strength? What a joke. Don't think that this prince doesn't know that you're a Marquis King, but in front of this prince, you have to kneel and submit." Snake slaying. An azure aura exploded out from the azure-clothed man, causing his power to become many times stronger. A massive snake head appeared, giving off a shocking aura as it opened its mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was given a big fright, and countless traces of ghostly chi surged out to block in front of him. However, he was still sent flying back thousands of meters, and his body quickly flew backwards, knocking down a tall city wall. Cough, cough, within the rubble, Zhao Fu coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and raised his head with a trace of savagery on his face. The Marquis Qin seal within his body continuously trembled, and the ghost world pearl on Zhao Fu's chest once again appeared. He had underestimated the cyan-robed man's power, but now Zhao Fu had completely released the power of Qin's King seal and the 6 Paths Demon Images. Boom, 9 dragons' roars and 6 Paths Demon Images' furious roars tore through the heavens and shook the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. An incredibly terrifying aura flowed out from Zhao Fu's body, and a black aura and a gray aura simultaneously flowed out. The ground was unable to withstand this aura and continuously collapsed. Arcs of lightning continuously flashed out, giving off terrifying sounds. In the distance, the people watching were the ministers and kings of this kingdom. Looking at the two people's auras, they could not do anything, as they were both more powerful than them and had an even more powerful kingdom behind them. They could not afford to offend these two people, and they felt incredibly bitter. They could only watch and allow these two people to destroy their territory. Sensing the terrifying aura that Zhao Fu exploded out with, the azure-clothed man's expression fell. Only now did he realize that Zhao Fu's aura was of a higher level than his. It was the aura of an emperor, and the ghostly chi around his body was also much higher than his. "Who are you?" Thinking about Zhao Fu's true identity, the azure-clothed man's expression became quite unsightly. He could not help but stop because he was afraid of making trouble for himself. Their kingdom could do as they pleased here, but if they offended an empire, they would be doomed. Seeing that this person's identity was not simple at all, the azure-clothed man felt a wave of regret. However, seeing that Zhao Fu did not look like he was willing to compromise, a trace of killing intent appeared in the azure-clothed man's eyes. Only by dealing with him would he be able to prevent any future problems. Killing intent also appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes. This azure-clothed man was definitely going to die. He gripped the Death Disaster sword and gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed at the azure-clothed man. Just as a massive battle was about to erupt between the two of them, a will swept out like a heavenly Tao. The heavens and earth seemed to freeze, and no one could stop that terrifying power. Everyone felt as weak as ants, and their bodies and souls felt as if they had been dealt a massive blow. Everyone present looked incredibly shocked and their bodies froze as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. They did not dare to move at all, and this included Zhao Fu and the azure-cloaked man. Under that will, they felt terror in their hearts, and even their souls trembled. This is the will of a higher being. It was simply that terrifying, and it could cause anyone to feel despair and suffocate. Under that will, the entire world seemed to tremble in fear. As the will swept through this region, it stopped on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu felt as if his heart had been gripped by a large hand, and his body continuously trembled. He was filled with terror, and even his blood felt like it was going to cool down. This was the true power of a higher being, and Zhao Fu felt like he was a grain of sand in an ocean. Zhao Fu, hurry and run, the golden dragon's voice sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind. By now, with the help of the golden dragon, Zhao Fu had shaken off that bone-deep terror and desperately ran in another direction, not daring to stop at all. Seeing Zhao Fu run away, the azure-clothed man wanted to chase after him, but under that will, his body froze, and he felt incredibly terrified. Even though he had a world seal, he felt that it was useless. This was the power of realms. City Lord seals and the other types of seals only gave one power and did not allow one to make any breakthroughs in realms. On the path of cultivation, one had to comprehend the heavens and earth step by step, and true power was far more powerful than the other types of seals. Seeing Zhao Fu run away, the will paused for a moment before being withdrawn. Everyone present felt as if a massive weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and their bodies felt as if they were drenched in sweat. Seeing that Zhao Fu had disappeared, the azure-clothed man coldly harumphed. However, thinking about his goal, the azure-clothed man breathed out and regained his composure. He thought to himself, so there's a higher being here, I hope he'll take a liking to me. Zhao Fu madly ran, not daring to look back. That power was simply too terrifying, and it was the first time that Zhao Fu had experienced the power of a higher being. It was also the first time that he had felt such terror. Within Zhao Fu's body, the golden dragon felt quite afraid and said, "Luckily that higher being was only interested in you and did not have any ill intentions, or else both of us might have died there." Zhao Fu's eyes shone with a cold light. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded, this was the truth. If the higher being did not want Zhao Fu to escape, no matter how hard Zhao Fu tried, he would not be able to escape from that higher being. In front of absolute power, Zhao Fu was just that weak and powerless. Now, Zhao Fu would not be able to leave the human world for a long time, yet that higher being was still in the grassy world. This was simply too dangerous, and if that higher being had really come for Zhao Fu, it was possible that Zhao Fu would not be able to escape from that higher being's grasp. A prince with a world seal could force Zhao Fu to retaliate with his full strength, one had to be low-key. Even though Qin was not feared by anyone in the human world, there were always people stronger than Qin, and there were countless people more powerful than him. In the heaven-awakened world, he was just a speck of dust. After sorting out his emotions, Zhao Fu returned to the matters at hand and continued to clear out regions and construct the Great Wall. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not know that not too long after he had escaped, an extremely terrifying aura descended, causing the heavens and earth to darken and the clouds to freeze as the surroundings became deathly silent. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a drunken middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a dirty face. He held a wine bottle in his hand, and his gaze was hazy as he looked in the direction that Zhao Fu had escaped in. Everyone looked at this middle-aged man, feeling both excited and afraid, and they bowed to him, saying, "We greet Sovereign." Higher being was just what ordinary people called peerless experts, and they could not be called that in front of them. Instead, they were called Sovereign, which meant that they were supreme and supreme. The third prince felt quite delighted and immediately tidied up his clothes before coming before the middle-aged man and respectfully bowing, saying, "This lowly one is the Bear Mountain Kingdom's third prince from the ancient stem domain. We greet Senior." The drunken man drunkenly nodded before pointing in the direction that Zhao Fu had escaped in and saying, "Do you know who that person is? Also, I am very interested in that world, and I want to go to their world to take a look." The third prince's expression fell. That person's identity was already mysterious, and he actually had a pure sovereign bloodline. Now, a higher being was interested in him. If a higher being took him as a disciple, destroying the Bear Mountain Kingdom would be too easy. Thinking to there, the third prince immediately replied, "I don't know who that person is, but Senior, are you willing to take me as your disciple? Would I be honored to be your disciple? Also, my imperial father would like to entertain you. Alright, if you have any news about him, you can tell me. You can also tell that kid. If he performs well, I can introduce him to a good master." The drunkard nonchalantly cut off the third prince's words and said something that shocked the third prince. This higher being was actually going to help that person find a good master, and that person was definitely a higher being. This was going to be terrible. The third prince said hurriedly, "My talent is not bad, and I'm a prince of the kingdom. In the future, I might become the crown prince and inherit the throne. Senior, please accept me as your disciple." Ha ha ha, the drunkard loudly laughed before gradually disappearing, and the surroundings returned to normal, leaving behind the pale-faced third prince. It was evident that this higher being was not interested in him at all. At the same time, the third prince was determined to kill Zhao Fu. He had already offended him, and the threat he posed was too great. He had to kill him before a higher being found him, or else he and the Bear Mountain Kingdom would be finished. He felt a great deal of hatred in his heart. He had begged a higher being to become their disciple, yet that person could ask a higher being to find a master for him. This was simply too infuriating and unfair. Hearing the higher being's words, the people in the surroundings made a mental note of it. They already listed Zhao Fu as the person they had to curry favor with the most. After all, this was related to a higher being, and if they helped a higher being, the benefits would be unimaginable. However, even though they felt quite excited, they did not show it on their faces. After all, the third prince was not someone they could offend. A week later, Zhao Fu went to the Dark Demon world. There was not much to do in the human world apart from clearing out regions and building a great wall. The fish scale world was developing quite well, but the Dark Demon world was developing quite slowly. Zhao Fu first explained the Dark Demon world's situation. The Dark Demon world's real world was about to be destroyed, and the countdown had already begun. Luckily, they did not have the ability to open the heavenly domain boundary, or else if they invaded, they would be even more dangerous than the fish scale world. After all, they were more powerful and ferocious, and they would not die, making them quite difficult to deal with. Now that they were about to use their true bodies, Zhao Fu did not have to worry about them attacking the human world, which was a good thing. The Night Dynasty was now a level 6 capital city, and it only lacked 3 more capital cities before it could establish a kingdom. It had 850 city lords, 600 million people, 60 million soldiers, and 280 regions under its complete control. Zhao Fu looked at the Night Dynasty. This faction was quite large in the southern continent of the Dark Demon world, but compared to Qin City and the Fish Scale world, it was still much weaker. Zhao Fu was considering whether or not the Night Dynasty should establish a kingdom. Now that the Night Dynasty only had 3 capital cities left, it could establish a kingdom. Qin City could provide a large amount of EXP for the Night Dynasty to establish a kingdom. Before, Zhao Fu's principle was not to make a king, nor would he create any subsidiary kingdoms. After all, it would be detrimental to Qin City in the future. Right now, with Zhao Fu suppressing Qin City, it was not a problem for the masses to submit to him. However, in a few years, that might not be the case. Moreover, the current generation was incredibly loyal to Zhao Fu, but it was difficult to predict the loyalty of future generations. If Zhao Fu made a king and created a subsidiary kingdom, Qin City would be weak in the future, and the kings and subsidiary kingdoms would become more powerful. They would then destroy Qin City, or the Qin Empire would fall into internal strife. Zhao Fu did not want to see this. As such, Zhao did not want to establish a subsidiary kingdom, even though there were many benefits. After all, if the Night Dynasty established a kingdom, Qin City would have two kingdoms, and it would have more core, more population, and more soldiers. In actuality, Zhao had already made his decision. The Night Dynasty could establish a kingdom, but in the future, Qin City would devour it and make it an inseparable part of Qin City. Zhao chose the 3 dynasty cities that he had destroyed as capital cities and distributed the EXP from Qin City to those 3 cities. Soon, the Night Dynasty would be able to establish a kingdom. The alliance led by the Night Dynasty in the southern continent had already cleared out some of the weaker factions. It could be said that there was not much meat left for them to eat. In actuality, even if there was, Zhao did not want to continue like this, as it was simply too slow. The Demon Path sect now had 540 cities and controlled 200 regions. It had around 300 million people, and it was a large faction in the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. If they could devour the Demon Path sect, the Night Dynasty's strength would greatly increase. Right now, it was the Night Dynasty's best target because Mo Yao and the 2 ancestors were all controlled by Zhao. The only ones left were the sect master, a few ancestors, and some elders. If they could control them, the Demon Path sect would naturally belong to the Night Dynasty. Zhao had ways to control people, such as the brain bugs. It was a pity that their cultivations were too high, and the brain bugs were unable to enter their bodies. Only if they gave up resisting would the brain bugs be able to take over their bodies. Zhao had already thought of a very simple method, which was to gather these upper-class people and capture them all at once, using great martial power to make them submit. If they were willing to submit, Zhao would naturally spare them. If they were unwilling, Zhao would heavily injure them and wipe out their souls. That way, the brain bugs would be able to invade their brains and control them. Now, Zhao could deal with all of them by himself. Zhao was quite confident because Zhao had the Qin royal seal. In actuality, there was an even simpler, cruder, and faster method, which was to invade the Dark Demon world. With Qin's current strength, he could conquer the southern continent of the Dark Demon world incredibly quickly, and he would obtain the most benefits. However, Qin did not have the power to break through the heavenly domain boundary. Moreover, the human world had not conquered the northern continent, which did not belong to Qin. Qin had to sneak around the northern continent, and the northern continent was connected to the Dark Demon world's southern continent. Another important thing was that after Zhao conquered the southern continent, he would be attacked by the entire Dark Demon world. Qin did not have enough power, and the human world had not been unified yet, so how could Zhao launch an invasion? After thinking about it, Zhao gave up on this method. As for how to gather them together, it was quite easy. The 2 sides were quite close, so many people naturally trusted them. Moreover, Zhao had the help of Mo Yao and the 2 ancestors. Zhao immediately went to set up a large banquet. With the Night Dynasty's help, the Night Dynasty was about to establish a kingdom, so they had no choice but to come. After hearing that the Night Dynasty was about to establish a kingdom, the Demon Path sect was naturally quite shocked. Right now, there was only one kingdom in the Dark Demon world, and the Night Dynasty was about to become the second. This potential was immense, and there was still some time before the Demon Path sect was officially established. The key thing was that the Night Dynasty had a mysterious faction helping them, while the Demon Path sect did not. At the same time, Zhao sighed at that mysterious faction for helping them establish a kingdom. "Dad, you and the ancestors have to go this time. Perhaps you'll be able to form a connection with that mysterious faction and obtain their help to establish a sect," Mo Yao said flirtatiously as she stood there. "Dad, you and the ancestors have to go. Perhaps you'll be able to form a connection with that mysterious faction and obtain their help to establish a sect," Mo Yao said flirtatiously. Most importantly, her body gave off a bewitching aura, causing the entire Demon Path sect to kneel at her feet. It was as if they had fallen into a demonic barrier that they could not escape from. Now, everyone saw her as the Dark Demon world's #1 demonic woman, and any man wanted to madly possess her. The 2 ancestors also suggested, now that the real world is about to be destroyed, we'll have to face the Heaven Awakened world. Interacting with the outside world now will be very beneficial. Also, the Night Dynasty is about to establish a kingdom, and its faction will become many times more powerful. We can also cooperate with the Night Dynasty and obtain even greater benefits. Hearing this, everyone felt that it was not a big deal, so they decided to give them some face. After arriving at the banquet, the food and wine had long since been served, and the surroundings were decorated with lanterns and banners. It was incredibly lively, and Yitsong and the Demon Path Sect's people had their own seats and a hall. Most of the Demon Path Sect's people had already arrived, and only a small portion of them had stayed behind. Just as the Demon Path Sect's people were about to leave this dangerous place, Yitsong, who had been sitting on his chair, laughed and said, "You have no other choice but to submit to the Night Dynasty." The Night Dynasty's people exploded out with powerful auras as they stared at the Demon Path Sect's people, feeling as if they would attack at any moment. The Demon Path Sect master suddenly loudly laughed and said, "Yitsong, you're still too young. Did you think that we came here unprepared? You've made a grave mistake this time, which is to tear apart our Demon Path Sect. In the future, I'll ally with the other factions to destroy the Night Dynasty. Everyone, let's go." The Demon Path Sect's people took out jade pendants, which gave off a blinding white light that covered everyone. This jade pendant was an escape item that could instantly teleport people 1,000 kilometers away. However, a massive formation appeared from the ground, and a powerful sealing power locked down the space, causing everyone to fail to teleport. The Demon Path Sect master's expression fell, and he turned to look at Yitsong, who had expected this. He coldly harumphed and said, "Do you think you can stop us like this? My Demon Path Sect's 300 or so city lords are not to be trifled with. Your Night Dynasty only has 400 city lords. Is that so? You can try and run then." At that moment, Zhao Fu, who had been standing behind Yitsong this entire time, walked out and said with a trace of condescension. The Demon Path Sect's people's expressions fell. They feared this cloaked figure the most, as he was from that mysterious faction. His power was unimaginably great, and not only had he defeated the Vile Dynasty's legatee in a few moves, but he had also sealed him. "Sir, our Demon Path Sect does not want to offend you, so please do not interfere with our private matters. Also, our Demon Path Sect is much better than the Night Dynasties in every aspect. If you are willing to help our Demon Path Sect establish itself, our Demon Path Sect will surpass your expectations and be even more suitable than the Night Dynasty." The Demon Path Sect's sect master knew how terrifying this mysterious figure was, so he hurriedly said, hoping that he would not interfere. At the same time, this meant that the Demon Path Sect was more outstanding than the Night Dynasty, and the mysterious faction behind him should choose the Demon Path Sect. Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. The Night Dynasty was now completely controlled by Qin, which was not what the Demon Path Sect's sect master thought. "Run." Seeing this, the Demon Path Sect's sect master understood and immediately gave the order to escape. Their main goal was to escape, and he hoped that at least 80% of them could escape. Boom boom boom, explosions sounded out in all directions as powerful auras exploded out like a massive gale. The Demon Path Sect's people exploded out with all of their power, preparing to turn into rays of light and shoot towards the horizon. They wanted to escape back to the Demon Path Sect and ally with the other factions to attack the Night Dynasty. However, at that moment, an aura that was as massive as 1,000 mountains suddenly appeared, suppressing the surroundings. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and started to distort. Everyone present, whether they were from the Demon Path Sect or the Night Dynasty, looked at the mysterious cloaked figure in shock. They could not move at all and were suppressed by that terrifying aura. "This person is too terrifying." This was the only thought in everyone's minds. This person's aura was so powerful that it surpassed their imaginations. Even their world's world protector's power could not compare to his. What they did not know was that Mochi had almost died at Zhao Fu's hands twice. "Now, will you submit or not? Based on our past relationship, I will not mistreat you. However, if you are not willing, I can only refine you into puppets." Zhao Fu's voice contained a powerful might that battered everyone's hearts. Facing this powerful might, everyone desperately resisted, but they were unable to break free at all. Let alone 300 city lords, even 1,000 city lords would not be able to resist at all. No one replied and stubbornly resisted Zhao Fu's might, while Zhao Fu did not say anything else. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as countless traces of gray aura flowed out from the black cloak like gray flames that continuously flickered. A cold and eerie aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Chi, 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 that might was many times stronger than before, and everyone was unable to withstand it at all. They felt as if their bodies had been hit by a massive hammer, and they coughed up a large mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Everyone fell into despair. Facing this power, they were like a small boat in a vast ocean. It was simply too terrifying. How could a person have such power? Everyone looked at Zhao Fu with terror. Whether it was the Demon Path Sect's people or the Night Dynasty's people, they felt that even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Zhao Fu. Destroying them would be a matter of minutes. Now, I ask you, will you surrender or not? Zhao Fu's voice sounded out, crashing into everyone's hearts. Everyone looked at the Demon Path Sect's sect master, who looked incredibly hesitant. In front of this absolute power, they were unable to resist at all. This time, they had lost to that mysterious faction and not the Night Dynasty. Facing this mysterious faction's might, the Demon Path sect master could only helplessly sigh. However, thinking about how the Demon Path sect would be destroyed at his hands, he still hesitated. Dad, don't worry, Master won't truly destroy the Demon Path sect because I will become the Demon Path sect's new sect master. You don't need to worry about the Demon Path sect's future. Mo Yao Er twisted her graceful body as she walked out from the side, looking infatuated as she leaned against the cloaked figure and looked at the Demon Path sect's sect master. Everyone looked quite confused. They had never thought that this bewitching woman would call the cloaked figure master and look infatuated. How had the cloaked figure done this? How could he have such charm? Even in their dreams, they wanted him. Sect master, let's surrender. You don't know how powerful they are. If they truly attack, the entire dark demon world will be in danger. The other two ancestors also tried to persuade him. Now, everyone understood why Yitsong had understood everything. It turned out that the core of the Demon Path sect had betrayed them. The Demon Path sect's sect master thought about it and decided that his daughter would inherit the position of sect master. Perhaps there would be a chance in the future, and it would be better than dying now, so he nodded and agreed. Zhao Fu controlled Yitsong to stand up and laughed as he accepted the Demon Path sect's surrender. The Night Dynasty's people looked quite delighted, while the Demon Path sect's sect master's expression was quite dim. Following this, Yitsong went to the Demon Path sect and officially took over, truly controlling the Demon Path sect. Following this, he made Mo Yao Er the city lord and made some changes in other areas. This allowed the Demon Path sect's people to let out a sigh of relief, as there were not many changes. Their rights were not taken away, but the sect master had changed. The Night Dynasty had 850 city lords, 600 million people, 60 million soldiers, and 280 regions under its control. The Demon Path sect now had 540 cities, 200 regions, and 300 million people. Now that the two sides had perfectly fused together, the Night Dynasty's strength should be like this: 1,390 cities, 600 million people, 500 regions, and 90 million soldiers. With this kind of strength, Zhao Fu set his sights on the other factions. The Night Dynasty was still too weak compared to the other factions, and it needed to quickly develop. If Zhao Fu unified the human world, he would make a move on the fish scale world or the dark demon world. The fish scale world was developing quite well. However, the dark demon world was too weak, so it needed to focus on developing. More importantly, Zhao Fu planned to attack the spirit light world after conquering the dark demon world. After all, Qin had a trump card that countered the spirit light race, which was the primogenitor statue. Now, there were two factions next to the Night Dynasty, and they were Zhao Fu's second target. One was a player faction, which was formed from the three dynasties and a few other factions, while the other was a system faction. The player faction had 900 city lords and 80 million soldiers, while the system faction had 700 city lords and 70 million soldiers. Most of them were Stage 1 soldiers. If both sides joined together, whether it was in terms of city lords or military strength, they would be more powerful than the Night Dynasty. Zhao Fu would have no problem dealing with a few hundred city lords by himself, but facing tens of millions of soldiers by himself would be quite difficult. After all, if there were too many of them, he would be dragged to death, and he would only be able to run in the end. Right now, it would be quite difficult to fight against the two of them, so Zhao Fu thought of a plan to ally with another faction to attack the other faction. There had always been conflict between players and system main cities, so logically, it would be easier to ally with the player faction to attack the system faction. However, the key thing was whether or not they were willing to ally with the Night Dynasty. Moreover, they could not hide the fact that they had fused with the Demon Path sect. This was a great threat to them, and it was possible that they would ally together to attack the Night Dynasty. This was not a simple matter. Zhao Fu first returned to the state of Qin to discuss with many ministers. During this period of time, the 100 schools of philosophers had also been officially recognized by Qin, which meant that they had been recognized by Qin. Qin could give them all kinds of preferential treatment, and they could also establish sects, teach students, and spread their own ideology and culture. Originally, the 100 schools of thought was the general name for the various academic factions during the Spring and Autumn period, the Warring States period, and the Qin and Han dynasties. According to the records of arts and literature in the Book of Han, there were a total of 189 schools with 4,324 works. The following books, such as the Book of Sui, Records of Classics and Records, and the General Catalogue of the Four Treasury Complete Works, recorded that there were actually more than 1,000 schools of thought. However, there were only a few dozen that were more widespread, influential, and famous. In summary, there were only 12 schools that were developed into schools. Zhao Fu's personal philosophy was that he would not dismiss the 100 schools of thought and only respect Confucianism, nor would he allow rotten Confucianism to infect Qin. First, Zhao Fu acknowledged that studying was a good thing, but he could not focus on studying. That way, Qin would become lifeless, and Qin's martial spirit would disappear. In the end, it would be like the Song dynasty, where it would be bullied and humiliated by various powerful factions. Zhao Fu wanted to restore the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period to the 100 schools of thought. All sorts of thoughts would clash, and new thoughts would be born and old thoughts would die, forever maintaining Qin's vitality. This was the most important thing to Qin, as ideas were the soul of a nation. They could decide the direction a nation would go in. Of course, these sects had to surrender to Qin, and their core values were patriotism and loyalty to the emperor. They could not promote rebellious thoughts. Zhao Fu would certainly not allow the sects that had other ideas about Qin to stay in Qin. The sects that surrendered to Qin would be encouraged and promoted. Zhao Fu would restore the 100 schools of thought, but he would also list a few as forbidden sections. Buddhism, Confucianism, and Moism were also hunting down anyone related to these three sects in Qin. Zhao Fu would not be merciful to his enemies. Apart from these three sects, there was also the most important sect, which was the school of vertical and horizontal. Su Yan and Zhongheng had been on Zhao Fu's kill list, but now they had escaped to other continents with various factions of Huaxia, so Zhao Fu could not do anything to them. In actuality, within the 100 schools of thought, the Confucian school was the most powerful. Ever since the 100 schools of thought began to contend with each other, it was during the Han dynasty that the 100 schools of thought were dethroned and revered Confucianism. Afterwards, Confucianism became the mainstream ideology of China. The Buddhist sect was also a large sect that had thousands of years of history. They had many followers, and they were quite widespread. Qin's sect exterminating operation caused the other sects to feel quite afraid. Luckily, they had chosen the right side, or else they would have been wiped out by Qin. Now, there were many players in Qin, as well as some people among the commoners. They asked the Qin imperial court to stop persecuting the Confucian school and Buddhist sect disciples. Qin had become their hell, and anyone who believed in Buddhism or studied Confucianism would be heavily punished or even beheaded. The sects that had escaped to other continents were incredibly furious and attacked Zhao Fu. They said that Zhao Fu's actions were even more brutal than Qin Shi Huang's, and that he had caused the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. In response, Zhao Fu did not respond. Zhao Fu would not allow his enemies' thoughts to invade him, even if they were good people. Qin's rising Qin Academy students were called the Confucian school, but it was Qin's Confucian ideology that Qin Zhao had nurtured from the very beginning. Zhao Fu wanted this Confucian ideology to replace the mainstream Confucian ideology. There was also the Buddhist sect. Qin would only accept them after he unified the world, and now, he could only suppress them. As for the school of Moism, it did not have many people, and it had only been slightly prosperous during the late Qing dynasty. However, in the end, Qin definitely could not allow the school of vertical and horizontal to exist. There was no room for negotiation, and the school of vertical and horizontal had to be destroyed because it was too harmful. There was also another sect, which was the White Lotus sect that Qin had taken in. This sect was also banned by Zhao Fu. Even though it had cooperated with Qin, its core ideology was also very harmful. Zhao Fu did not want the White Lotus sect to incite the people to rebel every time there was a natural or man-made disaster. With the White Lotus sect's unscrupulous ability to bewitch people, it was very easy for them to incite some people. This kind of sect was not liked by any country, so it had always been listed as a forbidden sect. Qin was no exception to this. Zhao Fu had already thought of a name, which was the White Sect. At the same time, it was one of Qin's three major intelligence organizations. The first was Eternal Night, which had been created by Great Qin. Its leader was Zhao Fu, and it was proficient in assassination. The second was Flower Moon, one of the oldest factions, and its leader was Xiao Yuan, who was proficient in business. The third was the White Sect, which used to be the White Lotus sect. It had over 1,000 years of history, and its leader was called Xianxia. She was a holy daughter of the White Lotus sect and was proficient in bewitchment. These three factions all had their own specialties, and if they could make good use of them, it would be of great help to Qin. At the same time, they would be able to complete Qin's intelligence organization. Back to dealing with the Night Dynasty, after discussing with Qin's various factions, they had prepared a complete plan. The Night Dynasty was about to establish a kingdom and had completed its final goal. It did not want to start another war and cause unnecessary casualties. The Dark Demon world should not attack the Dark Demon world, so the Night Dynasty took the initiative to sign contracts with the various factions to maintain peace in the southern continent. The contracts would last for 2 years, and they would be signed 7 days from now. If this was said in the human world, others might believe it. However, if this was said in the demon race, it would be treated as a joke. After all, the demon race was incredibly ferocious and respected the strong. There was no such thing as peace or morality. However, through the news that the Night Dynasty had released, everyone understood that after devouring the Demon Path sect, the Night Dynasty's strength had greatly increased, and it was now preparing to establish a kingdom. As such, it wanted to silently develop in the next 2 years and did not want to participate in any other battles, nor did it want to slow down its development. Everyone inwardly cursed at the Night Dynasty's hypocrisy and disdainfully laughed. The factions around the Night Dynasty let out a sigh of relief, as if the Night Dynasty did not attack them, they would be safe. As such, no matter what their goal was, the factions around the Night Dynasty wanted to sign contracts, but they had to wait 7 days. It was only 7 days, so everyone felt that it would be fine to wait a bit longer. The first day passed peacefully, and on the second night, the moon and stars were sparse. The weather was slightly cold, and the Night Dynasty started to move. A group of people stealthily attacked a system main city. There were 200 or so city lords in total, and they simultaneously attacked dozens of city lords. As expected, they charged into the city and killed the city lords before starting to slaughter the residents. He purposely left a few people alive and said, "Now, either you submit to us or you wait to be destroyed by us. There is no one here who can stop us." Immediately, the system faction was infuriated, and the city lords gathered together to discuss how to attack. There was already a lot of enmity between the system faction and the player faction, and now that the system faction was being attacked, most of the system faction city lords suggested retaliating. Of course, there were also people who questioned whether this was the work of a player faction. After all, for them to attack at such a special time, they definitely had ulterior motives. The Night Dynasty was in a hurry to establish a kingdom, build a great wall, and fuse with the Demon Path sect. They did not have the time to attack, but there were 3 large factions here, the Night Dynasty, a player faction, and a system faction. Excluding the Night Dynasty, there was only the player faction, there was no one else. However, why would the player faction attack at such a time? After all, they had not fought for a long time, making them feel quite confused. Following this, the player faction sent news that it was not them and that it had nothing to do with this matter. This made everyone feel even more suspicious. If it was not the player faction, then it had to be the Night Dynasty. Moreover, the Night Dynasty was in a hurry to establish a kingdom and had suggested signing a peace contract, so they were not too suspicious. This made the System faction feel quite confused. This was especially so for the faction that had attacked them as a player faction and wanted them to submit, yet they said that they had not done it. This made it seem like they were trying to frame them. As such, the suspect could only be the Night Dynasty. However, the Night Dynasty seemed to be in a hurry to establish a kingdom and did not want to cause any trouble. Moreover, it had just devoured the Demon Path sect, so why would it suddenly attack them? The System faction could not understand this. However, if the System faction attacked the Night Dynasty, they would not be a match for the Night Dynasty, and if they fought, the ones who would benefit would be the players. Could it be that all of this had been orchestrated by the player faction to shift the blame to the Night Dynasty? This was quite possible. Out of the three factions, the Night Dynasty was the most powerful, and no matter what, it was the greatest threat. Moreover, the 2-year peace contract was just a way for the Night Dynasty to stall for time. Once it established a kingdom, it would directly act against them. It was most likely that the player faction wanted to use this method to have the System faction and player faction work together to resist the Night Dynasty and stall for time. Only then would they be truly safe. Only an idiot would allow the Night Dynasty to peacefully develop for 2 years. The System faction discussed for a while and decided to ally with the player faction to resist the Night Dynasty. However, at that moment, a shocking piece of news spread out: the Night Dynasty had brought an army to attack them. The reason was that the System faction had suddenly attacked the Night Dynasty cities, causing dozens of them to be heavily injured. This caused the System faction to feel incredibly panicked. When had they attacked the Night Dynasty? Their minds were in chaos, and they did not understand what had happened. Hurry and gather our forces. However, there was no time to think about it. Facing the Night Dynasty's army, the System faction hurriedly prepared to fight. The two armies faced off on a plains, and Xianxia gave off a terrifying fury as he stood in the sky and said coldly, "Your System factions have gone too far. My Night Dynasty originally wanted to stop fighting, but you dared to launch a sneak attack on us and said that our Night Dynasty was trash." Wait. We didn't attack the Night Dynasty. The System faction city lords' expressions were quite unsightly as they hurriedly said. The Night Dynasty had brought 900 city lords and 80 million soldiers. The ancestors and Xianxia's auras were incredibly powerful, far surpassing those of ordinary System main cities. In terms of top-tier battle power, the System faction was far inferior to the Night Dynasty, and they did not have an advantage in other areas either. Humph. Your people personally said that, Xianxia coldly harumphed as he replied to the System faction, not in a hurry to act. The System faction suddenly thought of the faction that had attacked them. They did not even know who had done it, and now that they heard that the Night Dynasty had been attacked, they felt quite confused. The Night Dynasty originally had 1,390 cities and 90 million soldiers, yet it had sent out 900 or so city lords and 80 million soldiers to attack the System main cities, leaving 400 or so city lords and 10 million soldiers to defend the System main cities. The player faction had 900 or so city lords and 80 million soldiers, and it would be no problem for them to take down the Night Dynasty. The Night Dynasty was simply seeking death. It was such a great threat, yet it had sent soldiers to attack others. Facing this opportunity, the player faction seized this opportunity to launch an all-out attack, hoping to destroy the Night Dynasty. Now that the factions were divided, it was either you die or I die, so there was nothing much to say. They could only hope that the System faction would be able to stall the Night Dynasty's main force and buy time for them. If both sides suffered heavy losses, that would naturally be for the best. They would be able to first destroy the Night Dynasty before destroying the System faction and unifying this region. If they could devour these two large factions, the player faction's power would become many times stronger, and they would be able to attack outside. In the future, the entire southern continent of the Dark Demon world would be theirs. Thinking about that, the player faction's people became incredibly excited and roared as they charged towards the Night Dynasty. Elsewhere, the Night Dynasty and System faction simultaneously received news that the player faction was attacking the Night Dynasty. The System faction's side was immediately overjoyed, and their unsightly expressions disappeared as they yelled, "The Night Dynasty's rear is being broken through by the player faction, and the Night Dynasty will definitely turn around. As long as we can stall the Night Dynasty, it will be finished. Charge!" The System faction's 60 million soldiers and 600 city lords exploded out with powerful auras, sending out a world-destroying wave as they ferociously rushed towards the Night Dynasty's army. This time, the System main cities did not send out their full forces, and they only left some people behind to defend. Get into formation. The Night Dynasty's side did not panic at all, nor did they think about retreating. Under Yitsong's orders, the soldiers held large shields and blocked at the front. Spearmen walked to the second and third rows, and the soldiers drew their bows. Many of the arrows gave off light and were socketed with crystals. They were talisman arrows. Seeing the Night Dynasty's actions, the System factions felt quite confused and could not understand what the Night Dynasty was thinking. After all, the Night Dynasty was most likely being attacked from the rear, so it was most likely that the Night Dynasty would turn its forces back, allowing them to madly attack the Night Dynasty from the rear. If that was the case, the Night Dynasty would be finished. They would not be able to retreat even if they wanted to, and they would be attacked from behind. As such, the final victor would definitely be them. However, things were different. The Night Dynasty did not seem to be retreating, nor did it seem to be worried about the rear at all. Were they really not worried about the safety of the rear? Swish, 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 white rays of light gave off sharp auras as they shot into the sky, drawing arcs in the sky and descending like a torrential downpour. Puff puff puff, rays of light shot out, and dozens of people's bodies were instantly sliced apart by the white light. Blood and limbs flew everywhere, and corpses were instantly strewn all over the ground. The smell of blood filled the air, causing the System army charging over to pause. The System city lords' expressions greatly fell. Why was everything different from what they had expected? Boom, an incredibly powerful might weighed down on the city lords' bodies like a mountain, and the space around them seemed to freeze. The System city lords' bodies sank, and it became difficult to breathe. A wave of fear appeared in their hearts, and their bodies slightly trembled. Their expressions once again fell, and they looked up at the cloaked figure in the sky. It was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the city lords in front of him and said coldly with a trace of killing intent, "Now, do you choose to submit or perish?" The System city lords' expressions were quite unsightly because the person in front of them was simply too powerful, completely surpassing what they could endure. However, they were quite unwilling to submit. Arg! Suddenly, cries sounded out. Zhao Fu did not give them much time to think, and he suddenly turned into a black blur and shot into the group of city lords. A grey sword light followed behind Zhao Fu, slashing apart 10 or so city lords' bodies. The System city lords were incredibly shocked and quickly retreated, but Zhao Fu's body twisted as he flew towards another city lord. The city lords were so terrified that they immediately exploded out with the full power of their city lord seals, causing firm energy barriers to appear and cover the city lords' bodies. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile, and the Qin Imperial seal within his body slightly trembled, sending a massive wave of power into the Death Disaster sword in his hand. A terrifying and destructive deathly intent spread out from the Death Disaster sword. Bang, bang, bang. As the city lords watched in shock, their energy barriers were shattered, and their bodies split apart, causing blood to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu's attack killed at least 20 or so city lords. Because their city lords had been killed, the soldiers' morale fell, but they continued to roar and charge at the Night Dynasty's army. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless ordinary arrows flew out, bringing with them an incredibly sharp aura. They descended like a torrential rain, and many city lords died. However, the System main city soldiers still managed to reach the Night Dynasty's army. However, they had lost about a fifth of their numbers, which was roughly 50 million soldiers. The System main city soldiers flooded towards the Night Dynasty's army, while the Night Dynasty's army had already gathered into formation, waiting for the System main city soldiers to charge. At that moment, the Night Dynasty's 900 city lords shamelessly attacked in the sky. Powerful attacks blasted towards the System main city army, causing explosions to sound out. The system main city soldiers were once again heavily injured, while the Night Dynasty's army ferociously charged at the system main city army like a ferocious ocean wave. The system main city army paused because they did not have many people to begin with, and after a few waves of losses, their morale had taken a big hit. Their charge was stopped by the Night Dynasty. At that moment, the Night Dynasty soldiers started to attack. They roared as they swung their weapons at the system main city army and started to fight with them. However, they only lasted for a short while before the system main city army started to lose. Apart from facing the Night Dynasty's army head-on, there were also the shameless Night Dynasty city lords in the sky. The city lords in the sky were completely dealt with by Zhao Fu alone. In just a few moments, 200 or so city lords had died, causing the remaining city lords to look at Zhao Fu in terror. Arg! Wait, I'm willing to surrender. Seeing this bloody scene, one of the city lords could not take it anymore and cried out in terror. If this went on, they would be killed by Zhao Fu sooner or later. Facing such power, they felt powerless and despair. After one city lord surrendered, a second and third city lord immediately followed. Zhao Fu stopped and looked at the remaining city lords with his terrifying eyes. Seeing that there was nothing they could do and that they did not want to die, the remaining city lords also surrendered. Seeing that the city lords above had surrendered, the soldiers below were not surprised and also surrendered. This was not surprising, as all of the system main city's city lords had been heavily injured and could only surrender or be killed by the Night Dynasty. After accepting these people's surrender, Zhao Fu took his people and headed towards the player faction. The player faction split into two groups, which included people from the Night Dynasty and people from the system main cities that they had subdued. One group immediately returned to the Night Dynasty to defend against the player faction, while the other attacked the player faction's rear and cut off their path of retreat. Even though there were teleportation channels, it would take some time for them to return. If they did not take any measures, it was possible that the Night Dynasty would be conquered by the players. Zhao Fu naturally understood this, so he definitely had measures in place. That was why the Night Dynasty dared to stay here and not return to protect the Night Dynasty. The player army had wanted to launch a sneak attack, thinking that they would be able to destroy the Night Dynasty in one fell swoop. They felt incredibly excited and rushed towards the Night Dynasty. However, when they were halfway there, all of the teleportation channels suddenly stopped working, and a spatial ceiling magic formation appeared in the sky. A powerful ceiling power covered them, making it impossible for them to quickly reach the Night Dynasty. If they walked, it would take at least 4 or 5 days for them to reach the Night Dynasty. However, by then, it would be too late. Now, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they continued to attack the Night Dynasty, they would need time to find another path. If they really needed that much time, the Night Dynasty would have long since destroyed the system main city faction and attacked them. Luckily, the Dark Demon race was from a cultivation world and was quite proficient at formations. Moreover, the isolation barrier that the Night Dynasty had set up was quite simple, so it could be destroyed quite quickly. As such, they still had a chance to attack the Night Dynasty. As such, the players quickly destroyed the isolation barrier while the soldiers slowly advanced. About 7 or 8 hours later, the isolation barrier was about to be destroyed, and the player factions were incredibly excited. They had never thought that they would be able to destroy the isolation barrier so quickly. They believed that the system main city faction would be able to stall for so long. After all, the system main city faction was not weak, and no matter how powerful the Night Dynasty was, it would take some time to destroy the system main city. They still had a chance. Kill. Destroy the Night Dynasty, and all the treasures and women will belong to whoever can take them. A while later, the isolation barrier was destroyed, and everyone's suppressed emotions once again flowed out. They excitedly roared and rushed towards the Night Dynasty. By now, the Night Dynasty had already returned, and the player factions. The Night Dynasty had long since planned everything. They had launched a sneak attack on a system faction to muddy the waters and hide their true plan. If they had attacked a system faction right from the start and brought so many soldiers with them, they would have aroused suspicion and would not have been so successful. The player factions had used the void zones to deal with Qin, and now, Qin was using it to deal with others. This was quite effective. When the player army arrived at the Night Dynasty's boundary, they looked at the Night Dynasty's army, which had been waiting for them for a long time. They immediately felt that something was off. They had never thought that the Night Dynasty would return so quickly. What was the System Main City's army for? They were simply too trash. However, there were only 900 Night Dynasty city lords and 70 million soldiers gathered here. They were not any weaker than the Night Dynasty, so they could still fight. Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. The player factions did not hesitate and drew their weapons as they loudly ordered, "Charge! As long as we destroy the Night Dynasty, everyone will have made a great contribution." The player army's aura was not weak at all, and they roared as they charged at the Night Dynasty's army. The massive army was like a massive flood, giving off a great aura and causing all creatures in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers to fall into terror. However, this did not last for too long before the player army stopped because another army had appeared behind them. This army looked like a mix of players and System Main City factions, but it was not very weak either. They had been pincered from the front and back, and both sides were not weak at all. This caused the player army to fall into panic. The player leader's heart sank. He felt that they were done for. The army behind them had 700 or 800 city lords and 50 or 60 million soldiers. In other words, they had to face twice the number of city lords, and they were pincered from both sides. No matter how they thought about it, they would definitely lose. They had fallen for a trap this time. They should not have come to attack the Night Dynasty. The player leaders felt incredibly regretful, and they wondered why the System Main City faction was so weak and had been destroyed in such a short period of time. They were simply too useless, and they had suffered greatly. Break out from the side. They did not think too much, they could only break out from the side. If they stayed here, they would definitely lose, and it was possible that they would all die here. Only by breaking out would they have a chance of survival. Bang, bang. Bang, suddenly, explosions sounded out as the soldiers vigorously threw out spears. The countless spears gave off terrifying force as they flew towards the player army, causing the player army to immediately defend. However, the spear's target was not them and instead landed on the ground. What shocked the players the most was that they started to use their real bodies. In front of such a massive crisis, not dying was their only trump card. However, this trump card was gone, and the player army started to panic. After all, no one was not afraid of death. While the player army was panicking, the Night Dynasty's two armies started to charge. The player army ferociously rushed towards the player army, and arrows continuously shot out. The soldiers who rushed up stabbed their spears into the enemy's bodies, and the player army started to retaliate in terror. The two armies started to fight, but the player army was at a disadvantage right from the start. They were surrounded by enemies from both sides, and they did not have many people, so they were continuously forced back. The city lords in the sky also started to fight. The Night Dynasty city lords and the System Main city lords had surrounded them. AI. The System city lords could not help but sigh. They had wanted to destroy the Night Dynasty in one fell swoop, but it was a pity that things had changed because of a single person. That person was simply too powerful, and he could easily kill them. If it wasn't for him, the battle would have been completely different. No matter how weak they were, they would have been able to stall the Night Dynasty's army, allowing the player faction to destroy the Night Dynasty. Boom! A powerful aura swept out like a wild gale, and the System City Lords' expressions became tense. They knew who this aura belonged to, and they thought to themselves, these players are most likely finished. Xiaofu took out the clear sable sword. Within his heart, there was a killing heart sword, which had the power to destroy souls. It was a mental item, and the killing heart sword's main body was the clear sable sword, so it also had the power to destroy souls. Using it to kill player city lords was perfect, and there was no need to go through so much trouble to bring them into the real world. Swish, a blood-red sword light flew out, causing blood to fly everywhere and limbs to fly everywhere. Cries continuously sounded out as Zhao Fu went on a killing spree. He continuously slashed out, killing city lords one by one. Some of the other city lords also charged towards the player city lords, while others charged towards the player army. The battle quickly concluded, and one side had fallen. In the end, the players surrendered, and only 300 of the 900 city lords remained. The Night Dynasty had won a resounding victory, and the city lords had only been slightly injured while they had only lost a few million soldiers. The system main cities and player cities were all devoured by the Night Dynasty. Because they had made ample preparations, not a single one of them had escaped. Seeing the Night Dynasty's rapid expansion, the Demon Path sect felt quite pleased. This proved that they had not submitted to the wrong person. Before, the Night Dynasty had 1,390 cities, 900 million people, 500 regions, and 90 million soldiers. Now, they had 700 system main cities, 40 million soldiers, 200 million people, and 900 player cities, 20 million soldiers, and 300 million people. The Night Dynasty now had 2,990 cities, 1.4 billion people, and 1,000 regions. It had become much more powerful than before. Before, the Night Dynasty had been the #1 dynasty faction, and now that it had devoured the Demon Path sect, system main cities, and player cities, it was even more powerful than a few dynasties combined. This was because the Night Dynasty was simply too powerful, and it was a serious threat to their safety. Many people started to plan to attack the Night Dynasty and get rid of this threat. Now, the Night Dynasty was like a second Great Qin, and it was being targeted everywhere. Many factions wanted to ally together to destroy the Night Dynasty, but luckily, it was only the southern continent of the Dark Demon world that would participate. The other continents would not interfere, and Great Qin would be viewed as an enemy by the entire world. Facing this hostility, Xiaofu decided to keep a low profile and express goodwill. After digesting all of the factions and establishing a kingdom, he would bare his fangs and make a move against them. If a faction did not have enough strength, it could only climb up step by step. Back then, if the various factions had known that Great Qin would become such a threat, they would have long since destroyed Great Qin and would not have allowed it to survive. Before, the Night Dynasty had proposed a peace contract, but it had been nonsense. Now, almost everyone understood the Night Dynasty's wild ambitions. All of this had been a plot by the Night Dynasty to expand, and the destruction of those three factions was proof enough. In just a few days, the Night Dynasty had become many times more powerful. If they had more time, they would be even more terrifying. They could not allow the Night Dynasty to continue developing, or else they would end up like those three factions. Facing the Night Dynasty's goodwill, the other factions did not accept it. The Night Dynasty started to prepare some gifts and sent out some ambassadors, hoping to ease the tension between them. However, some people threw away the gifts and killed the ambassadors. Their attitudes were incredibly firm, and some shamelessly accepted the gifts and kept the ambassadors. However, they were still in favor of allying together to attack the Night Dynasty. The various factions were incredibly resolute in attacking the Night Dynasty, and this included the most powerful factions in the southern continent. There were also some factions that tried to persuade the system factions and player factions to tell them about the Night Dynasty's threat, and they made it sound quite serious. The Night Dynasty has devoured so much in just a few days, and in 10 or so days, it will devour the entire southern continent. When that time comes, everyone will die. While the Night Dynasty is not very powerful yet, we should destroy it. We cannot miss this opportunity. In fact, some people say that the Night Dynasty is controlled by a mysterious faction and that it is no longer the same as before. For the safety of the Dark Demon race, we should destroy it. Now, the Night Dynasty is simply too powerful, and for various reasons, the people calling for the Night Dynasty to be destroyed became louder and louder. In response, the Night Dynasty offered to sign a peace contract, which guaranteed that there would be no more battles between the two sides. Moreover, they could sign the highest grade blood contract to ensure the effectiveness of the contract. Xiaofu had already decided to use Qin to destroy them, and he naturally did not need the Night Dynasty to do anything. The various factions were quite surprised, they had never thought that the Night Dynasty would be so weak and submit to them. Signing a peace contract was not a bad choice, and they would not have to suffer any losses. Now that the various factions were on the stronger side, and it was the Night Dynasty who had suggested a peaceful solution, they naturally made all sorts of requests. First, the Night Dynasty would give them 1/3 of the population they had obtained, half of the cities, and all sorts of resources and regions. Fourth, they would give them some treasures every year, and fifth, they would offer Mo Yao heir as everyone's female pet. They had considered all of this. They did not lack people, so they did not ask for much. They mainly wanted half of the cities and regions. These were things that the Night Dynasty had worked so hard to obtain, so they directly asked for half. They also wanted to offer them tributes every year, which was an insult to the Night Dynasty. After all, only the weak who submitted to others would offer tributes. Back when the Night Dynasty had established the Night Dynasty, they had been quite arrogant and had not put them in their eyes at all. Back then, for the sake of mutual benefits, they could only endure it. However, now that the various factions wanted to attack the Night Dynasty, they wanted to take this opportunity to take revenge. The fifth request was purely for the desires of the male leaders. Mo Yao heir's peerlessly beautiful appearance and alluring aura caused countless men to instinctively react. They had desired her for a long time, so they wanted Mo Yao heir to be their female slave for them to play with every day. The Night Dynasty did not reply, and the various factions allied to attack the Night Dynasty. By now, they had 10,000 city lords. With 10,000 city lords and their soldiers, it would be incredibly easy to destroy the Night Dynasty. The various factions were just that powerful. If they did not sign that humiliating contract, they would directly destroy the Night Dynasty. After all, whether or not they destroyed the Night Dynasty was up to them. If they wanted to destroy the Night Dynasty, they could destroy it, and if they did not want to, they could not destroy it. The Night Dynasty did not have the power to decide. In front of such a powerful force, all opinions were useless, as they could not resist. The various factions had thought that the Night Dynasty would submit and offer up their cities, resources, and the alluring Mo Yao heir, but the Night Dynasty did not respond at all. The various factions were infuriated. The Night Dynasty still dared to look down on them. They gathered 10,000 city lords and 600 million soldiers to attack the Night Dynasty. Since the Night Dynasty did not want to give them up, they would just take them by force. The events in the southern world of the Dark Demon world shook the entire Dark Demon world. This was the first time so many people had gathered to attack a faction. The Night Dynasty had continuously devoured 3 top-tier factions, and its overall strength far surpassed that of the Demon Heaven sect. The Demon Heaven sect had always been the #1 sect in the Dark Demon world, and no matter if it was in the real world or the Heaven Awakened world, it would always be #1. It had 5,000 years of history, and its foundation was incredibly powerful. It was only because of this that the Demon Heaven sect had been able to produce a world protector, as they already had all the conditions. Even the #1 faction, the Demon Heaven sect, only had 2,000 city lords, while the Night Dynasty had nearly 3,000. Such rapid expansion shocked the Demon Heaven sect. The Demon Heaven sect's development was still gradual, as there were simply too many top-tier factions in the Midland continent. If they stood out too much, they would end up like the Night Dynasty and be suppressed by the various factions. As such, the Demon Heaven sect had been able to develop at a steady rate. However, the Night Dynasty had been incredibly arrogant and fearlessly devoured others. Now that it was being suppressed by the various factions, it could only be said that it deserved it. The other continents all watched as a good show unfolded. Facing such a powerful alliance, the Night Dynasty had no chance of victory. The difference in military strength was simply too great. However, they still hoped that the Night Dynasty would be destroyed because they were not convinced that the Night Dynasty had suddenly become the #1 faction in the Dark Demon world. Facing the Night Dynasty's sudden rise, they should quickly destroy it, that way, they would have one less threat in the future. It was a pity that they were separated by continents, making it difficult for them to act. Otherwise, they would be able to take this opportunity to take the Night Dynasty. The most powerful legatees in the eastern continent of the Dark Demon world felt quite interested in this matter. They felt quite disdainful towards the Night Dynasty, saying that it lacked a foundation and did not have the ability to compare to them. Now that the Night Dynasty had been destroyed by the Allied forces, they felt that it was only natural. Yizong had been too arrogant and had never thought about the big picture. He had only cared about greedily devouring, causing the Allied forces to ally together. He was incredibly stupid. After devouring, the Night Dynasty would devouring, they not be as much of a, they be. After, powerful, the dynasty, powerful, the Night, the dynasty would be. That way, he would not attract too much hatred, because everyone would not focus on him. When that time came, everyone's strength would grow, and he would not be as much of a threat, allowing him to maintain his position as the #1 faction in the Starry Sky continent. The Night Dynasty's destruction was already set in stone. In their eyes, Yizong was simply too arrogant and stupid, and they had never paid much attention to the Night Dynasty. Their only true opponent was the Demon Heaven sect. However, this time, Mochi had really escaped from the brink of death. No one knew what had happened. As the world protector of their world, there was no need to mention how powerful Mochi was, but he had still suffered such heavy injuries. Who had done it? Last time, he had fought with Qin's legatee, and he had also been heavily injured. Even after a few months, he had not recovered, and this time, he had been injured many times worse. The person who had heavily injured Mochi was most likely even more powerful than Qin's legatee. Just what kind of existence was that? It was a pity that they did not know what had happened. To them, the outside world was simply too dangerous. Even their most powerful world protector had suffered setbacks because there were simply too many terrifying people. There were simply too many demonic geniuses rampaging about, and they had taken a heavy blow to their hearts. Even though they were geniuses of the dark demon world and stood above billions of people, compared to these true demonic geniuses, they were nothing. The various factions watched on and waited for the Night Dynasty to be destroyed, while the southern side of the dark demon world attacked. The Night Dynasty felt incredibly terrified because this was a disaster. It was possible that the Night Dynasty would be finished, and all of them would die. What do we do? How can the Night Dynasty defend against such a powerful force? Countless residents anxiously looked at the Night Dynasty, hoping that they would have a way to resolve this. They did not want to die, nor did they want the Night Dynasty to be destroyed. This matter could only be resolved by the Night Dynasty's higher-ups. They, the residents, would not be able to do anything. Facing the incoming army, the Night Dynasty's higher-ups' expressions were quite unsightly. They all knew that with the Night Dynasty's strength, they would not be able to defend against the allied army, and it was possible that the Night Dynasty would be destroyed. What could they do now? In front of such a powerful force, there was nothing they could do. They all felt incredibly worried, and they were not much better than the ordinary residents. Right now, they only felt terror and powerlessness. The Night Dynasty's higher-ups hurriedly gathered together to discuss this matter. If they could not think of a way to deal with this, the Night Dynasty would truly be destroyed. However, none of them had any good ideas. Facing such a powerful faction, it was almost certain that they would lose. Someone could not help but suggest, how about we accept those people's conditions and offer up our cities and regions? Otherwise, the Night Dynasty will be destroyed. I feel the same way. With our Night Dynasty's strength, we can't stop them. Right now, the most important thing is to preserve the Night Dynasty. We'll just have to endure for now. We'll still have a chance in the future. AI, what else can we do if we don't agree? I really can't think of any way to stop them. If they just want some cities and regions, it's not a problem because we can take them back. However, we also have to offer up our women. That's simply too humiliating. So what if we're humiliated? Didn't you see how arrogant that allied army is? If I had the strength, I would have long since led my soldiers to attack. However, we can't defeat them, so we only have two choices: live in humiliation or die. Yizong was the ruler of the Night Dynasty and the person with the most authority in the Night Dynasty. No matter what decision he made, they could only listen to him, and they could only leave this matter to him. Perhaps he had a way to deal with this crisis. After all, Yizong had the support of a mysterious faction, and just that mysterious cloaked figure's power was off the charts. Facing him, they would not be able to resist at all and would be killed. Right now, the only thing they could rely on was the mysterious faction, but would the mysterious faction be willing to act? If they gave up on the Night Dynasty would have almost no chance of survival, and it would be destroyed by the allied army. Yizong sat there expressionlessly, as if he was thinking to himself. Everyone turned to look at the cloaked figure. Facing him, everyone was incredibly careful, afraid that they would accidentally anger him and die. Master. I'm yours and will only serve you, Mo Yao said as she hugged Zhao Fu, a trace of worry on her face. She did not want to become someone else's plaything. Those people had added her to the contract, and Mo Yao Er wanted to kill all of them. Even though she was willing to become Zhao Fu's plaything because Zhao Fu could give her the ability to sink into illusions, that did not mean that she would let others casually play with her. However, even though she did not want to, under such powerful pressure, there were already many people who wanted to give her up. It was just that they did not say it out loud. Anyone would think that it was worth it to sacrifice a woman to avoid a battle. As such, Mo Yao Er was quite worried. No one dared to say anything to Zhao Fu and could only look at Zhao Fu out of the corner of their eyes, waiting for Zhao Fu or Yi Tsang to give an answer. Mo Yao Er, who was hugging Zhao Fu, did not say anything and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes, waiting for his reply. "Don't worry. I won't give you away," Zhao Fu said as he lightly smiled and said to Mo Yao Er in his arms. "Master, I knew you're good to me. I'll properly serve master later." Mo Yao Er happily rubbed her chest against Zhao Fu as she said shyly. Yi Ningxuang sighed inwardly. She could not be like Mo Yao Er, who did not care about how others looked at her and could stick to Zhao Fu without fear. However, hearing Zhao Fu's reply, Yi Ningxuang felt quite relieved. Zhao Fu had most likely thought of a way, but thinking about the other side's 10,000 city lords and 500 million soldiers, Yi Ningxuang could not help but ask, is there really a way to deal with this? This time, they're really too strong. Zhao Fu nodded seriously. Just do as I say. Everyone present was overjoyed. With Zhao Fu's help, there would naturally be a way to solve the problem. They didn't need to worry anymore. Facing such a great crisis, everyone could not help but place Zhao Fu as the leader, and they even forgot about Yi Tsang. They understood that Yi Tsang did not have the ability to resolve this matter, and everything depended on this mysterious cloaked figure. After such a long time, they could faintly sense that the mysterious faction was the one controlling the Night Dynasty, and Yi Tsang had most likely submitted to them. These were all just guesses, and they had no idea what was really going on. After hearing Zhao Fu give out a series of orders, everyone obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and started to act according to Zhao Fu's orders. The Night Dynasty's population started to be greatly relocated, and void zones and countless traps were set up. On the other side, the allied armies gave off an unstoppable aura as they gathered near the defensive walls that the Night Dynasty had constructed. Now, there were not many people on the defensive walls, and there were only empty city walls. The various armies mocked, "The Night Dynasty must be too cowardly, they don't even dare to meet us, they're just trash. We're so powerful, how could they dare to resist us? Destroying them is just a matter of minutes, the Night Dynasty is definitely hiding in their nest and trembling. Ha ha ha, this feels so good. Your elder has long since disliked the Night Dynasty, I'm going to destroy it now." The allied armies were all incredibly confident and prepared to order their armies to cross the defensive walls and attack the Night Dynasty. However, at that moment, a few people appeared on the defensive walls and shouted, "The Night Dynasty is currently considering a contract. Please give the Night Dynasty a few days, and we'll definitely give you a satisfactory treatment." This caused the various leaders to feel quite startled. Who would have thought that the Night Dynasty would suddenly beg for mercy? Didn't they not say anything before? Now that their army has arrived, they're begging for mercy? What a wretched wretch. A fierce-looking fat man arrogantly laughed as he said, "It's too late for you to beg for mercy now. If you still want to sign a contract, I want 80% of the Night Dynasty cities and resources. I'll give you 3 days to prepare. Also, call that Mo Yao Er out to play with your lords." Hearing the fat man's words, many people lewdly laughed. Mo Yao Er's alluring body made everyone want to play with her, as she was simply too alluring. Just looking at her made them want to madly possess her. Don't give them the chance, who knows what will happen. Perhaps this is the Night Dynasty stalling for time. Perhaps they've used these few days to escape to another place. Just destroy the Night Dynasty and everything will be ours, a cold-looking young man said. This young man was from the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. Without the Night Dynasty, his faction would be the most powerful, but it would not be as powerful as the Night Dynasty. Hearing this, everyone felt that this was true. What was the point of talking about a contract now? They could just destroy the Night Dynasty and take everything from them. That would be even better. Brothers, let's continue and destroy the Night Dynasty first. Take the women and treasures for yourselves. The army gave off a massive aura and fearlessly and domineeringly continued to attack the defensive walls, not placing the Night Dynasty in their eyes at all. Seeing that their plan was not working, the Night Dynasty's people could only retreat. At the same time, isolation barriers were set down, locking down the surrounding space and forcing the various factions to stop. Facing the Night Dynasty's obstruction, the various factions disdainfully and coldly laughed. This was just stalling for time and would not be able to harm them at all. In the end, the Night Dynasty would still be destroyed by them, and it would be impossible for them to retreat like this. The only thing they had to worry about was that the Night Dynasty would take a small portion of its people and escape to another place. Thinking about that, the various factions gave the order to set up isolation barriers around the Night Dynasty to prevent the Night Dynasty's people from escaping. After setting up these defensive barriers, everyone was able to relax. Now, even if the Night Dynasty grew wings, it would be difficult for them to escape. Rumble. For example, the ground would sometimes cave in, mountains would sometimes slide, and sometimes it would suddenly rain or snow. All of this was just a little trick of the Night Dynasty, and in front of the various factions, they could easily break through all of this. 5 days later, the various armies surrounded the Night Dynasty's final line of defense. Now, the Night Dynasty's people were hiding in 7 or 8 regions, and they had used the 6 days to build a crude defense. Seeing that the Night Dynasty's people were unable to escape, the various factions were incredibly excited and prepared to go on a killing spree. They wanted to take everything from the Night Dynasty and destroy the entire Night Dynasty. Ha ha ha, tell that boy Xianxia to scram out and call me grandpa a few times. I'll spare him later, the fierce-looking fatty said as he wildly laughed in the sky. Now that they had surrounded the Night Dynasty, they did not have to worry about them escaping, so they were not in a hurry to destroy the Night Dynasty. Normally, they would not dare to speak to the Night Dynasty like this. If it wasn't for the fact that they had allied together and had massive power supporting them, they definitely would not dare to act like this. Before, when the Night Dynasty was the leader of the alliance, they had been extremely submissive. That's right, I heard that boy Xianxia has a habit of collecting beauties. Every time he conquers a faction, he would steal some beautiful women. Now that he's handed over to us, we'll play with him, a cruel-looking young man said as he loudly laughed. If you play with women, we'll take cities and resources. Residents of the Night Dynasty, your Night Dynasty is finished. In front of our massive power, you can only submit. If you dare to resist, we'll kill you all, a middle-aged man in robes said. That's right, commoners of the Night Dynasty, you're dead for sure. Seeing as we're all from the southern continent, if you kneel and beg for mercy, we'll let you live, a scholarly, long-faced man said. That's right. Ha ha ha, a light laugh suddenly sounded out. Xianxia did not appear, and a cloaked figure appeared in the sky. This cloaked figure did not give off any aura and seemed like an ordinary person, but he gave off an incredibly dangerous aura. Zhaofu did not split his attention to controlling Xianxia because he had to focus on killing. His terrifying eyes looked at the various city lords as he said disdainfully, "Do you think 10,000 city lords and 600 million soldiers are very powerful? How ignorant and foolish, today will be the day you die." The cloaked figure who had suddenly appeared caused everyone to feel quite startled. They found that it was not Xianxia who had rolled out but this cloaked figure. They had heard that this person from the Night Dynasty was very powerful. However, hearing the other party's arrogant words, he could not help but coldly harumph, 10,000 city lords and 500 million soldiers is not a lot. This is a gathering of a quarter of the southern continent's power. It's enough to sweep through any power. A round-faced young man could not help but say mockingly, "You're so arrogant, do you really think you're so amazing? Does your Night Dynasty have such strength? Later, we will slaughter." Boom 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 boom. Before the young man could finish speaking, massive explosions shook the heavens and earth as powerful auras exploded out, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. Terrifying auras flooded out, and the entire dark demon world sensed these terrifying ripples. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked in the direction of the southern continent of the dark demon world and said in shock, "Something shocking is about to happen there." On the southern battlefield, there were people giving off powerful auras. There were 45,000 of them, and they surrounded the various city lords. Without exception, they were all city lord level figures. The various city lords were given a big fright, and their hearts rapidly thumped. How could the Night Dynasty have so many city lords? Heavens, how was this possible? The various city lords could not believe what they were seeing. This completely surpassed anything they could imagine. The Night Dynasty's side was also incredibly shocked because none of the city lords in the sky were from the Night Dynasty, they were all city lords from that mysterious faction. 45,000 city lords, that mysterious faction was simply too terrifying and could cause anyone to feel despair. However, what made the Night Dynasty's people wild with joy was that the Night Dynasty had been saved and would not perish. Now, it was time for them to feel fear. Facing 45,000 city lords, even Mo Yaoer, Yi Ningxuang, and the others, who were incredibly close to Zhao Fu, were completely shocked. Perhaps Zhao Fu's identity was many times more terrifying than they had expected. Roar, 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 dragons' roars sounded out as massive wyverns and giants gave off terrifying auras as they appeared, causing all creatures in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers to feel terror. There were 7,500 of them. This once again caused everyone's expressions to fall. They had never thought that there would be more. Sensing these wyverns' auras, they could all sense that they were comparable to city lords. Added together, there were more than 50,000 city lords. This was simply too despairing. Roar. However, what shocked them was not over yet. Another 8 massive roars sounded out, shaking the sky as 8 massive beasts giving off heaven-toppling auras appeared in the sky, making it seem as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. All of the people from the dark demon world, whether it was the Night Dynasty or the other factions, felt their minds go blank. This aura completely exceeded what they could endure. With this sort of power, let alone destroying the Alliance, it would not be a problem for them to destroy the entire southern continent of the dark demon world. It could be said that Qin had sent out his entire army, leaving behind only the civil officials, a small portion of the city lords, and all of the soldiers to defend. He had set up all sorts of defenses and traps not to allow the Night Dynasty to escape but to buy time for Qin to arrive. Qin did not have the ability to break through worlds, so he could only use teleportation channels to arrive, which naturally took time. After paying a great price, Zhao Fu could now teleport 15 people at a time, whereas before, he could only teleport one person. Kill. A powerful aura swept out like a storm as Zhao Fu exploded out with all of his power. He gripped the clear sable sword and roared as he rushed at the various city lords. All of the city lords obeyed and started to attack the various city lords. Explosions shook the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, and a destructive aura continuously spread out as a shocking battle exploded out in the sky. The Corpse Soul commanders on the ground were wearing heavy armor and holding large shields as they charged at the tide of people. Bang! 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 Sounds of collisions continuously rang out as countless people were sent flying like grains of sand. Countless people died on the spot. Countless wyverns danced in the sky, spitting out searing flames and icy blasts, burning soldiers to death or turning them into ice statues. The 8 aquatic beast kings simultaneously attacked the various armies. The Night Dynasty's 140 million soldiers were abnormally excited, and their morale was incredibly high. They did not show any fear and roared as they charged at the various armies. In the sky, Zhao Fu unleashed a massive sword chi vortex, dragging in dozens of city lords. These city lords were unable to resist at all, and their bodies were directly minced apart. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and only the dozens of city lord seals remained where they were. Zhao Fu continued to hold the Death Disaster sword as he turned into a ray of sword light and weaved through the crowd. The sword light was incredibly sharp, and every time it flashed by, many city lords would be cut in half. Even after activating defensive barriers, it was useless. Now, Zhao Fu's killing speed was much faster than before, and not a single city lord could stop Zhao Fu's attacks. Boom! 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 Facing this great danger, the Allied army started to use their nation armaments or sect armaments, wanting to turn the situation around. 7 terrifying auras shot out from the sky, causing the weather to change. Clouds swirled, and the space around them seemed to be suppressed. The terrifying auras flooded out like a flood. These armaments were all high-grade, and ordinary city lords would not be able to stop them. Under this terrifying aura, even City Lord Qin could not help but take a few steps back, as he was unable to stop them. However, the situation quickly turned around. A roar sounded out as countless traces of demonic chi burst out, and a 100-meter-tall demon sovereign king appeared, giving off a ferocious aura as it attacked one of the city lords. Elise gave a cruel smile as she looked at the other city lord. Boom, boom. Boom, massive general stars giving off massive auras slowly descended from the sky. Their terrifying auras were like intense gales, and anyone who stood within them would feel terror. The 8 general stars' auras were not inferior to the 7 armaments in front of them. Zhao Fu also stared at a cold-looking young man. It was the legatee of the southern continent. Boom. Zhao Fu slashed out, and a massive gray sword light containing terrifying destructive power slashed towards the young man. The space around him trembled, as if it was unable to withstand that power. The cold-looking young man's expression fell, and he used his sect armament to block in front of him. His sect armament was a black skeletal hand that gave off an intense demonic light. Facing the incoming sword light, he opened his palm, and a massive black energy barrier appeared. Bang! The gigantic sword light slammed against the energy barrier, causing countless cracks to appear on it. The cold-looking young man's body trembled and a trace of blood leaked out of his lips. His expression was one of shock. Even after using his sect armament, he was still not a match for this person. Clang! A sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu's Qin Imperial Seal exploded out with boundless power and entered the Death Disaster sword in his hand, causing it to give off an intense sword light. A cold and eerie sword qi exploded out as Zhao Fu rushed towards the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man did not even dare to use ordinary weapons, and he directly used his sect's armament. The black bony hand gave off a massive wave of demonic qi, which condensed into a massive demon. It had a tiger beast and a human body, and it gave a heaven-shaking roar as it rushed at Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu disdainfully coldly laughed and shot towards the massive demon. The gray sword light gave off a powerful deathly aura as it shot out with Zhao Fu. In just an instant, Zhao Fu's body flashed past the demon, and the gray sword light slashed apart the demon's waist, causing it to turn into demonic qi and dissipate. Clang, 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 Zhao Fu quickly rushed towards the cold-looking young man, and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun as chains shot out towards the bony hand and the cold-looking young man. This young man was a legatee, and Zhao Fu could not directly kill him. Facing the countless chains, the cold-looking young man was greatly startled, and he continuously slashed out with his sword, sending out terrifying sword lights. The bony hand also gave off an intense demonic light, wanting to block the countless chains. However, there were simply too many chains, and each of them gave off immense power. They were unable to defend at all and were bound up by the chains. The black bony hand was forcefully suppressed and put into Zhao Fu's spatial ring, and the cold-looking young man was temporarily sealed. After dealing with the cold-looking young man, Zhao Fu continued to attack others. On the ground, the 8 aquatic beast kings unleashed their world-destroying power and exploded out with terrifying power as they ferociously attacked the various armies. Chi, 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 the sift metal stingray brought with it a sharp metallic storm that covered dozens of kilometers as it rushed towards the various armies. The storm was like countless sharp blades that chopped countless people into pieces. As it flew past, millions of people were torn apart by the metallic storm, creating a bloody scene. Bang, 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 in just an instant, the earth-water dragon tortoise condensed tens of thousands of massive water orbs, each of which was 2 meters wide. They gave off shocking auras as they flew towards the various armies, blasting countless people's bodies into pieces. Swish, 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 the 3-souled great snake raised its massive body and opened its massive mouth, shooting out countless rays of black light. The rays of black light were incredibly terrifying and soundlessly pierced through large groups of people, killing countless people. Roar! The deep-sea demon whale loudly roared and opened its massive mouth, exploding out with a terrifying suction force, sucking in countless people. Those people were unable to resist at all, and they were sucked into the deep-sea demon whale's mouth and devoured. The deep-sea demon whale's stomach seemed to contain another dimension, and even after eating hundreds of thousands of people, it still wasn't full. The various armies desperately retaliated against the 8 aquatic beast kings, but the Stage 1 soldiers' arrows were unable to hit the aquatic beast kings at all. Before the arrows could even reach the aquatic beast kings, they would be deflected by the aquatic beast kings' auras. The Stage 2 soldiers' arrows hit the aquatic beast kings' bodies, but they were all blocked as if they were hitting steel. On the other side, the wyverns used their advantage in the sky to continuously spit out flames and icy blasts, burning or freezing soldiers to death. The heavily armored corpse soul commanders raised heavy shields and charged about in the army. The Night Dynasty's city lords spread out and unleashed different attacks in the sky. Explosions sounded out as terrifying light devoured everything as the Night Dynasty's city lords slaughtered the various armies. The different attacks caused the various armies to fall into chaos, and they were unable to get into formations at all. They continuously cried out and died, causing their morale to plummet. On the Night Dynasty's side, the 140 million soldiers formed a powerful formation. The shield-bearers were at the front, the spearmen were at the back, and the archers vigorously shot out arrows, attacking the various armies in an orderly manner. Whether it was the city lords above or the armies below, they were all heavily injured, and people continuously died. Arg! A pained cry sounded out as a dynasty legatee with a nation armament was cut into pieces by Zhao Fu. Blood and pieces of his body fell to the ground, and Zhao Fu put away his city lord's seal and nation armament. I surrender. Seeing the city lords around him continuously die, a city lord could not bear the fear of death and cried out to Qin. Corpses littered the ground, and almost all of them were the corpses of soldiers. Out of the 600 million soldiers, only 200 million remained, and they continued to die. Blood dyed the ground red, and the stench of blood filled the air, seeming to dye the sky blood red. If they did not surrender, they would all die here. Facing the Night Dynasty's encirclement and overwhelming power, not a single one of them would be able to escape. Everyone else understood this, and their hearts were filled with despair. They were finished, and there was no chance of victory at all. They had never thought that the Night Dynasty would suddenly send out so many city lords, as well as wyverns. They had completely lost at their hands. Without them, they would have long since destroyed the Night Dynasty. They had heard that the Night Dynasty was supported by a mysterious faction, but this mysterious faction was simply too powerful. It had the power to flatten an entire continent, and now that they had personally witnessed this terrifying power, they felt incredibly terrified and could not help but sigh. They did not know how powerful this faction was, and they did not know if they had gone all out to help the Night Dynasty. However, they heard that this mysterious faction came from the outside world and was a large faction in the Heaven Awakened world. It was possible that they were dozens of times stronger than they were now. The Dark Demon world was in grave danger. Everyone rationally chose to surrender, and Zhao Fu did not refuse and accepted all of them. Seeing that the city lords above had surrendered, the soldiers below did not feel too surprised. They all put down their weapons and obediently knelt, submitting to Qin. The Night Dynasty's people excitedly cheered. They had faced such a great crisis, and it could even be said that the Night Dynasty had been destroyed. However, they had made it through and had not been destroyed by the allied army. This was simply too joyous. Moreover, they had completely suppressed the allied army, and they had suffered very few losses. This was the Night Dynasty's greatest victory. Of course, they were also incredibly grateful to the mysterious faction. Without them, the Night Dynasty would not have been able to defend at all. At the same time, they were incredibly shocked by the mysterious faction's power and felt quite curious about their true identity. Your Majesty, we've subdued the city lords and soldiers, what should we do now? Bai Qi respectfully asked Zhao Fu after ordering people to clean up the battlefield. Zhao Fu nodded and said, prepare to conquer the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. In order to defend against the allied armies, he could only use Qin's power. Once Qin's power was revealed, it would draw even more hostility, and more people would ally together to attack the Night Dynasty. As such, Zhao Fu did not plan to hide anything and decided to unify the southern continent. Occupying a continent as a defensive base to contend against the other three continents would also increase the overall strength of the Qin Empire in a short period of time. This was Zhao Fu's goal. Originally, Zhao Fu did not want to do this, as the risks and pressure were simply too great. For example, Qin City's entire army had been mobilized, while the human world only had civil officials and a few city lords. It could be said that the human world was quite weak. If the human world found out that Qin's entire army had attacked the Dark Demon world, once they attacked Qin, Qin would suffer heavy losses. Because Qin's top-tier forces were in the Dark Demon world, there was no way for them to quickly return. When the main force returned to the human world, it was already too late. Yes. Bai Qi obeyed and immediately turned and left. He gave out orders, and the various city lords obeyed and started to move. They turned into rays of light and shot towards the horizon. The wyverns circled in the sky, and after receiving orders, they flapped their wings, bringing with them wild gales as they flew forwards. The 100-meter-tall corps soul commanders wore heavy armor and held large shields as they walked in unison, giving off thunderous footsteps. The 8 aquatic beast kings looked incredibly excited. They loved the feeling of massacring, and they had not had enough yet. After hearing the order to attack, they gave off joyful roars and gave off terrifying auras as they flew with Qin's army. Countless city lords turned into rays of light and shot out, the wyverns in the sky, the terrifying giants walking on the ground, and the 8 massive aquatic beast kings all rushed forwards. This scene was incredibly shocking, and it was a rarely seen scene. The terrifying auras they gave off shook the surroundings, and no one could stop them. At first, the Night Dynasty's people did not understand what was going on, but after receiving the orders, they were shocked to find out that this mysterious faction was going to unify the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. Unify the southern continent. This was something that they did not even dare to think about, as it was incredibly difficult. To be able to establish a kingdom and occupy a large territory was already enough for them. Now that they heard that the mysterious faction was going to unify the southern continent of the Dark Demon world, they felt incredibly excited. No one in the Dark Demon world had ever done such a thing, and today, the Night Dynasty was going to accomplish such a magnificent feat and leave its name in history. Kill. A massive flood swept out in all directions, and the terrifying aura was like that of a ferocious tiger, devouring everything in its path. First were the closest factions, but most of them had joined the allied army. Some had already surrendered, while others had died. Apart from cities, there were also some residents and a small portion of soldiers who had been left behind. After taking down Great Qin's city lords, most of the people in the cities had escaped, and Great Qin could use their city lords' seals to take over the cities. Great Qin would also take over the cities that had surrendered, and there would be no problems. A large number of people fled, and the entire southern continent fell into chaos. Most of the ordinary people did not know what was going on, and looking at the countless people fleeing, they felt quite curious about what was going on. However, after hearing that the allied army had been defeated, the Night Dynasty had started to rampage in their regions, continuously conquering cities and slaughtering anyone who resisted, and they were forced to flee. Everyone felt quite startled. They had never thought that the Night Dynasty would win. Despite having so many people in the allied army, they had still lost. How could the Night Dynasty be so terrifying? After hearing about this, the expressions of the other factions in the southern continent fell, and they started to discuss how to deal with the Night Dynasty. However, they were too late. After Qin easily devoured those regions' cities, he started to launch an all-out attack. City lords giving off powerful auras descended above the city. They did not say anything and directly attacked, blasting towards the city hall. The wyvern roared in the sky, creating wild gales and spewing out flames and icy blasts. The buildings were set ablaze, and the icy blasts froze the people who were running away in fear. The various cities were thrown into chaos, and screams, cries, and howls filled the cities. Countless people ran in terror, and facing Qin's sudden attack, they were unable to resist at all. The 8 aquatic beasts happily leapt towards a city and started to rampantly destroy and kill without regard for anything else. After killing people and destroying cities, they devoured the city creation stones and continued to attack the next city. Cities were quickly conquered, and countless people died in terror. Corpses littered the cities, and the stench of blood continuously spread out. The number of people dying continuously rose, and it was as if a massive catastrophe was descending on the Dark Demon world. Because of the excessive killing, a bloody aura rushed into the sky, dyeing the sky blood red. The austere aura of a powerful army continued to spread out savagely. The various cities were taken down by Qin, and the Night Dynasty's countless soldiers were responsible for accepting the people who had surrendered. The regions that they conquered became larger, and more people were plundered. The Night Dynasty's overall strength quickly increased. Soon, more than half of the Dark Demon world's southern continent had fallen. Qin had successfully taken down these regions, and the remaining factions quickly banded together to form a resistance force. This force gathered in the Black Demon region, wanting to fight to the death with Qin and stop Qin's unstoppable attacks. Facing this force, Qin did not feel any fear at all, and he led the soldiers and city lords who had surrendered to him towards the Black Demon region. This was the Dark Demon world's southern continent's final bit of resistance, and Zhao Fu wanted to deal with them once and for all so that he could unify the southern continent as quickly as possible. The two armies gathered in the Black Demon region, and an austere aura caused the entire Black Demon region to become quite serious. Countless wild beasts madly ran away because the auras of the two armies were simply too terrifying. As soon as the two sides clashed, the southern continent's side was dumbfounded. Now, Qin's side had more than 60,000 city lords and 800 million soldiers. These were all city lords and soldiers who had surrendered. Because time was of the essence, Great Qin had directly used them. At the same time, Great Qin had given them many benefits to solidify their loyalty, and they had gathered here under Great Qin's leadership. However, the southern continent side only had 9,000 city lords and 400 million soldiers. They were completely inferior to Qin's side. Charge! Seeing the resistance army, Qin did not say anything and directly charged. The army was like a tsunami, bringing with it a destructive aura as it surged towards the resistance army. That shocking aura caused the bodies of many resistance soldiers to stiffen, and there was only fear in their hearts. The other side was simply too powerful, and they felt somewhat powerless. After personally seeing this faction that had swept through the southern continent of the Dark Demon world, the resistance city lords were incredibly shocked. This greatly surpassed anything they had expected. They had heard that this faction was very powerful, but they did not know how many of them there were. They had never thought that Great Qin would be so powerful. They had 9,000 or so city lords and 400 million soldiers, and they had to face 60,000 or so city lords and 800 million soldiers. This did not even include the wyverns in the sky, the ferocious giants, and the 8 terrifying war beasts. How can we fight like this? Facing such a powerful faction, even an idiot knew that they would definitely lose. They had no hope at all, and they could only run. If they did not run, they would not have any chance at all, and they would all die here. Seeing Qin's terrifying power, the resistance army did not even have the courage to fight, and they immediately retreated. The city lords all ran away, and the resistance army also quickly retreated while Qin madly chased after them. Soon, some of the slower city lords and resistance soldiers were stopped by Qin. Facing Qin's terrifying power, these city lords all surrendered. Only a small number of city lords stubbornly resisted, but they were all slaughtered in an instant. Qin continued to chase after the resistance army. In just a few hours, the resistance army had been completely wiped out. Only 1/3 of the people had escaped back to their own regions, while 2/3 had either been killed or had submitted to Qin. This was the southern continent's last trace of resistance, and now that it had been destroyed by Great Qin would be able to move unhindered in the southern continent. They continued to sweep through the southern continent, conquering regions and cities, and the Dark Demon people knelt in terror and submitted to Great Qin. The Dark Demon world's southern continent had completely fallen, and a large number of people started to flee to other continents. This news spread through the entire Dark Demon world. Before, the various factions had been waiting to watch a good show, waiting for the Night Dynasty to be destroyed by the Allied army and get rid of this threat. However, things had completely exceeded their expectations, and they would never have thought that such a thing would happen. The ordinary people did not know about this at all. They did not know what had happened in the southern continent, nor did they know that the Allied army had attacked the Night Dynasty. They just went about their lives as normal, and only when they saw the countless people fleeing did they find out about this shocking news. Not only has the Night Dynasty defeated the Allied army, but it has also conquered the entire southern continent. This news is so shocking that they can't even speak. After all, even the #1 faction in the Dark Demon world had never dared to unify a continent before, as it was simply too difficult. It was possible that before they could unify a continent, they would be destroyed by other factions. Now, the Night Dynasty had accomplished this impossible task. The Dark Demon world had 4 continents in total, and the Night Dynasty now occupied a quarter of it. It could be said that a quarter of the Dark Demon world now belonged to the Night Dynasty. This news was simply too shocking. A faction that had only occupied a few hundred regions had suddenly expanded, taking over the southern continent of the Dark Demon world at an unimaginably terrifying speed. The eastern continent's legatees were all shocked by this matter. How could the Night Dynasty have such power? How could the southern continent of the Dark Demon world be conquered so easily? Who could stop the Night Dynasty with such lightning-like momentum? The Night Dynasty is going to unify the entire world. The other three continents all panicked, and countless factions held emergency meetings to discuss what to do. Facing the terrifying Night Dynasty, they had to band together, or else they would all die together. Right now, the Night Dynasty was just that terrifying. Even though Emochi was heavily injured and recovering, the Eastern Continent's Sky Demon sect also took this matter very seriously. They sent a few elders with authority to attend a meeting to discuss how to deal with the Night Dynasty. Reports of what had happened in the southern continent reached the various factions, and only now did they understand what had happened. Why had the allied army failed? Why had the Night Dynasty suddenly exploded out with the power to unify the southern continent? So it was that mysterious faction that had been supporting them. Back then, the legatees had met with that mysterious faction's people. In other words, they were at the place where Ugra was sealed. They had originally wanted to break the seal, but they had almost been devoured by the seal. The feeling the mysterious cloaked man gave them was extremely terrifying, and they didn't dare to attack him. Back then, the mysterious cloaked figure had arrogantly warned the entire Dark Demon world to be careful and not offend the Night Dynasty, or else they would have to bear the consequences. Moreover, they had destroyed the Vile Dynasty's 800 city lords and countless wyverns. Just a small team had been able to easily destroy the Vile Dynasty. It could be seen just how terrifying that team was. Back then, that team had been quite powerful, and they had raised the Night Dynasty, which had originally been one of the weakest factions in the Dark Demon world's southern continent. This made them feel quite wary, and they were worried that the mysterious faction would act against them. However, after the Vile Dynasty had been destroyed for so long, that mysterious faction had not acted, and the Night Dynasty had obediently developed. Compared to them, it was much slower. From the news that the Night Dynasty had received, the mysterious faction had already disappeared. Without the mysterious faction's help, they did not pay much attention to the Night Dynasty at all. Now that so much time had passed, they started to forget about the Night Dynasty's existence. Only when the Night Dynasty had devoured 3 top-tier factions and been surrounded by the Dark Demon world's southern continent did they once again notice the Night Dynasty. This was because the mysterious faction had only acted once, and after such a long time, many people had forgotten about its existence. There was also another reason. Back then, the 800 city lords had been quite powerful, but now, they were only average. Which top-tier faction did not have a few hundred city lords? By now, most of the top-tier factions had already met the requirements. As such, they did not pay much attention to that mysterious faction. Before, they had thought that the Night Dynasty would not be able to resist and would be destroyed by the allied army. However, the mysterious organization had once again attacked. Not only had it destroyed the allied army, but it had also taken over the southern continent of the Dark Demon world. This was simply too shocking. No one had ever thought that this mysterious organization would be so terrifying. It turned out that the 800 city lords from before had been a small team. Now, such a powerful force had appeared, and they were not even sure if it was all of them. That mysterious faction's strength was unfathomable. What now? All parties gathered together to discuss this matter urgently. If they couldn't think of a quick solution, they would be in danger. Someone suggested, no matter what, we should gather all of the power of the remaining 3 continents. Even if that faction is unimaginably powerful, we can't just give up and fight them to the death. Someone else suggested, this is a matter of the Dark Demon world's southern continent, and it has nothing to do with us. The southern continent's factions allied together to destroy the Night Dynasty, which caused the mysterious faction to act. We can remain neutral. After devouring the southern continent, that mysterious faction most likely won't act again. That's because that power is so powerful. Why did they wait until now to attack? Those people must have angered that mysterious power. However, just in case, we should still form an allied army to defend. Someone else suggested, how about we negotiate with that mysterious faction? They've already conquered the southern continent, so let's just give it to them. As long as we're safe, it'll be fine. Everyone in the council expressed their different opinions, each with their own reasons. They began to argue, but no decision was made. Your Majesty, we've conquered the entire southern continent and are now cleaning up, Bai Qi said as he respectfully bowed to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. Qin had obtained another continent, and if he could completely devour it, Qin's overall strength would rise to a whole new level. At the same time, even though he did not have a precise tally of the other gains from conquering the southern continent, he felt that they would be quite large, enough to make Zhao Fu feel delighted. By now, Zhao Fu had received some information about the other continents, and he thought for a moment before saying, quickly clean up and continue to attack the western continent. It's best if we do it as quickly and ferociously as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Qi thought about it and understood Zhao Fu's intentions. He smiled and nodded, following which Great Qin's forces started to move towards the western continent of the Dark Demon world. Immediately, after hearing about this, everyone in the western continent felt incredibly terrified. Everyone hurried over, worried that the mysterious faction would destroy them. The other two continents were also greatly shocked and cried out, that mysterious faction is not satisfied with devouring the southern continent and wants to devour the western continent as well. Their appetite is simply too big, can't they not be too greedy? Aren't they afraid of dying from overeating? The thing that everyone was worried about had happened, and they had to quickly move out, or else the entire Dark Demon world would fall. That mysterious faction was simply too ambitious, and if they really wanted to conquer the Dark Demon world, they would have to fight to the death. Under such a massive threat, everyone in the Dark Demon world started to panic. They had never thought that the battle to destroy the Night Dynasty would instantly affect the entire world, causing the entire Dark Demon world to fall into danger. This was simply too shocking. Countless Dark Demon people hurried towards the western continent, they had to stop the mysterious faction. Otherwise, if they destroyed the western continent, they would not be able to keep their two remaining continents. When that time came, they would either die or submit to the Night Dynasty. After all, the Night Dynasty had an indescribable relationship with them, and it was possible that the Night Dynasty would unify the Dark Demon world and become the only dynasty in the Dark Demon world. The entire Dark Demon world would belong to the Night Dynasty, and they would not have any chance at all. However, with their proud and noble personalities, how could they allow themselves to submit to someone else? The situation in the Dark Demon world became quite tense, and the ordinary residents paid great attention to this matter. After all, this concerned their survival, and some residents started to feel afraid, hoping that they would not be destroyed by the Night Dynasty. By now, Great Qin and its army had already killed their way into the western continent of the Dark Demon world. They gave off a ferocious ocean-like aura as they swept through region after region. In just a few moments, they had conquered hundreds of regions. In terms of numbers, the other factions had a great advantage, but in terms of aura, Qin's side was much stronger. Countless city lords wore black cloaks and gave off terrifying auras as they stood in the sky. Countless wyverns circled around them, and there were also heavily armored giants on the ground. The most terrifying ones were the 8 aquatic beast kings. They lined up in a row, and their terrifying auras caused space to twist. They flooded towards the other side's people. After conquering hundreds of regions in the western continent, the other factions arrived. Qin could only stop, and more people continuously gathered. Zhao Fu was also dressed in a black cloak and gave off an incredibly terrifying aura. It was like a massive formless weight that weighed down on everyone's bodies, causing their expressions to fall. They had never seen such a powerful aura before. What does the Dark Demon race have to say? Our faction didn't want to make trouble and destroyed the vile dynasty as a warning. However, you still dare to offend us. You've angered us, and destroying the Dark Demon world is as easy as lifting a single hand. Do you still want to resist? Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, his voice containing an intense killing intent and a trace of condescension and disdain. Facing Zhao Fu's condescension and disdain, the other factions felt even more uneasy. Even though they had more people than the other side, they did not know the true strength of that mysterious faction. If that mysterious faction had sent even more experts, what would they do? Just the cloaked figure in front of them would require thousands of city lords to work together to deal with. If a few more came, the dark demon world would not be able to survive. A person breathed in and nervously walked out, saying, "Sir, the ones who attacked you were the southern continent's factions, and they've already been destroyed. They brought this upon themselves, but the other continents' factions did not participate at all. We had no intention of angering you." Humph. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and said domineeringly and arrogantly, "It's your dark demon race that's in the wrong, so your dark demon world will suffer. Before, we didn't care about a new world like yours, but now, we're going to destroy it. Our race's true experts are about to arrive. You want to stop them with just your strength? You're dreaming. Today, we're going to enslave your dark demon race and offer up all of your women and treasures. You lowly race, ha ha ha." These words caused the other factions to feel quite angry, but they could only endure it. If the other side's true experts descended, the entire dark demon race would be doomed. Moreover, if they fought now, of course, they did not have much of an advantage. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and they would suffer massive losses. They did not have any confidence at all against this mysterious faction. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite nervous. Now, all of Qin's faction's power had gathered. If they fought of Qin, they would lose. And the Qin of fighting, they of the battle, they of wood of the of. Zhao of, they of yen, of. Of Zhao Chen of he of a of war, Zhao Fu, he of Zhao Zhao, he of Fu of. Of the Chen demon world. Right now, Zhao Fu was just putting on an act to scare the other side. As such, he had to act tough and could not show any weakness. Before, after Zhao Fu had received news about the other continents, he had made plans to attack the other continents. If the Dark Demon World's continents allied together to attack, Zhao Fu would not be able to defend. After all, he had only just conquered a continent, so Qin had to take the initiative to attack and act as if he could easily destroy the Dark Demon World. If he did not do this, Qin would be at a disadvantage and be restricted by the other continents. Back then, if they had chosen to defend the southern continent, they would not have been as afraid of Qin as they were now. After all, they might have guessed Qin's strength and allied together to attack. Now that Qin was acting as if he could easily destroy their world, they naturally feared Qin and did not have any confidence. It could be said that while Zhao Fu looked incredibly domineering and arrogant, he was actually quite timid inside. If they really started to fight, Zhao Fu would immediately give the order to retreat and preserve as much strength as possible. Zhao Fu's side did not act, and the other side did not dare to act either, resulting in a stalemate. Humph. You want to enslave the Dark Demon race? Are you taking the Night Dynasty as well? You'd better watch your mouth, we didn't agree on this. Don't go too far, a furious voice sounded out in the sky. It was Yitsong's voice. This caused the various city lords to feel quite startled. They had never thought that Yitsong would suddenly appear and say such words to oppose the cloaked figure. What was going on? Was Yitsong helping them? Were they starting to fight amongst themselves? However, that mysterious figure was insulting the entire Dark Demon race, and Yitsong was also a member of the Dark Demon race. This included everyone in the Night Dynasty. From what everyone understood, the Night Dynasty should have long since been controlled by that mysterious faction, but it seemed that the situation was different from what they had expected. Zhao Fu glared at Yitsong and made a furious expression as he said, "It was your Dark Demon race that angered us first. Making you our slaves is already being lenient, your Dark Demon race should thank us. Becoming our slaves is an unparalleled glory for you." The Night Dynasty's expression was calm as it said seriously, "Our Dark Demon race is part of the Demon race and is one of the most powerful of the 8 great races. How could we become your slaves?" Zhao Fu's gaze became cold and he looked incredibly murderous as he said, "You're seeking death. Do you think your Dark Demon race can stop us? What a joke." Right after speaking, Zhao Fu's massive aura covered the Night Dynasty, looking like he was about to attack. This scene caused the Night Dynasty's city lords and the other city lords to feel quite confused. Why did it seem like these two people were fighting amongst themselves? It was not just the other factions that had not expected this, the Night Dynasty's people had not expected this either. They had never thought that the two of them would become hostile. Before, they had thought that the mysterious faction was helping them, but now, it wanted to destroy them. The Night Dynasty's city lords could not help but feel nervous. Looking at the cloaked city lord Qin, they were afraid that he would suddenly attack them. This caused the various factions to feel half happy and half worried. They were happy that the Night Dynasty and the mysterious faction were fighting amongst themselves, making it much easier for them to deal with the mysterious faction. However, they were worried that this mysterious faction was far more terrifying than they had imagined. That person had never placed the dark demon race in his eyes, and even though they felt quite angry, he most likely had the strength to do so. Should we fight? Ha ha ha, Yizong suddenly loudly laughed, attracting countless gazes as he said, I knew this day would come, which is why I signed the highest grade blood contract with you all. Now, you don't dare to kill me, or else you'll die a horrible death. You! Zhao Fu roared furiously, and his powerful aura swept out like a wild gale, causing everyone to feel incredibly shocked. They also felt admiration towards Yizong. He dared to speak to such an expert and was not afraid of being blasted into smithereens. Xing, within the crowd, the cloaked figure took out a grey crystal sword and sent powerful energy into it, causing it to give off an incredibly dangerous sword light as if it wanted to kill Yizong. Yi Ningxuang did not understand what was going on, but seeing that her man was going to kill her family's legatee, she could not help but step out. She came to Zhao Fu's side and looked quite troubled as she pleaded, Honey, don't be like this. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had not expected Yi Ningxuang to come out. In actuality, Zhao Fu had not acted from the start, and how could Zhao Fu have acted? After all, Yizong and Zhao Fu were the same person, and he was just putting on an act to give Yi Ningxuang a chance to retreat. Now that Yi Ningxuang had come out, Zhao Fu had a way out. Everyone watched as the powerful cloaked figure coldly harumphed and looked at Yizong as he said, In the future, you don't need to rely on me for the Night Dynasty's matters. Following this, he hugged Yi Ningxuang and turned into a ray of light as he disappeared over the horizon. Seeing Zhao Fu leave, the other cloaked figures also turned into rays of light and left. Countless wyverns flapped their wings and left, and the corpse soul commanders also turned and left. The 8 aquatic beast kings looked at the city lords in dissatisfaction. They had followed Qin and devoured countless city lords' corpses, causing them to become much more powerful. In actuality, it was still not satisfied yet, but under Zhao Fu's ferocious might, it could only turn around and give off a powerful aura as it slowly flew backwards. As for the army that had attacked the western continent, it was a black mass that was slowly retreating like the tide. Yizong turned and looked at everyone with a cold expression as he said, As you can see, I can't control that mysterious faction, and they don't put the Night Dynasty in their eyes at all. I can no longer control the Night Dynasty. Of course, in actuality, I didn't even need to appear. If I had the mysterious faction destroy the dark demon world, I would have lost everything and the Night Dynasty would have perished by my hands. I'll give you all a chance to quickly develop and obtain the power to resist the mysterious faction. They're just a department of that faction, and they're responsible for taking care of some troublesome matters. However, they won't put in too much effort, and as long as they do things correctly, the dark demon world will be able to repel them. The southern continent of the demon world will be controlled by a mysterious organization. Before you have the strength, it's best if you don't try to attack. This is your final warning. After saying this, Yizong led the Night Dynasty's people to turn into countless rays of light and disappear over the horizon. Yi, and the Tsang. Yi, and, the city, the Chen, and. This was simply too unbelievable, and no one could come back to their senses. They felt that this was all quite unreal. Everyone rubbed their eyes and found that the ferocious army had truly retreated. They had won this defensive battle. Everyone could not help but let out a sigh of relief before cheering, unable to hide the joy in their hearts. They had not wasted a single soldier, nor had they suffered any losses. Instead, the Night Dynasty and the mysterious faction had retreated because of their internal conflict. This was simply too surprising. They had already prepared themselves for countless casualties and for the mysterious faction to destroy them. However, the situation had changed so quickly that no one had expected it. Everyone had been quite skeptical about Yizong's words, but based on what they had seen, that mysterious faction was definitely above the Night Dynasty. The Night Dynasty was just a tool in their hands, and they did not place the Night Dynasty in their eyes at all. They had even said that they would take the Night Dynasty's people as slaves. From this, it could be seen just how low the Night Dynasty's position was. Perhaps what Yizong had said was true. As an enemy, asking them to quickly develop was not something that a normal person could say. Perhaps if they allowed the mysterious faction to destroy the dark demon world, it would not benefit them at all. In fact, they might even be destroyed by the mysterious faction and become someone else's slave. As such, they had chosen to help them and obtain benefits. They had no idea how Yizong had gotten in contact with that mysterious faction or what their true relationship was. However, they felt that Yizong had harmed both himself and the mysterious faction, dragging the dark demon world into such a crisis. However, some people still felt quite suspicious. Looking at the retreating army, they wanted to chase after them and deal a heavy blow to the mysterious faction. However, things had been resolved so easily, and their 3 continents were safe. They had achieved their goal, and if this was destroyed, the mysterious faction would be enraged and move out. The dark demon world would be destroyed at their hands. They could not guarantee this, and they were afraid that the mysterious faction really did have such great power. As such, after hesitating for a moment, they decided to give up. Moreover, the most important thing now was not to attack but to create powerful defenses. They could not allow others to freely move around the continent and attack so many regions in an instant. They had to create powerful defenses so that they would have a trace of defensive power in the future. After hearing about this, the ordinary people all let out a sigh of relief. Yizong's name was now known by the entire world, and what was shocking was that he was called a hero. It was because of him that the mysterious faction had stopped invading, saving the dark demon world. Everyone's goodwill towards him greatly increased. Even though he belonged to the mysterious faction, his heart was on the dark demon race's side, as he was also a dark demon. Zhaofu had never thought that this would happen, nor did he care too much about it. After returning from the western continent, he first refused Ji Ningxuang's offer to serve him out of gratitude before ordering people to start constructing defenses around the southern continent. Zhaofu was quite afraid that the mysterious faction would attack, so he first protected the southern continent and cut off all connections with the outside world. The various factions also hurriedly constructed defenses to protect their continents. Both sides quickly constructed defenses, afraid that the other side would attack. However, neither side knew what the other side was thinking, which was quite amusing. First, there were 21,000 cities, which was quite shocking. It was the first time that Qin had obtained so many cities, and this was almost half of Qin's original cities. With these 20,000 or so cities, Qin's strength had greatly increased. Apart from cities, there were also the population and soldiers, which were even more shocking. After conquering the dark demon world's southern continent, they had obtained 10 billion people, and 800 million of them could provide stage 1 soldiers. This made Zhaofu feel incredibly delighted. Moreover, the dark demon world's southern continent had 12,000 regions in total, and even though they belonged to the Night Dynasty on the surface, they now belonged to Qin. A quarter of the dark demon world's fate was being slowly devoured by Qin. It could be said that Qin's fate was only slightly weaker than that of a dukedom kingdom's, and no Marquisate kingdom could compare to it. After all, it now occupied 4 continents, and some of them were incredibly large. After calculating the gains, Zhaofu felt incredibly delighted. With this much power in Qin, if the 3 continents suddenly attacked, Zhaofu felt quite confident in dealing with them and did not have to worry as much. Now that the heavenly domain boundary had not been destroyed, Qin could not bring these people back, and he had to stay here to defend the cities. Zhaofu could only give all of the things he had obtained to the Night Dynasty. Right now, the Night Dynasty's main task was to digest this power and establish a kingdom. Even though Zhaofu was quite worried that the human world would suddenly attack Qin, Zhaofu could not leave. After all, he had just conquered the southern continent, and there were still the 3 other continents spying on him. There were also potential rebellions within, so he had to use great power to suppress them. With Qin present, the 3 continents would not dare to attack the southern continent, and the dark demon people who had submitted to Qin would not dare to rebel either. After dealing with these matters, Zhaofu went outside and found that the Night Dynasty's people were all looking at him with a trace of fear. Wherever he went, they would immediately retreat in fear. Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. These people really thought that he would destroy the Night Dynasty and make everyone in the Night Dynasty his slaves. Zhao Fu's act had been incredibly realistic, and many people had been scared, worried that Qin would do something to them. However, only the people closest to him would understand Zhao Fu. For example, when Zhao Fu gave the order, Bai Qi immediately understood Zhao Fu's intentions. There was no need to explain too much, perhaps there were spies from the 3 continents. Zhao Fu controlled Jitsong to come out and appease the Night Dynasty's people, telling them to return to normal and not to worry too much. Half a month later, the situation in the Dark Demon world gradually calmed down. Neither side wanted to provoke the other side, so there was no need to fight. As both sides completed their defensive measures, the situation naturally calmed down. The Night Dynasty had begun to unify the southern continent and gained control over it. Countless residents submitted to them, and the threat of rebellion was eliminated. Something else worth mentioning was that the southern continent was now separated by countless isolation barriers. These barriers were even more complicated and difficult to break through, and they would not be as easily destroyed as before. At the same time, a large portion of the ocean was locked down, and almost no one could use teleportation channels to travel to or from the southern continent. They could only travel by boat, and they could not even fly because there were magic formations that restricted flight. It could be said that the southern continent was now quite stable, and even if the Allied army attacked, Qin would have time to react. As such, it was time for Qin to return. Zhao Fu left this place to the Night Dynasty and allowed them to quickly establish a kingdom. After returning to the human world, there were still no changes, and Qin continued to clear out regions and build a great wall. Zhao Fu went to the refining pavilion. This time, Zhao Fu had obtained 4 nation armaments and 3 sect armaments from the factions that had attacked the Night Dynasty. After the battle in the southern demon region, Zhao Fu found that he had made a big mistake. Pursuing the pinnacle of one's power meant gathering all of his nation armaments and sect armaments on himself. That power would naturally be terrifying to the extreme. Zhao Fu had this kind of thinking because he had always been threatened by top-tier experts, and the battles were either one-on-one battles or one-on-many battles. However, this time was different. The 7 factions with sect armaments did not work together to attack Zhao Fu, and they instead split up to attack others. If it wasn't for Zhao Mo, Elise, Bai Qi, and the other generals on Qin's side, Zhao Fu would not have been able to deal with them all by himself. No matter how strong Zhao Fu was, he could only deal with one place by himself. If many people attacked from different places, Zhao Fu would not be able to split himself and appear on multiple battlefields at the same time. Zhao Fu felt that this was one of Qin's biggest weaknesses, and he had to fix it. Otherwise, if the enemies found out about this, Qin would have to pay a heavy price. As such, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he would only refine nation armaments in the future and not use sect armaments. Nation armaments and sect armaments were 2 different things. One was a kingdom, while the other was a sect. Qin destroyed kingdoms and devoured their fate, people, and territories, fusing them into one. He had to refine nation armaments, but he did not use sect armaments. This was because sects could coexist with kingdoms. A kingdom could have countless sects, and a sect could also have countless kingdoms. Qin was a kingdom faction and not a sect, so everything was based on the kingdom. This was what Zhao Fu was thinking. In the future, he would only use nation armaments and give sect armaments to others to use. Increasing the number of top-tier forces was not one of them, so it would be easier for Zhao Fu to deal with many battles. Using sect armaments required fate, and since Qin was based on the kingdom, the sect armaments could be developed, but they definitely would not be stronger than the kingdom. However, if a sect was too small, it would have little fate, so the sect armaments would be weaker. Sect armaments also required a large amount of fate in order to unleash greater power. As such, if one wanted to use the sect armament's power, they would have to develop the sect first. Zhao Fu did not want to nurture the sect too much and divide Qin's fate. Qin should be based on the kingdom, as there were many hidden dangers to sects being too powerful. As such, Zhao Fu thought of another way to ensure that the sect was powerful without reducing Qin's overall strength. That was to truly fuse these sects into Qin and make them subsidiary sects of Qin. Their fate would be connected to Qin's fate, and the stronger Qin was, the stronger their subsidiary sects would be. The weaker Qin was, the weaker their subsidiary sects would be. There was also the matter of choosing a sect master. Sect armaments did not need to be refined and could be used by the sect master, which was much better than nation armaments. Before, Zhaofu had a sect, which was the demon god sect. Now, Zhaofu planned to step down and hand the position of sect master to Elise. At the same time, Zhaofu would find suitable people to appoint as sect masters for the 3 sects that he had obtained. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive rainbow-colored cauldron appeared in the air, giving off a massive aura. The 4 nation armaments were slowly refined before turning into motes of light and dissipating, and the 4 nation armaments slowly descended from the air. Zhaofu caught the 4 nation armaments and looked at them before placing them in the city hall to be nurtured by Qin's fate. Days passed, and the regions that Qin had cleared out continuously increased. The population also grew, and there were fewer and fewer people to manage. As such, the second imperial examination was held to select officials for Qin. Back then, Qin had not yet unified China, and the people who participated were mostly people from the Rising Qin Academy as well as some educated indigenous residents. Most of the people were from the Rising Qin Academy. Now, the Rising Qin Academy was naturally the #1 academy in the world, and countless upper-class nobles and celebrities wanted to send their children there to become part of the Rising Qin Academy. As such, the Rising Qin Academy became a holy land for scholars. In the human world, there was no academy that could compare to it. The various top-tier factions nurtured academies and academies, as they nurtured their own factions' culture and ideology. For example, China's 4 great ancient kingdoms had nurtured their own academies, which had been quite effective. Back then, the Great Han Academy was the most famous academy because it had been established by the Confucian school. However, after Qin unified China, countless factions had been destroyed, and these academies had disappeared. As such, Qin's Rising Qin Academy became the #1 academy in the world. However, the situation was quite different because Qin had fused with the 100 schools of thought, and there were many different races. It required even more outstanding ideologies and talents, and the Rising Qin Academy was facing many challenges. Zhaofu wanted to take this opportunity to see what the 100 schools of thought was capable of, as well as the opinions of the other races. This was quite important to an empire, as only then would it be possible to unify the empire. The imperial examination system was still the same as before, with the preliminary examinations followed by the court examinations. All parties attached great importance to it, because it was undoubtedly a chance for them to stand out and rise to the top. Once they passed, they would no longer be ordinary people, but would enter the officialdom and become an official of the imperial court of the Qin state, holding the power of the Qin state. Those who had been demoted to the status of untouchables were extremely excited. Once the announcement was made, as long as one was able to enter the court examinations, regardless of whether they were hired or not, their family and friends would be exempted from the status of untouchables. It could be said that if one person was talented, the whole family would be happy. Of course, it was not only the imperial examinations, but also the military selections. The military selections would be held at the same time. The purpose of the selection was to select military officers with great potential for Qin, and then focus on training them. In this world, in addition to the competition of military force, there was also the competition of talents. Zhaofu also valued this point. 7 days later, after many rounds of selection, it was time for the court examinations. The scene was even grander than the first examination. Countless students were already there, looking incredibly excited and nervous as they waited for the arrival of the Emperor of Qin State. His Majesty has arrived. A loud cry sounded out as tens of thousands of people immediately knelt and cried out, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" This scene was quite grand, and Zhaofu smiled as he walked out. There were hundreds of people behind him, some wearing Taoist robes and some wearing Taoist robes. Some looked quite mysterious, while others looked quite simple and down-to-earth. Zhaofu smiled as he walked out. Before, if these people appeared together, they would have given everyone a big fright, and countless people would have made way for them. No faction dared to offend them, not even the Huaxia dynasty. After all, these were the sect leaders of the 100 schools of thought, and all of them had extraordinary abilities. Moreover, there were so many of them, and even the top-tier factions did not dare to offend them. Instead, they treated them as esteemed guests, as they would be of great help to their factions. However, none of them were displeased at all, and their expressions were calm and neither servile nor overbearing as they followed behind Zhao Fu. Only Zhao Fu could make them act like this, and they were completely convinced that he was the emperor of Qin state. The imperial examination officially began. Zhao Fu sat at the top, and the various sect leaders and ministers sat at the side, looking at their disciples with concern. If their disciples performed well, they would naturally be favored by Qin state, and if they did not, they could only blame themselves. The most important thing about the imperial examination was that it was fair, and it gave everyone a chance so that they could stand out. In the end, the imperial examination's top scorer was chosen, and this person surprised everyone. She was not a student of the Rising Qin Academy, nor was she an indigenous resident, nor was she an imperial prince. Instead, she was a woman dressed in Confucian robes and gave off a boundless aura. Lu Lingxian and Li Muqing both smiled. As long as a woman became the top scorer, they would have an additional helping hand. It had already been said before that the Qin state was divided into many factions. Of course, the reason for this was because of their subjective opinions and different ways of doing things. They did not oppose each other, nor did they have any deep enmity. Zhao Fu would not allow such a thing to happen. The first place was that woman, the second was a young man from the Rising Qin Academy, and the third was a young man from the Taoist school. This time, Zhao Fu did not give them a topic, but let them express themselves freely, mainly their opinions and theories. Therefore, not only could people from the Taoist school be selected, but people from other schools could also be selected to be officials, unlike what they had done before. For example, did the disciples of the agricultural school have to farm, and could not be officials? The disciples of the medical school could only cure people, and could not be officials. This idea was very old-fashioned. The real elites were very outstanding, and Zhao Fu tried to let them work for Qin state. The top 3 of the imperial examination were summoned by Zhao Fu. Under the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd, they came to Zhao Fu and bowed to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You are the top 3 of this imperial examination, and you are also the best of the best. In the future, you should work hard for Qin state, and I will give you a reward for your excellent performance in this imperial examination." "Your Majesty, I don't want any reward." This time, the top scorer was the woman dressed in Confucian robes. She bowed to Zhao Fu and said respectfully. Zhao Fu was stunned. He had just learned about her and knew that her name was Li Shaoling, but he did not know anything else. Hearing this, Li Shaoling felt that the emperor in front of her was not as cruel and cold-blooded as the rumors said. She lightly breathed out and calmed down her nervous and fearful emotions. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed as she said, "This lowly one is from the Confucian faction. Please pardon the Confucian faction and stop the slaughter of the Confucian faction. This lowly one has no other requests." The Confucian faction? Hearing these words, Zhao Fu's expression became cold. How could someone from the Confucian faction sneak into the imperial examination? The Confucian faction was a forbidden religion of Qin, and anyone related to it had to be severely punished. However, this woman in front of him had not been severely punished and had even dared to appear in front of him and publicly say that she was from the Confucian faction. She was simply too bold. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the woman's body and he said somewhat angrily, "Do you know that you're seeking death? If you could hide your identity, perhaps you would be valued by Qin. You revealed your identity and wanted to plead for the Confucian faction, but the Confucian faction brought this upon themselves." Sensing Zhao Fu's cold intent, Li Shaoling felt a trace of fear in her heart. However, she still raised her head and said resolutely, "Your Majesty, that was the decision of the higher-ups of the Confucian faction and has nothing to do with the countless ordinary Confucian faction disciples. Since ancient times, scholars have been counted as half Confucian. Your Majesty, do you know how many people from the Confucian faction you've killed?" Haha. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "Do you think we care about the lives and deaths of the Confucian faction? Those who do wrong must pay the price. We know that the Confucian faction was at the forefront of the rebellion against Qin." Sensing Zhao Fu's anger, Li Shaoling immediately lowered her head and did her best to show her humbleness as she replied, "Your Majesty, this lowly one knows that the Confucian faction angered Qin, but countless ordinary Confucian faction disciples are truly innocent. They paid the price for this and have already received the punishment they deserve. Please spare the Confucian faction, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you're a wise ruler. Qin has severely punished the Buddhist faction, Confucian faction, and Maoist faction disciples, and it was their decision to escape to other continents. Most ordinary disciples had nothing to do with this, so please spare the three factions. At this moment, a sect leader walked out and bowed to Zhao Fu. Li Muqing stepped forward, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, according to Qin's rules, I can be counted as a disciple of the Confucian faction and will also be severely punished. However, I have always been loyal to Qin. I feel that Qin's severe punishment of the three families is enough. Your Majesty, please take back the order to kill the three families. Your Majesty, although the three sects are in the wrong, they are also useful. They can help Your Majesty stabilize the Qin Empire, the cloaked headmaster of the Yin-Yang school said. Your Majesty, please be wise and withdraw your orders. The various sect masters also stood up and said in unison. They had personally seen Qin massacre the three families, and their actions were incredibly bloody. Who knew how many innocent people had died because of this, and they couldn't bear to see this. Back when Qin had just unified the Qin Empire, he had to use violence to suppress all resistance. At this time, they definitely didn't dare to say too much, or they would be implicated. Now, some time had passed, and the situation in the Midland continent had stabilized. However, Qin had continuously persecuted the three families, so they couldn't help but plead for leniency. Of course, this was also because they had a good relationship with the three families. In actuality, Li Muqing and Li Si already knew about this. They had brought Li Shaoling into the examination hall, and even though they knew that she was talented, they hadn't expected her to become the top scorer. Before, they had thought that it would be enough for Li Shaoling to become one of the top three, and they could plead for Zhao Fu to spare some ordinary people. After all, too many people had been killed. In the past, the academies established by the Confucian faction had been uprooted. All the students had been killed, and their relatives had been severely punished. Countless temples had been destroyed by Qin, and countless monks had been killed. This would definitely be the darkest history of the three families in the future. In the entire Qin Empire, no one dared to offend Zhao Fu, so they could only use this method to let Zhao Fu see the value of the Confucian faction. Plus, Zhao Fu was in a good mood, so he dared to do this. In history, Li Si was also a member of the Confucian faction, and this was the last time he had helped the Confucian faction. Now, it was up to their majesty to deal with this. If they were to be punished, those who had pleaded for leniency today would be punished, and he would not be an exception. Zhao Fu sat on the throne and pondered. In fact, he didn't take the three families too seriously. It was just a small matter. At first, he was just angry because the three families insisted on going against Qin, so Zhao Fu wouldn't be lenient. Repaying evil with good? How to repay good with good? Zhao Fu didn't like the Confucian faction, but he had killed enough people. In actuality, he had captured many of the three families' disciples and brought them into the imperial palace. These people were naturally beautiful, and their figures were extremely slim and graceful. They also gave off a strong phoenix qi. The women from the Confucian faction, Buddhist faction, and Maoist faction all had their own characteristics, especially the Confucian women who wore scholarly robes and the Buddhist women who wore monastic robes. However, Zhao Fu didn't touch those women because he didn't have time, and there were simply too many of them. All right. We will revoke the punishments against the three families. Originally, everyone had been quite nervous, afraid that they would anger Zhao Fu and be killed. However, after hearing this, they were delighted and thanked the emperor. Li Shaoling looked incredibly grateful and continuously kowtowed to Zhao Fu. She was unable to hide the happiness in her heart and smiled. Because of her pleading, he had saved countless people from the three families. Zhao Fu did not pay too much mind to this small matter, and he had her rise. He also gave some rewards to the top 10 people before giving orders to nurture the people who had won and give them official positions to solidify Great Qin's rule. Soon, another 3 months passed, and it was January of the 5th year. Roar! Roar, roar! 9 dragons' roars shook the entire dark demon world. Countless people heard these 9 terrifying dragons' roars and looked towards the south, where the Night Dynasty was. The heavens and earth gradually darkened as clouds swirled. All of the world's power quickly gathered towards the Night Dynasty. In the sky above the Night Dynasty, 9 demon dragons circled in the sky, giving off terrifying auras. The Night Dynasty's people all looked incredibly excited because the Night Dynasty had finally established a kingdom. What's more, it was a level 1 Marquis kingdom right from the start. In just 3 months, the Night Dynasty had cleared out 1,000 or so regions and built a great wall. Because of time constraints, they had only cleared out so many regions. Xiaofu wanted the Night Dynasty to establish a kingdom as soon as possible. Now that it had established a kingdom, the Night Dynasty's overall strength had gone through massive changes. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to clear out the entire continent? Xiaofu needed the Night Dynasty to establish a kingdom in order to resist the other 3 continents. After establishing the Night Dynasty, Xiaofu felt much more confident. The higher beings outside had all left, and no one knew what had happened. Xiaofu was quite delighted because with the higher beings outside, Xiaofu had not dared to take a step out of the legacy land over the past few months. If there was anything, he would send ordinary people to deal with it. That way, even if something happened, the consequences would not be too severe. Now that the higher beings had left, Xiaofu felt the pressure on him lessen. He did not have to worry about the threat of the higher beings anymore, and he could now enter and leave the legacy land as he pleased. Xiaofu did not know why those higher beings had all left. He had tried to ask around, but he could not find anything, so he could only give up. A few days later, Xiaofu came to the outskirts of the legacy land. At first, he was incredibly cautious and made sure that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did he feel at ease and go to the various large cities. At the same time, he also asked around about what had happened in the past few months. Because of the higher beings, everyone seemed to be quite careful and chose to be quiet, not wanting to make any trouble. The kingdoms that were at war also stopped fighting. Even the most powerful Devil Horn Empire in this region did not dare to make any noise and obediently stayed by the side. After all, a dukedom kingdom was not much in the eyes of a higher being, and the Devil Horn Empire was afraid of being destroyed if they were not careful. From this, it could be seen just how powerful a higher being was. However, after the higher being left, the surroundings became lively again, and people continued to do what they were doing. During this period of time, there were many battles, but the Devil Horn Empire did not start any battles. Instead, it continued to maintain good relations and trade with the surrounding worlds. No one knew when it would bare its fangs again. Xiaofu continued to ask around and found that there was another big matter, which was that a higher being had taken someone as a disciple. It was not someone from one of the 20 royal kingdoms but someone from one of the ancient stem domain's 5 great sects. To be taken as a disciple by a higher being was a massive opportunity, and anyone would feel incredibly envious. Of course, this included Xiaofu. With a higher being as a backer, he would be able to do as he pleased in the Heaven Awakened world and would not have to fear anything. Xiaofu did not dare to appear in front of a higher being because he was afraid that his identity would be exposed. The Heaven Spirit Steel's quest to kill him was still there, and the number of quests was gradually increasing. Now that this sect was connected to a higher being, no one dared to offend them. Everyone wanted to be on good terms with them and did not want to become enemies with them. Everyone knew that they could not afford to offend this faction. Xiaofu also heard that someone was looking for him. Xiaofu couldn't help but think of the third prince. Apart from him, no one else would be looking for him. The third prince definitely wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Hearing this news, Xiaofu remained expressionless, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Following this, Xiaofu heard some good news, which was that a small kingdom wanted to recruit a prince consort. As long as that person became their prince consort, they would be able to obtain much of the kingdom's territory and power. Their princess was also as beautiful as a goddess. Xiaofu was quite interested in this. Of course, it was not because of the princess but because of the territory. This small kingdom was at the edge of the grassy world. Xiaofu did not know when the heavenly domain boundary would disappear, and Qin had successfully invaded the dark demon world and fish scale world. He now had great strength, so Xiaofu wanted to set up a chess piece in the grassy world to help Qin charge out of the legacy land. With Qin's help, he could slowly invade the grassy world, just like how he had done with the dark demon world and fish scale world. As such, Xiaofu needed to find a suitable target. It would be best if this target had a small faction so that he could control it. Of course, if it was too small, it would develop too slowly. As such, Xiaofu felt that this small kingdom was the best target. Even though this small kingdom had given him a lot of territory and power, and the princess was incredibly beautiful, not many people went. After all, this small kingdom was currently in dire straits. There were other kingdoms attacking outside, and they were in a disadvantageous situation. Their defensive lines had already been broken through, and the emperor had just passed away. A few members of the imperial family were fighting for power, and it was a complete mess. Putting aside the fact that they would not be able to obtain anything, they might even bring themselves into trouble. What was more important was that the person who wanted to marry their princess wanted 300 cities. This was not a small number. That small kingdom had 200 or so regions and 900 or so cities, and this person wanted 300 cities, which was a third of that total. This was a blatant robbery. If it was a dukedom kingdom or a royal kingdom, giving this much as a betrothal gift would be quite good. However, for a princess of a small barony kingdom to ask for so much, it was a bit too much. Moreover, even if that small kingdom said that it would give them territory and power, it was hard to say whether or not that small kingdom would be destroyed. After all, they were in a very dangerous situation, and if that small kingdom was destroyed, the 300 cities would be gone. That small kingdom's actions could be said to be selling off their princess. Because the situation was quite dire, they were at a disadvantage, and they needed the strength of 300 city lords to defend against an invasion. In this sort of situation, who would spend 300 city lords to marry a princess? This was incredibly irrational, and even the neighboring kingdoms would not be willing to do so. Xiaofu thought about it and decided that spending 300 cities would not be a problem. After all, he had already treated that small kingdom as his own, so Xiaofu decided to go to that small kingdom. This small kingdom was called the Lulai Kingdom, and the person in charge was the 6-year-old emperor. Of course, a child like him could not do much, and the Empress Dowager was currently assisting the little emperor. The other branches of the imperial family were not convinced and tried to seize power, and those branches of the imperial family held real power. Right now, the little emperor did not even have as much power as those branches of the imperial family, and it was only a matter of time before he was deposed. The princess who was going to be married off was the little emperor's older sister. These 300 cities were most likely not only for dealing with external threats but also internal threats and solidifying the little emperor's rule. Xiaofu did not know if the princess was willing to sacrifice herself, but her goal was most likely to ensure her little brother's position as emperor. After returning to Qin, Xiaofu used items to restore the cities to their original state to prevent his identity from being exposed. Following this, Xiaofu went to the Lulai Kingdom. "Go and report that I'm here to marry the princess," Xiaofu said to the guards, dressed in his black cloak. "What? You're here to marry the princess?" The guard looked quite shocked. It had been half a month since the news had spread, and this was the first time someone had said that they were going to marry their princess. After all, with the Lulai Kingdom's current situation, no one would be willing to spend 300 cities to become the princess's son-in-law. However, after more than a month had passed, not a single person was willing to come. This was because they knew about the Lulai Kingdom's situation. 300 cities were incredibly important to any barony kingdom, and only an idiot would waste 300 cities. Thinking about this, the other branches of the royal family felt at ease, and they felt that it was impossible for anyone to come. However, the matter of waging war against other countries was quite troublesome. On one hand, they wanted to become the emperor and the supreme ruler of the Lulai Kingdom, but on the other hand, the current crisis was quite difficult for them to resolve, and it was possible that they really would be destroyed. As such, they felt quite complicated about this matter. However, if they wanted to seize the throne, they could only do so with external help. Otherwise, if they tried to seize it with brute force, many people would not be willing to accept it. The main branch of the royal family was even more anxious. There were dangers outside and within the royal family, and they desperately wanted power to protect themselves and their kingdom. It was a pity that after waiting for so long, not a single person had come, causing their hearts to feel cold. Seeing the shocked look on the guard's face, Xiaofu nodded to confirm it. The guard came back to his senses and said, "If you want to marry our princess, you need 300 cities. If you don't have one, please quickly leave, or else you will be beheaded for deceiving the emperor." "I know, go and report it." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said. Seeing that Zhao Fu had made up his mind, the guard let out a sigh of relief and had Zhao Fu wait here before running into the palace. The various factions had orders that if anyone came to marry the princess, they had to immediately report it to the other factions. Zhao Fu's arrival caused the entire kingdom to tremble, as Zhao Fu's arrival would definitely cause massive changes to the Lolai kingdom. Within the palace, there was a dignified and graceful woman who had a worried look on her face as she hugged a sleeping boy. Beside her was a beautiful and slim woman who gave off a gentle and quiet aura, and she also had a worried look on her face. Now that the main branch of the royal family was weak, and the other branches of the royal family were continuously trying to recruit people, some of the ministers of the royal family were leaning towards the other branches. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for them. "Greetings, Empress, Princess, there's someone outside who wants to marry the princess." At this time an imperial guard came to report, causing the two of them to be overjoyed. They hurriedly ordered people to bring Zhao Fu into the palace. The other branches of the royal family were also shocked and hurried to the royal palace. They wanted to know the direction of the matter so that if there were any accidents, they could stop it in time. If that person ruined their plan, then they would make the first move and kill that person. Within the hall, Zhao Fu was already sitting by the side. Following this, a luxurious-looking middle-aged woman and a beautiful woman walked in with a group of palace maids. Zhao Fu cupped his hands and said politely, "Greetings, Empress Dowager." Before coming, Zhao Fu had made preparations and investigated the Lolai kingdom in detail. He now had accurate information about the Lolai kingdom and some of the people there. The Lolai kingdom's Empress Dowager was called Lu Yuyu, and the princess was called Lu Jiwen. The little emperor was called Lu Xiang. Lu Yuyu smiled and nodded in response. She did not care if Zhao Fu knelt or not, as that was something only people with lower status than her would do. Since Zhao Fu could take out 300 cities, his status was naturally not simple. She came to a chair and sat down, saying, "Sir, you should know about the Lolai kingdom's matters, so there's no need for this empress to say too much. If you can take out 300 cities, this empress will betroth the princess to you, and you will become the Lolai kingdom's son-in-law." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "I've already prepared everything, please don't worry, Empress Dowager." Lu Yuyu slightly relaxed and smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu, saying, "Sir, you're about to become the Lolai kingdom's son-in-law, there's no need for you to wear a cloak and hide your appearance, right? Also, if it's convenient, please tell this empress some things about you. That way, this empress will be able to understand you better." The Lolai kingdom's princess, Lu Jiwen, also blushed and looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. In actuality, no matter what Zhao Fu looked like or what kind of personality he had, as long as he could take out 300 cities, Lu Jiwen had to marry Zhao Fu. This was not just for the Lolai kingdom but also for her mother and little brother. However, if Zhao Fu was the kind of person she liked and treated her well, this was naturally what Lu Jiwen hoped for the most. Hearing Lu Yuyu's words, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before taking off his cloak. Now that he was going to become someone else's son-in-law, he indeed could not hide his appearance. The black cloak slowly slid off, revealing Zhao Fu's incredibly handsome face and tall and slim figure. He was dressed all in black, and his black hair fell to his hips. His body gave off a noble and domineering aura, making anyone feel intoxicated. Zhao Fu was not the same Zhao Fu from before. After such a long time, both his aura and appearance had greatly changed. Lu Jiwen's heart quickly thumped. She was quite pleased with Zhao Fu's appearance and aura. Thinking about how this person was going to be her husband in the future, Lu Jiwen's face became red and she turned to look at her mother. Lu Yuyu's face was also slightly red, and her breathing became ragged as her body trembled, causing Lu Jiwen to feel quite startled. Lu Yuyu's heart was beating quite quickly. Zhao Fu's body seemed to have some sort of magic that stirred up her desires. The phoenix chi within her body also became restless, and she hungrily wanted this man in front of her. Only after a while did Lu Yuyu sense her daughter's gaze. She quickly suppressed her emotions and returned to normal as she smiled and said, "Whether it's in terms of aura or appearance, my beloved son-in-law far surpasses ordinary people." We have no objections, but where is my beloved son-in-law from? Zhao Fu once again cupped his hands and replied, this lowly one comes from a distant place and was passing by. I heard that the Lolai Kingdom's princess is as beautiful as a celestial goddess and can be married for 300 cities, so I came here. After saying this, Zhao Fu looked at Lu Jiwen and gave a polite smile, causing her face to become bright red. There were many women by Zhao Fu's side, so he naturally understood women better. However, wasn't this method a bit too despicable? He had done such a thing just to take over their kingdom. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Lu Yuyu thought to herself. Zhao Fu was evidently not from the grassy kingdom and came from another world, so his identity was definitely not simple. If he became the son-in-law, who knew what the consequences would be? In actuality, Lu Yuyu's ideal targets were the princes of the surrounding kingdoms. That way, she would be able to obtain their help. However, the kingdoms attacking the Lolai kingdom were not simple, and none of them wanted to make trouble. As such, none of them were willing to agree to her request. Now that only Zhao Fu had come, she had no other choice. Otherwise, if someone else tried to seize power, the Lolai kingdom might be destroyed. As for Zhao Fu's identity, she could only deal with it in the future. Very well, we will betroth the princess to you. Lu Yuyu made her decision and smiled as she nodded and said to Zhao Fu. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he took out a spatial ring and said, the 300 cities are in this spatial ring, please accept them, Empress Dowager. A palace maid walked over and took the spatial ring from Zhao Fu's hand and was about to hand it to Lu Yuyu. At that moment, a few middle-aged men with powerful auras walked in, and the leader directly said, I will not approve of this marriage. Jiwen is the Lolai Kingdom's princess royal, how can she be married off so casually? Also, this person's identity is unknown, and he might have other motives. Lu Yuyu slightly frowned, she knew that these people would cause trouble, and she said, the outer kingdoms are invading, and the Lolai Kingdom's defensive lines have been broken through. The army at the front lines needs this power, so there's no need for you to bring this up. Jiwen will marry him in the future. The middle-aged man felt quite furious. Seeing that Lu Yuyu was not giving him any face, he said in a threatening tone, Empress Dowager, you can consider this carefully. Don't regret it in the future. Lu Yuyu's heart tightened, and she could tell that the other party was threatening her. This meant that they were going to start a rebellion, and Lu Yuyu could not help but hesitate. Right now, she did not have the Lolai Kingdom's royal seal. After every king's death, the kingdom's fate would fall into chaos, and the successor had to be acknowledged by the royal seal in order to become the true king. However, other people with pure royal bloodline and decent fate could also try to seize power and fight for the throne, which would allow them to receive the royal seal's acknowledgement. As such, Lu Yuyu could not use the royal seal to remove the power of these branches of the royal family. If she could, she would not have to suffer like this. At first, because of the Outer Kingdom's invasion, if there was internal strife, the Lolai Kingdom might not be able to protect itself. As such, both sides were quite restrained in order to avoid any large conflicts, which would give the Outer Kingdoms an advantage. However, things were different now. If Lu Yuyu obtained 300 cities and resolved the problem of foreign invasions, the royal seal would officially recognize her son as her master. When that time came, it would be much easier to deal with them. Directly crippling a city lord would cause them to lose a large portion of their top-tier battle force. Of course, they had developed their own cities, but they did not have an advantage in numbers. At that time, they only had an advantage in terms of military strength, as they had always held real power. However, seizing the throne like this would be more troublesome. There might be some accidents, so he had to stop Lu Yuyu now. Even if they started a mutiny now and seized power officially, it would be better than later. However, they were mainly worried about external threats. If they started a civil war at this time, the situation would become very bad, so they only used this to threaten Lu Yuyu. If she didn't see the big picture, then she couldn't blame them for being unscrupulous. Lu Yuyu was in a dilemma. On one hand, she wanted to obtain 300 cities to consolidate her power, but on the other hand, she was afraid that the other branches of the royal family would rebel. Once they started a rebellion, it was possible that they would lose, and the other countries would seize this opportunity to destroy the Lolai Kingdom. Heh! Suddenly, a light laugh broke the stalemate, and everyone turned to look at Zhao Fu. The middle-aged man coldly harumphed and said, "The Lalai Kingdom's princess won't be getting married. Sir, it's best if you leave as soon as possible to avoid trouble." Zhao Fu turned and looked at the middle-aged man with his terrifying eyes, causing the middle-aged man to feel a chill in his heart. "You're all quite daring to talk back to the Empress Dowager like this, are you not afraid of death? I've already given the 300 city lords to you. Princess Jiwen should be mine now, this has nothing to do with you, and you have no right to interfere." Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, how could Zhao Fu allow a few people to ruin it? Hearing this, Lu Jiwen's face became red and she felt quite embarrassed. Lu Yuyu felt quite delighted because this mysterious person in front of her had chosen to help her. Perhaps there was a chance that things would take a turn for the better, and she would have a chance. The members of the royal family furiously glared at Zhao Fu, and the middle-aged man in the lead became even more furious. The trace of fear in his gaze towards Zhao Fu disappeared, and he said coldly, "You're seeking death. This is the Lalai Kingdom's territory, no matter who you are, even if you're a dragon, you'd better crawl here." Boom! A massive aura exploded out, covering the entire hall. The air seemed to become heavy, and the ordinary palace maids and soldiers' faces became pale. This was the power of a stage 9 expert with a city lord seal. How could ordinary people withstand it? The middle-aged man coldly looked at Zhao Fu, and that massive aura pressed down towards Zhao Fu. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of Zhao Fu's identity, the middle-aged man might have directly killed Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. Under that massive aura, he was completely fine, and he turned to look at the people that the royal family had brought. "Since you're all gathered here, I'll deal with you all at once." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, everyone felt quite startled and had a bad feeling. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura exploded out, weighing down on everyone's bodies like a mountain. Everyone's expressions fell, and they felt their bodies sink. This power was terrifying, and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, causing their bodies to feel cold. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such immense power. Even the Lalai Kingdom did not have such a massive power. Just who was this person? Everyone felt quite shocked. Zhao Fu's identity far surpassed what they had imagined. At that moment, Zhao Fu suddenly acted. He waved his hand, and a formless blade flew out, killing all of the people that the royal family had brought, causing blood to flow all over the ground. Immediately, it was not just the royal family that wanted to escape. Lu Yuyu's side also felt that the situation was quite bad and wanted to escape. It seemed that this son-in-law selection had recruited an incredible figure. Clang, 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 the sound of chains rang out as countless chains shot out from the air towards the royal family members. The royal family members' expressions fell, and they took out their weapons and exploded out with powerful auras as they unleashed terrifying attacks. However, their attacks were not very effective, and they were only able to break a small portion of the chains. The majority of the chains tightly bound the royal family members, and no matter how they struggled, they could not break free. The shockwaves here immediately attracted a large number of guards, but Zhao Fu did not seem afraid at all. Zhao Fu had no problem dealing with 1,000 or so city lords by himself, but it would be quite difficult for him to deal with an entire kingdom. After all, kingdoms not only had nation armaments, but they also had officials and corps. If they all worked together, Zhao Fu would not be able to defeat them. However, now that the Lalai Kingdom's city lords and main forces had all been taken hostage, there were very few people left to defend. As such, Zhao Fu did not have to be afraid. Seeing the guards about to charge in, Zhao Fu calmly waved his hand, causing a black dragon inscription barrier to spread out and cover the entire hall, isolating the guards outside. Following this, Zhao Fu walked towards the bound members of the royal family. The members of the royal family started to feel afraid, as it was evident that Zhao Fu was going to do something to them. Indeed, Zhao Fu wanted to do something. He came before them and stretched out his hand, sending out a massive wave of energy that hit their chests. They coughed up a mouthful of blood as a few city lord seals appeared. Zhao Fu once again attacked, sending out an even greater wave of energy that hit the few people. The people once again coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and their minds withered. They powerlessly lay on the ground and looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, wanting to cut Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Fu's first attack was to force out their city lord seals, and his second attack was to cripple their cultivations. Following this, Zhao Fu took out a few black, thread-like bugs. These were brain bugs, and they were not ordinary bugs, they were brain bugs that had been fed with Zhao Fu's blood. These brain bugs were not effective against high-grade cultivators, so Zhao Fu could only cripple their cultivations. Now that they were heavily injured, the brain bugs were easy to control. Also, the brain bugs were not effective against high-tier bloodlines, so Zhao Fu fed the brain bugs his own blood, giving them the power to resist high-tier bloodlines. After taking out the brain bugs, Zhao Fu threw them into the heads of the royal family members, causing them to howl in pain. The soldiers outside hurriedly attacked the Black Dragon inscription barrier, but they were unable to break through it at all. Zhao Fu looked at the Black Dragon inscription barrier and said, "Great Qin, Great Qin, Great Qin, and Great Qin." Lu Yuyu and the others also looked at this scene in horror. They were also within the Black Dragon inscription barrier, and their bodies seemed to be locked down, unable to move at all. They could only watch. Slowly, the screams died down. Their expressions became numb, and their eyes became empty. Then, they gradually regained their spirit, but it was a different expression. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. The overmind worms had successfully taken over their bodies. Zhao Fu turned his head and looked at Yu Yu and the others. This caused Yu Yu and the others to feel a chill in their hearts, and they felt an unprecedented sense of terror. Lu Jiwen hurriedly cried out, "I'm willing to marry you, but don't do anything to my mother." Zhao Fu thought about it and wondered if he should use the overmind worms to control them. Zhao Fu had prepared 2 overmind worms for them, and he had kept them with him. Zhao Fu's plan was to use the overmind worms to control the Lilai Kingdom's core figures. That way, he would be able to control the Lilai Kingdom and make it work for Qin. However, this was outside the Legacy Land, and many people knew about the overmind worms. There were many ways to detect them and suppress them, and this was not like within the Legacy Land. In the fish scale world, Zhao Fu could do whatever he wanted with the overmind worms, but outside the Legacy Land, he had to be careful. There was also the matter of the Lilai Kingdom's young emperor. As the king of a kingdom, he could not be controlled by the overmind worms. Even though Zhao Fu could cripple him, the person controlled by the overmind worms could not inherit the throne. After all, the person controlled by the overmind worms was already dead, and the overmind worms were only controlling their corpse, so they naturally could not become the king. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to keep them. However, he could not do nothing and had to think of other ways to control them. Looking at the graceful and elegant Lu Yuyu, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he walked over and stroked her delicate face. Feeling Zhao Fu's touch and his possessive gaze, Lu Yuyu gradually let go of the fear in her heart and instead became excited. Her body enjoyed Zhao Fu's actions. Zhao Fu cultivated the 6 desires celestial art and had a bewitching aura, just like how a Mo Yao heir could charm countless men. However, Zhao Fu's bewitching aura only affected women. Moreover, because of the Emperor Phoenix statue, people with more Phoenix Chi were more susceptible to Zhao Fu's control. Lu Jiwen stood by the side and watched as Zhao Fu lightly stroked her mother, and her mother's face became red as if she was enjoying it. Wait, this didn't seem right, wasn't he choosing a husband for her? Wasn't Zhao Fu here for her? Then, shouldn't he be doing something to her? However, something was off. She found that Zhao Fu was interested in her mother, making Lu Jiwen feel quite complicated. At first, she had felt quite shy about Zhao Fu becoming her future man. Her first impression of Zhao Fu had been quite good, but after seeing his terrifying power, she had felt quite afraid. Now that she saw how much he and her mother loved each other, she did not know what to say. At that moment, Zhao Fu stroked Lu Yuyu's face as he sent 6 desires demonic chi into her body, and he smiled as he said, "They're all under my control. You should know what the Empress Dowager is going to say next. I can protect the Lilai Kingdom's safety and make it even more powerful." Lu Yuyu's thoughts were quite hazy, and her mind was filled with lust. However, she understood that she could only follow Zhao Fu's orders, or else she would be completely controlled, just like the other members of the royal family. Lu Yuyu lightly nodded and looked at Zhao Fu with lustful eyes as she said, "I understand, I will do as you say." Zhao Fu waved his hand in satisfaction and removed the Black Dragon inscription barrier. Because Zhao Fu had a barrier, the soldiers attacking from outside could not see what was happening within the barrier. At the same time, the chains binding the royal family members were released. The black dragon inscription barrier disappeared, and countless soldiers flooded in. Just as they were about to attack Zhao Fu, the middle-aged man yelled at them to retreat, and Lu Yuyu told them to retreat as well. This caused the soldiers to feel quite confused. However, the higher-ups of both sides had given orders, so even though the soldiers did not know what was going on, they still obeyed and retreated. After the soldiers left, Zhao Fu immediately gave orders to the royal family members to defend against the invasion. Now that the royal family members were controlled by the brain bug, they naturally had no objections to Zhao Fu's orders and immediately left. Zhao Fu gave them city lord seals, but their injuries were quite severe and they needed to rest. Zhao Fu did not need them to fight at the front lines, he only needed them to support the front lines and stabilize the situation. This caused Lu Jiwen and the others to feel quite delighted. Zhao Fu had solved the problem that had been bothering them, and now, they only needed to work together against the outside world. As long as they could stop the foreign invaders, they would be able to guarantee the Lulai Kingdom's safety. Thank you. Lu Jiwen said sincerely to Zhao Fu. Right now, it was all because of Zhao Fu's help. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu's help, they would have been forced to retreat in the face of the threat from the royal family, and they would not have been able to escape the fate of having their power taken away. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not mind. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Fu stopped him. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Yuyu, who was sitting on a chair, felt her body heat up. She gasped for breath and could not control her body. She stood up and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace, offering her lips and starting to do it with Zhao Fu. After taking off their clothes in a few moments, the two of them started to do it on the chairs, not caring about the gazes of others. This was the first time Lu Jiwen had seen such a passionate scene, and it was her mother doing it with another man. What's more, this person had been her son-in-law, and this scene caused her heart to thump. Her face became bright red, and she turned to leave. However, Lu Jiwen could not help but think about her father. He had only passed away 2 months ago, and even though he had treated them quite well, her mother had been incredibly lewd, doing it with another man, and that man was incredibly important to them. Thinking about that, Lu Jiwen felt quite complicated, and just as she was about to leave, a wave of energy pressed against her body, and the door to the hall was closed. What happened next was indescribable. Just where did you come from, and what is your goal? I'm sure you're not helping the Lulai Kingdom out of kindness. Lu Yuyu asked as she sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and lightly patted Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her and said, "Don't worry, you've become my woman. In the future, I won't mistreat you. As long as you don't let me down, I'll make you the most noble woman in the grassy race." These words not only shocked Lu Yuyu, but Lu Jiwen, who was leaning on Zhao Fu's other side, was also shocked, because these words were not simple. In order to realize what Zhao Fu had said, they had to make the Lulai Kingdom the most powerful kingdom. Lu Yuyu was naturally the most noble woman in the grassy race, and if the Lulai Kingdom could achieve such a thing, they would be delirious with joy. However, there was another terrifying outcome, which was that Zhao Fu would unify the grassy world and make Lu Yuyu the most respected person in the world. However, the second possibility was unimaginably difficult, so the two of them leaned towards the first possibility, which was that Zhao Fu could help the Lulai Kingdom become the most powerful grassy kingdom. Lu Yuyu lightly snorted. That's not bad. It's not a waste for me to give you my body. Also, you've taken my daughter's body. You better treat her better in the future, or else you'll be in trouble. Lu Jiwen's face was red as she hugged Zhao Fu. With her personality, she had never thought that a day would come where she and her mother would serve another man. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the graceful woman and blushing woman in his arms and lightly nodded. As long as others did not mistreat him, he would not let them down. Hearing Zhao Fu's reply, a smile appeared on Lu Yuyu's face as she said, "You only know how to use flowery words. You must have countless women." Zhao Fu did not hide anything and nodded. Lu Yuyu had long since been prepared for this. After all, Zhao Fu's body was incredibly bewitching, and he had domineeringly taken their bodies. If it wasn't for the fact that they had begged for mercy and had a few palace maids to help them, they might have continued. Even so, Lu Yuyu did not believe that Zhao Fu did not have many women, he most likely had over 100. She had underestimated Zhao Fu and had no idea how many women Zhao Fu had. The number of women Zhao Fu had far exceeded her expectations. Do you want this concubine to call a few more concubines to serve you? Some of them are quite flirtatious, Lu Yuyu said as she smiled. There's no need, I need to head to the battlefield to deal with the foreign invasion. Zhao Fu softly refused. Just then, he had not been playing around, Zhao Fu had used his 6 desires demonic qi to control them. Now that he had achieved his goal, Zhao Fu turned his attention back to the Lilai kingdom, which was to quickly take control of the Lilai kingdom. Then this concubine and Jiwen will wait for you at night. Hearing Zhao Fu refuse, Lu Yuyu felt quite happy and smiled. After all, no woman wanted to share a man. Moreover, with Zhao Fu on the battlefield, the Lilai kingdom's crisis would most likely be resolved. Hearing this, Zhao Fu put on his clothes and left the palace. Zhao Fu found a place to rebuild the 300 cities that he had brought. Now, the Lilai kingdom basically belonged to Zhao Fu, and it was quite weak, so it needed the 300 cities' help. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would not have had to spend 300 cities on the Lilai kingdom. After all, Zhao Fu had obtained everything, so he did not have to pay the price of 300 cities. By now, Zhao Fu had gone from being a nameless person to being a kingdom protector, directly obtaining the highest authority in the Lilai kingdom. Everyone felt quite curious about this person who had suddenly appeared, because his appointment had been approved by the Lilai kingdom's higher-ups. They knew that now that the higher-ups were truly seizing power, they would not be united. Now that he had arrived, the Lilai kingdom's situation was completely different. The various branches of the royal family were actively defending against the invaders, and the threat of internal strife had been eliminated. As such, Zhao Fu's arrival was welcomed by countless people. Zhao Fu found 300 people from the army and asked the little emperor to make them city lords. Of course, it was impossible to casually build cities in someone else's kingdom, and this required the approval of the kingdom's king. This little emperor was only 6 years old and did not understand anything, so everything was decided by Lu Yuyu. Of course, she fully supported Zhao Fu's decision to help the Lilai kingdom, and she ordered everyone to cooperate. It could be said that Zhao Fu could do whatever he wanted in the Lilai kingdom. Zhao Fu took the 300 city lords and quickly flew towards the battlefield. Moreover, Zhao Fu also had 500 wyverns, so it should not be a problem for them to resolve this battle. Zhao Fu knew about this battle. The Lilai kingdom was at the border of the Grassy Kingdom, and the kingdom attacking them was a kingdom in the Orc world. This kingdom was more powerful than the Lilai kingdom, and the reason for this battle was because both kings had died. Because the two kingdoms were separated and had different races, there had always been conflict between them. As such, the Lilai kingdom's king had set up an ambush to kill the opposing king. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. Even though he had successfully killed the opposing king, he had been heavily injured, and in the end, he had died. Zhao Fu had also obtained information about the half-beast people. They had a human body, wolf ears, and a wolf tail. Their hands could sometimes turn into wolf claws, and they were quite well built and had a great advantage in terms of speed. They also had an innate talent, which was that they had a powerful sense of smell. Dealing with them was quite troublesome. Whether it was orcs or half-beast people, they were both outlanders, and outlanders usually had an advantage in terms of physique and speed. In this aspect, humans were quite mediocre. Because of this advantage, the other kingdoms did not want to cause any trouble. More importantly, this was a personal enmity and not an invasion, so there was no need for them to get involved. Zhao Fu led 300 people to the military camp. After hearing about Zhao Fu's arrival, the general in charge of defending this place was quite angry. After all, there was an intense battle at the front lines, and suddenly, the highest command of the battle had been given to an outsider. No one would feel at ease about this, and changing a general at the last moment was a taboo on the battlefield. This would greatly reduce morale. Zhao Fu led his people into the meeting tent. When everyone saw Zhao Fu, they all looked quite displeased and did not seem to welcome him. Sitting at the top was a valiant-looking man who looked to be in his 30s and wore green armor. He coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What methods did you use to confuse the Empress Dowager? She actually let you control the battlefield? Do you know the current situation? Do you know the other side's strength?" By now, Zhao Fu had put on his black cloak. Hearing the general's distress, Zhao Fu calmly said, "You don't need to worry about this. You just need to listen to my orders. If you disobey, don't blame me for being merciless." These words made everyone feel quite angry, but they endured it. After all, Zhao Fu was someone sent by the higher-ups and had been acknowledged by both sides. On the other hand, hearing Zhao Fu's confident words, most of them felt quite suspicious. However, orders could not be disobeyed, so they could only listen to Zhao Fu's orders. They waited for Zhao Fu to make a mistake before dealing with Zhao Fu. The general coldly harumphed and walked down from his chair and stood to the side. Zhao Fu naturally walked up and sat down. Zhao Fu had a rough understanding of the situation. The half-beast people had broken through the defensive lines and conquered 10 or so regions in the Lilai Kingdom. The Lilai Kingdom had hurriedly constructed defensive measures and was barely able to defend against the half-beast people's attacks. However, as time went on, the half-beast people would send more and more soldiers, and their attacks would become more and more ferocious. The half-beast people would be able to defend against the dynasty. Because the half-beast king had died, the kingdom's fate had fallen into chaos. However, they had taken care of their internal affairs first, and the new emperor had been acknowledged by the royal seal, allowing them to attack the Lilai Kingdom. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu's arrival, the Lilai Kingdom would not have been able to resolve its internal conflicts, and it might have been destroyed. Of course, this was only a rough understanding, and Zhao Fu was not arrogant. He said to the general below, "I need all information on the situation, including information on the other side's general." This caused the general to feel quite startled before feeling slightly relieved. It seemed that Zhao Fu was not an arrogant person, and perhaps he would be able to resolve the Lilai Kingdom's crisis. He felt a bit more convinced, and he ordered people to bring over some detailed information. After receiving the information, Zhao Fu started to look through it seriously. However, soon, a soldier hurriedly reported, "Sir, the central front line is being ferociously attacked by the half-beast people, and the situation is quite dire. Please send reinforcements." The general had wanted to give the order to send reinforcements, but just as he was about to speak, he stopped himself. This was because he was no longer the general, so he could not give any orders. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu, who was sitting at the top. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu said, "The soldiers at the central front line are to retreat and let the half-beast people in. The other two lines are to remain where they are and wait for orders." "Wait." The general stopped the soldier and furiously said to Zhao Fu, "The central front line is the main force of the half-beast people's attack. It's fine if you don't send reinforcements, but why are you retreating? Once we retreat, the half-beast people will swarm in from the central front line. When that time comes, it will be impossible to stop them, and even if we can stop them, our losses will be too great." Everyone else could not understand why Zhao Fu had given such an order, so they all objected. Zhao Fu did not mind their objections and calmly said, "I know. Don't worry and just follow my orders." This naturally caused the generals to feel quite displeased. They felt that this was a wrong order, and with the Lilai Kingdom's current strength, if the central front line collapsed, the Lilai Kingdom would be in grave danger. However, just as they were about to object to Zhao Fu's order, an incredibly powerful might covered them, making them feel as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on them. Some of the weaker generals collapsed to the ground, feeling a chill in their hearts. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They now understood why the higher-ups had sent Zhao Fu. This sort of power surpassed anything they had imagined. "Do you have any objections?" Zhao Fu's calm and slightly cold voice sounded out. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Following this, the central front line started to retreat according to Zhao Fu's orders. The other side had not expected the Lilai Kingdom to do this, so they did not hold back and directly charged through the central front line, killing their way into the Lilai Kingdom's territory. The half-beasts from the other fronts also quickly flew over. There was a large gap in the middle of the defensive line, and countless half-beasts flooded in like a flood. This was the situation of the battle. The Lilai Kingdom started to feel as if it was going to be destroyed, and the ordinary soldiers felt a trace of fear. They could not understand why the higher-ups would give such a stupid order. However, the next day, the Lilai Kingdom's counterattack began. The army defending the other two fronts started to attack from the sides, cutting off the half-beasts' path of retreat. This caused the half-beasts to coldly laugh. They had already entered, so it was useless for them to block the retreat path. Their army could kill their way in and destroy the Lolai kingdom before continuing to attack them. They heard that the Lolai kingdom had suddenly changed their general, and that it was an outsider. At first, they were quite wary of Zhao Fu, but after many years of fighting, they knew that the Lolai kingdom was not stupid. Moreover, facing the Lolai kingdom's 300 additional city lords, the half-beasts had already thought of a way to deal with them. Adding on the fact that they were stronger than the Lolai kingdom to begin with, they did not care too much about this. At first, they had been quite wary of the Lolai kingdom's schemes, but now that they knew what was going on, since the Lolai kingdom was seeking death, they did not hold back and directly charged towards the Lolai kingdom's royal city. However, an army quickly stopped them. However, the difference in numbers was quite great. The half-beasts had 35 million soldiers, while the Lolai kingdom only had 10 million soldiers. On the other hand, the half-beasts had 800 or so city lords, while the Lolai kingdom only had 500 or so. In actuality, the half-beasts did not just have this many soldiers, they had also left some soldiers behind to prevent the Lolai kingdom's two other fronts from attacking them from behind, giving them time to destroy the Lolai kingdom. The two armies gave off massive auras as they faced off, and the atmosphere was quite oppressive. An austere aura caused the entire region to become deathly silent. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiong, I see that you have some skill. How about you pledge your loyalty to the Blue Wolf Kingdom? I won't mistreat you, there's no hope for the Lolai Kingdom now. A burly half-werewolf man laughed heartily in the sky. Yi Xiong was the name of the Lolai Kingdom's general, and he was currently standing in the sky. The Blue Wolf Kingdom was the kingdom that had attacked the Lolai Kingdom. Facing the other side's arrogance, Yi Xiong did not reply, and he looked towards Zhao Fu. After seeing Zhao Fu's power, he did not have any objections, and he trusted that Zhao Fu would be able to resolve the Lolai Kingdom's crisis. Ignore them and just wait to attack, Zhao Fu calmly replied. Yi Xiong obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and ignored the big half-beast man. The big half-beast man's smile disappeared as he coldly harumphed, "We've given the order to attack." A massive flood of soldiers gave off an unstoppable aura as they charged towards the Lolai Kingdom's army. The sounds they gave off were incredibly shocking, shaking the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. At the front were the wolf cavalry, who were incredibly fast and ferocious. The Blue Wolf Kingdom was a level 3 barony kingdom, and they had brought 5 corps. The other 2 legions were the enemies on the other 2 fronts. The Lolai Kingdom was only a level 2 barony kingdom and only had 5 corps. The other 2 corps were responsible for defending against the half-beast army, so there were only 3 corps here. On the battlefield between nations, the role of a legion was extremely important. The addition or loss of a legion would have a significant impact. Roar, the wolf cavalry at the front was a corps, and they used the army chief formation. Streams of grey aura flowed out from their bodies, forming a grey wolf that was hundreds of meters long. It raised its head to the sky and gave off a terrifying roar before rushing over with a terrifying aura. The Lolai Kingdom's corps loudly roared and exploded out with an azure aura, which condensed into an azure rhinoceros that gave off immense power as it charged at the grey wolf. Boom, the 2 war beasts fiercely collided with each other, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept out like a raging gale. However, the battle between the 2 war beasts had only just begun. Boom. Boom, another 4 explosions sounded out on the Blue Wolf Kingdom's side as 4 massive auras shook the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Another 4 corps used the army chief formation, 1 condensed a rat, 1 condensed a boulder, 1 condensed a rabbit, and 1 condensed a fawn. The 4 massive creatures gave off ferocious auras as they quickly flew towards the Lolai Kingdom's army. In battles between nations, one would normally use the army chief formation first because it had massive destructive power. Moreover, even if it was destroyed, there would not be any casualties, and at most, the soldiers would become weaker. The Lolai Kingdom's remaining 2 corps also exploded out. One condensed a large rod, while the other condensed a sparrow. They gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards the Blue Wolf Kingdom's army. In terms of numbers, the Lolai Kingdom had lost 2, so they could only use city lords or a large number of soldiers to defend. However, both city lords and soldiers were at a disadvantage. The corps countered the city lords, and using a large number of soldiers to defend would result in countless casualties. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and sent out 150 or so city lords to deal with the two massive beasts. With 70 or so city lords dealing with a core chi formation, it would not be a big problem. Of course, this depended on the core's strength, as core were split into different grades, as well as special and normal core. The Lulai Kingdom originally had 500 or so city lords, but after losing 150, they only had 350 or so city lords, while the other side had 800. Seeing that the Blue Wolf Kingdom's soldiers were about to reach them, the Blue Wolf Kingdom's city lords exploded out with powerful auras as they rushed towards the Lulai Kingdom's city lords. A massive battle was about to erupt. On the ground, the two armies ferociously clashed. Cavalry against cavalry, infantry against infantry, and an intense battle ensued. Countless sounds of weapons clashing could be heard as blood flew everywhere and death continuously spread. Occupying the Lulai Kingdom was quite disadvantageous because they had fewer people, and the Outlanders were quite ferocious when fighting. Seeing this, the Blue Wolf Kingdom was not too surprised, as they had long since expected this. The Lulai Kingdom would not be able to stop them. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out like an ocean, and the entire battlefield felt this terrifying aura, causing everyone to feel terror in their hearts. The sudden explosion of this aura caused the Blue Wolf Kingdom's side to feel quite startled. They looked over and saw that the black-cloaked figure had turned into a powerful ray of light that flashed past, and 20 or so city lords' bodies were directly cut in half. Roar! Roar, roar! Countless rings were thrown out by that person, and massive wyverns appeared, giving off massive dragon roars. After these wyverns appeared, they flapped their wings, bringing with them wild gales as they sprang towards the Blue Wolf Kingdom's soldiers. They sprayed out searing flames and bone-chilling blasts, burning or freezing soldiers to death. The Lulai Kingdom's army, which had been attacking in an orderly fashion, immediately fell into chaos. 500 wyverns had suddenly appeared, and they had not been able to react in time. However, this was outside the Legacy Land, and many of the Blue Wolf Kingdom's Stage 4 soldiers picked up their bows and vigorously shot at the wyverns. These arrows contained immense force as they flew out, piercing into a careless wyvern's body. The wyvern let out a pained cry. With its huge body, a single arrow wouldn't cause much damage to the wyvern, but hundreds of arrows were still quite dangerous to the wyvern. Zhao Fu ordered all of the wyverns to be careful. He understood that they had to quickly finish this battle, or else they would suffer heavy losses. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Fu exploded out with his full strength, holding the Death Disaster sword as he rushed at the Blue Wolf City Lords. Terrifying sword lights continuously slashed out, and ordinary city lords were unable to defend at all and continuously died at Zhao Fu's hands. With the wyvern's help on the ground, the Lulai Kingdom gradually gained the upper hand. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's side's expressions were quite unsightly. They had never thought that the Lulai Kingdom would have such an expert helping them. Now, it was clear that they were losing. Almost 200 of their city lords had been killed by Zhao Fu, and more people were dying on the ground. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's side could not help but think that they should retreat, or else they would suffer even more losses. However, even though they wanted to retreat, the Lulai Kingdom firmly held them back. Zhao Fu set his sights on the Blue Wolf Kingdom's general, and a sword light ferociously slashed towards the half-beast man. Moreover, the Lulai Kingdom's army also attacked, clashing with the defending half-beasts. The Lulai Kingdom had a great advantage over the Blue Wolf Kingdom, and they had more city lords than the Blue Wolf Kingdom. This was because Zhao Fu had moved many of the Lulai Kingdom's forces to the other two battlefronts, so it was no surprise that the Blue Wolf Kingdom would win. Pooh! The half-beast man was sent flying by Zhao Fu's attack, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. This was after he had exploded out with his City Lord Seal and General Seal's power. If it was an ordinary City Lord, he would have long since died. How could the other Blue Wolf Kingdom City Lords just watch as their general was killed? However, whether or not they could defend was another matter. The Qin Royal Seal within Zhao Fu's body continuously provided him with massive amounts of power, and the Death Disaster sword in his hand gave off an intense grey light. An eerie deathly intent continuously corroded people's bodies, causing the City Lords' hairs to stand on end and their bodies to tremble. Arg! Pained cries sounded out as Zhao Fu dragged out a massive sword light, inundating the 30 or so City Lords. Blood and corpses fell everywhere, and only 30 or so city lord seals gave off faint lights and floated in the air. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the Blue Wolf Kingdom city lords did not dare to stay, and they could only quickly escape. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's army on the ground was no match for them, and they started to retreat. Behind them, the Lilai Kingdom's army had successfully defeated the Blue Wolf Kingdom's army, and they started to attack from the rear. On the other side, Zhao Fu and the Lilai Kingdom city lords continued to chase after the Blue Wolf Kingdom city lords, while the Lilai Kingdom's army continued to chase after the Blue Wolf Kingdom's army. In the end, the Lilai Kingdom's two armies met up and pincered the Blue Wolf Kingdom's army. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's army was almost completely wiped out, and most of its soldiers either died or surrendered. Most of the city lords died, and only 100 or so managed to escape. As for the Blue Wolf Kingdom's general, he had died because Zhao Fu had been chasing after him this entire time, and it was impossible for him to escape. The Lilai Kingdom's city lords smiled as they watched the battle. The Lilai Kingdom's general had died, and as the Lilai Kingdom's people, they were naturally overjoyed. They were completely convinced by the cloaked figure standing in the air. If it wasn't for his help, the battle would have been completely different, and the Lilai Kingdom would have most likely lost. It was Zhao Fu who had saved the Lilai Kingdom, and was such an expert helping the Lilai Kingdom, who would dare to casually bully the Lilai Kingdom in the future. At such a chaotic time, they felt much more confident. "Sir, what should we do now?" Yi Xiong came before Zhao Fu and cupped his hands as he respectfully asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, "First subdue the conquered regions and fortify the defensive lines. Don't attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom." Now that the Blue Wolf Kingdom had suffered a great defeat and had lost 70% of its soldiers and city lords, it was quite weak internally. If they seized this opportunity to attack, it would be an excellent opportunity. However, in the end, Zhao Fu gave up on this idea because it was a kingdom from another world. If they attacked, the neighboring kingdoms would also join in. The Lilai Kingdom was quite weak, and Zhao Fu felt that attacking another world was too risky. Before, the Blue Wolf Kingdom did not dare to attack the Lilai Kingdom, but because their king had been ambushed, they were in the right. Neither side wanted to start a world war, and the Blue Wolf Kingdom was attacking the Lilai Kingdom for revenge, so neither side would interfere. The second reason was that the Blue Wolf Kingdom had spoken to the neighboring kingdoms, which was why they dared to attack the Lilai Kingdom. Otherwise, no kingdom would dare to attack another world for no reason. Even if the Blue Wolf Kingdom destroyed the Lilai Kingdom, at most they would be able to take some resources and cities. They did not dare to take the territory, and they had promised to give it to the neighboring kingdoms. If they could obtain a large amount of land without doing anything, the neighboring kingdoms would naturally be quite happy. As such, they would not help the Lilai Kingdom and would only watch from the side. Now that Zhao Fu was going to attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom without any warning, it was possible that he would be chased back by the half-beast world as soon as he attacked. Unless he had the power to defend against a few kingdoms, he would have to face even more kingdoms. As such, Zhao Fu first repaired the broken defensive lines before sending messengers to the other kingdoms to see what their attitudes were. This was more troublesome and complicated. However, they were outside the land of inheritance, and there were more things that everyone had to pay attention to. They could not be as carefree as they were in the land of inheritance. Yi Xiong understood Zhao Fu's intentions, and after turning and leaving, he ordered his soldiers to pass on Zhao Fu's orders. News of Zhao Fu's victory quickly spread, and everyone was quite shocked. They had never thought that the Lilai Kingdom would win. What's going on? Isn't there an internal strife? Isn't there a huge difference in strength between them and the Blue Wolf Kingdom? Why did the Lilai Kingdom win in the end? All of this was because of a single person who had instantly turned the situation around for the Lilai Kingdom. Everyone was curious as to where this person had come from, but they also feared his terrifying power. The Lilai Kingdom's entire kingdom cheered, and Lu Yuyu and the others also smiled, feeling quite happy. Even though she had expected this result, Zhao Fu's performance had exceeded her expectations. He had obtained a great victory with minimal losses, and with such a man to rely on, she felt quite satisfied. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's side was greatly panicked. They had prepared so much and were stronger than the Lilai Kingdom, but they had still lost so miserably. They had lost 70% of their forces, and it could be said that the Blue Wolf Kingdom had suffered a heavy blow. The Blue Wolf Kingdom's entire kingdom was in a state of panic, and the new king immediately went into a defensive state. He sent out messengers to other kingdoms to ask for help. This aura was even more domineering than the aura that Zhao Fu had given off before, and it attacked the entire city. As such, the Lilai Kingdom's nation protecting formation was activated. All of the Lilai Kingdom's regions gave off a faint light, and massive waves of energy gathered towards the royal city, forming a powerful barrier that protected everyone within the royal city. The violet-clothed young man calmly smiled, and his expression did not change despite the nation-protecting formation being activated as he said, "I am the young sect master of the 8 Dragons Essence sect. I heard that your kingdom's princess needs 300 cities. Is it possible for the princess to come out and meet with me? If it is suitable, I can give you 300 cities." The people below were in chaos, and soldiers quickly gathered. Lu Yuyu, who was within the palace, hurriedly came out with her people. Looking at the panicking people below, one of the 7 women in the sky was an extremely beautiful woman who gave off a bewitching aura. She was called Princess Chiao Mei, and she went up and hugged the violet-clothed young man's waist as she said coyly, "Husband, when will you be able to gather 8 princesses? I can't wait to serve husband and do it with you." The violet-clothed young man lightly laughed and rubbed the bewitching woman's bottom as he said, "You little slut, I can't do it now. When I gather 8 princesses and master my sect's supreme art, the 8 dragons' divine art, I'll be the sect master of the 8 dragons essence sect. When that time comes, I'll satisfy you." Sensing the violet-clothed young man's actions, the bewitching woman's face became red, and she panted in his embrace. Next to her was a seductive and beautiful woman called Princess Han Nan. She went up and hugged the violet-clothed young man as she harumphed, "Husband, I also want one. I also want it. You can't be partial to this little demoness." The violet-clothed young man laughed and skillfully climbed up the woman's bottom, causing the woman to moan in his embrace. The remaining 5 women also went up and affectionately called him husband. The violet-clothed young man smiled as his hands roamed all over the women's bodies. At that moment, Lu Yuyu walked out with her people. Sensing this terrifying aura, she made preparations to use the Lilai Kingdom's nation armament at any moment. The little emperor was only 6 years old, so of course he did not know how to fight. As such, Lu Yuyu set up her nation armament to fight on its own. After all, anyone who could give off such a powerful aura definitely surpassed the Lilai Kingdom's level. She also knew about the 8 Dragons Essence sect. Even though it was not one of the ancient stem domain's 5 great sects, it was not weak either. It had the strength of a dukedom kingdom and had existed for a long time. The Lilai Kingdom naturally could not afford to offend such a powerful sect, so Lu Yuyu could only endure their arrogant and domineering appearance. Now that she and Lu Jiwen were both Zhao Fu's women, the 6 desires demonic qi within their bodies made it so that she did not want to leave Zhao Fu's side for even a second. She naturally knew that her daughter felt the same way, so she could only say courteously, "Young sect master, it's fine. My daughter has already been betrothed to someone else. I'm very sorry. Please return." "Humph. My husband has never been unable to obtain any woman he wants. Hurry up and call that princess out." A tall and slender woman with a cold and arrogant aura appeared in the sky. She was called Princess Han Shuang, and she coldly harumphed as she spoke to Lu Yuyu. She exploded out with a powerful aura and pressed down towards the royal city. Lu Yuyu felt a trace of anger within her heart, but in front of such power, she could only endure it. "Humph. Didn't you hear my husband's words? Hurry up and call that princess out. To be able to become my husband's woman is your kingdom's glory, or else my husband will destroy your kingdom." A woman in red clothes with bright red lips looked quite pretty but gave off a barbaric aura as she spoke to Lu Yuyu. She was Princess Wei Yin, a princess from the Fire Word Kingdom. Lu Yuyu looked quite troubled. The Lilai Kingdom was not a match for the 8 Dragons Essence sect, and if Zhao Fu had not come, she would have happily called her daughter out. That way, not only would they obtain 300 cities, but they would also have the 8 Dragons Essence sect as their backer. However, they were now Zhao Fu's women, and it was only with Zhao Fu's help that the Lilai Kingdom had gotten through this crisis. Moreover, her body and soul needed Zhao Fu. Lu Yuyu felt quite troubled before making a decision. Just as she was about to say something, "Mother." Lu Jiwen did not want to make things difficult for her mother, so she walked out and bowed to the violet-clothed young man as she said, I am the Lilai Kingdom's Princess Royal, and I do indeed have a husband. The violet-clothed young man smiled and did not mind Lu Jiwen's words. His eyes gave off a violet light as he looked at Lu Jiwen and said, your looks are not bad, your figure is not bad, and your constitutions are suitable. Ha ha ha. I've finally gathered 8 princesses. Wait. The violet-clothed young man felt that something was off, and he used his eye technique to take a closer look at Lu Jiwen. However, he found that she was already a virgin. What a bummer. I finally found a suitable one, but she's already been touched by someone else. The violet-clothed young man felt quite angry and did not want to stay here any longer. She brought the women and turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. 300 cities for a princess was quite interesting. The violet-clothed young man had heard about this by accident, so he had come to take a look. However, he had returned in disappointment. The 8 dragons' essence sex supreme art, the 8 dragons' divine art, required 8 princesses with large amounts of phoenix chi. Moreover, the 8 princesses had to have the same constitutions and birthdays, and they had to be virgins. The requirements were quite strict, but the power they would bring was immense. Dual cultivating with these 8 princesses would increase one's cultivation speed by many times, and they would be more powerful than ordinary arts. Most importantly, when this art was cultivated to the peak, it could block 8 fatal attacks. Since Lu Jiwen was not a virgin, she was useless to him. Moreover, he did not want to touch something that someone else had already touched, and he did not lack beauties. Zhao Fu sensed the changes in the Lilai Kingdom and gave some instructions before hurrying back to the royal city. Looking at the ray of light disappearing over the horizon, he slightly frowned and went to the palace. Why did you only come back now? Seeing Zhao Fu return, Lu Yuyu leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and started to sob, wanting to cry out all the grievances she had felt. The soldiers and palace maids stared at this scene in shock. Even though Zhao Fu had done it with Lu Yuyu in private, she was the Empress Dowager. How could the late emperor's woman leap into another man's embrace and act so intimately? Lu Jiwen hurriedly called out to her mother a few times, and only then did Lu Yuyu come back to her senses. She let go of Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu softly asked, what just happened? Zhao Fu did not want his women to suffer. Even though Zhao Fu had not fallen in love with them, as a man, Zhao Fu would still do his duty. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears on Lu Yuyu's face as he comforted her, don't worry. I won't let you suffer in the future. Lu Yuyu felt a wave of warmth in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to worry about other people's gazes, she would have once again leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace. How's the situation on the other side? Lu Yuyu asked Zhao Fu as she returned to the main topic. Zhao Fu smiled and said, it's a perfect ending, and we won't have to worry about the Blue Wolf Kingdom in the future. We dealt a heavy blow to them, and it will take a long time for them to recover. If it wasn't for the half-beast kingdoms nearby, I would have wanted to invade the half-beast world. Also, I've sent out ambassadors to the half-beast kingdom. If they don't interfere, the Lilai Kingdom can plan to attack the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Also, the half-beasts that we've subdued are being transported back, and I plan to use them. Lu Yuyu responded with a smile, many thanks to you this time. Now that you're done, come to this consort's room. This consort has prepared a dozen or so palace maids with good aptitudes for you. Today, this consort will properly reward you. Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, there's no need for that. I still need to prepare some other things, and the other places are not stable yet. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, thinking about the current situation, Lu Yuyu could only listen to Zhao Fu. A few days later, the Blue Wolf Kingdom gave some unknown benefits, but the surrounding kingdoms expressed their support for the Blue Wolf Kingdom. Of course, it was just verbal support, but Zhao Fu did not dare to act against the Blue Wolf Kingdom, so he could only give up on attacking it. At the same time, he constructed even sturdier defenses to defend against attacks from the Blue Wolf Kingdom and others, and the Lilai Kingdom gradually became more stable. As for the half-beast people who had surrendered, they were properly trained. It was impossible for them to attack the half-beast world right now, but perhaps they could in the future. When that time came, these half-werewolves would be of some use, and it could also be considered preparation for the future. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu once again returned to the human world. Even now, such a large area had not been cleared out. It was incredibly slow, but they were doing their best, so Xiaofu did not say much. The other 3 continents were not peaceful either. Undercurrents were surging in all directions. Stop the expansion of Qin's ambitions, or we will unite with other continents to attack Qin. But they also understood that this was just to cheer themselves up. Qin would still launch an attack. Qin's wild ambition would not be satisfied, so they had to convince all the forces on this matter. Not only the players, but also all the system forces. Only by uniting like this could they resist Qin. Although Qin was a huge threat, before Qin officially launched the attack, there were still many people who hoped to get lucky, so it was difficult to persuade them. During this period, Qin's development was the fastest, followed by Tina Pendragon's Great Britain Empire. It had already expanded to 600 regions and was a level 6 barony. The human world only had these 2 kingdoms, and the power of a kingdom far surpassed that of an ordinary faction. As such, they could develop incredibly quickly in the legacy land, but it would not be the same in the outside world. Moreover, the human world would only have these 2 kingdoms. The dynasties that had the opportunity to establish their own kingdoms had been delayed due to many things. For example, Akhenaten's faction could be ranked 3rd in the human world, and his dynasty had immense fate and power. However, because the southern continent had been conquered, they had been forced to relocate. A large amount of their fate had been lost, and the Pharaoh dynasty was no longer as powerful as before. Now, Qin lacked time. This was the 5th year of the Heaven Awaken world, and there were not many people in the human world. The human world, the dark demon world, and the fish scale world were all developing, and there were not many battles. As such, Xiaofu had quite a bit of free time. This time, Xiaofu once again went to the Heaven Spirit Stele and continued to say a few lines from the Book of Tao, pretending to be a saint. This caused everyone to fall silent, and they felt heartfelt admiration. They had never seen such a kind-hearted saint before. Xiaofu had always done this, and he would only say a few lines each time before not saying anything else and pretending to be mysterious. Of course, this was for his own benefits, or else how could Xiaofu be so bored as to do this? This was not free, but it was not compulsory either. Xiaofu said that he was lacking a few things, and if someone fulfilled the requirements, Xiaofu could continue speaking. As such, Xiaofu obtained many good things, including all sorts of materials, equipment, skills, and items. He would be able to obtain a large pile every time, and they were all of good quality. After all, there were countless Heaven Spirit Stele accounts, and those who could enter the chat area were all high-grade accounts. However, in comparison to the number of people, there were very few people who would give out things, and most people wanted to obtain them for free. In actuality, Xiaofu could set up a special room for them to give out good things, and Xiaofu could create a room for free with his supreme level account. However, there was a limit to the number of people who could enter. Moreover, if others asked Xiaofu questions about their cultivation or if they did not understand, Xiaofu would not be able to answer them. It would be too easy for him to be exposed, and he would not be able to act as casually as he could in the chat area. Higher being, are you accepting disciples? I'm a super genius, and I definitely won't disappoint you. My daughter is already 18 years old and is still a virgin. Sir, would you be interested? Senior, I don't quite understand these lines. Are you willing to explain them to me? After obtaining a wave of things, Xiaofu smiled as he looked at these private messages and blocked them. These people did not have much value, and they would only return some benefits if Xiaofu gave them some benefits. In fact, some even dared to slander Xiaofu. After all, the Heaven Spirit Stele was like the internet, and people could do whatever they wanted in the internet, but they could not threaten the real world. Xiaofu was quite satisfied with his gains this time. He had only casually said a few words, and he had obtained so much. Apart from this, Xiaofu also found a useful item, which was a type of liquid called the 1,000-flower liquid. This 1,000-flower liquid was made from thousands of spirit flowers, and it was black. It was very helpful to the growth of flowers, and Xiaofu wanted to use it to make the world flower grow. The world flower had been planted for more than a year, and he had used up all sorts of spirit items, but it still had not bloomed. Perhaps this 1,000-flower liquid would have some effect. Xiaofu looked at this colorful account and immediately had a bad feeling. After all, only a higher being could have this kind of account, and Zhao Fu was just a fake. He did not know how he had obtained a supreme-level account. However, if the other party really was a higher being, Zhao Fu did not have the guts. He could not help but think about the fear of encountering a true higher being outside the legacy land, and it was not something that Zhao Fu could contend with right now. Facing this account's question, Zhao Fu looked quite confused and did not know what the Saint Realm was. Within Zhao Fu's body, the golden dragon rolled his eyes and said, "Zhao Fu. You don't even know this? It's the divine path comprehended after breaking through to stage 9. This person might really be a higher being, so it's best if you don't come into contact with him." Hearing this, Zhao Fu understood. However, his cultivation was only at stage 7, so how could he say what he comprehended after stage 9? Hearing the golden dragon say that this person might really be a higher being, Zhao Fu immediately became wary and thought to himself, could it be that I've been too pretentious? I actually invited a higher being over. Facing this question that could possibly be from a higher being, Zhao Fu did not dare to reply at all. After all, higher beings' methods could reach a heaven-defying level, and there was no need for Zhao Fu to take the risk. After all, there was no benefit in doing so. However, at that moment, the other person sent another message, "Don't worry. This sovereign has no ill intentions, and I know that you're just a small cultivator." Eh? Zhao Fu looked quite awkward. In the chat area, Zhao Fu had been sought after by tens of thousands of people, but this higher being had seen through him. Feeling that this higher being really did not have any ill intentions, Zhao Fu could not help but think for a while and decided to talk to this higher being. After all, he was dealing with someone who stood at the peak of this world. Even though there was great danger in contacting someone like this, there were also great opportunities. "Senior, I am indeed a minor cultivator." Zhao Fu didn't hide anything and spoke honestly and respectfully. The mighty figure on the other side quickly replied, "He. Your matter in the chat area did attract some of our attention. However, the true Tao is not something that you can talk about. It's because the Tao scripture you talked about is very top-notch, that's why so many people believe it. But in our eyes, we can tell at a glance. You should be from a new world, and what you're saying is the Bible of your world, right?" Zhao Fu looked at his words and felt quite shocked. He had never thought that this person would be able to tell. He thought for a moment before replying, "Senior, you're right, but how did you know?" The higher being replied, "I'm quite familiar with this type of book, so I'll naturally understand after reading it. This time, I wanted to ask you to take a look at it. If you have any requests, as long as they're suitable, I can agree to them." Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted. He could actually ask for benefits from a higher being. This was a massive benefit, and for someone who stood at the peak of this world, even an ordinary item would be incredibly important to Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu thought of all sorts of things. Just as he was about to speak, he thought about the various quests that could kill him, and he once again sank into his thoughts. Whether it was because of himself or because of Tuoba Qing's human origin, Zhao Fu would have to face the threat of a higher being in the future. This made Zhao Fu feel quite uneasy, and it was the biggest problem that had been bothering Zhao Fu. With Qing's power, facing a higher being was almost impossible. Perhaps he could establish a friendly relationship with this higher being, and perhaps it would be of great use in the future. As such, Zhao Fu made this decision. "Senior, since you want to take a look, I'll send it to you. Also, our world has all sorts of scriptures, I wonder if Senior is interested?" "I can send them to Senior." The higher being replied with some shock, "Of course, this sovereign is quite curious about your world, there's actually someone who can write such profound Tao words. If we can comprehend them, it will be of great benefit to existences like us." "You don't want any more benefits? This sovereign can give you a top-grade heaven-grade art, an earth-grade divine artifact, and a Marquise kingdom." Zhao Fu could not help but feel awed by the higher being's power. These things were things that others could not even dream of obtaining, yet this higher being had casually given them. The last reward was a Marquise kingdom. Even after developing for so long, Qin had only become a Marquise kingdom. With the power of a Marquise kingdom, it reigned above a barony kingdom, and in some remote regions, it could be counted as a local tyrant. However, in order to obtain greater benefits, Zhao Fu could only tactfully refuse and order people to collect all of the scriptures, whether they were Taoist scriptures, Buddhist scriptures, or Christian scriptures. Following this, Zhao Fu gave them to the higher being through the heaven spirit steel. After a while, the higher being felt quite satisfied. As such, Zhao Fu could not help but go to the dark demon world and fish scale world to collect all sorts of scriptures. However, after giving them to the higher being did not even spare them a glance, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. Only after asking did he find out that the scriptures only focused on cultivation, which was too tacky. On the other hand, the human world focused on making breakthroughs in one's mind. Zhao Fu had never thought that things would turn out like this. The human world was not a cultivation world, so the scriptures naturally focused on changing one's mind. As such, the higher being had taken a liking to them. From what the higher being had said, the virtuous Tao scripture was the one he liked the most. He said that if he could modify it and add in some other content, it would become an incredibly profound cultivation technique. Zhao Fu was quite surprised by this. Afterwards, the higher being kept saying what he wanted. Because the scriptures that Zhao Fu had given him were quite good, he was even willing to give Zhao Fu a dukedom royal city. This caused Zhao Fu's heart to jump. After all, the dukedom royal city was the royal city of a dukedom kingdom, and yet it was willing to give such a thing. A higher being's methods were simply too terrifying. For the sake of his future benefits, Zhao Fu resisted the temptation and refused the higher being. Afterwards, he became friends with the higher being on the heaven spirit steel, and Zhao Fu's final goal was achieved. The books that were useless to Zhao Fu were actually so useful, making Zhao Fu feel incredibly happy. Following this, Zhao Fu took the 1,000-flower liquid to where the world flower was grown. This place had become a sea of flowers, and the entire region was filled with all sorts of flowers that would never wither. Countless butterflies danced about, creating a beautiful scene. The world flower was now 120 meters tall and had 5 wide leaves. Its branches were 5 meters thick, and there was a flower bud at the top. This flower bud was incredibly tender and gave off a jade-like luster. Another 2 months later, Zhao Fu called over 4 of Qin's most outstanding Outlander leaders. One was Log, who was old Log. He was no longer old, and with Qin's help, the weak goblin village chief had stage 5 strength and had grasped all sorts of seals. His status was undoubtedly the most prestigious among the goblins, and he was one of the Outlander generals who had followed Zhao Fu for the longest. He was quite proficient in magic attacks. The second was Doke, the kobold chief. Zhao Fu had subdued him when they had attacked the kobold village, and he was one of the Outlander generals who had followed Zhao Fu for the longest. His status was the most prestigious among the kobolds, and he was quite powerful. He was proficient with spears and had stage 5 cultivation. He had grasped all sorts of seals and could not be underestimated. The third was Daisy, the elf chief. She had the most prestigious status among the elves, and she was also one of the Outlander generals who had followed Zhao Fu for the longest. She was already incredibly beautiful, and after fusing with the Holy Church bloodline, her beauty had become even greater, and she had a trace of holiness to her. She was also quite powerful, and she was quite proficient in magic attacks and had grasped Qin's heavy seals. The last was Sar, the orc chief. Back when the orc faction had been destroyed, he had chosen a general from the orcs. His performance had been quite good, and he was quite ferocious in battle. He had made many contributions to Qin. He was also at stage 5, and he liked to use large sabers. He had the most prestigious status among the orcs, and he had grasped Qin's heavy seals. Zhao Fu naturally had his reasons for calling them over. They had long since fused with General Fate, and now that Qin had launched many large-scale battles, he had killed countless generals. Many of Qin's people had also fused with General Fate. Now, Zhao Fu wanted them to fuse with General Armaments. During this period of time, Qin had collected another 400 soldier souls, which would allow Qin to have 4 more General Armaments. There was no need to explain how important General Armaments were. Zhao Fu gave the soldier souls to them and had them immediately fuse with them. The 4 of them obeyed and stood in a corner. They looked a little excited because Zhao Fu had actually given such an important thing to the 4 of them. It was clear how much importance Zhao Fu placed on them. The 40 fused divine weapon souls gave off large amounts of white light and floated into the sky from the 4 people's hands. With the four of them as the center, they formed four circles. Following this, the divine weapon soul in the sky gave off a powerful aura, and the white light it gave off became larger and larger until it formed 40 massive orbs of light. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the 40 orbs of light gave off an even more powerful aura than before, forming a wild gale that spread out. Within the orbs of light, the corporeal soldiers' bodies started to melt like ice before turning into traces of violet aura, and the 10 orbs of light resonated with each other. Boom! 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 Four massive explosions sounded out as clouds swirled and the heavens and earth dimmed. Four massive violet stars giving off noble starlight and boundless auras broke through the restrictions of the day and descended into the sky. At that moment, the people from the other continents sensed these ripples and could not help but frown. After the destruction of the real world, most people's fate stars had long since awakened, so they could sense their fate stars very strongly. Looking at the 4 stars in the distance, everyone's expressions dimmed and they lightly sighed because that was where Qin was. Because they had seen this many times, they were not surprised. Their generals had all awakened general stars, but they did not have general armaments, so they could not use general stars at all. Over at the Midland continent, Logue and Daisy raised their staffs, while Sar and Doke raised their spears and sabers. Boom! 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 The 4 of them exploded out with their full power, and a terrifying aura spread out like a corporeal shockwave. A massive gale blew, causing the ground to crack and boulders to roll, and trees to madly sway. By the side, Zhaofu unleashed his emperor's domain to defend against the berserk wind. The 4 of them started to give off different colored auras, which gathered into aura flames, and their auras became more and more powerful. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as the 4 of them exploded out with intense light, which formed 4 pillars of light that gave off terrifying auras as they shot into the sky and slammed into the 4 massive violet stars. Following this, the 4 violet stars started to change colors. One gradually became black and gave off black starlight, giving off an aura of destruction and conquering. Zhaofu was quite familiar with this star because it was the Army Destroyer star, a general star that Sar had awakened. One gradually became silver-white like the moon and gave off gentle starlight. The aura it gave off was also gentle and contained a type of yin qi. This was the lunar star, a fate star that Daisy had awakened. The lunar star was like the moon, and the 5 elements were yin and water. It was like a home, wealth, mother, wife, daughter, or female. It was like a bed, a hotel. One of the 14 main stars of the A-grade star, the celestial monarch. The commoners also saw the lunar star lord as a moth. The commoners' worship of the moon was first recorded in the book of history. The sun, moon, and stars were the heavenly sex, while the dai, river, and sea were the earthly sex. The heavenly sex and earthly sex were the 6 sex. The lunar star was of the water attribute and did not enter the north and south dipper. It was the essence of the moon in the heavens, and it turned wealth into wealth and became the owner of a house. The lunar star was of the ridge, and it controlled the 3 meridians, which was gentle and moist. One gradually became yellow, a noble yellow, and it gave off a yellow light. It gave off the aura of a general star, and it gave off a powerful sense of suppression. This star was called the celestial star, and it was a star that Logue had awakened. As the name suggested, it was a natural prime minister, and it had the life of a prime minister. Tianxiang star was a professional term for the purple star Dou number. It was one of the 14 A-class main stars of the purple star Dou number. Among the 4 major types of the purple star Dou number, it was the last star of the leader type. This celestial star was called the imprint star, and the word imprint vividly showed how cautious and considerate it was. It no longer looked like a yang-type main star, and it was often mistaken for a yang-type main star. Zhaofu could not help but feel quite shocked. He had never thought that Logue would awaken the celestial star. In actuality, if Li Si or Xianxia used their general armaments, they would both have celestial stars, and they would be prime ministers. However, there was a shortage of general armaments, so Zhaofu naturally had to use them on the battlefield. As for ministers, Li Si and Xianxia, they naturally would not have them. The last star gradually became a fiery red and gave off a fiery light. The light was incredibly blinding, and it gave off a searing aura. The sun star and the moon star were opposites, and they were the two stars that could directly correspond to the stars in the sky, the sun and the moon. The sun star was called the noble star in ancient times, and it was also called the prime emperor star. It was similar to the North Star, but it had different characteristics. Ancient books said that the sun star was one of the three dukes. The three dukes were ministers, and even though they had high positions and were incredibly noble, they had to be bestowed, appointed, by the emperor. Zhao Fu had never thought that Doke would be able to awaken the sun star, and he was quite surprised. However, this was quite normal. It couldn't be that only humans could awaken general stars, right? Moreover, general stars were determined by a person's fate. What kind of fate one had would naturally determine what general star they would awaken. The four stars gave off their own starlight, and they gave off powerful auras as they lit up the heavens and earth. Under these four stars, countless people seemed incredibly small. The four pillars of light gradually weakened, and the light that the four people gave off also gradually disappeared. However, at that moment, the four stars exploded out with terrifying power, causing all of the clouds in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers to dissipate. The four stars gave off intense starlight, and four pillars of light descended onto Logue and the other three people's bodies. The four people received the baptism of the general stars, and their auras started to change. They became more and more powerful, and terrifying auras rippled out in all directions. Finally, the pillars of starlight disappeared, and the epic grade desolate wood scepter in Logue's hand became yellow and seemed to be made of metal. It gave off a noble yellow light, and starlight flowed around it as the words Heaven Minister were engraved on it. Daisy's epic grade magic staff also became silver-white, as if it was made of silver. It gave off a gentle white light, and starlight flowed around it as the words Moon were engraved on it. This was the Moon magic staff. Doke's spear also became a fiery red iron spear that gave off a searing aura. There seemed to be flames on its surface, and starlight flowed around it as the words Sun were engraved on it. This was the Sun spear. Finally, Sar's wolf-headed saber became a black gold saber that gave off a ferocious and savage aura. Starlight flowed around it as the words Army Destroyer were engraved on it. This was the Army Destroyer saber. Looking at the general armaments in their hands, Zhao Fu smiled and looked at the general armaments stats. The general armaments were all the same, but the general armaments were all different. The final attribute of the Heaven Minister scepter was the Heaven Minister army. It was an all-round type of soldier. Not only did it increase attack and defense, but it also increased speed and recovery. It was more suitable for support-type activities. The Lunar Magic Staff's final attribute was the Lunar Army. The best effect of this army was that they could absorb the power of the moon. If they moved at night, their battle strength would increase by many times. The last attribute of the Sun Spear was the Sun Army. The best effect of this army was that it could absorb the power of the sun like the lunar star, increasing its combat power by several times during the day. Finally, the Army Destroyer saber was the same as the Army Destroyer general weapon. This was because the four general armaments were all top-tier epic-grade equipment. Now that they had fused with the general star's power, they had greatly increased. They were all level 2 Saint armaments, and they were already incredibly powerful. Now, Qin had 16 general armaments, which was quite a large number. After all, no one else in the human world had a single general armament, and Zhao Fu was only 8 general armaments away from being able to fuse a king armament. Even though he did not know the exact information about a king armament, Zhao Fu had a shard before, and its power far surpassed that of an ordinary general armament. As such, Zhao Fu looked forward to the day when he could fuse a king armament. After looking at the information, Zhao Fu returned the general armaments to everyone and celebrated. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the blood refining pool and looked at the progress of refining the primogenitor statue. Because they had both come to the Midland continent and conquered the fish scale continent, as well as captured a large number of people, there were now many types of blood. The speed at which the primogenitor statue was being refined naturally became much faster, and the primogenitor statue itself started to go through changes, such as growing blood-red hair and faintly black skin. Zhao Fu did not know what the primogenitor statue would be like in the end, but with his current speed, it would still take him 180 years to completely refine it. It seemed that he had to work hard to unify the human world and use the world's power to speed up the refining process. Another month later, 3 rays of demonic light shot into the sky, causing the weather to change and clouds to swirl. Three massive auras spread out as three terrifying images appeared in the sky. One looked like a devil, one had the face of a demon, and one had a demonic sword. The three images all gave off dense demonic chi and gave off powerful might, causing people to feel terror and tremble. These were the three sects that had been re-established. In the future, only nation armaments would be refined and sect armaments would be distributed, increasing the number of top-tier experts in Qin. Zhao Fu had already given up his position as the sect master of the demon god sect and given it to Elise. He had also given her the sect armament. Zhao Fu had appointed Zhao Mo as the sect master of the demon ghost sect, Zhao Fu had appointed Zhao Sha as the sect master of the demon killing sect, and Zhao Fu had appointed Xianxia as the sect master of the demon sword sect. It was best for the sect master to have talent in cultivation and walk the path of a top-tier expert rather than a general or marquis. Only then would they be able to bring out the true power of the sect and bring out the power of the sect armaments. As such, Zhao Fu would not appoint Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the other generals as sect masters. After all, they were mainly responsible for leading troops into battle, and if they were appointed as sect masters, it would seem quite strange. At the same time, Zhao Fu would not appoint ministers either. Zhao Mo had once been a demon sovereign king, and Zhao Fu would have him walk the path of a sect in the future. After all, Qin could only have one king. Zhao Sha's demonic bloodline meant that he was destined to become a top-tier expert, so he was very suitable to be nurtured. Finally, Xianxia was Qin's #1 swordsman. With his talent and comprehension, not nurturing him would be a waste of resources. Elise and Zhao Mo were Qin's top-tier experts, while Zhao Sha and Xianxia were relatively weak. However, only the four of them had the potential to become top-tier experts. However, Zhao Fu felt that there were not enough people. Qin did not lack generals, but it seemed that it was starting to lack genius cultivators. They would be of great use in the future. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he could not delay this matter any longer. This world could not lack soldiers and top-tier experts. Qin needed top-tier experts, and Zhao Fu's strength was limited by himself. The meaning of a sect order was to encourage people to join a sect, and also to vigorously support the development and construction of a sect. This was because a sect was the best place to nurture top-tier experts. Most of the world's experts came from a sect, so it was necessary to vigorously develop a sect. No matter if it was the system or the content of a sect, it had to be the same as an ordinary sect. It was best to nurture people from a young age and accept children under 16 years old as disciples. Zhao Fu had only started to cultivate after entering the Heaven Awakened world, so his cultivation was quite far behind people of the same age. This was even with Zhao Fu having Heaven grade. Without Heaven grade, who knew how far behind Zhao Fu would have fallen. In the future, Great Qin would no longer focus on the development of academies and would instead focus on developing sects. Both were quite important, one was to strengthen the culture, and the other was to strengthen the sects themselves. This was the path that Great Qin would take in the future. Zhao Fu also focused on the sect and helped the 100 schools of thought develop. After all, the 100 schools of thought's methods were quite extraordinary and would be of great help to him. However, a few days later, a letter was delivered to Qin's palace from Great Tangsley family. Zhao Fu frowned and did not even want to look at it, planning to destroy it. However, the messenger said, "You must have His Majesty read it. If you don't, you'll regret it in the future." Hearing this, Zhao Fu frowned and opened the letter. He found that it was written by Li Jie, and it was not an apology like last time. Instead, it was cursing at Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu's mother. It said that Zhao Fu was an unfilial bastard who dared to act like an animal and force the Li family into such a miserable state. It also said that Zhao Fu's mother was a slut and a trashy woman, and that he had played with her because he thought highly of her. Back then, he had been too soft-hearted and would have killed Zhao Fu and his mother if he had known this would happen. Looking at these letters, Zhao Fu felt a wave of fury rise up in his heart, and he almost coughed up blood. In the end, he looked at the contents of the letters and decided that if he wanted to end everything, he would have to go to the Western continent by himself. Seeing this, Zhao Fu coldly laughed and casually threw the letters away, tearing them to shreds. This was evidently a trap, and there were countless people lying in ambush there. They wanted to enrage Zhao Fu and lure Zhao Fu over so that they could kill Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu died, the Qin's empire would most likely collapse. The Li family knew that Zhao Fu would go because with Zhao Fu's status, he definitely would not suffer such humiliation. Zhao Fu was the person with the most authority in the human world and could do whatever he wanted in the human world. Who had dared to write a letter to curse him? What's more, that person was Zhao Fu's father. If it was anyone else, they definitely would not be able to endure it. However, Zhao Fu would not go. They had definitely prepared a killing move for him, and it would be quite powerful. They must have the confidence to kill him, which was why they dared to make such a decision. Zhao Fu would not be so stupid as to go. After all, he had been enduring since he was young, and it was not a big deal. Zhao Fu no longer cared about the Li family, and if he cared too much about his previous identity, Zhao Fu would lose. Moreover, Qin had already cleared out 1/5 of the Midland continent and was about to truly control the Midland continent, the Southern continent, and the Netherwater continent. They were the ones who were anxious, because once they finished clearing out the Midland continent, Qin would immediately attack. The entire human world would once again become chaotic, and their situation would become even more difficult as they would have to face the most direct attacks from Qin. If Zhao Fu went, it would be as they wished. If he did not go, he would anger them and make them feel incredibly anxious. In the future, destroy anything that the Li family sends over, there's no need to send it to us. Zhao Fu deeply breathed in and calmed himself down. He placed his focus on Qin's development and ordered people to gather information on the remaining continents and prepare a plan of attack. It was now June, and it was another scorching summer. The sunlight scorched the ground, and heat spread everywhere. Cicadas continuously cried out, making people feel quite annoyed. The fifth summer was even hotter than usual. However, things were different for Qin, and everyone looked quite delighted. A massive pillar of black light stood between the heavens and the earth, and countless clouds quickly gathered, forming a massive vortex. Large winds blew away the heat, bringing with them a coolness. 9 massive black dragons spiraled in the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds. They gave off an unimaginable might, creating a shocking scene. After more than a year, Qin had finally unified the Midland continent and built the Great Wall, making the entire Midland continent his territory. However, the southern continent and the Netherwater continent had not been taken care of yet. Qin was now a level 11 Marquisate kingdom because there were 14,570 regions in the Midland continent. Marquisate kingdoms needed 1,000 regions to level up, but leveling up to a dukedom kingdom required unifying the world. There were at least tens of thousands of regions in a world, while most kingdoms were level 9. As such, dukedom kingdoms were quite special. After leveling up to level 9, Marquisate kingdoms could still level up, but they needed twice the number of regions, which was 2,000 regions. A level 11 Marquisate kingdom stats were naturally powerful, and it had great kingdom fate and countless residents. City name, Qin Royal City, Human King, level, Marquisate Royal City, level 11, city area, 1242940 square kilometers, city territory, 163,242,1800 square kilometers, popular support, 86 special stats, territory crop output plus 400%, territory crop growth time minus 400%, population limit plus 220%, resident stats plus 28, soldier stats plus 33%, population attraction plus 300%, high-grade attraction plus 300%. Subsidiary village limit, 1809690 cities, Fragrant Moon City, Black Soul City, Great Wood City, Water Spirit City, Snake City, Medicinal Valley City, Ocean City. Great Qin's population had now reached 26 billion people and 2 billion soldiers. There were 1.4 billion Stage 1 soldiers, 70 million Stage 2 soldiers, 3.5 million Stage 3 soldiers, and 100,000 Stage 4 soldiers. This did not include those who did not have Stage 1 cultivation yet. Great Qin's population had reached 26 billion. Great Qin controlled 27,570 regions, and this was all of the regions. Including the southern continent and Netherwater continent, there were only 14,570 regions that Great Qin controlled. It had 1 Marquisate Royal City, 3 barony cities, 9 capital cities, and 25,000 great cities. This did not include the 20,000 cities in the southern continent, 6,521 cities, 9,860 towns, and 358, 9489 villages. Because it had 14,570 regions, it had 40,210 counties, which meant that it had 40,210 county heads, 14,570 governors, 1,457 barons, 145 marquises, 14 dukes, and 1 earl. It could be said that Qin's strength had once again increased by many times. There were now 40,000 or so counties, which meant that Qin could have 40,000 more civil officials to defend the Qin kingdom. If one included the other cities and generals, Qin's true strength would be monstrous. With this strength, the other 3 continents would not be able to take down Qin at all. Now, only Qin kingdom could attack them, and they would not have to worry about them anymore. There was something else that Zhao Fu felt quite troubled about, which was the 33 corps that had appeared. Before, Qin had 23 special corps, which had taken a lot of effort. The main thing was that there were very few special vessels, and each vessel required great power. Moreover, the 23 corps seemed to have used up all of Qin's special corps, and there did not seem to be anything that could be used as vessels. This gave Zhao Fu a headache. Could it be that he could only create ordinary corps? At that moment, Zhao Fu could not help but think of the sects, the 100 schools of thought, and many other powerful sects. They could be vessels for corps. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. However, they were only submitting to Qin, and their sects would still belong to them. He had to explain this to them and test whether or not they were suitable. The 4 sects that Zhao Fu had taken down were definitely suitable, as the sects in the Heaven-Awakened world were not any weaker than dynasties. After subtracting 4 from the 33, there were still 29 left. A few days later, Qin told the various factions about this, and they were quite cooperative. However, after testing, only a few were suitable. After all, most sects were not suitable for fighting, such as the School of Legalism, the School of Famers, the School of Calligraphers, and the School of Medicine. These sects' power was displayed in other areas, so they could not be used as weapons in battle. There were a few suitable ones, a clan, which was a faction with the most powerful legacies. It could be said that they were slightly more powerful than the 5 great ancient kingdoms of China. The second was the School of Taoism, the third was the School of Military, the fourth was the School of Martial, the fifth was the School of Qi, and the sixth was the School of Yin-Yang. There were a total of 7. After subtracting 7 from 29, there were still 22 left, and they still lacked many special carriers. At that moment, Zhao Fu could not help but think that on the Lulai Kingdom battlefield, both sides had cavalry corps, but Qin did not seem to have one. With how powerful cavalry corps were, it was impossible that Qin did not have one, so Zhao Fu wanted to nurture Qin's cavalry corps. First of all, Qin's main mount, the Black God Horse, had been strengthened several times. The Black God Horse nest's grade was already very high, and it had been infused with a trace of divinity, so it was naturally more powerful. Zhao Fu went over to test it and found that it was indeed possible. There was one more carrier. In addition to his main mount, the Black God Horse, Qin had also cultivated 2 kinds of regular mounts. One was the orc's giant wolf, and the other was the elf's giant deer. Of these 2 types of mounts, the giant deer was quite docile, and ordinary people could ride them. However, they were quite difficult to control, and the elves were quite good at it. As for the giant wolves, most people would not dare to ride them, as just the ferocity of the giant wolves was enough to make people feel afraid. Moreover, only orcs were suitable for riding giant wolves. If other people rode on giant wolves, they would not be able to control them at all. Because of this, Qin had only developed some giant wolves and giant deer, but he did not have a large number of them. In actuality, Qin already had quite a lot of orcs and elves, and there were already over 100 million of them. Zhao Fu felt that it would be no problem for him to develop 2 cavalry corps. The giant wolf den and giant deer den were both bound to cities, which was a type of racial advantage. If humans wanted to obtain mounts, they would have to find them themselves. Zhao Fu went to an orc great city and took out a corps to test. He found that it was suitable to be used as a vessel for a corps, but it was too weak and could only be used as an ordinary corps. This was naturally not a problem for Zhao Fu, as the giant wolf den required an orc blood crystal. Orc blood crystals were condensed from countless orcs' blood, and it would take at least 100,000 orcs to condense a single orc blood crystal. Increasing the orc blood crystal would increase the giant wolf den's power, and Qin did not lack orcs. As such, Zhao ordered people to collect orc blood. The giant deer den was the same, and it required elf blood crystals. As such, Zhao ordered people to collect elf blood. Of course, Zhao did not kill people to obtain blood, he instead gave a bit to each person. After all, there were hundreds of millions of people, and even a bit of blood was a massive amount. Through the orc and elf race's secret techniques, the large amount of blood fused into 2 blood-red crystals that were 1 meter wide. They gave off powerful auras and a dense stench of blood, and people could not help but retreat. Following this, Zhao fused the 2 blood-red crystals into the giant wolf den and giant deer den immediately. 2 rays of blood-red light shot into the sky and a blood-red aura spread out. The images of the giant wolf and giant deer appeared in the sky and gave off a heaven-shaking roar. The den's power continuously rose, causing many abnormal signs. As expected from a blood crystal made from the blood of hundreds of millions of people, it met the requirements and could be used as a vessel. Zhao only had 22 core, and now he could reduce that by 3, leaving only 17. This was quite a large number, and where could he find suitable vessels? Suddenly, Zhao thought of something and could not help but laugh. Back when Qin had become a level 1 Marquise kingdom, it had not been unified at all. Now that it had unified the Midland continent, there were many dynasties that had conquered it. Even though these dynasties' stats were quite ordinary, and the strength of the core was quite ordinary, they were definitely much more powerful than ordinary core. As such, he could use these dynasties as vessels. Zhao ordered people to do some calculations and found that there were 14 dynasties that could be used as vessels. After subtracting 14 from the original 17, there were only 3 left. Zhao thought about it and found that he had missed out on a powerful city, which was the Devil City, which was Masanori Heno City. Ever since Zhao had subdued the Devil City, he had not gone there. However, the Devil City was incredibly powerful, and the ordinary residents all had a trace of devil bloodline. There were also all sorts of powerful devils within the city, and ordinary people did not dare to take a step in. Adding on the Devil City, there were only 2 slots left. Zhao could not think of anything else, so he could only leave it there for now. Now that he was about to start a war in the human world, he would definitely fulfill the requirements. Following this, Zhao started to create a core. Zhao first went to the Black God Horse Den and fused the core heart into it, causing a formless aura to spread out. Countless Black God horses reared their heads back and neighed, and the Horse King beside Zhao, Black Forest, did the same. End of chapter 1022. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.